Hello everyone, welcome to the Paramount Theatre in downtown Seattle. It is day 3 of the World Championship, day 2 of PAX. Rich Hagan alongside Pro Tour historian Brian David Marshall and the finalist from Pro Tour Berlin in 2008, Matej Big Z Zatlkai. Welcome to the show, everyone. We have an enormous adventure ahead of us over the next 3 days, and this weekend we'll see a new Magic the Gathering World Champion crowned. BDM, we've seen 2 tremendous days already, but what a weekend we have in store.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen new cards, we've seen great players making great Magic plays, and now we're going to get a look at what Modern looks like after a huge Modern weekend last weekend.
Matej, we've already seen 2 sets of booster draft. We've already seen 4 rounds of standard, which we'll see again tomorrow in our final 4. But I know that you really look forward to the Modern rounds. Why?
Yeah, of course, I'm interested in Modern because standard metagame was a little condensed. We had the collected company deck, we had the Emrakul decks, but I'm expecting Modern to be a lot more wide, a lot more interesting. Games maybe lasting just 3 turns, but also games lasting 20 turns. Definitely going to be exciting.
All right, so Modern is our format of choice for the next 4 rounds. But why is it so important? Well, for that, you need to turn your attention to our overall leaderboard after 2 days. So let's take a look. Here is the entire field from top to bottom. This is how things stand as we come into your PAX weekend at the World Championship. Marcio Carvalho of Portugal, the draft master, leads the field. He is at 8-2, and he is 1 round clear of a gaggle, the quintet: Tau, Bronduin, Manfield, Blohon, and Yasuoka. And all of those, they will get paired, what we call BDM Swiss pairings. Just explain what that means.
So basically every round you're going to play someone with a similar record to you. You can't play the same person in the same format twice. So you'll see people who have played other players in this tournament in previous formats, but you're going to play the person with the closest record to you each round.
So Marcio Carvalho will play one of those 7-3s, and that will leave 4 more 7-3s to be paired evenly, and then a similar idea as we head down the 6-4s. Let's take a look at, there it is, our overall leaderboard again. So the 6-4s, we know that Thiago Saporito and Luis Scott Vargas will be pairing off in this first round. We also know, rather delightfully, Matej, that you see that 1 on the end of Oliver Tew and Steve Rubin. That's because they fought themselves literally to a standstill earlier in the tournament. So they're going to renew rivalries, and maybe we'll get a winner this time.
Well, I don't expect this Modern round to go to time and getting Steve to 2 cards in the library, really. So I think that's going to end up with a win for either player.
All right, so the way it works, again, if we look at our overall leaderboard, only 4 players advance at the end of today, and that is in 4 rounds' time. So right now we know that Kazuyuki Takamura, Martin Muller, Andre Strasky, Ryuichi Tamada, Sam Pardy, Niels Norlander, Andrea Mengucci, Brad Nelson, Mia Watanabe, and Reed Duke. They're not playing for a Final 4, they're playing for Pro Points, because BDM, Pro Points is a very valuable currency here at the World Championship.
Absolutely. This is an exclusive buffet of Pro Points for these 24 players. Very valuable points heading into the next season. Give you a leg up on getting to gold, getting to platinum, and keeping yourself going not just through this coming season, but getting you prepared for even the season beyond that.
So by our reckoning, 14 players are in with a shout of becoming your Magic the Gathering World Champion. Let's take a look. Again, here's our overall scoreboard. 14 players can do it, 10 are gone. Now, if you're Owen Turtenwild, Joel Larson, Paula Vida Dama de Rosa, or Mike Sigrist, you are just going to have to win 4 times in a row, get to 9-5, and hope that there are enough people above you who stumble to get your tie breaks to a point where 9-5 is enough for you. Steve Rubin and Oliver Tew, the winner of that match, will feel that they can win 3 in a row then, and that 9-4-1 record would be enough for them. Luis Scott Vargas, he's certainly BDM. Go on.
If you look at his Twitter account today, he posted a picture of a crawl worm and a Feast of the Unicorn side by side. He's like, this is my plan for today, 6-4 plus 4-0.
Yep, that seems perfectly reasonable. We're pretty sure that 10-4 will be enough. And then it's just a question of how many 9 and 5s make it in. Now, Matej, we have this slightly strange storyline that is unique to the World Championship every year. What do the people who are at 5 and 5 or 6 and 4, what do they want to happen to Marcio Carvalho, who's the leader? Do they want to see him lose repeatedly because they want to compress the field, or is that not how it works? Do they want him to keep on winning?
Yeah, they actually want Marcio to keep winning, because as long as Marcio keeps his good record of only 2 losses, that's going to mean that the players below him are going to pick up more and more losses, which is then making it more likely for someone like Joel Larson, like Owen Tortenwald to sneak in with a 9-5 record.
Right. Those losses have to go somewhere, and they want it to go to the people ahead of them, not necessarily Marcio.
Right, okay. So why don't we introduce you to the top 6 players right now. We have one player at 8 and 2, and that man is this man, Marcio Carvalho of Portugal. He is the 2015-16 draft master. He utterly dominated draft over the last couple of Pro Tours, and only at the very, very end of the draft rounds here, BDM, did he finally taste defeat in the format.
Yeah, absolutely. I talked to him after his 3-0 run on day 1 in draft, and I said, do you remember the last time you lost a round of draft at this level of competition? And he really had to scratch his head and think about it. He's like, maybe it was the second Pro Tour of this season. I think I lost the last round to go 6-0 there. So this is a format that he feels super comfortable in drafting. And we watched him draft yesterday, and it was a pretty sweet deck that, JC Tao said, I feel a little fortunate to have gotten past that monster.
Now, it's pretty gaudy being at the top of a field this good, but Matej, if people are thinking, will he be nervous? We're away from limited now. Will Modern be okay for his comfort zone? It's worth noting that this is a guy who has one of the earliest resumes in the field in terms of success at a high level. This is someone who's a Grand Prix champion from 2005, a national champion 2008. He's been around the game for a very long time.
World's top 8 competitor in 2005 as well.
That's right, in Yokohama.
Yeah.
So that is Marcio Carvalho. Then he leads by 1 round from 5 players. So here's our next player. This is JC Tao, the Oath of the Gatewatch champion, 31. He's a Platinum Pro, as almost everyone in the field is. 58 lifetime pro points, just getting underway in his Pro Tour career. And he was super impressive, BDM, in Oath of the Gatewatch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw cards banned in his wake. Obviously, other people were also playing some crazy Eldrazi decks, but he perhaps played the craziest one with what people were talking about, draft commons in this modern deck, in his blue-red Eldrazi deck at the Pro Tour. And you talked also about where Marcio has the most experience coming into this event. While JC doesn't match that experience, he traveled the least distance to get here of any of the competitors.
He's like an hour on the bus?
But I don't even think it's that far.
Okay.
So he is a local Seattle player.
Yeah, no, of course, I also want to point out the fact that JC really calls himself like a limited specialist, that he likes limited most, but he has a very good modern resume, which is good coming in for today, and that's what people call him. He's really good and constructed, so I could easily see him 4-0.
And
he won a modern Pro Tour.
Right, and he's part of East-West Bowl as well, which is really, Matej, you know what it takes to be part of a great team, and really East-West Bowl have been, I think arguably, I almost think of them as the new Channel Fireball, right? In the way that they've just started to piece together dominant people who you didn't necessarily know before as giants of the game. They just keep winning.
Well, I think what's really fascinating about that team is where you have a lot of teams which are an accumulation of the top players in the game. Known quantities. East-West Bowl really coalesced around the idea that they were not known quantities, that they were RPTQ winners, Grand Prix qualifiers, silver pros, and they're like, how do we all come together and elevate our game and get ourselves to the point where we are gold and platinum? And they've done that with a remarkable level of success this season.
They had a great Pro Tour, Eldritch Moon in Sydney, so many people hitting their threshold to be gold, to be platinum, and I think they're going to move on to be one of the most dominating teams.
Well, from teams, teams, let's talk about someone who is really one of the archetypal grinders, someone who has worked their way up, really paid their dues. Here's Brian Brown doing, can confirm it is Brown in the middle there. So sorry BBD if we've been messing that up for you over the last couple of days.
He could have corrected us.
He was just too polite. And he's a lovely, lovely man. And he's 30 years old, a gold pro, so that is very unusual in this field. Almost everyone's pro. He just missed out at Sydney, yet to have a Pro Tour top 8, but 7 Grand Prix top 8s. He is the Grand Prix master. And again, if people are fans of BBD and thinking, how will he feel in this rarefied atmosphere on the third day when it really, really counts? He does have trophies, 2 Grand Prix titles, and whatever level you win at, winning becomes a habit.
Yeah, I think for BBD, the most important thing is that he has, 139 pro points, but lifetime winning's only 30,000, which strongly indicates that he's been doing well at the GP level, but he really needed to step it up at this kind of event. And the Worlds is a perfect opportunity to really break into the spotlight.
Yeah, I mean, opportunity to maybe even go over the $100,000 mark if he wins it all.
So next up is Seth Manfield. Now, he is our reigning world champion. There you see him qualified here, both as the world champion, and of course, he's one of the top pro points in North America, 170,000 lifetime earnings. The champion last year, 5 Grand Prix titles going right the way back. I think Daytona Beach 2008 was his first title. So even though he's only 25, a very long history in the game, and BDM just 1 win off the pace, could we be seeing another Shahar Shenhar storyline developing here?
I mean, absolutely. This is, it's hard to say anything about this season has been a disappointment for Seth Manfield. It was a career year, just an amazing run, but I think falling short of the U.S. captaincy, the Player of the Year title, I think he would love to come back here and go back to back on the World Championship title.
I mean, Owen Turtenwald had just such an amazing year that almost in any other year, Seth would have been Player of the Year with the amount of points he accrued. So nothing to take away from him. He had a fantastic season.
Absolutely.
But I think he has what it takes to go back to back and kickstart his season with, a nice amount of pro points and a title.
Next up is Lucas Blahon. Matej, I'm going to head straight across to you because you know this gentleman very well indeed.
Yeah, Lucas, of course, number 3 rated player in the world. So many pro points already over his short career. He's also only 26, but for me, he was for years one of the best players coming out of Europe. A little under the radar because he did stop playing for a short while, but he's back. And if there's one player who has proper momentum coming in, it's Lucas Blahon. He won a World Magic Cup qualifier. He then managed to win the Pro Tour, top 8 a GP the following week, and now he's here with only 3 losses. I just wouldn't be surprised if he went all the way.
Yeah, he is really on, as we say, a heater, doing fantastic work. Now, someone who it's no surprise to see in the thick of things is this next gentleman. It's Shota Yasuoka. He was one of the dominant storylines of the first of these New Star World Championships when it was the Players' Championship in 2012.
Sure, we talk about that idea of Marcio Carvalho creating distance between himself and the rest of the field. That's what Shota Yasuoka did at the first Players' Championship. He was running away with that tournament and then didn't lose in Modern until he ran afoul of Yuya Watanabe in the finals. He had that crazy Aether Vial, Eternal Witness, Cryptic Command deck. Yeah. Said Modern is not something that can support that anymore. He's like, Modern was a Wild West format back then. We could do a lot of crazy things. He's like, we're not going to do anything crazy. We're going to do something good, but we're not going to do anything crazy.
I think we can cope with good over crazy. All right.
I like a little crazy. I don't know.
So those are the lead 6 right now. Those are in the box seats for trying to get 4 slots at the end of these 4 rounds. We believe that 10 and 4, lock solid. 9 and 5, that's where the chips may fall slightly strangely, just depending on tie breaks. Now, there's one more thing we want to show you before we head down for round 1. This is what Modern looked like last weekend when we had 3 Grand Prix. 24 decks, therefore, were in the top 8, as it were. So this is, Matej, what everyone in the field here knew about less than 7 days ago.
Yeah, but on the other hand, this is the decks that have the bullet mark firmly on their heads, people gunning for these decks, and they're all a little risky. Team Eureka is one of the pioneers of the Death Shadow aggro deck. We know firsthand what is best to beat that deck. And also Affinity Naya Burn are very easy to hate out. So players have to be careful about maybe choosing this sort of archetypes.
Would you say people want to put the Death Shadow on a Path to Exile?
It's pretty likely, yes.
Well, will we see turn 3 kills, bolt you, bolt you, bolt you? That's how the last GP was won. It's time to find out. It's time for round 11 of the Magic the Gathering World Championship 2016.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to everybody around the world watching this, our Magic World Championship here at PAX in Seattle. I'm Tim Willoughby, joined by R&D member Ian Duke, and, well, I'm super duper excited because we do have one whole new format to take us through to our final 4. Let's head down to the feature match area and check out the last 4 rounds of the World Championship in Seattle. Hello and welcome to this, the first of our modern rounds here on the final day before we cut to the top 4 of the World Championship here in Seattle. We have 2 absolute titans of the game that are playing and really trying to cement themselves in this field. On the first left-hand side of our main feature table, that man, Brian Braun Duin. He is our Grand Prix master. He's having a fantastic tournament here, and he's brought with him a deck that he's fairly comfortable with in Modern, but there's a comparatively new one in Bant Eldrazi. And on the other side of things, JC Tao, he considers himself a limited master, but you know what? He's got a great constructed deck too here. One of the more intriguing ones in the field. Tell us a little about this one, Ian.
Yeah, JC is actually here with white-black tokens. He's playing a Bitter Blossom deck, which is something we've seen pop up now and again in Modern. But, you know, not something that has been a mainstay of the format consistently throughout Modern's history.
It's going to be an interesting one. I'm looking forward to seeing the likes of Bitter Blossom coming into play. I'm really hoping to see plenty of removal. I mean, we know that there's lots of Thoughtseize decks, lots of Inquisition of Kozilek decks in the field. That's something that sort of is more of an understood factor in Modern. But something like Intangible Virtue, well, that's a little bit special.
Yeah, indeed it is.
So these players just sort of psyching themselves out, a big moment for them as they try and just sort of get their head in the right space, ready to play this.
As long as you don't know my 7 cards.
We have a lot of interesting stuff going on here. Tell us a little bit about the Bant Eldrazi deck as well, Ian. I mean, the Bant deck, we thought the Eldrazi were dead. It turns out they've still got a few little moves in their bag.
Yeah, this is the descendant of the Eldrazi decks that we saw show up in a huge way at Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. In fact, it was JC Tao who actually won the Pro Tour with the sort of original version of the Eldrazi deck, the fully powered version. Now it is BBD playing the Eldrazi deck here, of course, with Eye of Ugin being banned. He's leaning on Eldrazi Temple as his only special Eldrazi land alone, and in order to accelerate out those big Eldrazi, he's actually going to green for Noble Hierarch.
Lovely stuff. And of course, JC Tao, well familiar with the likes of Eldrazi Sky Spawner that may be coming down for Brian Braun Duin very soon indeed. Interested to see how this matchup plays out. I mean, interested to see how all of these Modern matchups play out. Obviously, this about the highest pressure set of matches that you could possibly hope for. That's what we get at the World Championship. By the time that we get to Saturday, every one of these matches counts, not just for the pro points involved, but because at the end of today, we'll know our final 4.
Indeed, Tim. And just to sort of give everyone a character of what we're going to see in this matchup here, this is a pretty fair matchup as far as Modern is concerned. Often Modern decks are characterized by trying to win very quickly or trying to win in a non-interactive way, sort of bypassing what their opponent is doing and ending the game with a specialized combo or a very aggressive start. But these decks are actually looking to interact with each other in a pretty normal way. So BBD's Eldrazi deck is characterized by huge creatures. He's going to want to get those out, maybe disrupt JC a little bit and attack for a lot of damage all at once. JC, on the other hand, with his tokens deck, is trying to go wide with a lot of little creatures and pump them up, sort of stave off BBD's big monsters, and eventually kind of overwhelm BBD with lots of tokens.
And the thing that I think is pretty cool about both these decks, they both have white, which means they both have access to some of the best sideboard options in Modern. And to me, Modern is all about sideboarding in.
Turns out the theater.
Yeah, it absolutely is. We won't tip our hands as far as the sideboarding is going just quite yet. We'll wait until we get into the deeper games here, but it looks like we are approaching, getting ready to start game 1 here.
Yeah. Kaladesh is, of course, the format where we're going to get a chance to see gremlins. I understand there have been a couple of gremlins just in terms of sound for what's going on here, so that's the slight delay that we've had on just getting this round started. But these players, they will be going soon enough.
So a couple interesting points about the exact deck list of these players here. BBD is playing the full 4 copies of Eldrazi Displacer, a card which is really powerful against token strategies. Of course, it can exile a creature and return to the battlefield, but if that creature is a token, it simply won't return at all. So if the game goes long, those Eldrazi Displacers are going to be a really key card for BBD here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that what JC is going to be hoping is that he can simply flood the board before that happens. I mean, typically your regular old-fashioned Eldrazi decks sometimes struggle against the decks that are simply putting a lot of threats on the battlefield because you just have a point where you can't really attack through in any profitable fashion.
Yeah, that's definitely true. If there's one key weakness of the Eldrazi deck is that it doesn't deal with a lot of creatures all at once very well. And that's exactly what JC is going to be trying to do. So I think what JC is going to want to see here is a fast start, ideally with a turn 2 Bitter Blossom into Lingering Souls, and just trying to get a whole bunch of flyers up in the air right away. BBD he can't really block flyers very well, and he also can't really sweep the board very well. So his only option at that point would be to race. And if JC can throw him off with a little bit of hand disruption, then things will be in pretty good shape. That said, BBD actually does have one kind of spicy addition to his deck here, which is 1 copy of Engineered Explosives. So if you can see that card here, it's a really efficient way to sweep away a whole bunch of tokens all at once.
Yeah, of course, every token having a converted mana cost of 0, and when it comes to activating Engineered Explosives, that makes life very easy indeed. But these players, they're just going to kick things off now, and we're going to get a chance to see exactly how this one plays out. If you're looking for early plays, look out for a Bitter Blossom from JC Tao. Probably the highest impact thing that we're going to see on the first couple of turns. Ancient Stirrings here. One of the sort of plus points of playing an Eldrazi deck with green is that you do have a very efficient bit of card searching, card drawing here. But looks like Brian Broaddoon's opening hand here, very heavy on mana, not so heavy on threats. Got a Matter Reshaper for turn 2, thanks to Eldrazi Temple. Looking at another 5 and trying to find a colorless card. So that will either be an Eldrazi, an artifact, or, well, as it turns out, yet another land. Not exactly what Brian Broaddoon would have been hoping for there.
Yeah, ideally the best start for these Bant Eldrazi decks is starting off with a Noble Hierarch, but BBD sort of has the second best here in an Eldrazi Temple, also accelerating his mana here, and the Ancient Stirrings helping him to fix his draw and hopefully follow up with some additional threats.
Well, Spellskite is a 0/4, will be able to block that Mana Reshaper very nicely. Not too many targeted abilities to worry about, but Noble Hierarch, the Exalted there, meaning that a 4/3 Matter Reshaper is not something that Spellskite particularly wanted to block. JC drops down to 16 as he goes into his 3rd turn here. Now, Liliana the Veil, kind of a nice one. It will mean that he can force a sacrifice on one of Brian Broaddoon's creatures if he so chooses, or he could start attacking that hand. Alternatively, I guess that he does have the option of going for both Intangible Virtue and a Path to Exile. That kind of a longer-term plan, I guess.
Yeah, Liliana comes down here actually using the +1 ability. I like that a lot because if JC were to force BBD to sacrifice a creature, it could either just simply sacrifice that Noble Hierarch, which is pretty low impact at this point in the game, or sacrifice the Matter Reshaper and actually get a card out of it as well. So I think JC just deciding to kind of defense up behind that Spellskite. He does have a Sorin Solemn Visitor in his hand as well.
Well, you mentioned that Eldrazi Displacer could be a big game in this particular matchup, and it's already come down, and with the Temple there to provide additional mana, it meant that Brian Broaddoon was able to use it very aggressively just to simply push through a little bit of extra damage here. Liliana gets taken down by attacks, and JC Tao continues to advance his mana situation there with a Polluted Delta searching up. I mean, I guess probably a yeah, just a swamp there so he can save a little bit on damage in this early game.
So JC here, he does have a Path to Exile in his hand. That'll be ready for that Eldrazi Displacer when he is ready to do that. So he's not fearing that tremendously right now. In the meantime, gets down another Liliana, uses the +1 here, trying to strip both players of resources.
Unfortunately for him, I mean, what he didn't realize, and there's really no way that he could have, is that Brian Branduin is basically working with a huge amount of lands in hand. So the Liliana +1, not as effective as it might be in some other games, but still doesn't mean that it's a bad choice by JC. He's obviously not working with the same information that we are.
And a big pickup here for BBD. He has actually drawn a Reality Smasher this turn.
Yeah, against tokens, this one pretty potent. Just Trample is a very powerful ability. And of course, if there's any targeted removal from JC, which there would need to be given the number of creatures on the board, it's going to at least cost JC a card.
So JC now being attacked. Reality Smasher is pointed at Liliana. The Matter Reshaper and Eldrazi Displacer are coming for JC himself. He does have a Spell Skite, which can block one of those 3-power creatures. He also has Path to Exile. But before he blocks, just thinking things through here, deciding what he wants to path and how he wants to block.
Yeah, JC now kind of on the back foot. It's funny because we saw a start from BBD that looked relatively innocuous. There weren't too many threats in hand. The Ancient Stirrings cast on turn 1 did not really find anything especially helpful. But you know what? These Eldrazi, each one that you draw is high impact enough that even that kind of start hasn't hurt Brian Branduin at all. So now JC finally electing to make Brian Branduin sacrifice a creature, and it looks like the Noble Hierarch going to the bin there. Brian happy to just keep around his Eldrazi. Matter Reshaper working fairly nicely here just as a regular attacker, even with a blocker on the other side of things because of that Eldrazi Displacer that can tap down the Spellskite.
JC in quite a bit of trouble here. Getting low on life, very low on cards, staring down some pretty big threats here.
Thought Not Seer coming down and seeing just a land in JC Tao's hand. Ghost Quarter there. At this point, Ghost Quarter not really going to be doing too much. It is nice to be able to take out an Eldrazi Temple or similar, but at this point, Brian has plenty of lands to work with. And Liliana goes down, and at this point, JC Tao's life total is the main thing that's going to be dropping fast.
Yeah, JC's back is really up against the wall here. I don't see too much he can draw here. Look, we're looking at the closing turns of the game here. It looks like BBD's start was just too fast. These huge Eldrazi are coming through, and JC does scoop them up. That is game 1 going to Brian Branduin.
Is this what you play?
So we will have a lot more Magic for you this round. Of course, Modern, we're going to see these games going thick and fast. But in the meantime, we do have a few messages for you.
Do you want to play in the next Pro Tour? Qualify through an upcoming Magic Online PTQ. Download Magic Online and learn more at mtgo.com.
Up your game with Ultra Pro Magic the Gathering accessories. Find the best Magic art on card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and more. Visit ultrapro.com to learn more and find a retailer near you.
Hello and welcome back to this, our World Championship here in Seattle. Now, one of the cool things about Modern, Ian, we do have fast games, and what that means is we're going to get a chance to show you an awful lot of Magic this round. As the two players on our main table do their sideboarding and shuffle up, we're going to jump across to one of our other matches, this one between another couple of competitors who are very much in the thick of things to go far in this tournament. On the left of our screen, that's Thiago Saporito from Brazil. On the right, Luis Scott Vargas, and both of these players on variations of an Abzan list.
That's right, yeah. They're both playing Abzan, although they each have their own versions, quite different from each other. The one common thing here is that both versions are playing Grim Flayer, a new addition from Eldritch Moon that actually fits quite well in the Modern format. This is a 2/2 creature that gets +2/+2 if you have Delirium, and it can also fix the top of your library as well when it attacks. So in particular in the modern format, Grim Flayer picks up a lot because it is so easy to fill up your graveyard with different card types and fits well in a deck that's using Tarmogoyf anyway.
Yeah, the other cool thing I think that has meant that we've seen more Grim Flayers in these Abzan lists than perhaps in Jund lists is sometimes you get to discard Lingering Souls, and Lingering Souls, of course, are a very powerful card that you can flash back from the graveyard. We can see just the one spirit token in play from Thiago Saporito that's almost certainly the remnants of a copy of Lingering Souls at some point earlier in the game. Looks like both these players kind of living off the top of their decks a little bit here. Grimflayer squaring off against Saporito's spirit token. That token looks fairly innocuous at the moment, but with Gavany Township in play, it can gradually grow a little bit out of hand. Saporito has the Maelstrom Pulse for Grimflayer, so now he's the only one with a threat on the board, aside from a Shambling Vent there, sorry, for Luis.
So when we tuned into this match just a couple moments ago, Tim, things were looking pretty good for Luis. He had the life total advantage. He had the only large threat on the board, getting in some damage as well with Shambling Vent. But that Maelstrom Pulse was a huge pickup there for Thiago, taking out the Grim Flayer. And now the flashback Lingering Souls giving him quite a numerous board here. And if that Gavany Township can get online, that's going to be bad news here for Luis.
Yeah, then no need to play additional spells here for Thiago Saporito. Quite happy to pump up his team. This is a big attack here, coming in for a full 7 damage. Luis going down to 8, and with the active Gavany Township, he's going to have to play some removal or some kind of a blocker this turn if he wants to stay in the game. Luis checking through at Saporito's graveyard. Even if it works out that Saporito is able to take the game right here, he wants to make sure that he knows as much as possible for sideboarding going into game 2. While in this modern set of rounds, the players will have access to full deck lists next round. For this round, everything is kind of a surprise, so he's kind of having to wing it based on his experience and knowledge of the format. And Scavenging Ooze, it can't block any of these flyers, but one thing it can do is offer a little bit of extra life for Luis here. Thiago Saporito carefully just weighing up exactly how much damage he can deal.
Yeah, Thiago with representing 10 damage on board there. If he does activate Gavany Township this turn, that Scavenging Ooze giving Luis option to gain 1 more life there. So Thiago decides not to pump, instead spending his mana on Abrupt Decay on the Scavenging Ooze, and again leaving himself representing a lethal board for next turn. We'll see what Luis can pick up.
Well, he picks up all of the cards. So Thiago Saporito picking up his first game. Basically, what we're going to be trying to do throughout this this format is show you as much Magic as possible, as many look-ins as possible. We are going to jump back to our main match, though, between Brian Braun-Duin and JC Tao. These guys, we saw a great game from them in game 1 where it was a simple Eldrazi beatdown plan. I'm really interested to see whether or not JC can bounce back after sideboarding here against a deck that's a relatively known quantity in the modern field these days.
Yeah, absolutely true there, Tim. I think things potentially get a little bit better for JC here. He can bring in some more spot removal. He does have a copy of Damnation in his sideboard as well, which is a huge tool against the Eldrazi. But ultimately, a lot of this is going to come down to who gets the better start. So let's see how things are panning out. Turn 1 Noble Hierarch, huge for BBD here. Absolutely one of the best early starts the Eldrazi deck can get. But then on the other hand, for JC, he does have his turn 2 Bitter Blossom. So both decks doing exactly what they want to do in the early game here. And things are going to come down to who can power through into the mid game with a stronger draw.
Yeah, Bitter Blossom, just an absolute powerhouse. It took a long time to find a home in Modern, actually. It was one of those cards that, once it became available to Modern players to play with, everyone assumed that it would immediately mean the resurgence of a classic Fairies deck. That never really quite came to fruition, but in Black-White Tokens, it is a very, very potent card indeed, powering out a flying 1/1 Fairy token every turn, and we've already established that the Eldrazi deck, not super strong against flyers, though we do see Eldrazi Skyspawner coming down for BBD here. That will provide him both with an Eldrazi Spawn token on the ground and a creature that's going to be able to tussle with the fairies in the air. Now, Bitter Blossom will be costing JC Tower life each and every turn, but that's something that typically isn't a worry because if he needs to be blocking with them, he's saving more life than it's costing him.
And this fast start from BBD into an Eldrazi Skyspawner is a huge deal there. We do see JC Tao on 2 copies of Liliana, but he has picked up a Zealous Persecution, which is just a huge draw for him there. Those tokens were really clogging up his ability to make use of his Lilianas, and being able to sweep away 3 creatures all at once. Not only a huge deal in that it clears the board right away, but it also makes those Lilianas so much more potent going into these later turns.
Now you'll see at various points JC putting a die on top of his deck. That's basically a reminder to him of the upkeep of Bitter Blossom putting a token into play. Equally, he's keeping his tokens sort of on either side of that Bitter Blossom. Now what that means, the one that's just come into play does not have haste. He just wants to make it clear which one can attack and which one can't.
Combat.
So Liliana attacking hands for now because there are no creatures to attack. Meanwhile, that Fairy Rogue getting stuck in. This is exactly where JC Tao wants to be.
And strategically, I really like JC's use of his Lilianas in these 2 games here, attacking BBD's hand. The Eldrazi deck both requires a lot more mana to cast its creatures, and its creatures are more impact per card than JC's. So that, even though it's a symmetric ability making each player discard, the fact that JC has the better board and the fact that BBD's cards kind of hit harder pound for pound means that it's to JC's benefit to attack each player's hand.
4.
And it looks like in terms of what JC has going on in that hand, well, there's a couple of copies of Intangible Virtue. This is a card that, when you have a few tokens going on, becomes very, very powerful indeed. It's going to mean that all of his tokens will have +1/+1 and Vigilance. The Vigilance a really big deal, actually, because it means that the tokens which might normally have been being held back to block can just keep on swinging in each and every turn, and obviously they're doing that much more damage.
That's definitely true, Tim. Even a single copy of Intangible Virtue in this matchup is a really big deal because so many of the Eldrazi creatures are like in the 3/3 to 4/4 range. So being able to make your tokens into 2/2s, attack with them, and also leave them to double block is just a really big problem for BBD to deal with.
Sure. Combat. Yep. 4.
So he just, the slightest nudge of those fairies hitting the red zone, getting in there for a full 4 points of damage. Brian Braun dropping down to 12 life there.
And of course, the big deal here, Tim, is that BBD has not found a colorless source for his lands yet. That is why he did not cast a spell on the last turn. Did just find ability here to cast Thought Not Seer.
Okay.
Gets Path to Exile immediately.
And then I search for lands. And then, yeah.
With the trigger on the stack.
Yeah, we'll just look at this now.
So it will be that Brian Braun can make sure that there's only the one Intangible Virtue, but slight diminishing returns on the second one because the Vigilance is a fairly important feature within what Intangible Virtue is doing, and that, of course, doesn't stack up. I'm sure that JC would not have minded too much to see an additional +1/+1 on all of his creatures, but you know what? A little bit of pump is doing the job pretty well anyway.
Now we are certainly in the home stretch of the game here. JC taking a look at BBD's hand with Thoughtseize, getting in for just a tremendous amount of damage with these fairy tokens and setting up for lethal the following turn.
Yep.
You know what? When this black-white tokens deck is all rolling, it looks easy.
Nice. 6. I'm at 6. Go.
And here's a pretty cool addition from JC. That was a Asylum Visitor cast for Madness off of Liliana of the Veil.
Yeah, a little bit of extra card drawing. Very interesting choice there. Not one that I've seen in Modern at all thus far. Intrigued to potentially catch up with JC and find out the details of how that one got included. But we're going to get a chance to jump back and see a little bit more of the matchup, more of one of our other matchups at a different table here. I think that we're going to get a chance to see Shota Yasuoka playing Modern, and I've heard that each and every one of the Japanese players at this tournament have brought a really cool deck for Modern, so very intrigued to see what Shota's got going on here. It does look like in his matchup against Marcio Carvalho, on the face of things, we have two Abzan lists. In practice, though, I'm not convinced that these Abzan lists are playing quite the same game as one another. Marcio, by the looks of things, looking at his deck list, is on kind of a classic Abzan list. We can see the Tarmogoyf, we can see Liliana, though. In this case, it is Liliana of the Lost Hope. But Shota Yasuoka, we're hearing, well, this is a kind of a tricky one for our life total guys. He is currently at functionally infinite life. He's already been able to assemble the combo of Kitchen Finks alongside Viscera Seer and Malira, or indeed potentially an offenser in that place as well, and assemble enough life that he is functionally unassailable on the pure life basis. On the other side of things, of course, Marcio Carvalho does need to worry about that sort of thing. It may well be that he's playing this out either for the purposes of finding out more information, or perhaps thinking that he's going to be able to deck Shota Yasuoka. Yeah, it says 999 there, but you know what? Even if Liliana of the Lost Hope goes ultimate, starts powering out an exponential amount of zombies, we are informed that the amount of life that Shota has going on, he recognized that Liliana of the Lost Hope is a potential and picked a fantastically, absurdly large number, which is a very smart thing to do, because as Frank Carsten figured out when he was doing the maths on Liliana of the Lost Hope's ability, he realized that actually you do need to choose a number just frantically, absurdly larger than you might think in order to be completely confident that you're not going to have to worry about all of those zombies. Very interesting board state that's going on here.
Yeah, it looks to me, Tim, looking through the deck lists here, that I don't see a great way for Marcio to actually win through that unlimited life combination. He may just be kind of feeling things out, trying to play for the possibility of decking Shota, but ultimately things looking very good for Shota here at an essentially infinite amount of life. So we're going to bounce back to one of our other matches here in just a moment for you all.
Yeah, we're going to see our main table between BBD and JC Tao. We'll give you updates of how that game's going, but when one plays on infinite life, sometimes games can take a little bit of time. Noble Hierarch the play here for Brian doing on the very first turn of the game. That's what he wanted to see. And a basic swamp for JC Tao, but by the looks of things, no Thoughtseize, just a fairly quiet one. Matter Reshaper coming down for Brian doing here.
Yeah, another fantastic start for BBD here. This time he has Noble Hierarch on turn 1, as well as Colorless Mana right away, straight into that Matter Reshaper. We will see what JC can come up with as a response.
Yeah, the Brushland, a very important piece of the puzzle there for BBD, able to produce Colorless Mana, getting his Eldrazi online.
So taking a peek at JC's hand here, it looks like he does have Path to Exile as an answer to Matter Reshaper. Also really important here, he has his copy of Damnation in his hand, which is a huge, potentially huge card against the Eldrazi deck. Just being able to sweep away a bunch of large creatures. But down comes Thought-Knot Seer for BBD. This is absolutely a brutal curve. Noble Hierarch into Matter Reshaper, into Thought-Knot Seer. One of the best possible starts this Bant Eldrazi deck can have. Gets to take a peek at JC's hand. We will see what he decides to take.
I mean, that Damnation has to be a relatively exciting target for him here. That's the one that's going to mean that even if BBD gets well ahead, he can just sweep these creatures all off the board. Timely Reinforcement's a relatively important card in terms of keeping things going. Vault of the Archangel, kind of a nice one if there are lots of tokens in play, again for making blocking work out well.
And note here that JC did Path to Exile the Thought-Knot Seer in response to the Thought-Knot Seer's trigger. So what actually happens is JC gets to draw his card first, and then afterwards BBD takes a peek at his hand.
And that was basically the one operative card that he had going on right that moment. He didn't want to have to lose that one without being able to get a little bit of value, get the big threat off the board.
I'll start over again on the writing, but I just want to be able to get it all. Lily, cut, nation, fault.
Now BBD, taking notes here, talk us through, Ian, why you might do that in a game.
Let's see.
So whenever you have information about a player's hand, it's always just a great idea to write it down. That player isn't obligated to remind you later on what cards you saw or to play with their hand face up. Plus, sometimes players do that as a courtesy to each other. But, in a professional game of Magic at this high of a level, you just want to write down any information you can get so you can reference it later. And yes, indeed, you are allowed to take notes in a match and reference them as long as those notes are visible to both players.
Yeah, the other thing, of course, being that it doesn't disrupt the overall time of the game too much. If you extirpate your opponent and get a chance to look at their deck, you're probably not going to be able to get away with writing down all the cards that are in it unless you're able to write just spectacularly fast.
Discard one of them. I have to think about what I'm discarding, though.
So BBD did choose to take away Timely Reinforcements from JC, indicating that he's looking to end the game quickly. He doesn't want JC to get that stalling value out of timely reinforcements. It also leaves JC only with Liliana of the Veil as a turn 3 play, and of course that Liliana extremely vulnerable to the Matter Reshaper plus Noble Hierarch attacking for 4. So not a lot of value gotten there from Liliana for JC. Unfortunately for BBD, no follow-up that turn. Despite his excellent start, he has run out of steam a little bit, so not putting a ton more pressure on the board here, just that Matter Reshaper chipping away for 4 each turn. Gives JC a little bit of time, which is just what he needs here.
Yeah, he's drawn an Asylum Visitor, which is his first real creature of the game. He's had plenty going on in terms of disruption, but ideally that disruption best deployed when you already have some kind of a threat on the board, and that's the reason that we saw Bitter Blossom being so effective in Game 2. In Game 2 there, where he was able to get it down and then use disruption while building up threats. This time round, he's got the disruption, but not too much else going on.
So JC simply opting to pass the turn here, does not have a 4th land, leaves himself with a couple of options. He has Zealous Persecution and Murderous Cut, both as options here. Right now the Zealous Persecution only capable of taking out the Noble Hierarch, but that is relevant because JC has a second copy of Liliana in the Veil, so if BBD does nothing with his turn and simply attacks the Matter Reshaper, we could see a Zealous Persecution end of turn taking out the Noble Hierarch into a Liliana on JC's following turn, -2 taking out the Matter Reshaper. Now of course BBD does get to draw a card and potentially put another permanent onto the battlefield when Matter Reshaper dies. And it looks like actually firing off the Zealous Persecution on the upkeep there rather than waiting until the end of the turn.
Yeah, that meaning that only 2 points of damage coming through from the Matter Reshaper rather than any more. It, of course, is shrunk by -1/-1 also. And JC, yeah, still not got much going on in the way of threats right here. Has picked up a 4th land, and a Ghost Quarter at this stage in the game, again, doesn't really have as much utility taking out key lands. I mean, there are a lot of important lands in Modern. If you happen to be playing against one of the Abzan decks, taking a Gabonese Township is lovely, of course. Right now, though, it's simply another land that taps for mana.
Now, really noteworthy here, Tim, JC did pick up his 4th land, and he would absolutely love to cast Liliana of the Veil -2, and also leave up the option to cast Murderous Cut, but he actually only has 2 black sources. So you can see he's leaving that Ghost Quarter there untapped, does not have access to Murderous Cut this turn cycle. But fortunately for him, nothing too threatening hit off the Matter Reshaper there, and we may see Liliana survive to the next untap for JC. And indeed we do. So this game has turned around quite a bit here, Tim. Looked like an awesome start for BBD, just everything he could want on the first 3 turns, but he's flooding out a bit here now, and things are kind of shifting back into JC's favor. He's able to stabilize with that Planeswalker. Now he has an Asylum Visitor on the battlefield, and a couple of removal spells in hand for when BBD does actually draw some threats.
The Asylum Visitor, of course, best friends with Liliana for a number of reasons. First off, of course, Madness, meaning it can get cast when it's being discarded to Lily, but also, if Lily keeps attacking hands, sooner or later, you know, you may find yourself getting a few additional cards with that 3/1.
JC picking up a Plains for the turn, just deciding a little bit how he's going to sequence. He is planning on plussing Liliana, so decides to discard the Plains rather than play it. He's pretty happy with the cards he has in his hand right now. He's got that Murderous Cut, he's got a Damnation. Asylum Visitor met with Path to Exile. Can't imagine JC's too sad about that. He gets to pick up a land off of it, and still in a commanding board state here.
Cards? One? Just one.
Yeah, Brian only has Engineered Explosives in hand now, and it may have to consider keeping an extra bonus card in hand just to protect it from a Liliana activation. Though now that Bitter Blossom's in play, he has a much stronger incentive to actually use that explosive.
Ancient Stirring's a huge pickup here for BBD. He'd love to see a Reality Smasher this turn. Doesn't look like he found one. There is option for, I think that's a Drowner of Hope.
Absolutely, yeah, and that would be
Sky
a big one.
Or Matter Reshaper here. So a couple good options for him.
I'm deciding, yeah. Okay.
Brian would love for that to have just been his hand a few turns ago. Just full of threats, and with all of those lands in play, he would be able to play a few of them. We've seen Ancient Stirrings in a number of different Modern decks playing different roles. I mean, in something like the Amulet Bloom deck, it was simply, let's find an artifact, let's find a land. Here, I mean, you can see the monsters on the artwork. It's kind of achieving its original role of finding some Eldrazi in addition to potentially finding land.
She's Matter Reshaper.
So BBD does go with the Matter Reshaper here, and what he's thinking about is he doesn't want to leave himself with just a single card in his hand. He doesn't want Liliana to strip that away. So we will likely see him cast both the Matter Reshaper as well as the Engineered Explosives for 2 this turn, prepping up to take care of that Bitter Blossom.
Matter Reshaper.
There it is. Yeah, this is a much more colourful version of the Eldrazi build than the one that JC Tao won the Pro Tour with. Engineered Explosives coming down on 2 so that he will be able to deal with Bitter Blossom soon enough. Not before the very first Fairy Rogue token comes into play for JC Tao, though. Tao on 13, he's going to take a little bit of pain from that Bitter Blossom, not that he minds too much. Pick up his card for the turn.
Looks like the draw for the turn is second copy of Timely Reinforcements. Not going to do a whole lot for JC given the current board state, but that said, I still like JC's position quite a bit here.
We see there that Tao does have Delirium. Delirium not necessarily a feature in his deck too much, but certainly one that in the likes of some of the Jund and Abzan decks that are now running Grim Flayer, very much another player in this format.
So JC, I believe, opted simply to pass the turn here. Didn't activate Liliana in either direction. Doesn't necessarily want that Matter Reshaper to die and give BBD another card. Also doesn't want a +1 when BBD has no cards, but he himself does. So picking the often undervalued third mode of Liliana, which is simply not using an ability at all.
So there we see the Engineered Explosives taking out Bitter Blossom. We now back down to a relatively simple board, and Brian doing simply passing back, not playing any more threats. That die on top of JC Tao's deck no longer really relevant, not so much going on in upkeep as once there was. And now we see a plus from Liliana, a spare land in hand for JC Tao, not needed, a spare land in hand for Brian Brown doing, well, pretty similar. We have found ourselves in a bit of a staring contest, but it's a staring contest where JC Tao already has more cards in hand, which is going to be relevant at some point. And of course, Liliana can threaten an ultimate. I mean, right now the ultimate would basically be getting rid of some lands for Brian Brandon, but at some point that does become a little bit tricky for the Grand Prix Player of the Year.
Go to combat. I'm going to send Smasher at Liliana, Reshaper at you.
So Reality Smasher, awesome draw here for Brian Brown doing one of the best cards he could pick up, something he's kind of been waiting for all game to see and finally does see it. JC thinking about how to deal with this Reality Smasher. Of course, Reality Smasher's protective ability does require JC to discard a card if he wants to target it.
I mean, he has the mana available, if I'm not mistaken, that he would be able to activate Vault of the Archangel and block. Obviously, he would still be taking trample damage there. This way round, he's able to protect Liliana, even if it's costing him 2 cards to kill that Reality Smasher.
You're 19, right? I'm at 19 life, yep.
So Murderous Cut plus Damnation were what were required there. I think that now that they're playing empty-handed Magic, JC Tao kind of knows that Damnation unlikely to be at its best. And Timely Reinforcements on that little window where he doesn't have any creatures, getting him 3 soldier tokens and 6 life. A massive swing there.
That's fine.
Yeah, and note that I believe JC did chump block the the Matter Reshaper with his Fairy last turn. That was in order to reduce his number of creatures to 0 to make sure he got the 3 tokens from Timely Reinforcements. So essentially trading away his Fairy token for 3 soldier tokens. So really nice for him. And those tokens are going to be especially important, as you said, Tim, with that Vault of the Archangel. Means each one of those tokens can trade for a big Eldrazi, which is a huge, huge advantage here for JC Tao.
That's a good draw.
Little update from one of our back tables. Shota Yasuoka, he's shown that Marcio Carvalho is not indestructible in this tournament. Was able to take not just the first game against him, but also the second. Didn't need to go infinite in the second game, simply able to do it the old-fashioned way, if you will.
No.
Meanwhile, a huge update here. BBD has drawn a copy of Eldrazi Displacer, and as I mentioned earlier, Tim, this card very, very effective against tokens. It can exile them and would return them to the battlefield, but tokens, of course, just go away when they are exiled. They don't return. So this a veritable machine gun here for BBD if it does survive.
I'm gonna sacrifice Matter Reshaper.
Yeah, and now's the point where creatures are being forced to be sacrificed by Liliana. And an Eldrazi Temple, the replacement there. I don't think that JC Tau will be too sad about that. It certainly could have gone worse for him. But that machine gun, primed and loaded, already dealing with 2 of those soldier tokens, just 1 left, and I think it's likely we're going to see that one go the same direction as its friends.
Displace that, attack Liliana. Yep.
Wow, what a turnaround this has been. Eldrazi Displacer just perfectly dealing with everything that JC Tau had going on, and he's now the one that's just playing lands and saying go. This could be a nice pickup here for Brian Branduin in our deciding game here.
14. Okay. 13. Yep. And then I'm going to pass after that. 1 card? Yes.
So fetching up a Godless Shrine with that Marsh Flats.
Beautiful, man. Or Eldrazi or whatever, whatever you are.
JC really looking for a removal spell here. He absolutely needs to deal with that Eldrazi Displacer. You know, even something like a Lingering Souls really doesn't help him that much with BBD having so much mana. Every 3 mana he has access to can exile a token permanently.
And here's another Reality Smasher, Ian. This a massive play from Brian Branduin. He does not want to leave this one to chance. He wants to be able to get the damage in fast and just deal with all of the remaining life points for JC Tau before he's able to draw into too much action.
Now it looks like JC has picked up a Path to Exile, so he does have ability to remove one of these 2 creatures, both super threatening in different ways. That Eldrazi Displacer shutting down all of JC's token production possibility, but the Reality Smasher just crashing in for so much damage. Does decide to go with the Reality Smasher as the target here, discarding Marsh Flats as well.
Smart play from JC to hold the extra land in hand there, because I think there's a lot of players that could be tempted to just get an extra bit of mana in play, but that would have left the Reality Smasher unable to be targeted with no cards to discard for JC Tau. Another Eldrazi Displacer here from Brian Branduin. They can buddy up, they can protect one another, and they can swing in. And there's the handshake from JC Tau. It did not take very long for that to turn around from being a relatively close-looking game of top deck battles to just a decisive victory for Brian Branduin. Now, the cool thing about these rounds of Modern, while these games have been falling thick and fast, we still get an awful lot more magic going on. We're going to get a chance to see some more of that right now as we head across to our match with Luis Scott Vargas and Thiago Saporito. They've been waiting merrily. We can see a smiley face and a sad face in terms of the shape of the hands here. The sad face from Luis Scott Vargas because he is on 6 cards in hand for this game. This is the very beginning of our game. A Windswept Heath coming down for Luis Scott Vargas in the early turns. Thiago Saporito also on Abzan. He's going to be trying to get something going here. Both these players starting off on fetch lands here. We see Luis Scott Vargas, incredible set of stats there. Just 33 years of age, just coming up for 500 pro points, likely to pick the last of those up at this very event. And Hall of Fame since 2013, but just this last season, his finishes would be enough that he would be contender for second Hall of Fame slot, if you will. Grimflayer on the second turn from him, and that's potentially going to set up an awful lot of powerful plays for him in the turns that we've got coming up.
That's right, Tim. Grimflayer, while not a card draw engine, it is a very good card selection engine, as well as filling the graveyard very quickly, which is super important, given its own delirium ability, as well as cards like Tarmogoyf and Lingering Souls.
And the big question, of course, will be how does Thiago Saporito's Disruption pair up against the threats of Luis Scott Vargas? Both of these decks have a fair amount of both Disruption to hand and removal, so do not be surprised if you see creatures not staying around on the battlefield for all too terribly long.
That's right. These are both very interactive decks. A lot of one-for-one trading going on in this matchup, and that really highlights why Lingering Souls is such an important card, because it is so difficult to trade one-for-one with those little individual tokens.
A new card, though, dealing with Grimflayer, which in itself is a new card. Collective Brutality, one of the cards that has really pushed any of these Black Disruption decks. We saw it there, giving -2/-2 to Grimflayer. That already pretty good. Saporito discarding a Plains to get a second ability on it. Looks at Luis Scott Vargas' hand, sees a Path to Exile there, consigns that one to the graveyard. great little play there, because the extra land not nearly as important as being able to strip a powerful spell from the hand of the Hall of Famer. Tarmogoyf comes down already with 4 different card types in the graveyard, a sorcery for Saporito and instance lands creature for Luis Scott Vargas. Tarmogoyfs on both sides. Conveniently, we know that they will bounce off one another, requiring pump spells to get around, but Abrupt Decay kills off one, a Path to Exile killing off the other, and helping out Luis Scott Vargas in terms of land here, because he certainly didn't have too much going on in terms of ability to cast spells previously. Kind of politely keeping revealed the cards that Thiago Saporito had seen with Collective Brutality, basically meaning that Thiago didn't need to keep them written down. Not something you need to do, but something that you sometimes see players doing just to kind of keep the pace of the game moving. And Luis Scott Vargas, one of the fastest players in the game. Next up from Thiago, that is a copy of Scavenging Ooze there. It's the promo version of Scavenging Ooze. Works just as well as the others in terms of eating creatures and indeed anything else from the graveyard, and pretty good against Lingering Souls if you can find a window to use it. Another Path to Exile coming down. So the Scavenging Ooze only really getting to eat that Grim Flare, gaining a life for Saporito before it is sent off to exile.
Yeah, quite a nice pickup there for Luis in that Path to Exile that turn. He did have the Lingering Souls in his hand, which Thiago knew about, but didn't have enough mana to both play and flashback the Lingering Souls right away, which would have meant it would have been eaten by the Scavenging Ooze. So clearing away that Scavenging Ooze, essentially giving Luis access to 2 more Flying Spirit tokens. And now that the dust has settled a little bit with both players getting low on cards in hand, those Lingering Souls tokens are kind of the defining aspect of the game here.
Yeah, it seems funny that in a format with so many powerful cards that little 1/1 Flying Spirit tokens would be the defining factor, but Lingering Souls does produce quite a lot of them in a very efficient fashion. Abrupt Decay dealing with Tarmogoyf, but 4 tokens in play now for Luis Scott Vargas that could square up this match, which currently is being led by Saporito 1-0. Saporito with a Path to Exile in hand, but that's not really an ideal answer to all of these Lingering Souls tokens. He'll be looking for something a little bit higher impact there. Shambling Vent coming in. It does get dealt with by Path to Exile, 1 land begetting another. And a new Shambling Vent coming along for Luis Scott Vargas. Luis kind of having to have a really good day today here if he wants to keep the hopes of a top 4 alive, but certainly the sort of player that one can expect that possibility from. There we see Shambling Vent, the 2/3 lifelink land.
And Luis coming off of 3 consecutive Pro Tour top 8s. Certainly a player that has been known to go on runs here, and he does need, I believe, a 4-0 run in Modern today in order to have a chance at the top 4. So if you are out there cheering for Luis, give him all your energy here as we head into these Modern rounds here. But a nice, very, very nice pickup here for Thiago.
Yeah, Liliana of the Lost Hope killing off one of the spirits and ending up with enough loyalty that it's going to require a full-on attack from Luis Scott Vargas. All of his spirits plus, well, 2 of his spirits plus Shambling Vent to be able to deal with what's going on. And yes, a Path to Exile from Luis Scott Vargas, enough to make sure that that attack does work out in spite of the Shambling Vent on the other side of the battlefield. I mean, this is kind of where the Abzan deck wants to be, forcing the other deck to top deck to find anything, meanwhile chipping through for damage, having already whittled down that hand, whittled down those resources.
Luis's draws have been pretty nice these past several turns here. Path to Exile is coming at key times here, and just being able to ride these Lingering Souls here to victory. I want to mention, I really like Thiago's inclusion of Liliana of the Last Hope here. It's a card we haven't necessarily seen a lot of in Modern just yet, but the fact that these type of Abzan mirrors are so often dominated by the card Lingering Souls, Liliana of the Last Hope is quite a nice card just to incidentally pick off some tokens as well as generate some value from the graveyard, bringing back something like a Tarmogoyf or a Grim Flayer.
Grimflayers briefly on both sides of the battlefield, though Luis Scott Vargas having yet another path to exile to deal with the one on Saporito's side. And once we hit this late game where Delirium is almost assured, Grimflayer is attacking as a 4-4, which is actually a pretty gigantic threat.
No delirium, so 7.
Looks like no Delirium yet for Luis Scott Vargas, so he's just getting in for 7 here. 3 cards. How many of them are going to the graveyard? And what this means is that basically, for the rest of the game, Luis Scott Vargas is going to be drawing potent threats. He can choose to put lands in the graveyard if he doesn't think that he needs them. He can choose to make sure that the cards that he is drawing do a little bit more, and that enough to mean that Luis Scott Vargas squares things up here. It is now 1-1 between himself and the Brazilian Thiago Saporito.
2 fantastic players here, Tim, both on very similar decks, going into Game 3 tied 1 game apiece. Looking like an awesome match there. Can't wait to see that 3rd game.
Yeah, Saporito, a player that from Brazil, I think some people are kind of seen as a bit of a dark horse in the tournament, but he has been at the top tables for a long while. This is not his first World Championship. He was here at PAX last year, and he definitely knows his way around this tournament. And with a deck provided to him by Willie Adel, Willie is a huge proponent of these kind of grindy green-black X decks. At various stages it's been joined. Right now, the Abzan list proving a little bit more popular. But as these players shuffle up, we get a chance to see a little bit of Kaladesh, because our theatre, the Paramount Theatre here in Seattle, has been just beautifully decorated to begin to give us a feel of what we've got coming in September. An entirely new face on Magic for a time. Now we're going to get a chance to see the kind of the happy side of things. The Eldrazi, you know, they've been sent away at least for now. And in the meantime, the Inventors Fair is starting, and we're going to get a chance to make some artifacts and enjoy Kaladesh.
Yeah, absolutely true there, Tim. The theater is looking fantastic. It's been a great weekend here at PAX. If you're in the area, definitely come down and check us out here. If you're not, stay tuned all weekend. There's a lot more content to come, both here at the World Championship and as our PAX panels and PAX previews unfold.
Yeah, it's been very cool. I mean, I think for the players in the room, they're really enjoying the vibe, the energy of it all, and also the fact that you can sit in a honest-to-goodness theatre on a gigantic, watching the stream live on a gigantic screen, in addition to all the panels that are going on. But outside, there's an Inventors Street Fair going on. We've got all sorts of play opportunities. It's a fantastic show. Shambling Vent, the start for Thiago Saporito in this deciding game. Just an overgrown tomb, untapped here for Luis Scott Vargas. Sorry, that's a Verdant Catacomb, so he may potentially be able to fetch a land. Grimflare coming down for Thiago Saporito here, so he has his early card selection all sorted, assuming that Luis Scott Vargas cannot find some kind of way of killing it off. We saw last game all of those Path to Exiles just doing exactly what Luis Scott Vargas needed, keeping the threats of Saporito off the board for long enough for him to be able to win things with Lingering Souls. And it looks like a reasonable mix of land and spells going on for Luis Scott Vargas. Let's see what he's got going on. Yes, Path to Exile is again a feature for Luis Scott Vargas. That going to mean that this Grimflare, unlikely to get as many hits in, if any hits in. I'm sure there's a temptation to deal with it before it's able to even get a single hit and get a bit of card selection for Saporito.
Very true, though, Tim. Though, do note that Luis had the option to Path to Exile that Grimflayer at the end of Thiago's turn, opted not to do that, would rather untap, see what he draws that turn, perhaps draw into something like an Abrupt Decay and have a more efficient way of answering Grimflayer. Often can be a big disadvantage to cast Path to Exile so early in the game, giving your opponent a crucial 3rd or 4th land drop and ramping them into something big, but does ultimately go with the Path to Exile. Correctly recognizes that getting hit with Grimflayer, just giving the opponent too much card selection and graveyard advantage, and fires off the Path to Exile. But here comes Lingering Souls for Thiago Saporito. This was the key card we saw in Game 2. Now it is Thiago that has access to it and not Luis, and Luis looking to be in a little bit of a rougher position here.
Yeah, Liliana, the last hope in hand for Saporito, was a fantastic follow-up at some point relatively soon. It's going to be able to tick up, deal with some of the creatures, and Scavenging Ooze to eat the second half of Lingering Souls is kind of a nice pickup here. It doesn't look like it's doing too much, but actually it's kind of proactively dealing with 2 creatures there, in addition to getting a threat on the board that at some point could become problematic.
Yeah, fantastic pickup there for Luis. We do also see in Luis's hand, he does have an Engineered Explosives and Zealous Persecution, 2 cards that are excellent at taking out those spirit tokens from Lingering Souls. So Luis very clearly prepared here for the mirror match. I'm sure some combination of these are sideboard cards there that he has brought in, correctly recognizing Lingering Souls as one of the key cards in this matchup.
Yeah, I was talking to Luis before the tournament even began about Modern, and he said that Modern represents a really difficult challenge for these players in the World Championship. It is the format where making the right decision on deck is actually kind of a much bigger factor than it would be perhaps in Standard. There are lots of matchups that are potentially a lot sort of more one-sided. He went with Abzan because he feels like it's got a pretty good game against much of the field, but noted that there are a huge amount of different builds, and I'm sure that it's going to be worth your while, guys. At some point, check out the website. We will have all of the deck lists of all these players in Modern up available for you to have a look at if you're figuring out what you want to be playing in your Modern tournaments going forward. So Liliana has come down for Saporito. Meanwhile, Grimflayer available for Luis Scott Vargas here.
Both players sitting on fairly reactive hands here, chock full of removal spells. Taking a look at what Tiago has. Path to Exile and Damnation, both options there. We may see Tiago actually kind of sitting back on Liliana here and waiting for Luis to maybe overextend a little bit into that Damnation, trying to get maximum value there.
The fact that Grimflayer has Trample is also a pretty relevant ability against the likes of these 1/1 tokens. Once Delirium is active and it becomes a 4/4, it's able to power on through a lot of creatures that would traditionally just be hard blockers against it, against other creatures in this kind of an Abzan mirror.
No Delirium yet active for Luis, so Liliana does cast Weakness on that Grimflayer, giving it -2, -1. And Tiago taking the opportunity, well, he has 5 lands now to cast Lingering Souls and immediately flash it back. Now, Luis does have Scavenging Ooze, but since it's Tiago's turn, he can cast Lingering Souls, and as soon as it resolves, he has priority again. He can flash it back right away before Luis has a chance to exile it with that Scavenging Ooze.
Luis there choosing to just use Scavenging Ooze end of turn to get rid of even a land from Tiago Saporito's graveyard. A bit of respect for the likes of Grimflayer and I guess Tarmogoyf there, just wanting to make sure that there are as few resources available to Saporito as possible. And here's Zealous Persecution. Lo and behold, no spirits in play anymore. Now this Scavenging Ooze, it had -2, -1. It's got +1/+1 thanks to Zealous Persecution. So it's not able to fully kill off Liliana here, but, you know, put a little ding in there.
So it looks like Luis attacked Liliana for 3 with the Scavenging Ooze, +1/+1 from Zealous Persecution, and the Grimflayer actually went and hit Tiago himself. That's because Grimflayer actually needs to connect with a player in order to use its ability to look at the top 3 cards, put 2 in the graveyard and 1 back on top.
Two of those 3 did go back on top.
Yeah.
You have the option of however many you wish. In this case, he just put a creature in the graveyard, getting him 1 shot closer to Delirium. Also, I guess, if he needs putting an extra creature in the graveyard for Scavenging Ooze to eat. And here's Damnation. Luis just having a little think about responses here. He does have the Scavenging Ooze up as well as cards in hand. Taps a Beta Forest, uses it for green mana to eat Noble Hierarch. A parting gift from Scavenging Ooze, just the 1 life for Luis Scott Vargas. And Liliana still alive, now the only non-land permanent in play. Luis, he's got one of the reactive hands going on here. He can potentially activate Shambling Vent to attack Liliana. That won't quite kill the Planeswalker off. Saporito just looking on here. He's been playing decks like this in Modern basically the entire time that I've known him as a player, coming from the Willie Adel school of green-black control.
And now that Tiago has dealt with that Scavenging Ooze, that's a huge thing for him because he can start building up his graveyard now, start getting access to things like Tarmogoyf, getting access to Liliana's -2 ability down the road here. And Tiago with more cards in hand and looking like kind of a more proactive suite of threats here, looking to be in pretty good shape here.
Worth noting that Tiago Saporito, when asked how he did his various testing and preparation for the format, he said, you know what, for Modern, I just trusted Willie Adel. Willie Adel provided him with a deck list, and Tiago is relying on his experience with this kind of list in the past, rather than having ground out huge amounts of hours and days and weeks and months of testing with this list. Now, so far, we've seen him have fantastic results in the other formats, so it may well be that's paid off. But in the stretch here, it's really going to put a bit of pressure on him to hope that Willie has steered him correctly.
That's right, and Willie Adel is here this weekend. I've seen him actually upstage in the balcony. He has been kind of serving as a mentor and a captain here, both for Tiago Saporito and Marcio Carvalho. I know there is a large contingent of both Brazilian and Portuguese Magic players out there cheering for these guys here in the World Championship. There's awesome community there, a lot of buzz and a lot of energy going toward these players here. So it's awesome to see them doing very, very well.
Yeah, I mean, Tiago Saporito is saying that one of his goals in Magic was to be a proud representative of South America, and he's very, very happy to be in the World Championship as just that. Path to Exile there, dealing with Shambling Vent. A slightly less exciting land coming down as a replacement for the 2/3 lifelinking creature. Now, Luis Scott Vargas, at some point, he does really need to worry about this Liliana, even though otherwise the board pretty much approaching parity. Liliana ticking up every turn at some point will become a big problem.
And looks like Tiago Saporito actually with a second copy of Liliana in his hand, but this time it's Liliana of the Veil. And do remember, you cannot have two planeswalkers of the same character type on the battlefield at the same time. So that Liliana of the Veil kind of just waiting there in the wings in case Luis is able to take out Liliana, the Last Hope.
Yeah, it's not quite the Legend rule. The Legend rule relies purely on card name. This, the Planeswalker uniqueness rule. On the type line there, it tells you which Planeswalker it is. You can only have one name of Planeswalker in play.
And a big deal here, Luis has used Abrupt Decay to take out Liliana of the Last Hope. That unlocks the Liliana of the Veil in Tiago's hand, which may come down here, -2, and take out that Grim Flayer. Very big play here for Tiago, leaving Luis with no board.
Yeah, no way Luis could have known about that. He certainly needed to get that threat off the board. Just unfortunate how it played out for him.
And it's hard to overstate, the way these decks play against each other. There's so much one-for-oneing going on, and by that I mean a removal spell taking out a creature, a creature attacking back, taking out a planeswalker. That those kinds of little swings that mean a card on one side or the other are a huge determining factor in how these games play out in the mid-game.
Now, Gideon, ally of Zendikar, not a card that we would necessarily expect to see in Abzan, but looking fairly potent here, immediately coming down and putting a 2/2 white knight ally token onto the battlefield. And it can relatively quickly create a board that the Abzan decks may find trouble dealing with.
That's right, Tim. Speaking of cards that can dominate an attrition-type game like this, Gideon being able to churn out tokens as well as representing a lot of damage very quickly. Just a huge kind of power play here for Luis.
Yeah, I believe that one, a sideboard card that's come in, and I'm sure it's one that he was considering for exactly this matchup. They knew that this was going to be a big deck in the field. It had had a great weekend last weekend at all sorts of GPs, and Luis, nothing if not prepared.
It's interesting how much more reactive Luis has made his deck after sideboarding. We see cards like Zealous Persecution, Engineered Explosives, and Gideon, ally of Zendikar. I think that's Luis kind of correctly identifying what this matchup is all about, and there's kind of, Tim, this historically in Magic, this element of if you're playing kind of two mid-speed decks against one another, the one that is slightly slower and more powerful is going to have the edge because your opponent isn't going to be fast enough to come underneath you and kill you before you get all your cards online. So if you just kind of take a step back and go for more power and more reactiveness and more kind of value and card advantage, you will be able to grind out those longer games. And that's exactly what we're seeing here with Luis just piling onto the board here with these ally tokens and a Tarmogoyf as well.
Now, Saporito has engineered explosives in hand, and with these tokens on the board, there's a temptation to fire it off simply to kill them. But you know what? He's on 21 life. He may decide that he can do better taking down perhaps the Tarmogoyf. I mean, as long as Gideon is on the battlefield, killing just the tokens may just not be good enough. And Luis there, putting a die on his Tarmogoyf just to indicate to everyone at home quite how many card types there are in the graveyard. A full 6, making that a 6/7 Tarmogoyf. A big problem for Saporito. And Saporito, you can see him here reading that card in his hand intently. It's coming down. It's just a matter of how much mana is going to get spent on it. You can see Chapman Sim in the background. He's writing up a full text coverage of this feature match. So even those little moments of it that we may not have been able to see on camera, you will be able to read on our website very, very soon. And a big Lingering Souls coming along. That's a full 4 spirits. It gets cast and flashback basically immediately.
And we can see Tiago holding on to the engineered explosives in his hand here, opting not to cast that to take out either those Knight tokens or the Tarmogoyf. Instead going for the Lingering Souls. I like this play a lot. Tiago is behind on cards. I think he wants to maximize the chances that Luis overextends into the engineered explosives. And so just getting a turn off here with the Lingering Souls to maybe chump block and buy some time a little bit, I think is kind of optimizes his chances to get back into this card advantage / value game.
Gideon getting stuck in though. Luis Scott Vargas, he's correctly realized that he's going to have to be the beatdown here for a little while. Now he's presenting a number of gigantic threats. Tiago blocking the Tarmogoyf and taking, well, a pretty sizable chunk here.
And note Tiago leaving 3 spirits on the battlefield to threaten that Gideon with an attack back here.
We, of course, know that there's a murderous cut in Luis Scott Vargas' hand.
Shambling Vent also being activated here ensures that if Luis has exactly 1 removal spell, that Gideon will still go down. Luis says okay.
And that a kind of nice one for Luis Scott Vargas. He had the removal spell because Tiago extended as far as he did. Essentially, there was no point playing the murderous cut. He's able to just keep that in hand, use it later. Engineered Explosives deals with Tarmogoyf, and now it's just the 4 points coming through from Knight Ally tokens, and a Grimflare follow-up from Luis Scott Vargas. Just as well he didn't play it out earlier because it would have been another 2-drop dealt with by those Engineered Explosives.
Now, I really like the way that both players played those last couple of turns there. Tiago being very careful to maximize the use of both his Lingering Souls and his Engineered Explosives. Now, Tiago's still very much on the back foot here, but he has brought things a little bit closer to parity, and with a couple strong top decks, he could be right back in this game. And it looks like, speaking of strong top decks, Gideon, Alive, Zendikar for Tiago here. These Planeswalkers playing a huge role in this game here. Let's see what he decides to do with this.
All of the abilities on Gideon pretty attractive here. I mean, there's a 4/4 trampling Grimflare in play in addition to those 2 Knight Ally tokens. So getting stuck in, perhaps not quite as exciting. At some point, Gideon's emblem obviously works fantastically with those flying spirits, but for now, it is just a 2/2 White Knight Ally token.
So here's the trouble that Tiago has right here. He made the Ally token there. He needs to make sure he does not get hit by Luis's Grimflayer. A Grimflayer hit would just be devastating at this stage of the game, giving Luis so much card selection. However, Tiago also has to be thinking about a removal spell from Luis here. So when he lines up this block against the Grimflayer here, he really needs to make sure he doesn't leave himself vulnerable to a removal spell. And we do know that Luis has Murderous Cut in his hand.
Yeah, Murderous Cut can kill any one creature. Here we see the experience of Tiago Saporito as he lines up a gigantic block on this Grimflare.
And just a brilliant play here by Tiago to make sure he doesn't get blown up by a removal spell there. Now, a couple turns ago, Luis did have the option to use Murderous Cut when Tiago was attacking Luis's Gideon, Luis did not use the murderous cut and also did not show any body language that he had it, but nonetheless, Tiago, still choosing to play around that, does so correctly, is still able to take out the Grim Flayer, ensure that he takes no trample damage there, and now the board has really equalized quite a bit here with things climbing in favor of Tiago Saporito. This is quite a game here, Tim.
Absolutely is. I think that in the last few turns, we've seen the lead swing pretty substantially, and Gideon, ally of Zendikar, has basically been the reason on each and every occasion. Just providing such a persistent source of damage, really pushing the tempo of the game, forcing each player to become aggressive in a way that they might not otherwise want to, and that putting extra pressure on each player to find removal at key spots, and these players have found removal.
Absolutely true, Tim. And if you asked me maybe 3 or 4 turns ago, I would have said that the game was fairly in Luis's court here. That Luis was a strong favorite, but yeah, things have definitely equalized. I would even say Tiago might be the favorite here at this stage of the game. So very well done by him, and let's see what he can come up with this turn.
Collective Brutality here, and this, a nice one. He's discarding a land that he does not otherwise need. Saporito gives -2/-2 to Luis Scott Vargas's one lone creature, and he's checking out what's going on in Scott Vargas's hand. Just a land there too, but that at least means that he knows that the path is kind of clear.
Combat, we just want to make sure everything went correctly. We had Grim Flayer was blocked by 2 spirits,
A 2/2 knight
2/2 knight,
and a 2/3 shambling vet. The shambling vet got murderous cut. So the 2/2s and the 2/1/1s traded for the 4/4.
Okay. And then there were 2 knight allies, correct?
Oh, I didn't lose a knight ally.
Okay. So
Yeah.
so the knight ally was blocked by
A 1/1
a spirit. Is that correct? Do you
Yeah.
recall
Yes.
that?
Yes.
All right. So where?
It's
how
his
far
turn.
have we gone beyond
It's his
that?
turn. It's his turn.
So you attacked past the turn.
And he drew for his turn and just played a spell.
And the
It
spell
was
you
collective
played
brutality.
was. Let's just see this real quick. And what are the modes you chose?
-2/-2. Look at my hand.
-2 on what?
On the knight that was in play. There's
Okay,
supposed to
so
be 2 knights.
the one that went unblocked.
Yes.
All right. Give me just a moment.
I'm supposed to have another knight in play.
So to clarify what's going on here, Judge just stepping in to make sure the previous combat went correctly. Does indeed look like there was a mistake in combat. In that combat, Luis was attacking with Grim Flayer and 2 2/2 Knight ally tokens. Now Tiago blocked and traded for the Grim Flayer, but accidentally the players actually removed one of the Knight ally tokens from the battlefield as well.
You pass the turn.
Yes.
Nothing else. You cast Collected Brutality on your turn, -2 on the remaining Knight ally, and discard. Okay, so in this case, obviously we're going to issue all the appropriate warnings, and we're going to return the Knight ally to the battlefield.
So I had 2 and you killed 1.
Yeah.
Because you blocked a spirit on 1/1.
I know, but
Oh, and you get to put that. Okay. So he knows my card in hand.
Sorry, but
Okay, so it appears the resolution to this is we're going to rewind to before Tiago casts the Collective Brutality. We're going to return that second Knight ally token to the battlefield because it should not have died. And Tiago is going to have the option to do something different with his Collective Brutality if he wants to. Now, bear in mind this was just an oversight on both players' part. This wasn't anything, crazy or unusual going on here, just a legitimate oversight. And in this type of situation, if they can, the judges try to correct the game state back to what it should have been. So not too much damage done here, although Tiago does now know what card is in Luis's hand, so he can opt to do something different with the Collected Brutality. For example, he could drain 2 life, or simply keep that extra card in his hand.
12.
And looks like Tiago now doing the same play, except this time just choosing the life drain mode from Collective Brutality.
Ultimately, Luis Scott Vargas, well, I'm sure he's not super happy about having effectively revealed his hand for nothing. I don't think he's going to mind too much simply having a Knight ally in play here versus not. If he draws a removal spell here, then it means he's going to be able to kill off Gideon. Unfortunately for him, it is another land 2 copies of Overgrown Tomb in hand, not where Luis wants to be.
And actually, a really relevant thing here, Tim. Note that Luis did not shuffle or mix up the 2 cards. Because Tiago knows that one of the cards is an Overgrown Tomb, Luis needs to make sure he doesn't mix up which one is which and then play the Overgrown Tomb that Tiago doesn't know about, thereby revealing that he still has another Overgrown Tomb in his hand. So really subtle thing there, but worth pointing out. And Tiago here actually just pressing the lead, picks up a Lingering Souls here, and things looking absolutely grim for Luis. He does extend the hand, and that will end the game here. So looks like not much changed based on the way that that single turn played out there that we did get corrected. But ultimately it was Tiago that pulled back into the lead this game, and just an outstanding comeback, actually. Great game to watch there.
Because you got that extra information, which was like both our faults.
All right, so that is the end of this, our first round of Modern here in the World Championship. Fantastic round. We got to see a few interesting decks going on there. Very happy to see the likes of black-white tokens in the hand of JC Tao, although ultimately, of course, Brian Rondoon was able to do some pretty nice moves with the Eldrazi. But we've got plenty more Modern for you soon enough. But first, let's find out what's been going on the other back tables here at the World Championship.
Very much to Tim Willoughby and Ian Duke there. Great stuff in the first round of Modern. Now remember, we believe that 9 and 5 is round about the mark for top 4. Certainly if you get more than that, that's fantastic news. Right now we have 4 co-leaders of the World Championship. Marcio Carvalho, Shota Yasuoka, Lucas Blahon of the Czech Republic, and Brian Brown-Duin of the United States are all at 8 wins and 3 losses. At 7 wins and 4 losses, just 1 win back, Seth Manfield, JC Tao, and now Tiago Saporito. Those are your front 7, all separated by just 1 match win with 3 rounds to go. Still alive, possibly Luis Scott Vargas at 6 and 5, possibly Mike Sigrist at 6 and 5. He beat Owen Turtenwald this round. Joel Larson from 1 and 5 is now up to 6 and 5. 5 wins in a row for the Swede. He defeated Paolo Vita Dama de Rosa this round. And Oliver Chu defeated in the rematch. He beat Steve Rubin. So Chu is up to 6-4 and 1. Rubin at 5-5 and 1 now. Probably struggling, but 2, 6-4 and 1 still very much alive. So that's the state here. We're going to turn the players round, but plenty of stuff to bring you here. And we've got lots of stuff from the world of Kaladesh coming this afternoon. Yesterday, we had our grand unveiling of Magic's newest set. And it's fair to say that the fans were pretty thrilled to see it. Take a look.
In this time when anything is buildable, you can invent your tomorrow today!
Yeah! Sick. Anything is buildable. People of Kaladesh, of course, live by this saying.
I love inventors. I love inventions. I think the set looks really neat.
So I got to see the trailer and all the pretty stuff, and it looks really cool, and I'm super excited for this set.
Just Kaladesh, the new mechanics, energy, vehicles, really colorful, vibrant world, which is pretty nice compared to like the Gothic horror stuff. It's a nice shift.
Ether is kind of the energy, the mayonnaise, and the negative space between planes. For Kaladesh, there's actually an ether sphere. As you go up into the sky, ribbons and swirls of ether peek through and have naturally encouraged the way the world looks. It lends itself to these wonderful swoops and meanders and swirls, and that's just the way the world looks because of the presence of ether. We have a new race that is the Etherborn, created specifically for Kaladesh. They are actually physical manifestations of the use of ether.
Very cool.
And this is the big one. Dwarves are back.
Yes! That's right, official confirmation that dwarves are in whites. This is awesome.
We really wanted to kind of commemorate and celebrate Kaladesh by creating a character for our pantheon of Planeswalker characters that is the living embodiment of the optimism and the inventiveness and the beauty and the hue of Kaladesh.
All right.
Okay.
Saheeli Rai, a brand new Planeswalker.
I like the way she looks. That is my contribution. Like, we can brainstorm some combos. They'll be bad. We'll crowdsource that. Someone help Jimmy with some combos, and I'm going to eat some crayons.
They
That's
need
what
to
I
be
do.
bad, though. I'm looking for the jankiest of jank.
Sakili looks great. Love her outfit. I mean, that dress is fierce.
Seeing the new Planeswalker out there seems OP, but we'll see how it plays out.
You know, the Inventors Fair has so much going on. So some of the things we're going to see people racing around this racetrack called the Oval Chase. We'll get to see these inventive sculptures and entire buildings with these cool novel designs. We're going to see some really impressive constructs and automata.
Girapur has been the center of invention and innovation on Kaladesh for the last 60 years, this period called the Great Ether Boom. This is where I go into professor mode. So over the last 60 years, since the development of a new process to refine ether into a safe and reliable source of clean energy that has fueled all this invention that has mostly been concentrated in Girapur. So it's fitting that Girapur hosts this celebration of all that invention.
Now, Dovin is this Vidalcan planeswalker who belongs to the consulate on Kaladesh. And, you know, he's come here with a very delicate issue. So he's been tipped off that there's going to be some kind of threat to the Inventors Fair. And he's not sure what it is or when it's going to happen, but he needs some help in crushing that.
I want to show you this, guys. This is an energy symbol. It's a brand new resource, and this represents an energy symbol.
The, what did he call it? Mechanic E? The energy mechanic? That kind of blew my mind. Just some of the flexibility that gives you in your deck and the way that plays out. And it really spoke to some of the concepts that he was talking about, like that deck variance, right? The way that it plays. That's really exciting.
To explain the mechanic, could I show you a card? That'd be okay?
Yeah? Okay. I think
why don't
you
I show you a
approval.
card?
Let's see it.
This is Etherworks Marvel. It's a legendary artifact. You pay 4 generic mana for it. Whenever a permanent you control is put into a graveyard, you get an energy counter. Everybody in this world uses technology. There's devices, there's gadgets. And how do we show that? So one way was +1/+1 counters.
Oh yeah, the fabricate mechanic where you could either get a +1/+1 counter on the creature or get an extra creature. And I kind of like the idea of these extra modes. You know, we've been seeing a lot of instants in the past, instants and sorceries, where you get a lot of different things that you can choose. And I feel like it's taking the game in such a direction in Standard that you're going to have just a lot of different possibilities for the game.
How do we show that creatures get better by using the technology? Ooh, they get +1/+1 counters.
So to enhance the gear on them.
Exactly, and you'll see if you look at all the art of all the creatures, everybody's decked out. This is a world of technology. You guys want to see a vehicle?
Yeah!
I'm most excited about the crew mechanic. That to me, it feels like a fixed banding, which is a mechanic that I did enjoy, and it's nice to see something similar to that get some more love.
If you crew it, so what that means is if you tap any number of creatures whose power is equal to or greater than the crew number, you crew it, you drive it, you turn it on. The idea of feeling like an inventor is not just the mechanics. We wanted to make sure that cards, we want to make sure there's a lot of build around cards, there are a lot of interesting decisions that happen mid-game where you have to make cool decisions that vary from game to game. That the idea of feeling like an inventor is throughout the entire set. You'll feel it in Limited, you'll feel it in Constructed. It is just oozing through the whole set, and it's a very different feel. I mean, it's hard to explain this to you guys play it, but the set feels unlike anything else. It's a really unique set, and it plays really differently. And so one of the things I'm excited for you guys to do is actually play with it, because it's an awesome set. It's a really, really good set.
The energy in this building was immense yesterday morning, and we've got so much more great stuff to bring you from the world of Kaladesh. Love what's been going on across the screen. I hope you're paying attention to our little railroad tracks of stuff. What was that? The like gremlins happening over there in the Adaruba station. It's like, okay, glad I didn't come to work that way this morning. Anyway, we've got the players gearing up for round number 12. That's the second round of Modern. Why don't we take a look at our leaderboard for you and show you where things stand. A reminder, there are 4 co-leaders of the World Championship right now. If we were to cut to Final Four, right now 8-3 would be the record, but there are 3 rounds to go. Marcio Carvalho of Portugal, from the Czech Republic, Lucas Blahon, Brian Browndoin of the United States, and Japan's Shota Yasuoka. It really is a true World Championship right now. The top 4 would spread the global message of Magic beautifully. 7-4, JC Tao, Seth Manfield, and Thiago Saporito after that pulsating game. Saporito against Luis Scott Vargas, super tough loss for Luis. Commiserations to him, congratulations to Saporito. Now, those 6 and 5s, Sigrist, Scott Vargas, Larson, well, we think they're still alive right now. We think that they can get to 9 wins, 9 and 5. And then one of the real question marks is what happens to Oliver Tew? Because he had that draw against Steve Rubin on the first day. If he can win out 9-4-1, he could really eliminate someone at 9 and 5. The draw could work yet in his favor. So that's the way things stand. Right now, one of our 4 co-leaders is waiting across the theatre in our Deck Tech studio. So let's find out what Lucas Blahon has brought to the modern party.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Pro Tour Eldritch Moon winner Lucas Blahon, a person I can call a good friend and someone who has been on a tear, not only winning Pro Tour Eldritch Moon, but also top-8ing GP Rimini the week afterwards, and now rocking it at the World Championship and even picking up your first win in Modern.
Yes, that's correct.
How does that feel?
It feels great.
All right, so you're at 8 wins and 3 losses, picking up your first win in Modern, and I really want to talk about your deck because it's great, it's interesting. It's an old twist. Now, most of you at home probably know the Scape Shift deck that's built around the 4 mana card Scape Shift in combination with Valakut, Molten Pinnacle, and the Mountains, but you've really spiced it up a little notch, and using this great new card, Bring to Light. Please tell me why you chose to play Bring to Light, and how does this work in the deck?
Well, the great part about Bring to Light is that it's basically Scape Shifts number 4 through 7. So you can have additional Scape Shifts in your deck, but it does something else too. When it's, I don't know, turn 4 or 5, Scape Shift don't do anything, but Bring to Light can bring you some Silver Bullet, some more ramp. It just does something. It's not a dead card, but also gives you more win conditions. So it's great that you actually have 7 win conditions in your deck, but only 3 are, that just kill your opponent and don't do anything else.
So for those who are maybe not that familiar with the interaction of Scape Shift, Valakut, Molten Pinnacle, how does your deck kill the opponent?
So it works that you have to ramp to at least 7 mana. If you have 7 lands, you can play Scape Shift, sacrifice all of your lands, and get 1 Valakut and 6 mountains. So mountains see each other, so each of them deals 3 damage, so that's 18 damage. Usually that's enough because people play shock lands in the format, fetch lands, so they're usually below 18. And you also have 3 lightning bolts, so you can, shoot them and kill them. Or when you have 8 lands, you can sacrifice 8 lands and either go for 1 Valakut and 7 mountains, that's 21 damage, or 2 Valakuts and 6 mountains, that's 36 damage. So that's usually more than enough.
Yeah, 36 sounds like it should be enough damage to win the game. All right, so the Bring to Light, paying 4 different colors of mana. Even though it's really mountain heavy, there's actually, you're playing all colors except white, correct?
Yes, that's correct. There's a small cost to pay the 4th color because you need to have 1 basic land, 1 swamp, and 1 dual land, at least 1 dual land. So there's small cost to it, but I think the benefits of the Bring to Light outweigh it.
All right, fantastic. Okay, so you mentioned getting to 7 mana. Let's go to the next slide and see how you're actually accomplishing that. I think Sakura Tribal and Search for Tomorrow are all the bread and butter.
Yes, those are the best ramp spells. Then the other next best ramp spell is Farseek. There's different people play different amount of those. I think something between 2 and 3 is the best because the hands when you play turn 2 ramp spell or have at least 1 ramp spell, those are so much easier than when you don't. So you really want to have your opening hand with one of the ramp spells. And sometimes people play Thoughtseize, Inquisition, so they discard them. So you want to have a lot of those. So I opted to go with 2 Farseek.
Okay, maybe explain why these 2 are so important, or why these are a 4 of in the deck.
Okay, well, the best thing about Search is that you can play Search on turn 1, suspend it, and another ramp spell on turn 2. So on turn 3, search comes, you can play search, you get a land, and on turn you sacrifice your Elder or played Farseek. So on turn 3 you have 5 mana. And that you can do only with the Search for Tomorrow. If you draw 2 Sakura Tribe Elders, you can play 1 on turn 2, 1 on turn 3, but you don't get to 5 on turn 3. So Search is great because of that, and Sakura, it obviously blocks creatures, so it's better than Farseek. Sometimes it's great that the Farseek gets you 2 colors because you get a dual land, but you usually don't have problems with that.
All right.
And the last one, it's Kodama's Reach. It's basically the ramp spell to get with Bring to Light. Most of the people play either the 4 mana spells. It's either Explosive Vegetation or Hunting Wilds, the one that gets 2 forests. But I opted to go with this one because I think it's better when you draw it. It's better against Jund decks. When they discard, you don't have the ramp spell on turn 2. Then on turn 3, it just gets you 2 cards. And when you play Bring to Light, you have 5 mana. So it's usually enough when you run by 1, go to 6, and at next turn play lands, you have 7. So that's usually enough, so you don't need to get the 2 lands into play. Sometimes it's obviously burst, but I think it's a bit better.
Interesting. All right, so a big difference that you're being able to play so much blue, you get to run 4 Remand and 4 Cryptic Command. Now we've seen the traditional red-green version like ramping up to Primeval Titans really fast and so on, but now you get access to counter magic. How important is this maybe for the anticipated field here?
I think the blue cards, they make the deck a bit more consistent. And, you know, they both buy you time. Like, Remand on play is just fantastic. Like, usually by your turn 2, they don't have enough board presence. So you basically just time walk them with the Remand. And Quick Pick Command against a lot of creature decks, you can just play 2 or 3 in a row, just tap all their creatures, draw a card, and they can't do anything about it. So basically time walks too.
All right, that's great. Let's keep moving on to the other cards. So some utility here. You mentioned Cryptic Commanding a couple times in a row. Snapcaster Mage can help with it.
Helps. The main reason for Snapcaster Mage though is against Abzan and Jund decks. They have a lot of discard, so this is like an extra Scapeshift or Bring to Light. When they discard one, you have Snapcaster that you can replay it and kill them. But other than that, Snapcaster is not really great because you don't have that many cheap spells in your deck. Worldly Council, that's pretty much the same thing. Like it's just a card that gets you to your Bring to Light or Scapeshift, but also does it a bit differently than Snapcaster. And 2 repeals, it's similar to Remand and Cryptic. You just want to buy time and draw cards. So because you need to play all your lands. So this does that too. It's not great, but I think it's fine.
All right, let's keep moving on then. All right, so you mentioned the Lightning Bolt as a way to get the opponent down to 18,
yes.
so you can kill them on turn 7.
Yes, that's not the primary purpose of it. You need some interaction with the really fast creature decks like Affinity, a Burn. So this card is not amazing in the deck, but I think you need some number of Lightning Bolts to keep in.
What about
one Damnation that's just for Bring to Light. You can hardcast it too because you have Swamp and Watery Grave in the deck, but mostly for Bring to Light, it's good against creature decks and yeah.
All right, let's take a look at the mana basics. That's also quite interesting. So because you mentioned you needed 6 mountains in your deck when you cast Scapeshift, so you're running a total of 10 here, just to be safe.
Yes, I would. I think 10 is safe. You would rather have 11. But then you would have to cut something else, and you would have like 1 less green source, and it will make the deck more inconsistent. So I think 10 is like the minimum. It's close, but it works out with 10. Sometimes if you draw 1 too many mountain, it's awkward, but 10 is just fine.
All right, let's keep just going through lands because there's some cool ones like a 1 Follow Go, 1 of the black sources in Water Grave, but of course 4 Misty Rains for its fetch land just to make it a little more consistent, 2 Breeding Pool, and then an interesting amount of basic lands on the next slide because you do actually play a swamp, 2 forests, and 3 islands among all those mountains as well.
Yes.
So that's very interesting. Lucas, before we let you go back to the tournament, please tell me why you think it is a good choice maybe for this tournament.
Well, I expected a lot of people to play black-green mid-range decks, Abzan or Jund, and this deck is well positioned against them because they don't have a fast clock and you have a lot of cards that give you time and cantrip, so you eventually are able to get to your lands and Scapeshift and kill them. Yeah, and that's basically it. That was the main reason for
that. There's a lot of Abzan in the room, so you might keep on winning. So that's it from the deck tech for me and Lucas Blahan.
So off camera, Lucas Blahon is currently being strapped into the harness and will be zip wiring down the Paramount Theatre onto the stage. Bet you wish you could see that. So he'll be our main feature match this coming round.
That didn't go well for him.
I tell you what has gone well for him. We just heard at the end of the deck tech there, BDM, about him hoping that there'd be lots of players playing kind of Abzan-ish, Jund-ish mid-range. We're going to take a look at the metagame. Let's remind you where things stood at the Grand Prix last weekend, because we had three. We had Lille in France, we had Indianapolis in the United States, and we had Guangzhou in China. So these were the 24 decks that made it into the top 8 of the Grand Prix last weekend. And BDM, I think the highlight there is the fact 3 copies of 3 decks, all of which are super proactive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're all what you would call somewhat unfair decks that are really just punishing their opponent if they stumble or, you know, as Magic players like to say, dirtle around for a turn or two. They're just going to come out of the gates very quickly and have the ability to punish you. And there's other decks on this list too. You see, you know, Infect in there. That's another deck that has that ability to just kill you in, you know, turn 3, turn 4 of a game.
Yeah, there was quite a Twitter debate last week about whether Death Shadow Aggro was a fair or an unfair deck. The people who were trying to claim it was fair were saying things like, come on, it wins through creatures. I mean, you know, it's what's the problem? But I think we're pretty comfortable saying that it's an unfair deck, Death Shadow Aggro. So that was the 24 decks that were here last weekend. And underneath that, of course, what was the math, 192?
I believe it was 192 top 64 deck lists.
Across the 3 events that these guys were able to take a look at. So what did they do with it? Here is the modern metagame for this year's World Championship. These are the 24 decks that are happening here. And, well, there's 2 headlines there. Number 1 is Abzan, a third of the field. Number 2, where is their Shadow Aggro? Not a single player.
Yeah, and I think that's why you see Abzan there, that ability to not only have access to cards like Stony Silence out of your sideboard to deal with an affinity deck, but also to have Path to Exile over, say, Lightning Bolt in a Jund deck so that you can deal with a card like Death Shadow.
Okay, so let's take a look at that list again for you, and we'll work our way through some of the runners and riders, as it were. So, interesting that a couple of people are playing Living End. We're deliberately not saying who is playing what just yet, although our players right now are looking at each other's deck lists for this round. We want to give you as much information as we can. 2 Living End, so that's your kind of very much unfairness. 1 player has come in deciding to be Affinity. It can't be Frank Carston because he's not in the field, and it can't be Patrick Dickman because he isn't either. Other unfair decks there, BDM, I guess you'd say that Dredge arguably is attempting to be unfair.
I think Dredge is a very, very fair deck, and it should not be punished with any graveyard hate whatsoever.
What? What? I didn't know you had a flame for Dredge.
I love anything that's interacting with the graveyard.
Okay, that's fair enough. Goryo's Vengeance, of course, Infect is the all-in on your little Glistener Elf, and then just +4, +4, +4, +4, +1, kill you. Scapeshift we see there. Thing Ascension. Now, Thing Ascension is the deck that Ryoichi Tamada, I think he's the only player who's on both of these 2 groups, because he's one of the 24 decks from last week. He made the top 8 of Guangzhou in China on the way here. So I imagine that might well turn out to be him.
And that's not a combo deck, the Thing Ascension deck. That's a deck that's actually burning you out and just getting value out of Pyromancer Ascension, not setting up any kind of Storm combo or Infinite Loop or anything like that. It's just really looking to go Lightning Helix you twice.
Okay. I want to ask you about Abzan. Here's the thing. In any field, from 4 of you at a kitchen table playing 2 semi-finals and a final, to F&M, to a PPTQ, to an RPTQ, to a GP, to a PT, to a Worlds, even if you don't know who it is, there is a best player and there is a not so best player. And you're somewhere in there is you, okay?
Okay.
So if a third of the field are playing Abzan, and part of the idea of that is I get to play a deck where I'm interactive with all my opponents, which means I get to outfight them, I get to outthink them, I get to be better at Magic than they are.
Sure, I get to outsideboard them.
Right. Surely a bunch of the 8 players who chose Abzan are doing it for the wrong reasons because they are not as good as some of the people they're going to play, and by playing a fair deck that gives them the opportunity to do all this clever stuff, they're basically giving the players who are better than them all those extra turns to do something. Like, clearly, if I was playing against any of these people, I should be playing Brandon Burton's Naya Burn deck that can go, here's a Goblin Guide, you're at 18. I'll attack you for 2, here's Lava Spike, Lava Spike. I'll attack you for 2, boat you, boat you, boat you. I've just won a GP, thank you.
I think the fear here is that because people are playing a deck like that, they have access to a deck like Abzan that has so much game against so many different types of decks, and that can be, the dial can really be adjusted after sideboarding so finely and against so many things. We talked yesterday about that idea of like almost like building a deck backwards from the sideboard.
Right.
And when you think about all the black cards that you want and all the white cards that you want and all the green cards that you want access to against all the different strategies, and you end up adding up like, okay, I want Path to Exile, and I want Stony Silence, and I want Scavenging Ooze, and I want, I don't know if anyone wants a Bajuka Bog, but if you want to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that all starts to add up and put you into a pool of cards that's going to lead you down the road to Abzan.
So let's take one more look at our World Championship Modern metagame. 8 Abzan decks, the only decks then that have more than one player, and this is often because they're teammates in a sense. You've got a couple of Titan Shifts, 2 Living End, 2 Jund. I think I know who one of those might be. Bant Eldrazi has 2, and then it's 1 OBS all the way. Now, if, for example, BDM, you are on Affinity, if you've chosen that, are you just saying, because this deck is completely unfair, I'm not going to worry about what everyone else is trying to do, because I still have Arcbound Ravager and I still have Cranial Plating, and you still can't touch my guys because all the counters pile across?
Right. I have a tremendous advantage in game 1, and then I have 2 games to sort of dodge the perfect sideboard draw from you.
Yeah, and certainly I've played modern RPTQs where I've beaten everything except Affinity, and that's been a 4-2 record and time to go home.
Right.
Because Affinity, even against the hate, and I've looked at my sideboard and thought, bringing in all these words that say destroy all artifacts, return this artifact to hand, just return all artifacts to hand, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. They just mock you and go, yeah, you thought you were beating this. Nope, they haven't printed enough cards yet.
And someone who's playing Affinity is someone who's played it a lot, played against those hate cards, knows how to minimize damage, knows how to sort of portion out their hand over a couple of waves of hate.
So the way this round is going to stack up, because again, we play Swiss pairings, that means everyone is playing as close as possible, players on their own record, although they cannot play more than once in the same format. So Saporito and Luis Scott Vargas cannot play again, even if they match up at level on rounds. This is the field. Lucas Blajon is playing against Marcio Carvalho, 2 of our co-leaders at 8-3. They're going to be our main match in just a moment. Shota Yasuoka and Brian Brown-Duin are our other 8-3s. Now, potentially, what we're looking at here, BDM, are 2 win and ins, because the winner here in these 2 matches will go to 9-3 with 2 rounds to go.
And if you believe in X and 5, if you believe a 9-5 can make it in, then they're already going to have the best tiebreakers out of anybody who'd be there.
And I think it's very likely that that's going to happen, because we don't have a runaway leader. We've had a Seth Manfield at 10-1 at this point before. Right. We've had Shota Yasuoka at 10-1 before. Not happening this time. What is happening is round number 12, and it's happening for you right now.
Hello and welcome to this, our second round of Modern here at the World Championship in PAX. I'm Tim Willoughby, joined by R&D member Ian Duke, and the players, they're ready on the feature match floor. Let's head down to see some more Modern. Hello and welcome to this, our second round of Modern here at the World Championship in PAX. We have two fantastic players at the top of the standings for you this round. On the left, we have Lucas Blahon. You just saw him giving a deck tech, so no big surprises what he's playing. He is on Scape Shift, and, well, it's a deck that he thought was going to be great against Abzan, and he has an Abzan match this round against one of the co-leaders, that being Marcio Carvalho. Overnight, he was the unmatched leader. However, he lost in his first round, and at some point today, the sweat will be very real for him, because while he came in thinking, I can probably afford to lose more than anyone else in the field, he does have to worry just a little bit, because 4 losses here, and suddenly someone else is going to be in that top 4.
Indeed, that is true, Tim, and the game is underway with Lucas Blahon on the play, suspending Search for Tomorrow. Fantastic turn 1 play for him, one of the best starts his deck can have. Marcio Carvalho responds with Inquisition of Kozilek.
So he cannot take either the Scape Shift or the Bring to Light in hand for Lucas Blahon. Both of those function as win conditions for him. One can fetch another one if needed. Secure Tribe Elder, though, a very important piece of the puzzle for him. He does need to get up to having 7 or ideally 8 lands in play in order to make his combo come to fruition. So the fact that there's a Secure Tribe Elder there to take, pretty decent. Lightning Bolt lets Lucas interact with whatever it is that Marcio has going on. So Marcio very sort of carefully writing down everything that's in hand for Lucas Blahon. He wants to make sure that he knows what's going to be coming later on. Takes the Secure Tribe Elder and looks on as Search for Tomorrow ticks it down on Suspend, and Lucas plays out a second land. Now, Ian, in terms of watching this game, it's going to be a little unusual for the folks at home, because in terms of what's going on Lucas Blahon's board, there's really not going to be very much.
That's right, Tim. So Lucas is playing sort of a control combo deck where his goal is to get 7 or 8 lands on the battlefield and then cast Scape Shift or Bring to Light Finding Scape Shift. And that'll let him transform all of his lands into Mountains and Valakut the Molten Pinnacle and deal a whole bunch of damage to his opponent and win the game in 1 turn. So we will see Lucas just sort of ramping up his mana, not really putting much on the battlefield, but that doesn't necessarily mean Lucas is losing. He's just trying to prolong the game until he can get enough lands and find that Scape Shift to win.
Yeah, so the important thing to keep an eye on in terms of Lucas's side of the battlefield is how many lands does he have in play. We already know that he's got both Scape Shift and Bring to Light in hand, so he has multiple win condition spells in hand. He just needs to get up to the lands in play that he needs. As long as his life total is above 0, he's still very much in this game at any point. Marcio Carvalho, on 18 life, it's only going to take 7 lands in play for Lucas Blahon to kill him, and his is not a deck. Some Abzan decks can gain enough life that Scape Shift has trouble killing them. That's not the case in Marcio's case. He's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way, beating down where he can and just trying to present a clock that Lucas Blahon is unable to race.
And that's absolutely the reason why this Scape Shift deck is so well suited against these mid-range decks, especially this Abzan deck. It's because the Abzan deck is trying to play more of a not controlling, but a sort of a grindier, attrition-based game. It's not well suited to race very quickly. It's not well suited to do a lot of damage, and that's going to give Lucas time to build up his mana and try to sculpt the perfect game plan here. So here's Collective Brutality from Carvalho, discarding Engineered Explosives, a card that's virtually dead in the matchup. Does take away that Bring to Light, as well as, I think, draining 2 points of life.
Also getting another card type in the graveyard, relevant in terms of just making sure that Tarmogoyf gets to hit a little bit harder. Marcio being at 20 rather than 18 means that, yes, it's going to take an extra land in play, though we know that there's also Lightning Bolts going on for Lucas, so he can redress that balance fairly quickly. Secure Tribe Elder, a great pickup here for Lucas Blahon, able to get extra lands in play each and every turn of this game. We've already seen Kadama's Reach, we've already seen Search for Tomorrow, and now the Secure Tribe Elder will represent even more lands coming into play for Lucas. And he just protects his life total there, blocking before sacrificing the Elder, so that he is going to be relatively safe. I mean, the Abzan deck, not known for its explosiveness in terms of the amount of damage that it can deal, but still better safe than sorry.
And while Lucas is getting closer and closer to that 7-land threshold here with Escape Shift in hand, Carvalho actually has another hand disruption spell here in the form of Thoughtseize to take away that Escape Shift. And actually, there is one more Thoughtseize as well in Carvalho's hand. So he's going to have to keep budgeting that hand disruption, trying to keep Blahan off balance while cracking with that Tarmogoyf.
Of course, as the saying goes, while you can deal with cards in someone's hand, you can't deal with the one that's on top of their deck. There's every potential that at some point Lucas Blahan, from here on in, even if it looks like he's completely dead, that there's no possible way he can win the game, if the top card of his deck, once he's got 7 lands in play, is either Escape Shift or a Bring to Light, then he's in great shape.
But one very relevant thing here is that notice Lucas Blahan, although he has 2 lightning bolts in hand, he only has 1 red source on the battlefield, and that's because when you're fetching lands early with the Scape Shift deck, you often want to leave all of your mountains in your deck, so when you cast Scape Shift, you have enough to find all at once for a lethal combo. So Lucas has avoided searching up too many red sources here, but that leaves him unable to cast 2 lightning bolts in 1 turn. And so that Tarmogoyf is going to remain very big here as a 5/6.
Okay, step 1 achieved. Lucas Blahan has enough lands that he is going to be able to have a lethal Scape Shift at any point that he's able to cast one. Step 2, actually finding one. Well, that's still going. And a Cryptic Commander, nice pickup here. I mean, Lucas Blahan mentioned that this is his way of buying time. It's not necessarily that he needs to be a hard control deck countering every spell, but being able to tap down creatures, being able to bounce permanents, being able to counter spells, all of these things help set up a situation where Lucas Blahan can find the time to cast Scape Shift.
And a really big deal here, Tim. So Marcio attacked with Tarmogoyf. Lucas could have bounced or tapped that Tarmogoyf with Cryptic Command, but that would leave him vulnerable to a second main phase hand disruption spell like a Thoughtseize. Turns out Carvalho did indeed have that Thoughtseize, so it was really wise that Lucas Blahan saved the Cryptic Command, is now able to counter the Thoughtseize and draw a card, so that the card he drew was protected there from the Thoughtseize. That said, he did not manage to come up with either a Bring to Light or Escape Shift there, instead just adding a Sakura Tribe Elder here, hoping to buy some more time. We do see Abrupt Decay in Carvalho's hand here. He may use that just to get through with the Tarmogoyf. He does, and that's game.
Yeah, one way or another, every game that we see in this matchup is going to feel one-sided. It's just a matter of who it's one-sided for. We'll be able to see more magic from these two soon enough, but first, these messages.
Ready to take your game to the next level and start on the path to the Pro Tour? Rise to the challenge and test your skills at a local preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. To find an event near you, visit magic.wizards.com/pptq.
Hello and welcome back to this, our World Championship in PAX. We're in modern day, and while our main match is sideboarding up, we're going to get a chance to look in on one of our other matches. We have Seth Manfield, our current world champion, up against Thiago Saporito. And you know what? We have another Abzan deck in the feature match area. In fact, we have Abzan decks on both sides of things, but right now, Seth Manfield having the run of the green, he's got a Siege Rhino in play, and Seth Manfield able to capitalize on what looks to be a slightly shaky land start for Thiago Saporito. Just the 3 lands in play for him, and while there is a Tarmogoyf, he's now playing empty-handed Magic, and Siege Rhino right now looking like a big threat.
That is true. We have yet another flavor of Abzan here from Seth Manfield. He's going a little bit bigger here, going all the way up to Siege Rhino in his curve, which is something we did not see in our last round match between Luis Scott Vargas and Thiago Saporito. Siege Rhino, unfortunately, being held off by Tarmogoyf for Seth Manfield.
Liliana of the Veil, a nice pickup here, immediately forcing Seth Manfield to sacrifice a creature. And it looks like we may have hit that part of the game where Siege Rhino compared to Tarmogoyf is not quite as scary. Seth Manfield having a good old think here.
The puny Siege Rhino being taken away, the smallest creature on the battlefield.
Having a Planeswalker in play, if it can stay uncontested, a very big deal in these matchups because, and we call them grindy. Basically what that means is that there's lots of, you play one card, I use one card to deal with it, let's do that again and again and again. And oftentimes Planeswalkers can feel like you're casting an extra spell each and every turn. We can see on our main match both Blahan and Cavallo having access to deck lists, looking at their opponent's deck lists as they consider sideboarding. Sideboarding a very big deal in this format indeed. Interested to see where that one plays out. But for now, in our match between Thiago Saporito and Seth Manfield, well, we've got a bit of a stalemate on our hands.
And Thiago deliberating there for a moment about whether to play his Temple Garden untapped or not. Does cost him 2 life. He is fairly low on life, but it does allow him to activate his Gavany Township this turn. And that's so big, given that the Tarmogoyfs, how they're positioned as 5/6s, I do believe, and would bounce off of each other, that Gavany Township giving him the Tarmogoyf advantage here, and allowing him to protect his Liliana of the Veil very well, and hopefully turn that into some pressure on Seth Manfield's life total soon.
Going to need some pressure. On just 7 life himself, Thiago Saporito, even once his Tarmogoyf is larger, it's going to be a risky proposition attacking in, just because while he's winning in a fight, Tarmogoyf on Tarmogoyf, he's not winning on a fight, Thiago Saporito versus Seth Manfield at this point.
So Seth picking up 1 new card for the turn, did begin the turn empty-handed. We'll see what he came up with here.
In principle, the fact that his deck is going a little larger may mean that he's better in this kind of a top deck situation. I see that he does have copies of a few sort of interesting options, including 1 copy of Painful Truths, which will be a lovely draw right here.
You have me at 21, you're at 7? Or 20? 20. 21 is, 20, yeah, 20 to 7. Wife is a 6-7. 6-7, right? 5-6. 5-6.
Players confirming the Tarmogoyf size. I do believe we have creature, land, planeswalker, instant, and sorcery, making those Tarmogoyfs 5/6s. Of course, again, Thiago can activate Gavany Township, making his Tarmogoyf into a 6/7.
So Collective Brutality just shrinking down that Tarmogoyf just a little bit, even in the face of a Gavany Township activation. It's not going to be enough to mean that Tarmogoyf on its own can trade. Instead, Shambling Vents throwing itself under the Lurgoyf-shaped bus. And Liliana sacrifices herself to clear the board on the other side of things. Tarmogoyf gets stuck in. So, I mean, that a 5-point swing. It's not going to take too many more of them before these life totals look hauntingly similar to one another.
Now, the fact that
so Saporito here, carefully looking in his graveyard. Looks like he might be exiling a few bits and pieces here. That may signal Tasiga the Golden Fang from Saporito. Yes, it looks like that's what he's going for. This is a really complicated decision for him, right? Because he wants to keep lots of card types in the graveyard for Tarmogoyf. He also wants to have the best card to get back with his Tasiga if the game goes long enough for him to be able to use it.
Yep.
This has to be a big pickup here for, well, Seth Manfield, just a Noble Hierarch. That's going to be, well, a speed bump at some point fairly soon, because while he's currently leading on life, it's not going to take long for that to turn around.
Yeah, things looking tremendously in the favor here of Thiago Saporito, being 2 large creatures ahead to none. And again, with these matchups being so often decided by 1-for-1 trades, Seth is just very far behind in terms of being able to answer Thiago's board, and will soon be far behind on life total as well. So he will not have many turns to do that.
Yeah, Seth going down to just 6 on that swing. He's going to have to find something huge here. 2 massive creatures on Saporito's side of the board. 1 removal spell, not really enough at this point. And Saporito here thinking, you know what? I've got some mana, I've got this Tasiga, I might as well get something going here. First up, fetches a land. That'll be important for Gavany Township next turn. But in the meantime, he does also have 4 mana, which he's going to tap to activate Tasiga's ability. So a couple of cards going to the graveyard, and then we have a bit of a tricky choice for Seth Manfield as to what he wants to give back to his opponent. Cannot give back lands. Everything else is fair game. And to be perfectly honest, in a modern Abzan deck, there's really very few cards that are entirely harmless.
So we're looking at, could be the final turn here. Abrupt Decay given back to Tiago.
Yeah, little reason not to use that given that there's a fine target. And it turns out that Abrupt Decay doesn't just deal with the Noble Hierarch. Every single card of Seth Manfield's getting scooped up. Tiago Saporito picking up that one, and we're going to get a chance to jump back and see a little bit more of Lucas Blajon versus Marcio Carvalho. I know that Marcio, as our match was being held there, was very keen to see what was going on with his friend Tiago Saporito. In the meantime, though, let's see how things are going for Scapeshift versus Abzan on our main table. First up, a Valakut in play for Lucas Blajon. Doesn't matter too much in terms of red sources getting that one in play early, and in fact, in some respects, having it there, kind of a safe place to be. You don't necessarily want to have it being forced to discard its Liliana or similar, because after sideboarding, there's the likes of Surgical Extraction, which could be a very big deal in this matchup. An early Inquisition of Kozilek here being played by Carvalho. He's also got a Thoughtseize, but doesn't necessarily need to play that yet because he was always going to take something cheap to begin with anyway. Sees Snapcaster Mage and Secura Tribe Elder, and quite a few lands here, so not that exciting a hand for Lucas Blajon to begin with. Takes the Secura Tribe Elder, leaving Lucas with a pretty lackluster looking hand here. I mean, here's not a deck that is particularly quick, but he is going to want to accelerate where possible, and that no longer a possibility, though it looks like a Remand the pickup here for Lucas Blajon, and that one is a nice one in this matchup, effectively just stalling the game for a turn as he stops pretty much whatever it is that is getting cast by Marcio Carvalho here.
And yet more hand disruption picked up for Carvalho. That's the sort of the main weapon he has against the Scapeshift deck here. He's going to want to disrupt Lucas early in the game, prevent those ramp spells from going off, deploy some threats, and then hope to close out the game before Lucas can recover and draw into something like a Bring to Light or Scapeshift with enough lands on the battlefield. So Thoughtseize is the play here. Lucas just deciding if he wants to remand it or not.
Kind of a miserable one to remand when you know that your opponent could just play another land and cast it again. But equally, if he doesn't remand it, is it going to be the card that Marcio Carvalho takes? Bit of thought here for Lucas Blajon as he sizes up his hand. So now that he's offered the option to Marcio Carvalho, what do you think you would go with here, Ian?
I think the Remand is still probably the pick. A little bit tough without seeing Marcio's hand himself. I think Marcio is going to be thinking about how he wants to sequence the next couple turns here. Now, it looks like very relevant here. Marcio doesn't really have a proactive threat to play, and that's really kind of the big difference, the big thing he needs to be thinking about whether he wants to take the Remand or not. If he's not really planning on curving out, into a creature in the next couple turns, then the Remand is a lot less of a threat here. We might see him take like the Snapcaster Mage just to deny a little bit more late game value.
And Collective Brutality really showing its flexibility and power in this matchup. In many matchups, it's mainly being used as a removal spell with a bit of extra value. Here, though, it just means that Marcio Carvalho can be loaded up with targeted discard. He's taken Snapcaster Mage for now, and knows that later on he can use Collective Brutality or another Thoughtseize in order to continue to just hammer away at the hand of Lucas Blajon. Liliana the pickup here for Marcio Carvalho. The attack on that hand is just going to keep on coming here. But the interesting thing for Marcio, I guess, is that he knows that Remand is sat there still in hand.
That's right, and I think if he knew he had Liliana coming up, he would have actually taken the Remand there, just to make sure he can resolve Liliana this turn. Liliana, potentially a huge card in this matchup. One of the traditional ways for these mid-range black-green decks to get a big advantage against combo control decks like Scapeshift and formerly Splinter Twin was to stick a Liliana and start draining cards out of the opponent's hand. Now, Scapeshift is more resilient to Liliana than I think Splinter Twin used to be, but it's still a really effective tool in the matchup. But instead of deploying Liliana here into the Remand, we are going to see that Collective Brutality first, likely clearing the way from the Remand, but Remand actually cast on it instead, cycling through. Lucas now knowing that the Collective Brutality can't be cast again this turn, like the Thoughtseize could have been the previous turn, so whatever card he drew into with Remand, he'd actually have a chance to cast. And sure enough, he did draw into Search for Tomorrow, and we'll likely see him cast that here this turn, further ramping up his mana and getting closer to Bring to Light or Escape Shift.
So there you call it. It's a card that you can suspend, but right here, Lucas Blahon perfectly happy to just cast the Search for Tomorrow, fetch up a land, stick it into play. Does come into play untapped, so not even as sort of slow as some of the other ramp spells can feel in the format. Fetches a Swamp. That a concession to Bring to Light does mean that he's going to be able to have access to 4 colors of mana between the lands he's got going on, and that meaning that, yes, Bring to Light can fetch up Escape Shift or a Damnation or, potentially even a nifty sideboard card. Of course, we know that the cavalcade of discard just keeps on going. Obstinate Baloth in hand for Blahon, kind of an interesting one if Liliana comes down. You can pay 4 to cast it, and that's pretty good. But when your opponent just chooses to tick up their Planeswalker to let you put it into play, well, that's when things get really exciting. Lucas Blahon there, our champion from our very last Pro Tour, just pretty comfortable, considering the situation he's in. Surprisingly comfortable, I would say, because even though I would consider this generally a good matchup, it looks like Marcio come well prepared here. An awful lot of discard available to him, and that exactly the kind of thing that can make life really difficult for Escape Shift. I guess the one redeeming fact that he can cling on to is that at least Marcio is not beating him down while using all of this discard.
So Marcio thinking through his options here. He does have option to play the Liliana. He also has a Thoughtseize he could cast first. He also has option to just simply play Gideon and apply more pressure. Now, he does know about the Bring to Light in Lucas Blahon's hand, and he knows he needs to address that at some point, but just thinking about the sequencing of the next couple turns here, looks like he leads off with the Thoughtseize, wanting at the very least to take out that Bring to Light if he can. Now this is huge here, Tim, because this reveals the presence of the Obstinate Baloth, and had Marcio simply cast the Leon of the Veil and used her +1, that Baloth would be coming onto the battlefield for free for Lucas Blahon and then threatening the Liliana immediately after. So getting that information for Marcio, just absolutely a key moment here in this game.
Yeah, we're now fast approaching that place which we actually spoke about last game, where it looks like Lucas Blahon is in a tremendous amount of trouble. He's not got much in hand. He simply has lands in play, but actually the good news for Lucas is he has 5 lands in play. He's very soon going to have 6 lands in play, and at that point, his top deck potential for simply winning the game is actually pretty good. He's lost 1 copy of Bring to Light thus far. By my count, that means he has 6 cards in hand, or 6 cards left in his deck, that if he draws them, he can just win the game with them, and they are safe from discard while they are in his deck.
Now, note there on the previous turn, Marcio did elect to play the Liliana, but didn't use an ability in either direction. And again, that's playing around the Obstinate Baloth that he then knew was in hand because of the Thoughtseize. So just spending his mana, getting the Liliana at the battlefield, and now following up with a Gideon, we suddenly see Marcio with quite an active battlefield here, prepared to put a lot of pressure onto Lucas Blahon. So now it is on Lucas to find either Escape Shift or a Bring to Light, or else to delay the game with something like a Cryptic Command very quickly. Otherwise, he's under a lot of pressure from these Planeswalkers.
He has drawn a Damnation here, so there is the potential for him to let Gideon do his thing for a little bit of time, put a few Night Ally tokens into play, and then clean them up.
Well, that would be the case, Tim, except he actually only has 1 black source. And black being his splash color that's just there for Bring to Light, it's pretty difficult, I think, for him to get 2 black sources.
Great pick up there. And of course, the Gavany Township in play for Marcio Carvalho means that those Knight ally tokens that are coming into play at some point may get a little bit more potent. Collective Brutality being cast here, draining for 2 and taking a card out of Lucas Blahon's hand. Marcio, knowing that he's safe casting Collective Brutality in a way that he wouldn't have been using Liliana, because the Collective Brutality can't take creatures. So that was just him able to have a little look at what was going on in Lucas Blahon's hand, get rid of one of the spells therein, and that spell was Damnation.
And note here that Lucas had the option of casting Obstinate Baloth, but instead is keeping it in hand. And the reason for that is he wants to keep it in hand to discard if Marcio decides to tick up Liliana. So it's kind of there protecting his potential draws, his future draws. Was protecting the Damnation there, Damnation being stripped away by Collective Brutality. But now sits there to protect what he would draw next turn. Although with Lucas taking so much damage here, he may have no choice but to draw a card for the turn. If it's not what he needs, simply play the Obstinate Baloth and hope to hold on for one more turn.
Looks like the pickup was Secura Tribe Elder there, which is a nice little blocker. I mean, I think we may still be in a position where Obstinate Baloth needs to be cast this turn. We're fast approaching the point where Lucas Blahon needs to knock on the top of his deck and hope that it answers real quick.
Yeah, unfortunately, with only 2 green mana here, Lucas needs to play the Obstinate Baloth. He can't play both creatures, and if he only plays the Sakura Tribe Elder, then Marcio can simply minus the Liana, activate Shambling Vent, and attack for the 9 remaining points of damage. So we do see the Obstinate Baloth come in here, the life gain, 4 points of life being relevant, and this will allow one more turn for Lucas to see either Bring to Light or Scape Shift or possibly a Cryptic Command to survive.
I mean, potentially, even given the amount of mana he has available, he can cast something like Worldly Council, helping him dig 4 cards deeper, trying to find his one final spell to win the game with.
I go to 4, you go to 19.
4, 19.
Now, Marcio being on 19 life here, pretty relevant with 7 lands in play for Lucas Blahon, because typically, in order to get the really big combo going where you just deal scads of damage, you want to have 8 lands in play. Lucas only has 7, so even a Scape Shift here might not quite be good enough.
And unfortunately, it is just a Misty Rainforest for Lucas Blahon.
Yeah, his Scape Shift deck has not quite pieced it together here, but I mean, it's worth noting that in order to get to this position where it kind of almost looks easy for Marcio Carvalho to win the game, it's because he's played a lot of discard.
That's right, Tim, but this is the final turn of the game here. Marcio needing to just get past this Sakura Tribe Elder, ticks up the Liana, sees that the coast is clear, and we will see Shambling Vents being activated, Gideon being activated, and a lethal attack here from Marcio Carvalho. He is the winner here, picking up yet another win under his belt in this tournament, much to the cheers of the Portuguese Magic fans around the world.
Yeah. You saw the big sort of clap of the hands there, looking up to the skies. That because Marcio Carvalho knows that that one win today, we think, means that he's pretty safe for a top 4 berth.
That's absolutely true, Tim. That guarantees that he'll have at least a 9-5 record finishing the day. And with Marcio being a leader throughout the tournament, he's likely to have the highest tiebreakers there. So if a 9-5 makes it in, it'll be him. And of course, you know, he can still continue to win.
Well, we've got another match to show you here. We've got plenty of Magic going on in our feature match area. And this one between Shota Yasuoka and Brian Brown-Duin. Brian is on Bant Eldrazi, whereas Shota, he's on an Abzan deck, but it's really not quite the same form of Abzan deck. This one has Collected Company, it's got Court of Calling, it's got a big old combo in terms of Anafenza, Kintree Spirit, Kitchen Finks, and a Viscera Seer. Alternatively, you can sub out Anafenza for Melira. Either way round, you can gain infinite life, and indeed, with a Murderous Redcap, can deal a huge amount of damage.
And if you've been a fan of Modern for some time, Shota's deck is reminiscent of the old Melira Birthing Pod decks that used to be around before the banning of Birthing Pod, now replacing Birthing Pod with Collected Company, essentially. So very, very similar strategy here, being a mid-range green-white creature deck with combo potential, but using Collected Company to fuel that now instead. And we do see a Thought-Knot Seer now here on turn 2 from BBD. Quite the draw here with both Noble Hierarch and Eldrazi Temple just powering out that huge Eldrazi on turn 2, as well as disrupting Shota's hand. So great start here for Brian Brown-Duin.
Yeah, he's got a few choices going on here. You can see Anafenza the Foremost, Eternal Witness, Path to Exile, and a couple of lands.
Take Eternal Witness.
Tell Witness exiled. We will not see that one again. Kazali Pride Mage just kind of chilling out there, potentially, until this point, a reasonable attacker. Now it may just have to use its Exalted to help out one of the other creatures that Shota Yasuoka can play in future turns. Verdant Catacombs for Shota getting activated pretty much immediately. Grafdigger's Cage in hand for Brian Braun-Duin.
19 to 18 right now. Is that right?
Worth noting, of course,
That's what I
that
have, yeah.
this is the format, more than almost any other, I think, Ian, where sideboard cards are super duper relevant. Many of these decks have very, very sort of razor-sharp plans that can be disrupted very well by some of the powerful sideboard options. Grafdigger's Cage, not a main deck inclusion for Brian, but a solid pickup for post-board games.
That's right, Tim. And again, that Grafdigger's Cage is there to stop Yasuoka's potential infinite life combo where he sacrifices Kitchen Finks to something like Viscera Seer with a Melira on the battlefield, so it can't get that persist counter, that -1/-1 counter, so he can repeatedly sacrifice it over and over again, gain an arbitrarily large amount of life. Grafdigger's Cage going to shut that combo down. However, Yasuoka with Kasali Pride Mage on the battlefield means that BBD will have to deal with that Pride Mage before he wants to stick a Grafdigger's Cage. That being said, it doesn't look like the game is necessarily playing out in a way where the combo is going to be super relevant in the short term. We have both players playing large creatures pretty early, so we may see just kind of a fair game, a slugfest in the red zone, so to speak, and see who can kind of come out with the bigger creatures.
I mean, having these two Noble Hierarchs kind of great for Brian. He's only got 2 lands in play, but it doesn't really feel like that much of a problem for him. He's already been able to cast a big old Thought-Knot Seer, and having dealt with the Kazali Pride Mage, as you noted, the path now clear for Grafdigger's Cage, and Brian pretty quick to get that one into play. Arna Fenza is a 3-mana 4/4, used to being one of the biggest creatures on the battlefield in the early turns of the game, but rather trumped by this Thought-Knot Seer, a 4/4 that's getting 2 Exalted triggers when it attacks, and that the reason that Shota Yasuoka already down to just 12 life.
14 to 12.
Path to Exile in hand for Shota Yasuoka, so at some point he may choose to fire that off, deal with the Thought-Knot Seer.
Also notably, copy of Collected Company in Yasuoka's hand with 4 mana untapped here, so potentially could see this mid-combat if BBD does attack. Now, bear in mind that Thought-Knot Seer is a 6/6 from the Noble Hierarchs. Yasuoka deciding to go with Path to Exile instead, picking up a card from Thought-Knot Seer's Leaves the Battlefield trigger. And we're now transitioning into a point where this could be anyone's game. You know, both players getting low on cards here. Not really a huge battlefield, huge board on either side, rather. But I spoke too soon here, Tim. Here comes a Drowner of Hope, adding a huge presence to Brian Braun-Duin's side of the battlefield here.
Yeah, it's a big body on its own. It's also, with those 2 Eldrazi Scion tokens, able to tap down creatures, and you can see why Shota Yasuoka very quick there to use a Path to Exile. He doesn't mind that Brian Braun-Duin's going to get an extra land. He's just happy to not have to worry about a very, very dominating 5/5 on the battlefield.
And interesting there for Shota, that was a Path to Exile on the Thought-Knot Seer into drawing another Path to Exile and able to cast that on the Drowner of Hope right away. So that'll clear up and free up Shota's mana, give him a little bit of time to perhaps deploy this Collected Company and see what he can draw into. Now, bear in mind that Grafdigger's Cage has stuck for Brian, so Shota's combo is off temporarily.
Birds of Paradise getting stuck in because it does get a +1/+1 counter from Arna Fenza the Foremost, and his Melira Silverk Outcast, basically a relatively unassuming Melira as they go. It's a 2/2 that's going to get +1/+1 counter potentially when Arna Fenza attacks. Yes, you can't get poison counters. Yes, your creatures can't get -1/-1 counters, but The big news for that is normally making persist just the most exciting mechanic around, and with Grafdigger's Cage in play, well, that's not quite true. Eldrazi Displacer here. That will be able to control things a little bit in terms of either Anafenza attacking or potentially resetting the counters on other creatures. And a second copy of the Displacer means they can protect one another.
No search. Okay. Go.
So Path to Exile on one of those Eldrazi Displacers before they're active. Smart play there from Shota Yasuoka, because otherwise Brian Brondon could simply have kept mana up and protected all of his creatures very, very neatly. The Eldrazi Displacers each protecting one another.
So the second Displacer does tap down on Anafenza here before she can attack. Birds of Paradise comes in for 1 point of damage, and we'll likely see Shota leaving up option for Collected Company here as he passes back into Brian Browndoin's turn. Brian picking up 1 card for the turn, had no cards entering this turn here. Not a very impressive board for Brian. Does have that Displacer to kind of lock things down and buy some time. And Shota being at a pretty low life total, he's going to need to be careful here.
So Shota here getting attacked and choosing to just throw Melira under the bus.
Go ahead. Upkeep. Upkeep. Yep.
So in upkeep there, Brian Browndoin using his Eldrazi Displacer to both tap down and remove the +1/+1 counter from Birds of Paradise. The extra mana there also dealing with Anafenza, so no big attacks at all here from Shota. And I like Shota's patience here. He's got that Collected Company. He's actually drawn a second, but he's not pushing it.
What's actually going on here, Tim, is the Grafdigger's Cage, not only does it stop creatures from entering from the graveyard, but also from the library.
Great point there, Ian. So those Collected Companies effectively would just show Shota what he could have won. Really needs to find another way of dealing with artifacts. And I'm not quite sure how many he has in his deck. I know he's got some Abrupt Decays to work with, but yeah, comparatively small number of ways of dealing with Grafdigger's Cage. And meanwhile, he just has to look on as the likes of Reality Smasher comes on down. A big smile here from Shota as he looks at the top 6 and extends his hand. Congratulations to Brian Browndoin. He's able to just sweep that one 2-0 against Hall of Famer Shota Yasuoka. So we're going to get a chance to look in at one of our matches that we've not really seen too much of just yet. That one being JC Tao up against Oliver 2 on our middle table there. This is the one that you've got Corbin Hosler writing up, so there will be a full text coverage of this match, but kind of an exciting one to see in play because I really like JC Tao's use of black-white tokens here. On the other side of things, Oliver 2, he's playing a Scapeshift deck that's a little bit different than the one that we've seen from Lucas Bajon. The really key difference for me is this one, rather than going 4 colors to get the likes of Bring to Light going on, instead this build happens to be using Kalni Heart Expedition. Now, talking to Oliver and to Andrei Stradsky, who's playing the same list, they say that what this gives their deck is a little bit more explosiveness. Basically, they can get to the point where they have a lethal Scapeshift faster than most decks that are trying to get a lethal Scapeshift. Inquisition of Kozilek taking out Engineered Explosives. JC Tao smartly saying, I do not want to have my token start impeded by what you've got going on.
And Oliver 2 looking to have a pretty nice hand here. He's got a pair of Sakura Tribe Elders as well as a Scapeshift there. So he's going to be able to ramp up pretty quickly, and that's going to demand another hand disruption spell from JC Tao before Oliver reaches that critical 7 lands. Or 8 lands, perhaps, if JC is able to keep his life total high.
17.
Well, that's one way of making sure that your life total isn't high. Another Thoughtseize here. Looks at the Obstinate Baloth, which was what Oliver 2 had drawn for the turn, and takes the Scapeshift. This is the reason that Scapeshift can sometimes have a little bit of a tricky ride of it. Second land here, setting up a Secure Tribe Elder for Oliver 2. He'd drawn a Search for Tomorrow. He'll be able to cast that soon enough and just looks on as JC Tao activates his Flooded Strand, finds a Godless Shrine, these players playing at a good old clip here because we are gradually moving through the round. Neither of these players want us to pick up a draw. Oliver 2 already has one of those, and at 6-4-1, yeah, he really needs to make sure that he's just winning each of these rounds.
So, well, it was really nice that JC had that Thoughtseize there to take out the scape shift. There's still a lot of time for Oliver to draw into another scape shift as the game goes on. And again, he's going to be able to not curve out, but spend his mana pretty effectively, I should say, in these next couple turns on these Tribe Elders, searching up some more lands. And he's not under a lot of pressure, Oliver. Is not under a lot of pressure from JC here. This Asylum Visitor, yeah, it hits for 3 per turn, but that's still going to give Oliver plenty of time to find what he needs here. So JC, I think, is really looking to get a little bit more proactive here to try to end the game pretty quickly. He does know about that Obstinate Baloth in Oliver 2's hand, which could come down just as a blocker here or could stay in the hand in case of something like Liliana of the Veil, just to protect the rest of Oliver's hand and prevent that usage of that +1 ability.
Yeah, Oliver 2, even with Explore in his deck, he has so many ways of cheating the number of lands you can get into play a turn count. And that's the sort of thing that I think, especially in testing where your opponent doesn't have access to your deck list, can be huge, because sometimes you can look at your opponent's side of the board and say, well, they definitely can't scape shift me this turn. And actually, in point of fact, this list often can.
2 cards, right? Yep.
Secure Tribe Elder coming down there. And Oliver 2's list, because it's 2 colors as well, he doesn't need to be quite as afraid to put mountains into play. With the 4-color scape shift deck, yes, you run such a small number of red sources that sometimes you will find yourself putting mountains into play and potentially worrying about not having enough left in your deck. In Oliver 2's list, he's got 7 mountains, a couple of Stomping Grounds, a whole bunch of Cinderglades. There are loads of mountains in here, which means that it's very difficult for him to be in a position of not being able to go off with his list.
So there was an interesting decision point there. JC attacked with Asylum Visitor, and Oliver blocked with Sakura Tribe Elder. Had the option to trade there, instead decides to sack the Elder to fetch out another land, just realizing he needs to get more lands on the battlefield. Oh, and here's a Summoner's Pact pickup. Looks like we'll see a Primeval Titan here. No doubt fetching out at least 1 Valakut, if not 2. And it is 2 Valakuts indeed. So now every single mountain that Oliver can play is going to give him 2 Lightning Bolts worth of damage here. So this is a really, really rough spot for JC to be in. And I think we're seeing this game very much shift in the direction of Oliver 2.
Oliver 2 with just the 2 green mana available to pay for the upkeep of Summoner's Pact, so not necessarily as able to cast additional ways of getting lands into play.
Oh, right, yeah, they don't both trigger.
Yeah, the way that those work, they can only... The first one's the only one that can draw your card, because then the second time around, well, you've already got a card in hand.
That's right. Asylum Visitor checks... you believe either player to see if they have no cards in hand. There are 2 on the battlefield. So the first one sees JC has no cards in hand, draws him a card, and then he draws 1 card for the turn.
Now, it looks like JC has everything going for him here, but we can see also that with 2 copies of Valakut in play, if Primeval Titan attacks and puts into play a couple of lands, I mean, in this case, it could even be a mountain and a 3rd Valakut, because there are a full 4 Valakuts in Oliver 2's list, then there are a lot of damage sources just in terms of the lands in play for Oliver 2 all of a sudden.
And complicating the math a little bit as well is that Spellskite can redirect Valakut triggers to itself for the cost of 2 life. So Oliver needs to think about that when he's planning if he wants to go directly for JC's life total or to pick off some creatures instead. So Primeval Titan does attack. Looks like a 3rd Valakut being added first, and followed by a mountain. So 3 triggers here.
Yeah, 3 triggers going on here.
Yep.
So Spellskite jumping in the way of some of that damage.
Yep, that did, I believe, cost JC 6 life there to redirect those 3 triggers.
Yep.
We'll get that updated for you just shortly here. And Primeval Titan does get blocked.
Trigger, go to 4.
And taken down.
But Oliver 2 does have Escape Shift in hand, so assuming he can survive here, and on 19 life, I think that's a reasonable assumption. He's going to be able to take this deciding game against JC Tao.
So that's an attack there, an activation of Vault of the Archangel, gaining some lifelink, but Oliver 2 shows the Escape Shift, and that is just going to be way more damage than is necessary to finish off JC Tao, and that is the game going to Oliver 2.
So JC Tao now at 7 and 5. He's going to have a good couple of rounds and hope that everything goes right for him. But Oliver 2 doing what he needs to potentially make it all the way here in this final day of the World Championship before we cut to our top 4. And we're going to get a chance to see a little bit more magic in Duke. This has been an epic few rounds. We're going to get a chance to see the deciding game between Thiago Saporito and Seth Manfield. They're just resolving some mulligans there on that game. Saporito checking out his hand, deciding whether or not he likes it, because it looks like he's already down to 6 and potentially moving to 5. You can see a little wince there. 5 is certainly not where you want to be, not when you're at this point in the tournament, playing against the world champion. And we can see there's a Twilight Mire, but not a whole lot else in terms of lands. And Twilight Mire on its own is a messy one when it comes to mana fixing.
Yeah, it could be a huge risk to keep this here. And another thing to think about is this is, again, an Obzon mirror. And a lot of times in Modern, if the decks were a little bit more focused on putting together a combination or being very aggressive, then mulliganing might not hurt so much. But the way that these games tend to play out between these more mid-range Obzon decks is every single card matters. We saw quite a few games here already today where they grinded out a little bit, and it just came down to kind of who had the last threat on the battlefield.
Well, we've already seen Thiago Saporito. He scried to the bottom. He has now drawn once for the turn and missed a second land. Finds a Verdant Catacombs, having only missed 1 land drop. I mean, that a relatively happy place for Saporito to be. It could have been a lot worse for him there. And with either a swamp or a forest, he is going to be able to have his mana very much online here. Meanwhile, Seth Manfield hasn't committed too much to the board just yet. Plenty of time for that. Godless Shrine, the pickup there, meaning all 3 colors of mana available to Thiago Saporito. He will have a turn 2 play, and it looks like that turn 2 play is a Grim Flare.
So getting a look here at Seth Manfield's hand on the right-hand side of your screen. Looks like he's got a pair of Lilianas of the Veil. We might see one of those come down this turn and take out that Grim Flare. And indeed we do. Things looking pretty good for Seth Manfield here. He's hitting his land drops. He's got a pretty nice, well-balanced hand, able to deal with some threats.
And there's a lot of players that even feel uncomfortable keeping 2 land hands. And we kind of see why here, because with just the 2 mana, I mean, having already drawn 1 land, Thiago Saporito, he's just not able to get much velocity going. He can't get multiple threats on the board in the single turn. And because of the way that Abzan works, it may well be that Seth Manfield can just deal 1-for-1 with the threats that Thiago's putting out there. So Liliana +1 here, forcing a discard, and Thiago Saporito, well, he's in the tank here. He knew that he was going to be under assault from this Abzan deck, and it's Seth Manfield definitely delivering here. Path to Exile, the discard from Seth Manfield. Gideon, ally of Zendikar on the other side of things.
So we see that Path to Exile discard for Seth there. I think he's well aware that Thiago has been stumbling on lands here. Doesn't want to use the path early to answer a creature and potentially unlock some other cards in Thiago's hand. So just goes ahead and throws that away to the Liliana, allows it to trade 1-for-1 with a card from Thiago's hand anyway, which happened to be Gideon here. And that Grim Flare ostensibly challenging the Liliana there, but Seth does have an Abrupt Decay to take it out. Gives it a second thought.
Explosives for 2. Second.
And uses the explosive there instead, being a little bit more, or intentionally less mana efficient in the sense that he had nothing else to spend his mana on this turn, so he might as well use the less mana efficient card now and save the Abrupt Decay for something later on.
And if there's Tarmogoyf in the future as well for Seth Manfield, then getting more card types in the graveyard potentially also a relevant concern.
Yeah, it also could be more awkward for Seth to use the explosives later on in the game after Seth himself has deployed a couple more threats. So I really like that. that choice of removal spell there on that turn.
So here's Scavenging Ooze, another card that can quite happily be dealt with one of those Abrupt Decays. And as it happens, Liliana are the one to deal with that particular threat.
Yeah, and the reason for that is Seth does have a backup Liliana in his hand, so he can just go ahead and cash in that first one there. Just got a lot of value out of it, but it is ready to cash it in, and he'll have that backup one in his hand here in a couple turns.
Tireless Tracker, an interesting one. Not necessarily a standard play that we see from every Abzan list, but kind of a nice one in this field where you're going to have lots of grindy matchups. If every land that you play is also generating clues, then yes, you can fairly easily find yourself ahead. And Tireless Tracker, we've seen it in Standard, can very quickly get to be gigantic.
And we talked a little bit about how Seth's Abzan deck is going a little bit bigger than some of the other ones we've seen in the tournament, going all the way up to Siege Rhino. And Tireless Tracker is another card that he's decided to include here, I'm sure with the mirror match in mind. You know, just being able to play a Tireless Tracker and even get one clue off of it just puts you up a card already. That's a great spot to be.
Yeah, all sorts of interesting little spot innovations. I know that Modern's kind of one of those formats where people adopt decks and play them a great deal, and I think that what we're seeing in this World Championship is if you're an Abzan player and you're looking for extra considerations of good cards, well, there's plenty of nuanced little differences in terms of what people are doing here. Tarmogoyf, the latest play from Saporito, who's gradually drawing out of that mana worry that he had. But Manfield with plenty of removal here. Potential for both Liliana of the Veil and a removal spell here. We'll see which way he goes. Decides to remove a bit of loyalty to deal with Tarmogoyf. A Planeswalker in play is safer than a Planeswalker in hand against all of the discard that's going on here. And Scavenging Ooze with a mana up to be able to eat something from the graveyard.
And now we're really seeing how that mulligan has affected Tiago in the long term here. He's just down on number of lands, down on the battlefield, down on cards in hand. Seth has gotten amazing value out of these Lilianas, and this is just going to be a really tough spot for Tiago to climb back out of. You know, I think the best cards you could see in this situation would be, you know, I would say Lingering Souls, except for the fact that Seth has Scavenging Ooze on the battlefield as well. So, yeah, just a really, really tough spot to be. You know, if Tiago still had that Gideon from earlier, that might be good here, but I think he did correctly discard that, you know, knowing that he was stuck on lands in the early game and it wasn't going to help him anytime soon.
Now, a lot of people sometimes when they're first getting used to Magic, they struggle to figure out, well, who's winning at any given moment. They look at life totals, and life totals here are pretty even. In general, though, one of the rules of thumb I kind of like is who's got the most stuff in play. And in this case, Seth Manfield, he's got lands in play, he's got cards in hand. He actually has the life advantage as well. By almost any metric that you want to choose, he's in great shape here.
All right, what do you have? Sorry, 15, 17 to 15. Okay, I'm sorry, I messed it up. I'm gonna plus here.
Another interesting card here going on for Seth Manfield. It looks like...
Wow. A Sigarda, Host of Herons.
Now, Sigarda with flying, you know, flying's pretty solid. We like flying, but...
Or excuse me, is this Heron's Grace? Actually, no, I think it's Host of Herons.
This is Host of Herons.
Yeah. So we have the wrong graphic there up with the second.
There she
fix it
is.
for you. There's Host of Herons.
She has hexproof. That means that targeted removal on her is not going to be great. And your opponent can't force you to sacrifice permanents, which is very relevant against the likes of Liliana. So there are very, very few cards in an Abzan list that can deal with a Resolved Sigarda.
Yeah, not only that, but actually just shuts down a lot of Tiago's deck. Now it means any hand disruption card can't work because Seth can't be targeted.
No, sorry, it is Host of Herons, so it's just the Sigarda herself that has hexproof.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. Yep. Excuse me.
That being said, a 5/5
graphics
flyer will absolutely just end the game very quickly, and I do not believe that there are many ways that we're going to be able to see Saporito able to deal with this. Damnation in some lists, but by no means all. And you can see there Saporito just sort of watching on as Seth Manfield aims to potentially set himself up to be a world champion again. Yeah, now that Saporito fully out of cards in hand, these Path to Exiles looking all the better. The discipline in holding back on them early really paying off. You don't want to, when your opponent is short on mana, help them out in that regard. But right now, Saporito just mainly short on cards, full stop. Yeah, Sigarda, Host of Herons, a card that I like a lot in Modern. Obviously, it costs 5, and that does take a little bit of time to get up to, but it's just very, very powerful, especially in these kind of matchups where everybody has lots of removal, lots of ways of dealing with things. It's one of those threats that just cannot be dealt with.
And you're at, you take 7 down to 8.
So the score is 16 and 8? Okay.
Go ahead.
So I'm not even quite sure what Saporito is having to draw here. I'm not sure. Does he have Damnation in his list?
He does have Damnation in his sideboard. Unsure whether or not he brought it in or how many copies here. Even that said, he's still facing down the Shambly Vent and the Liliana, so not in great shape here. But Lingering Soul's a really nice pickup for him. That's going to buy him some time at the very least, protect him from the Liliana activation. You know, potentially either chump block or counterattack Liliana.
Seth at this point, though, happy to just keep on rumbling in. 4 tokens, not enough to successfully block and trade with Liliana, so they're each individual speed bumps for the big angel.
And Saporito sends 1 token in front of Sigarda, protects his life total a little bit, leaves himself with 3 spirit tokens to potentially challenge Liliana. That forces Seth to use a -2 on his second main phase, passes the turn back. So now at least Tiago has dealt with that Liliana as a threat, needs to find an answer to Sigarda somehow, but such a difficult card to answer, with Sigarda herself having hexproof and preventing Liliana of the Veil from forcing Seth to sacrifice a creature.
Well, he did draw the Damnation, and this is interesting because Saporito basically recognizing that he doesn't need to pull the trigger right away. He can sit back. He's got the blockers that he can use to deal with what's going on here. Abrupt Decay dealing with one of them. Potentially going to extract some additional value from this Damnation.
Yeah, I like this patient play a lot from Tiago. We've seen him do this a couple times already so far in the Modern portion of this tournament, where he has a card that's capable of dealing with multiple creatures at once, and he's in a rough board state where it looks like he might want to pull the trigger on it, but he just waits and is trying to be as patient as possible. Going to wait until he chump blocks with that spirit first, gives Seth the opportunity to play another creature. Instead, Seth has Liliana of the Veil. Able to kill the spirit token, pave the way for Sigarda there, and that will be the game for Seth Manfield.
It's interesting because I think that was a kind of a strange spot for Seth and Tiago there, because obviously Tiago choosing not to play Damnation did end up costing him there, but I still think that it was the right choice for him. He was in a really rough spot. If he had simply played the Damnation out to deal with Sigarda, he would still have been taking 2 from that Shambling Vent, and that means that he had to again draw even more instant speed removal.
And Seth needed to have 2 removal spells there, which Tiago didn't know he had. So I think it was absolutely the right play to kind of to pace out that Damnation for sure.
So a rough ending for Tiago there. No one likes to have a mulligan, and of course Seth able to capitalize with some just beautiful sideboard cards. But there's been plenty more going on from the Modern stage of this tournament. Let's head over to the news desk and find out the details from Rich Hagen.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Ian. And thanks to all the players for another great round of Modern. It is time for Deck Tech action. It is time for Matej Big Z Zadelkai. And it is time for one of the most popular players in the world of Magic today, Luis Scott Vargas.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Luis Scott Vargas. Luis, you just came off 3 back-to-back Pro Tour top 8s, and you're still in the running for the World Championship, so you think you can make it?
No, but I'm going to play my last 2 rounds and hope. That's all I can do.
All right, we'll see. And it's quite interesting that what you brought to Worlds. We've seen it in the past that Abzan or black, green, red with Jund were popular archetypes because they're pretty safe. We know that you chose to play with Abzan. Why is it so?
The reason that the four of us, myself, Paulo, Vitor, Sam Party, and Mike Sigris, played Abzan is because given the field we predicted, we thought it was about even against everything, and there's not that many ways you get it really wrong. Like Abzan's not the kind of deck that if you misjudge the field, you end up with a ton of bad matchups, whereas if you play something like Scapeshift and a ton of Infect and Death Shadow Zoo show up, you could be in trouble.
All right, so black-green traditionally is a deck that can really adjust as the cards get printed. We've seen it in the past. Seedrano, Tassiger, then maybe John Dex picked up Kolgan's Command, and the Eldritch Moon gave you some new tools to play with. So alongside Tarmogoyf, which is the staple of always, you brought 4 Grimflayers. Talk to me about why you brought Grimflayer to the table in Abzan specifically.
Yeah, Grimflayer is awesome. It's just a great new addition because not only is it 2-mana 4/4 a good portion of the time, especially by about turn 4 or 5. Also, the ability to hit them and look at your top 3, choose which ones you want to keep, means that you get to stay on 3 or 4 lands exactly, never draw excess lands. Against creature decks, you keep putting Path and Abrupt Decay on top, and against combo decks, you just keep finding Thoughtseize and Inquisition. It's just a really powerful card, and the cards this deck already plays enable it well.
All right, so it seems like you can get Delirium pretty fast with all your discard spell, your fetch lands helping to get that, and of course once you hit, it just keeps flowing. All right, Scavenging Ooze seems like a nod to maybe lots of the dredge decks.
Yeah, Scavenging Ooze is kind of this weird card where there's no matchup where it's just amazing, because even against the graveyard decks, it's a little bit slow, but it's pretty solid in a bunch of matchups. That's like Abzan in a nutshell right there, because you have Ooze in the mirror, which can mess with their Delirium off Grimflayer, maybe shrink Tarmogoyf. We've seen a couple times this tournament, exile a Lingering Souls if it's hanging out in the graveyard. And then against the graveyard-based decks, it can do a lot of work. It also gains life against burn. It just does a lot of little things.
Sure. Speaking of graveyard-based deck, what about the Anafenza? I mean, it's pretty good against some of the graveyard deck, but also pretty big on its own.
Yeah, Anafenza didn't come from a desire for another graveyard card. She came because we wanted another creature that could attack. Tireless Tracker was another one we considered. She's a 3-mana 4/4 primarily, and then secondary is that she does exile cards, so she does kind of give you extra edge against something that is trying to utilize the graveyard.
All right, interesting creature lineup here from this new style of Abzan deck. Let's keep on further because there's one card that is in particular interesting to me, which I assume is because of the Grimfly, the Mishra's Baubles?
Yeah, so the Mishra's Bauble is there to enable Delirium. It also has the side benefit of enabling Tarmogoyfs. You see 5/6, 6/7 Tarmogoyfs more often. There's a lot of cool little tricks you can use. I played against Mike Sigris last round, and I was going to cast Inquisition of Kozilek, so I used Bauble on him first to get a little more information so I know what I should take. You can also do something which I've also done, which is use Bauble on yourself when you have a fetch land like a Verdant Catacomb, and decide whether you want to crack the fetch land before drawing the Bauble card on the next turn. So you get to have a little bit of card filtering, plus just hitting Delirium.
Yeah, so also, Delirium and Lingering Souls, it's a card that really came up when Grimflayer was first spoiled, that people were really excited about trying those together. And it's also another reason why for the Grimflayer, right?
Yeah, it used to be, I think, pretty close, whether you wanted to play red for Lightning Bolt or white for Lingering Souls, whether you want to play Jund or Abzan, or even straight black-green, sometimes you did that. Lingering Souls, I think, makes it not close. It's just the best card in the deck. This is the most important card in so many of your matchups. Granted, against a combo deck, it's one of your worst cards, but in the mirror, it's great. It's great against Infect, it's great against Affinity. It's just a great card.
Yep. So 4 Lilianas, we've seen the decks fluctuate between 2 and 4. 4 seems like pretty good. Right?
Yeah, a funny story about that. So we kind of built this deck off the deck that Ben Stark and Pat Cox played last week at the Grand Prix, and they both liked the deck, and they had 3 Lilianas. So earlier this week, I'm talking to them, I'm like, why did you guys play 3 Lilianas? We always used to play 4. And then they're both like, I don't know, everyone was just playing 3. So we're like, we should play 4. The card is great. So we're back up to 4 Lilianas.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Liliana myself, but I'm a little surprised with the Noble Hierarch because traditionally it just seemed like a little too low impact for an Abzan deck. Why are you running 3 of the Noble Hierarchs?
It's really funny to be running Noble in a deck that's curve stops at 3, right?
Yeah,
it doesn't.
exactly.
It's like, well, why are you doing this? The reason is, one, the Exalted is very relevant, especially with Grimflayer and Tarmogoyf. It lets your Tarmogoyf attack past theirs. It lets your Grimflayer attack past a 2/2 early in the game and a 4/4 later. And she does accelerate out your 3-drops, your Lingering Souls, your Lilianas. Even on turn 3, playing Tarmogoyf plus Abrupt Decay or Tarmogoyf Grimflayer is a very relevant interaction. The deck uses its mana pretty well. Shambling Vents is another card that is really good with Noble. So overall, Noble's been good.
All right, so let's keep moving on to the next slide, because this is also the bread and butter of black-green decks, right? Your 3 Inquisition, your 3 Thoughts, but I spied a little new card, and people have been mentioning that, oh, it's a great card against burn, but it's pretty versatile. Tell me why you're running 1 Collective Brutality.
Collective Brutality is a split card, right? It gives -2/-2, it has like a duress style effect, lets you take an instant or sorcery, and it can even drain them for 2. The reason it's in there is because there's 2 matchups where it's just great. It's great against burn, it's great against infect, because you want multiple modes, and only paying 2 mana for that is awesome. And then it also is just okay against like Scapeshift. You can take their Scapeshift. It gives -2/-2, so against Affinity, it's like a discard spell that can, kill Steel Overseer. You're paying for versatility. It's an awesome card. We have 1 in our sideboard as well, but you can't play tons because it does cost 2 mana.
All right, so let's keep moving on, because after discard spell, there's the removal, right? And a lot of people have been talking about Lightning Bolt against Path and how Path might be a better choice for the metagame. So where do you stand on this debate?
Well, we like Path. Again, Lingering Souls pulls us into white, but Path is good too. The fact that it can kill Tarmogoyf, big Death Shadows, we expected a number of players to show up with Bant Eldrazi. Killing Thought-Knot Seer, Reality Smasher is really, really important. So we really like Path a lot more than Bolt right now.
Yeah, so that's supplemented by the 1 Murderous Cut here on the right. And just to abrupt the case, we seem anywhere between 2 and 4. 2 seems like a middle of the road kind of decision.
It's on the low end, but for this particular metagame, we expected a few more Bant Eldrazi than you would normally find. So Abrupt Decay is one of your weakest cards there, so we trimmed a Decay for a cut. I could see other metagames just playing 3 Decays like no Murderous Cut.
Fair enough. All right, so let's have a quick look at the lands there, because that's fairly straightforward. So interestingly, 3 Shambling Vent, no Stirring Wildwoods, no Hissing Quagmires. We've seen a couple of those. Shambling Vent, the best out of those?
So you have like 1 interesting land slot, the rest just produce mana. You can play Shambling Vent. Galvany Township is another option that Tiago played and was actually quite good against me.
Yeah.
The reason we want Shambling Vent is getting incidental life gain in helps against burn. It's really a good combo with Noble Hierarch. Attacking for 3 and gaining 3 life is really good. And also because of Noble Hierarch, you want all your green sources untapped. So all your green lands need to come into play untapped. That means we want a tapped black-white.
That makes a lot of sense. All right, so a lot of fetch lands here to fix the mana. It's a 3-color deck after all. And moving on, there's also some dual lands. Temple Garden, Overgrown Tomb, Godless Shrine, supplemented by Twilight Mire, fixing with the mana, with the double black for Liliana, also turn to Grimflare, things like that.
Yeah, it lets you cast Liliana off Noble Hierarch. You can play turn 1 Noble, turn 2 Liliana, and that's really important. Also, it's a painless, untapped source of black and green.
All right, and just last slide with a couple of the one of each basic lands.
Yeah, it hurts me to play only 1 of each basic. I love playing tons of basics in my deck. My standard deck has like 10.
Sure.
But you don't have room for everything, so 1 of each basic.
Yeah. Right. So there you have it, Abzan, the bread and butter of this metagame. 8 people came here with the Abzan deck. You just had an interesting glimpse into a Grimflare future in Modern here. So that's it for me and Luis Scott Vargas at the Deck Tech.
I think we can all agree that Magic is a pretty beautiful game as well as a wonderful one, and it takes quite a lot to elevate the bar. Kaladesh has done it, and so has this theatre, because the Paramount Theatre, it's a historic building here in the heart of downtown Seattle. It's an amazing place to do pretty much anything, but whether it's Swan Lake or Highland Lake that is your jam, this is a great, great venue. And we've had a little chance to take you all the way around the nooks and the crannies and the little secret places that exist in this amazing building. Take a look.
Hi everybody, I'm just listening to the World Championship play in my ear here in downtown Seattle. Historic Paramount Theatre is the site for not only the World Championship, but a whole bustle of other activity going on here for Magic and the new set of Kaladesh, which has been debuted this weekend. Let's go inside and take a look at everything that's going on in front of and behind the cameras. Come on in. And so as you come in, you see a little bit of waiver information. You see some of the colors of Kaladesh being on display with the staff here that are greeting us. We have the retail area. You see some of the prints. You see the World Championship posters that people can get, boxes, etc. Oh, look at this. Got some playmats, and really, we're rolling, so there's nothing they can do about this. And there we see Steve Port, the man who from Legion Supplies, handling retail area here.
Yes, sir.
Steve, what's the excitement level been like here?
It's been really good. This mat in particular is kind of sneaky because it's the card that's been released already. It's online.
Inventors Fair.
Inventors Fair, and we've done some Photoshop work to it. There used to be another thing there. We cut that piece out. Now it's got a Skynet on there.
So this is a special director's cut of the Inventors Fair here just for this event.
Just for this event. Yep, we're selling them only here. About 800 of them.
Or if you see me, I might have a couple of these with me. Here you see the prize wall. When you play Magic, you win an event, you get prize tickets. You can cash those prize tickets in and get some cool stuff. There you see an oversized Magic card, some gift boxes. I see some Modern and Eternal Masters there, which is pretty cool. But what if you're just really excited about Magic and you don't know how to play? Well, you know what? You can come here and you can go to the Learn to Play area and learn how to play Magic. Holly Santo. Holly sometimes works on the coverage side with us. Tell me what's going on here at PAX in terms of teaching people how to play.
I think the most important thing to show people are, I guess, the kind of cards that they're going to play with. I always kind of go through the deck first, take out the cards, and show them the different card types. I make sure that they know that lands are very important, casting creatures is important, dealing damage to your opponent is important. Just all the basics, getting that out of the way first. And a lot of people just really take to it, I guess.
Magic at PAX is for all levels of experience. Sure, you could be learning to play, but if we come in here, you're going to see players who've been playing for a while, different levels of experience, and all the stuff that's going on. You can see in the background, the Magic the Gathering World Championships are going on right now, the best of the best. There you see Graham Stark from Loading Ready Run. He's doing a little spell slinging. We've got Elaine Chase. She's the Senior Brand Director for Magic the Gathering. How excited are you to take Magic and Magic players to Kaladesh? How long have you been waiting to get here?
Oh, a really, really long time. I mean, we had known for such a long time that we were going to do Kaladesh. We went and got a little sneak peek of it in Origins. Did a lot of pre-work on it before that because we knew we were going to blow it up into a huge world. And I'm so excited. Not only for the world, which is so cool, and the inventiveness and being an inventor and the play mechanics, which is so cool, but did you hear that there's vehicles in this set? I mean,
I did.
How long have you been waiting to have vehicles in Magic?
I've been, well, pretty much since the first time you started thinking
right?
about the idea of making Magic cards.
Yeah, ever, right? Just forever. Yeah.
We're going to make our way back towards the actual World Championship. We're going to use our hushed voice for this, of course. There you see Marcio Carvalho, the draft master on your right. He's playing against Brian Braun-Duin. Both of these players are 6-1. They've just drafted. The winner of this will be in great shape to lock up a top 4 spot here at the World Championship. That's what these guys are here for. Gabby Sparks, Corbin Hosler, you see Tim Willoughby, you see Toby Elliott, the judge. Here you get a look at the World Championship trophy. You know, sure, they're playing for $70,000 first prize, but they also want to get that trophy. They want that title of World Champion. Let's take a look backstage here to make this all happen. You can see this just hammock of wires going up that way. If you come back here, you see more, all these computers, all this computing power. It's kind of insane how much goes into it. When the players aren't playing downstairs in the feature match area, they're up here in the Players Lounge, and you can see a collection of Hall of Famers. There's Hall of Famer Shota Yasoka, Yuya Watanabe, there's Pro Tour champion Takamura, there's Pro Tour champion Steve Rubin, there's Hall of Famer elect Owen Turnwald, there is Hall of Famer Paulo Vitor Damarosa. Here you see reigning world champion Seth Manfield watching the matches play out on the monitor. As you come up here through the curtain, you get a look at a little bit more of the behind the scenes that's going on. There's Caleb, he does our sound. There's Deb Slater, she makes everything run smoothly. Unfortunately for me, this is where I'm gonna drop off. I gotta head to the news desk. I've gotta work with my co-host, Rich Hagon. We got a lot more Magic to bring you this weekend here at the Paramount Theater, downtown Seattle, at PAX, at the Magic the Gathering World Championship.
Like, anyway, enough of that. So, welcome back. You can see the clock ticking down on your screen, 15.5 minutes. That's because we're heading towards round 13 of 14. Now, the standings have come in. If you're a fan of Brian Braun-Duin, not sure he's safely locked yet. 2 rounds to go. He's at 9-3, co-leader with Marcio Carvalho. Carvalho's tiebreaks are great. BBD's not quite as good, and there is a real scrum of players on 8 wins or 7 wins who could eventually end up in a pile on 9 and 5 with tiebreaks right in there with BBD. So not 100% on that one. We think Marcio is pretty safe. He does have the best tiebreaks of the contenders, if you will. But plenty more of that to come. Right now, it's time for more modern action. It's time for another deck tech, and we're very grateful to JC Tao. He came in first thing this morning to walk us through the full 60 of his modern deck list.
Hello and welcome to the Tournament Center here at the balcony level of the Paramount Theater in downtown Seattle at the Magic the Gathering World Championship. I'm here with Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch champion JC Tao, and we are talking about a modern deck tech. JC, the last time we saw you, you left Modern a ruin in your wake. Cards had to be banned. You played an incredibly broken deck. Did you bring an incredibly broken deck to this event here?
Not this time, I'm afraid.
So you instead said you went with a fair deck.
Mm-hmm.
And what does that mean when we talk about a fair deck? What does that imply?
To me, a fair deck implies that you are trying to not only advance your own board state, your own game plan, but also actively trying to disrupt your opponent, stopping them from doing potentially any broken or unfair things that they may be up to.
And then you've described that there's 2 different ways you can do this, right?
Right. You can either try to discard their hand, pick apart their threats, or you can try to counter them. And I went with the discard plan.
All right, so let's take a look at the weapon of choice you brought to this modern tournament. It's white-black tokens, Bitter Blossom, Lingering Souls, Intangible Virtue. Is this the core of how you win the game?
Yeah, this is the core threat package. It's pretty light.
Okay, so talk about Bitter Blossom a little bit, because this is a card we associate mostly with the Fairies archetype, more the countering route than the discard route.
It acts very similarly here. You sort of play it as soon as possible, and you start focusing on disrupting your opponent afterwards, and just let this card take over the game.
Okay, and then you pair it with Lingering Souls here for some additional creature threats, and then Intangible Virtue. How important is this card to this deck's game plan?
It's one of the best cards in this deck. It increases your clock dramatically. It lets you play offense and defense, and you want to draw as many copies of this as possible.
So yeah, you get 2 of these in play at the same time, then you're spitting out 3/3 Vigilant Fairy tokens.
Right.
Pretty difficult to deal with. All right, let's take a look at some of the ways that you're interacting with the board here. Liliana the Veil has been a modern staple since she was first printed.
Yep. Yeah, she's great. I know this is a little bit different from most token lists, but I went with a slightly more control-ish route. Yep.
And so this is the same thing. You're using her to follow up upon punishing your opponent's hand.
Right. Ideally, you go turn 1, discard, turn 2, Bitter Blossom, turn 3, Liliana, and then go from there.
Maybe you're on the play, you make them sacrifice a Tarmogoyf.
Sure, there's that too.
Talk about Sorin Solemn Visitor for us.
Sorin, and actually I'm going to include Gideon here as well. Those are the more versatile cards in your deck. They can either pump your team or start producing tokens. So if you need, depending on what you need in a situation, they can do a little bit of both. I'm playing one more Sorin than Gideon because the lifelink has been relevant, especially when you're busy shocking yourself to cast Thoughtseize or multiple Bitter Blossoms in play.
Sure, so that +1 until your next turn creatures you control get +1, +0, and lifelink. Huge, again, once you're spitting out all those tokens.
Right.
Now, Zealous Persecution, 2 copies of this card. What is this card? Where does this card play a role in the deck?
It is sometimes you can use it to pump your team for the win, but most of the time is to pick apart your opponent's small creatures. It's excellent against Affinity and Infect, both of which are top tier decks in Modern right now. It also does work against a couple other small decks. Elves, for example, it just won the Invitational recently, so I wanted to be a little bit prepared against that deck.
This is a card I think a lot of people think of maybe as a sideboard card sometimes, although obviously the anthem effect of being able to +1 your team is pretty huge for a token deck. But is this a nod to maybe what you're expecting out of this field?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about your disruption package here. Inquisition of Kozilek, 4, Thoughtseize, 2.
This deck does a lot of damage to itself, so I went with a safer plan of having Inquisition, more Inquisition and Thoughtseize, but they're both very important.
Right, and so you open up with maybe a fetch land or something, and then you Thoughtseize your opponent, and then you play a Bitter Blossom.
Yep.
You can be pretty behind the 8 ball there.
Exactly.
You're like, please don't be playing Naya Burn.
Right.
So what are the typical targets for these cards? Do you find yourself, taking different things?
You usually want to take their threats. Against most decks, your own threats line up fairly well. 1-for-1 removal doesn't match up too well against Lingering Souls. So you're more interested in picking apart their game plan rather than defending your own.
Okay. Now, one of the new cards that we see in this list is Collective Brutality, 1 copy, and I'm really interested in this here. Escalate, discard a card. Is that something that you can use to your advantage when you're trying to get multiple modes out of this?
It really depends on the matchup. This card is rarely a dead card, and sometimes it does so much against Naya Burn. Like you said, it can gain you some crucial life, take out the Goblin Guide, and discard the Lava Axe. And then against some of the Infect, for example, it does a lot of work there as well, taking away a pump spell and killing their small Infector.
But I'm imagining oftentimes the card you want to discard here is maybe a Lingering Souls?
Lingering Souls or, anything excess, but Lingering Souls will be a great target, yes.
Okay, and then 2 copies of Spellskite, just an emergency, escape valve in case things are going wrong?
This is also actually more of a proactive card. The Spellskite doesn't defend a lot of my own threats. It's there to stop my opponent from going off with Death Shadow or Infect. Occasionally you'll block an Edge Champion there as well.
Okay, just something they have to deal with if they're going to start pumping their creatures, and you can just pay a little life and make them target that instead. Right. Okay, so let's take a look at how you tie this all together. It's a little bit more removal now. You've disrupted some of their stuff. Now there's a couple things slipped through the cracks. Right. Path to Exile, 1 Murderous Cut, 1 Dismember. What's this removal package about?
Well, I'm playing the best removal spell in Modern, 4 of. And after that, I still want to play as cheap of a removal as possible, and those other spells can situationally cost 1. In fact, they often do after your flurry of fetch lands and discard spells have hit the graveyard. Murderous Cut is a 1-mana destroy target creature. Dismember, I wish there's something else, but Dismember does the job. There's more life loss that I sometimes can't afford, but...
Another card where you get to turn 3 and you're like, somehow I'm at 9 and my opponent's done nothing.
Exactly.
All right, so let's take a look at how you glue this all together now. We see 2 copies of Ghost Quarter, 2 plains, 4 swamps. Pretty self-explanatory there, but I'm interested in this. 2 copies of Vault of the Archangel.
That's another nod to the incredible life loss that this deck is capable of inflicting on itself. It is also there to gain another edge against the other mid-range decks, the Jund, the Abzan decks that have Tarmogoyfs and Tassigurs. You're able to easily trade 1 of your tokens away.
So we talked a little bit about that idea that you could be on your heels from your own sort of self-inflicted damage on turn 3, but if the game goes turn 7, turn 8, turn 9, this is something that if you're fighting against fair kind of creature decks, you feel like this is a card that's going to really swing the matchup for you?
One of the better cards, yep.
Okay, let's take a look at the rest of the mana, and then we see some of the aforementioned pay 1 life cards. Windswept Heath, 2 copies, Marsh Flats, 4 copies, and then Polluted Delta, 2 copies, and then of course, some Shockland too. Yep. So what's this? Anything insight into this mana base?
No, this is all pretty straightforward. The isolated chapels are. I try to do a lot of math to make sure that they come into play as untapped as often as possible. I think I've gotten it down to where I'm happy with, but those 2 land slots are flexible. They can be swapped with something else.
This is your painless land slot.
Yes.
Okay, JC Tao, I'm really excited to see how this deck plays out in Modern this weekend. Good games the rest of the way here at the World Championship.
Thank you so much.
It's about 7 minutes. Hello everyone, welcome back to the news desk. We're here on the top deck of the Paramount Theatre. Rich, BDM, and Ian, how come you guys got jackets today? That doesn't seem fair at all.
We texted about it this morning. Weren't you on the text?
Oh well, there we are, little wardrobe malfunction, I guess you could say. So moving on, it's time to talk serious business. It's time to talk modern, and why don't we take a look at our overall scoreboard here, because 24 players came in, and by our reckoning, probably 9 are still in with a shout here of making it to the top tables, and we need 4 from this 9. There you see it on the board. Now, Marcio Carvalho and BBD at 9 and 3, but BDM, we were just saying, looking at the tie breaks, it doesn't look certain yet for BBD.
Yeah, he's a little below the players just beneath him in the standings in terms of his match win percentage from his opponents.
Right, so basically the way it works, just in round numbers, Marcio Carvalho's tie break's 59%, BBD's round about 55, Blahon, Yasuoka, Manfield and 2 are all in the 55-56 range. The player who is in great shape, in fact, is the guy you just interviewed, BDM JC Tao. His tie breaks are, in fact, pretty much the best in the field, 59%, even more than Marcio Carvalho. So if JC can win his next 2, he would be likely to be in prime position in those 9 and 5 races.
That's right, yeah. And again, we have finished up round 12, 2 more rounds to go, and we're talking about players needing a 9 and 5 record to have a chance on tie breaks. Of course, doing better than that will guarantee the slot, we think.
And of course, the longer you're sort of winning in the tournament, and when you start losing and your opponents now have a similar record as you and they're continuing to win, well, that's really good for your tiebreakers. And the idea is that it's supposed to approximate the toughness of the field, although everybody here, there's no easy matchups in this room.
For sure. Now, it looks to us like the 2 leaders have not played each other in modern. So by our reckoning, Marcio Carvalho and BBD will be on a collision course. Now, since we think that they're close to in, that's going to take a win out of the system, if you like. One of them is going to go to 10 and 3 and absolutely be guaranteed. One of them will be depressed into the 9 and 4 scrum, and then potentially 9 and 5. So a huge round coming up, particularly for BBD. As I say, his tiebreak's not quite as good as Marcio Carvalho's. Ian, I know a lot of fans around the world are hoping that Luis can make a run here. He is at 7 and 5, but his tiebreaks are only 50%. Just to give people a sense, 5-6% behind with only 2 rounds to go. That's a lot to leap, isn't it?
It is a lot. It's unlikely to change a huge amount, but with that said, Luis is still in the running, but definitely cross your fingers if you're cheering for him.
And also, BDM, another player who's right in the thick of things and ultimately is going to potentially disappoint a 9 and 5 is Oliver too, because remember, way back to Thursday, that last round unintentional draw against Steve Rubin, 2 has kept on winning, including the rematch against Steve Rubin to kick him off.
And if Oliver 2 gets to 9 wins, that'll come with 4 losses and 1 draw, and that'll put him 1 notch above all the other players with 9 wins, because they'll all be at 9 and 5.
Right, so that'll be a bonus point for him. So by our reckoning, Carvalho, BBD, Blahon, Yasuoka, Manfield, 2, Tao, Saporito, and just maybe Scott Vargas are the 9 players left battling for 4 spots. If you're Marcio Carvalho, you have to feel, even with 2 losses, you're not going to get past on tie breaks by 4. So Marcio Carvalho, done and dusted, we believe. But BBD and the rest of those 9 are trying to get into 4 slots. We've got 2 more rounds to go. But while the players are getting seated, why don't we take a look at some more Kaladesh cards. And we have those community ambassadors. We showed you a little video yesterday of the people from all around the world, 13 countries spread across the globe, the ambassadors here at PAX, and they all had a preview card. So we've selected a few of those for you. So why don't we take a look, first of all, at this lovely flyer. This is Aetherstorm Rock, 2 white. It's a 3/3 rare. It's a bird. It flies. Whenever Aetherstorm Rock or another creature enters the battlefield under your control, ping, you get an energy. I'm not sure ping is the official sound effect of energy, but we'll see. Whenever it attacks, you can pay 2 energy. If you do, you put a +1/+1 counter on it, and you get to tap up to 1 target creature defending player controls. Now, Ian had a hand in this BDM, so I'm going to disqualify him from speaking about how awesome it is. How awesome is this?
Well, I mean, this card seems super exciting, especially in any kind of deck. We saw this ability Fabricate, where already was revealed at the Kaladesh panels yesterday. And so that would, if I'm not mistaken, give me 2 energy if I played a fabricate creature and put a +1, a 1/1 servo into play with it, right? If I had that creature in play.
Not sure exactly what you're saying here.
I'm looking at the Aetherstorm Rock, and it says whenever Aetherstorm Rock or another creature enters the battlefield under my control, I get an energy.
Oh,
so I'm saying,
absolutely,
so I'm saying if I fabricate
your fabricate creatures and dividing them up, getting a bunch of creatures,
that would give me
you
2
could
energy, and then I would have
energy.
3 energy. I could attack. I could put a counter on something.
Fantastic point.
This card seems like the card I want to open at my pre-release.
That's right. Even though I'm disqualified for the conversation, I will confirm this is a bomb and loaded.
Yeah, fair. I knew we couldn't keep you out of there for long. It is a beautiful card. Great job. Okay, so next up, how about Cultivator of Blades? And let's let you have a nice, good look at that card, because obviously you're unfamiliar with all these cards. Cultivator of Blades, 3 green. It's an Elf Artificer, rare. Sorry, a 1/1 for 5 mana. There's got to be more to it than that, and of course there is. Fabricate 2, we haven't seen Fabricate 2 much, so this time you could turn it straight away into a 3/3, or if you want, you can have 2 colorless servos. And then what's the ability? Well, whenever Cultivator of Blades attacks, you can have other attacking creatures get +X until end of turn, where X is Cultivator of Blades power. Ian, you devious man, you've given people a lot of hard choices there.
This is a math equation.
It is.
A lot of hard choices, but a lot of good choices, right? No matter what you do with this card, you're going to get paid off. And it is really interesting that you will make different choices with the Fabricate depending on what the game state is. If you already have a lot of creatures on the battlefield, you can load this up with +1/+1 counters, and then when it attacks, it's going to pump up your whole team in a huge way. On the other hand, if you have an empty board, you can actually divide it up, make 3 creatures for 1, and say if you have something like a Giant Growth to pump this up, now you can sort of go wide and deal a bunch of damage.
Yeah, so maybe we make our first one as a 1/1 and bring along a couple of servo buddies, and then the second one, we'll make that a 3/3, and then all my servos and my first Cultivator of Blades get the bonus, and away we go.
Can I do a PSA here?
Sure.
Beware of Jace's scrutiny.
That's true.
So,
oh, you spoil sport.
So if you attack with this creature and the ability goes on the stack and someone minuses the power to the point where it's below 0, where it becomes a negative number, that would actually like infest your board, right?
That could happen. That said, most of the time, things are working out in your favor.
I'm not being critical of this card. I love this card. I'm just doing a PSA here right now. This is just the more you know.
You're a miserable human being. Moving on, how about Rashmi Eternity's Crafter? This is okay. Again, I'm not even going to talk about the card yet.
Could I just lean in and look at this for a little while?
Yeah, you can do that. Rashmi Eternity's Crafter for 2 green and blue, Brian David Marshall, is a 2/3 legendary elf druid, mythic rare. Whenever you cast your first spell each turn, you reveal the top card of your library. If it's non-land, with converted mana cost less than that spell's, you can cast it without paying its mana cost. Now, if you don't cast the revealed card, ping, you put it into your hand. All right. Well, BDM, you are known universally as a Simic player. Does this appeal to you?
This is something I'm very interested in. So, for example, if I cast a Civic Wayfinder and then revealed a Coiling Oracle, I could cast a Coiling Oracle for free.
You could indeed.
I would like to do this. I would like to do this. Can we do this? Can we go somewhere and do this? I would like to do this.
Yeah, well, first of all, you'll need to open some Kaladesh boosters and get yourself a Rashmi Eternity's Crafter, because, of course, you've still got to wait a few weeks for that. Kaladesh, the pre-release coming at the end of September. Make sure you mark your cards for that. I think it's the 24th, 25th is the weekend for the Kaladesh pre-release. And incidentally, if you just joined us and you're missing cards, thinking, what are they showing me? What are they showing me? www.kaladesh.com is the place where you can find all the cards that are being previewed here at PAX right the way across our 5 days of coverage. Let's move on, and next up it's another flyer. We're going to go to red and we're going to take a look at Skyship Stalker. This is our next card. Here it comes. 2 red for a 3/3 flying dragon. Well, it's a dragon, of course it flies. Your abilities. So for red, Skyship Stalker gets +1/+0 until end of turn. For red, Skyship Stalker gains first strike until end of turn. Or for red, Skyship Stalker gains haste until end of turn. Ian, let's do a pretty simple rules thing here, but just to clarify, if I spend 3 red on giving Skyship Stalker first strike 3 times, that doesn't really achieve a lot. It's just got first strike. And the same with haste.
That is true, yeah. Each of those abilities you'd only want to use once per turn.
But the first ability, BDM, I can put as many Red Mountain mana things into Skyship Stalker as I want, and it'll just keep getting bigger. So if I've played this on turn 4, maybe I've got a 7/3 attacking the next turn.
Yeah, or better yet, if you play it on turn 10 and you're have a lot of red mana, you pay 4, you pay a 5th mana, you pay a red, you give it haste, and then you finish it off with another
4 or 5
mana, and you get in out of nowhere for 7 in the air.
Absolutely, this is a blaze that sticks around as a dragon afterwards. And I have to note, Rich, I really love the artwork on that one. The dragons here on Kaladesh look really cool with those kind of tiger-like stripes as well.
Yeah, and it's really great because Mark Rosewater often talks in about giving people not just what they think they want, but actually what's good for them in a way. And we had a dragon set. And I know a lot of my friends who were Dragon fans were going, I hope this doesn't mean that's the end of dragons for the next 3 to 5 years. And I was like, pretty sure it won't be. So it's great to see another dragon coming front and center here.
And all the fans
Kaladesh.
of dwarves said you won't see them for 15 years.
You won't see them. That's right. But dwarves are back. Let's move on to, oh, isn't it lovely? That's the voice you do have to use for Filigree Familiar. It costs 3. It is an artifact creature, Fox. It's uncommon, 2/2. When Filigree Familiar enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life. When it dies, draw a card. This feels like a bottle gnome package of doom. I love this card, Ian.
Yeah, it's just got a ton of value going on. I mean, beyond being absolutely adorable, this is just a fantastic value card. Gets you a lot of action for your mana there. It's great to cast emerge creatures from, perhaps, something we could see in standard. And I think it's also a great fit for your new Rashmi Eternity Crafter deck.
Absolutely. Also really works well with Delirium.
That's
which
very true.
may also go into
Being
your
both an artifact
emerge
and a
deck.
creature, yeah.
We've seen Pilgrim's Eye being something that lets people get full Delirium on turn 3, and this could do the same thing.
Later today, Ian, we're going to see PAX Invents the Card, where the audience in the room is just going to come up from scratch with a magic card, kind of groupthink, crowdsource. A card like Filigree Familiar, is that a card that begins as someone says, hey, wouldn't it be great to have a cute puppy that's a kind of mechanical thing? Is that where that begins?
Not necessarily with that card. I think we were just looking for a really clean, appealing card that's just kind of all upsides in every direction there. But I knew our creative team put a lot of work into what are kind of some of the cool creations you might see on this plane, and that actually might have been something from the early style guide, and we're like, oh, this is a perfect fit for this card.
You guys keep saying this is cute. I think it's beautiful, but it looks very dangerous. It looks like somebody's going to lose a finger.
I can imagine. All right, well, that is our look at Kaladesh. Plenty more to come. We've got the story panel later on. We've got PAX Invents the Card. You'll see Drive to Work. There's Jet City Improv. All that to come. But right now, let's focus on the magic that matters. It's time for round 13 of the Magic the Gathering World Championship.
Hello there, and welcome back to the booth here in Seattle, Washington for the Magic World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Big Z Zatelkai.
Thank you.
And we're getting right down the stretch here. Only 2 more rounds to go of Modern before we cut to our top 4. These matches have massive implications for who's going to get in, have a shot to be world champion, and who isn't. We've got Oliver 2 and Seth Manfield looking to answer one of those questions in the feature match area right now. Hello and welcome to coverage of the Magic World Championship. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Matej Zatelkai, and we are ready for round 13 action. Matej, we are right down the stretch here. These matches have huge implications on our top 4. Let's take a look at our competitors in the feature match area. We have Seth Manfield. He's sitting on an 8-4 record playing Obzon here in Modern. His opponent on the other side of the table, Oliver 2, who's playing Titan Shift. Now, his record is not 8-4. He's 7-4-1 after having picked up an unintentional draw earlier in the tournament.
And this draw is actually what is making it quite problematic for us to figure out who can actually get into the top 4, because that draw really messes with things. But look at that. Turn 1 Inquisition from Seth, and Oliver, after mulligan to 6, is on Colony Heart Expedition and just lands.
Oh, no.
Hey, actually, on one hand, this looks terrible, but on the other, we know that Seth's hand, that he actually doesn't have much going on there. He has a lot of discard spells, but now he knows there's nothing to discard, so Oliver might be able to play out all the cards that he actually draws.
He finds a land off the top. It is a tap land in the form of Valakut the Molten Pinnacle. He's actually deciding if he just wants to play it and let Seth know exactly what he drew for the turn, and said he's going to play a Cinderglade and pass the turn back to Seth. Now, the one thing that Seth was missing from his opening hand, you see all this disruption and removal, was a threat. He's just going to spin the wheel here and see. He knows that it's not going to get any better from him, as Oliver's just going to be playing out whatever it is that he draws. The Inquisition of Kozilek could hit anyway.
Yeah, and I like what Oliver did there. He did not play that Valakut, and Seth was kind of forced to pull the trigger there on the discard spell. One less for Oliver to worry about maybe in the following turns once he draws those Titans.
Another Valakut off the top.
Another Valakut.
And interestingly, this is one of the few times this has come up in my coverage career. He actually drew a different version of Valakut and made sure to play the one that Seth knew about to conceal the information. You know, people talk about that, using the same artwork on their basic lands and things like that for exactly this type of scenario. It finally came up.
Yeah,
Oliver
indeed.
played correctly.
Yeah, having it when it pays to have 2 different card arts, right?
Indeed.
No, but I mean, it would be obviously better just to have one. It's you don't give away any information. You don't have to think about these things. But back to the game, I think Seth is in quite a precarious spot, because unless he draws a Tarmogoyf or some other creature to pressure Oliver, Oliver's just getting enough time to set up his Valakut.
Tarmogoyf off the top.
Yeah, I jinxed it.
Yeah, you set that one up beautifully. And that is what this hand needed exactly, was a threat. He needed some way to get on the board. And Oliver, being a perceptive player, is going to realize, too, that Seth probably just drew that, as he would not have spent last turn on an Inquisition had he had a Tarmogoyf in his hand. Another land off the top for Oliver.
Yeah, that's rough for Oliver, too. He kept the 5 lands in Colony Heart Expedition and just drew 3 straight lands. I mean, he did blank at least an Inquisition there. And looking at Seth's hand, the Colony Heart Expedition wouldn't have done much anyway because of Abrupt Decay. But still, this is fairly unlucky from Oliver, who is not only facing down a Tarmogoyf, but there's also an enchantment already in the graveyard.
Oh, one of the trickier card types to get in the yard.
Yeah, a little harder. Yeah, so it's
Tarmogoyf's at 3-4 right now,
which is still fine, but I'm pretty sure Seth can pump it up a little more there with a couple of turns. But he has no targets for Path to Exile or Abrupt Decay, so actually Oliver's still in a relatively good shape. He just needs something to accelerate his mana. Even a Sakura Tri-Belder would be great.
Tarmogoyf's going to hit for 3 and knock 2 down to 17 life. And no follow-up here for Manfield. We noticed that he had a threat light hand. He did find that Tarmogoyf, but hasn't found a second threat yet.
I think Oliver just drew an Anger of the Gods, which is basically like a blank, especially on this board. It might be useful if Seth plays out a Lingering Souls or something similar. He just seems to have some path to exile things. Let's see what he drew for this turn.
Oh, Liliana of the Veil.
All right, so at least he has more stuff to discard.
He does.
Yeah, but this will enable actually Seth to get an instant in his graveyard. He plus the Liliana so that he can easily discard a Abrupt Decay or Path to Exile to it. So that's going to grow the Tarmogoyf to a 4/5 at least.
Wow, have a quick score update for you as well. Thiago Saporito's already beat Steve Rubin in game number 1. Both of those players on 7-5 and 6-5-1 respectively.
Yeah, we don't think Steve Rubin can make the top 4 here a while.
Again,
maybe
because of that draw.
Thiago has an outside chance. Yes, exactly. So interesting enough, Seth decided to discard the Abrupt Decay there rather than the Path to Exile. 1 mana removal is usually better, especially against stuff like, you want to keep your pass against Primeval Titan, because that can come out of Oliver too fairly soon. Who just plays the land. He still has that Anger of the Gods in his hand. I think he just drew another land here. So Seth was patient with this Thoughtseize. He knew that he just wanted Oliver to grab some new cards. Now gets to discard the Anger of the Gods while taking 2 damage, well, losing 2 life off of that. And yeah, Oliver still only will take 4 from the Tarmogoyf here, I believe.
What's your... Sorry, what? 9?
Decent enough. Yeah, no, Oliver done now. But now the plussing of the Liliana is going to start being quite problematic if Oliver doesn't draw some good action, because it's actually taking lands from his hand.
Exactly.
And he will want to play the spells that he draws.
Yeah, he does tend to use up all. I mean, one of the huge points of his deck is just to get lands onto the battlefield, and now he's starting to discard them. And also, Liliana only 1 away from being at ultimate level here as well. It doesn't take that long if Oliver has 0 pressure whatsoever. If he just never casts a spell during the course of the game, which, by the way, he hasn't yet, then Liliana just gets to march right up to ultimate, take out likely half of Oliver's lands, and really just shut the door on the game.
Yeah, but if you imagine this game without that Tarmogoyf, like Oliver would be very happy, and against an almost empty board, just with the Liliana being able to play out his lands. But now there's a flashback from the Lingering Souls after it was discarded to the Liliana.
Indeed.
Oh, and looks like Oliver actually drew a Summoner's Pact, so that's the green 0-mana instant that can find him a creature.
Yeah, what can he get? An Obstinate Baloth?
No, a Primeval Titan?
I don't think he has 6 mana yet, does he?
Well, he can play the 6th land here.
Oh, okay.
So he was on 5 here. So
he actually started to tap his mana ahead of time.
Yeah, so
he got a little excited about hitting that Primeval Titan. Now, how much is this going to work towards getting him back in the game? It looks pretty insane from here.
Yeah, I mean, he probably has to kill the Liliana.
Looking at Seth's hand, by the way, he does have an answer or two for that Primeval Titan.
All right, so look at that. Oliver searching up a Valakut and a Stomping Ground, meaning that he has enough mountains that he's going to deal 3 damage twice. So he's probably expecting remove from Seth anyway. So, I mean, he could decide to go for the Liliana because it's at 5, so he can shoot it down. He could try to kill the Tarmogoyf as well, but that kind of exposes him to the Liliana minus ability, which is like a very easy way to get it off the board. So you can see Oliver is actually deciding, like, what do I want to do here?
6 to Lily. Yeah.
All right, so Liliana is going to be the recipient of 6 damage there.
And this play is really good because healing the Liliana is great, because if Seth actually uses Path to Exile here, Oliver gets to find a mountain and deal 6 damage to, as he chooses. And he could actually kill the Tarmogoyf, even though it grew now up to, I think it's still only a 5/6, right?
I think it's a 5/6, even with the Planeswalker.
Yeah, instant sorcery. There's no creatures.
They're checking right now as well, by the way.
Let's get a count. So I don't see a creature in the graveyard.
Kind of strange, but that is the case.
Yeah, it usually doesn't happen.
Yeah, 2 active Valakut the Molten Pinnacles means that every mountain that hits the battlefield on Oliver 2's side is going to have 2 different triggers, each doing 3 damage wherever he wants.
Yeah, and Oliver still has basically a mountain in his hand in the shape of Windswept Heath. Can fetch up a mountain very easily here.
Seth decided to attack here. He's
Well,
not going to.
He's trying to get the maybe to try to get the Tarmogoyf in the bin. That doesn't make much sense.
No, what is he up to here?
Well, we'll see. Right. Okay, he's gonna
post block. He's going to go ahead and path the Titan. That does mean that the Tarmogoyf's not getting in for any damage this turn, though.
Yeah, and Oliver might be able to, might want to shoot down those flying spirits here. I think that
Oliver has 6 damage to play with here.
yeah, the it's interesting because it's still a creature hasn't hit the graveyard, so I think Seth is just trying to maximize the damage in a way. Now he's forcing Oliver to decide if he wants to go for the Tarmogoyf that is not dealing damage this turn, or to kill the 1/1 flies, which are dealing damage.
It's kind of interesting, isn't it? So Oliver,
No, I'll deal.
you can hear him.
What?
Nobody's done anything.
All right, I'll deal.
Look at that. Seth being all tricksy.
I'll deal 3 to Spirit 2/2.
Wow, so 3
interesting.
to a spirit token to save a life, and then he's actually going to hit Seth down to 11.
I think the plan for Oliver is to hit a ramp spell here and just kill Seth outright.
Yes.
So he has a Windswept in his hand, which can fetch out a mountain, and then
That's
like,
6 damage.
That's 6. So one more, like a Sakura Tribelder or a Search for Tomorrow, would be able to fetch out another mountain, 6 more damage. That would mean that he would finish off the game here. Even Primeval Titans out.
He found Search for Tomorrow.
Yeah,
Wait
and
a
that
second.
should be it.
Oh, no, wait, never mind. Okay. So
Yeah, he was paying.
He did
had
pay
paid-
for his pact. That's what that 4 mana is tapped for. And there it is, Search for Tomorrow. He can search up a mountain. And look at this, Oliver too. Last turn, bang, bang. All he needs to do is show him a mountain card here, and Seth's dead. And he has it. Oliver 2 takes game 1. Very smart with that 3 damage to the head to get him in range. And he found exactly what he needed off the top with Search for Tomorrow. And Oliver 2 sneaks away with that first game. Remember, this is the game where he had 5 lands in his hand to start off with. We'll be back right after these messages.
Optimism, innovation, and the spirit of creativity fill these pages, lavishly illustrated with the award-winning art of Magic the Gathering. Welcome to Kaladesh, a vibrant, beautiful plane where anything is possible. Join the heroic planeswalkers of the Gatewatch as they explore the Inventor's Fair, and let your imagination soar alongside thopters and airships crafted by the best artificers in the multiverse.
Up your game with Ultra Pro Magic the Gathering accessories. Find the best Magic art on card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and more. Visit ultrapro.com to learn more and find a retailer near you.
And welcome back to the feature match area here in Seattle. We're at PAX, huge gaming convention that happens every year here in Seattle. And we're at the Paramount Theater, absolutely gorgeous setting to hold a Magic tournament. I have to say it's probably the most stunning setup we've ever had for our feature match area down there. Why don't we jump over to one of our side tables here while our main table's taking care of sideboarding and such. We've got Tiago Saporito versus Steve Rubin. I mentioned a minute ago that Saporito was off to a very quick start, having already won game 1 against Steve Rubin, and now we find ourselves into game 2. Now, we had the standings here as well. What are the standings for these players right now?
Yeah, well, the main thing that we just got information about is that Marcio Carvalho and Brian Brown Duin decided to draw. So that means they both wanted to lock up that slot in top 8. I expected them to play, but they did draw. So we think
into the top 4.
Top 4, yeah. So I think they're locked in. So we're going to see them tomorrow. They will still get to play one more round, and we'll see who is it going to be against.
Sure.
Of course, because there's even Lucas Blahon playing Shoto Yasuoka. We think the winner there will be very close to a top 4 berth.
Both players sitting at 8 and 4 in that match, and I will tell you that Lucas is who's up a game by the way in that match already. Yes.
Interesting. And then Seth Manfield and Oliver 2. That's a little more interesting because Seth is on 24 points, but Oliver only on 22. So Oliver definitely needs the 2 wins in a row.
Okay. 2 for 2, as they say. We've got a Thought-Knot Seer here now for Steve Rubin, which gives you a pretty good idea of what deck he's on.
It looks like Tiago Saporito is resolving a collective brutality.
Indeed.
Just finds an engineer explosive and a reality smasher, which probably doesn't bode well. But if he has a path to exile, he could still be, okay shape.
Okay. He's passed a turn back to Rubin.
Ooh, Steve also drew an Ancient Stirrings this turn. It's going to be really good on the next ones. Ooh, look at that note path from Thiago Saporito.
Yeah, he does not have it, so this is going to be really big trouble for him as he just took 9 damage in that one attack step from Steve Rubin.
Right, so there's the path. Now if Thiago has a Liliana of the well, it could be quite decent
Right
there.
back into it, finds a path to exile right in time. He was going to be down to 2 if he didn't.
Yeah, but now he gets a card off the Thought Knot Seer, so maybe something like Liliana or another path that could work. He has plenty of removal in his deck. 2.
Okay, it's a Tarmogoyf. Now, of course, the burning question is it bigger? Is it a 5/6 Tarmogoyf? It doesn't look like it from here. It's hard to see, though.
Yeah, I see a land sorcery instant. There was a fulminated magic creature as well, so
4 or 5.
4 or 5 at least. Maybe
And it
there's
is a
one
4
more
or
hidden
5.
there.
No, so the little die up there
Okay,
that you see from
4 or 5.
Thiago is how those 2 players are kind of agreed to keep track of it that way.
Yeah, how nice of them.
Yeah, there's the Ancient Strains that you mentioned just a moment ago, Matej.
I think there's
Looking to
another
find more
reality
action.
smasher. Ouch. Yeah, Steve might just go for that smasher and get in for 10.
Cards?
Only 1 card in hand for Thiago. You see why Steve Rubin's asking about that, because he knows that he's going to need not only a removal spell that can kill something with 5 toughness, but also an additional card in hand to discard to it. I wouldn't be shocked at all with Rubin at 16 to see him just take the smasher and get to smashing, and that's what he's done. Yeah, he's got a Cavern of Souls in there as well, so he's got plenty of colorless mana available for this Reality Smasher, especially with the Brushlands, and bang! 10 damage, and this is just going to be a chump block from Saporito. He's still going to take 5 in this exchange, and how does he get out of this? Damnation?
Yeah, I mean, we saw Damnation coming from him from his sideboard. So that's definitely something he can draw. He's slowly peeling.
I think he saw an Inquisition of Kozilek, and that means game 3 between these 2 players. A lot on the line for them potentially, right? They're still jockeying for position, but they're not super hopeful. They don't have any wiggle room at all, though, especially for Saporito, who's on 7 and 5. You know, from Steve Rubin's side, he's 6-5 and 1, and likely not going to be able to make it to the top 4 either way.
Yeah, but he wants those pro points.
Yes.
Every win counts. Everyone's a pro point.
Yeah, that is a huge deal. Okay, we've got another back table to get you updated on. Let's take a look at Shota Yasaoka versus Lucas Blahan. Last time that we checked, Lucas was up a game. He had resolved a scape shift, and as is often the case,
and with his deck
at end of the game.
And his hand is looking decent there, even as Shota does take a remand here. Lucas just drew a Search for Tomorrow, which is very nice. It sets him up for the following turns nicely.
Lucas is going to crack a Misty Rainforest here.
Yeah, if you've had enough of Abzan, Shota is actually playing a Collected Company. He has those 3 colors, but his deck is trying to do something completely different from the regular Abzan decks.
That's right, yeah, he's got the whole Court of Calling, searching up combos thing going on.
His hand doesn't seem that well. It seems like he has mulligan because I saw Spellskate in his hand, but
Saw
it doesn't
that
have
too.
that many other cards. But I mean, he also played the turn 1 Thoughtseize and was on the play, so. Okay.
Oh, he's got another Thoughtseize.
Interesting.
So he's going to see a Snapcaster Mage, Lightning Bolt. What is that bottom card?
Bring to Light.
A Bring to Light there
So
for Lucas Blahan.
Yeah, he plays only 3 Scape Shift, but 4 Bring to Light. So effectively 7 copies of Scape Shift, because if you cast the Bring to Light with 4 different colors of mana, you get to find a Scape Shift in your deck and win the game.
So we see the Search for Tomorrow tick down 1. Uh-oh, no land there for Shota.
That was super rough for Shota here because Shota knows that Lucas has a Snapcaster Mage. So what Lucas can do, either sit on the Snapcaster Mage for remand.
Yes.
Or maybe Snapcaster Mage on the Search for Tomorrow if he wants to develop his mana further. both are not great for Shota here, especially as he didn't play a fourth land. Maybe he's sitting on something like a collect company, which is quite annoying.
Is going to make things very difficult for Shota Yasuoka, our Hall of Famer here. He's at 8-4. So is Lucas Blahan.
There's the land.
Okay, he's found the fourth land, slams it into play.
Okay, so few cards in Shota's hand. Oof.
Okay, well, he's found a big threat here with Gideon, ally of Zendikar, and it's immediately going to get Cryptic commanded from Blahan. Ouch.
That's even worse than Snapcaster Remand, because Shota knows there's a Snapcaster mage. Next turn can be Snapcaster Cryptic command.
Oh, goodness sakes.
But Lucas is playing it slow here, developing his mana further. He still doesn't have the Scape Shift, but he'll soon be able to play Snapcaster Mage, flashback the Brink Light.
Oh, that's what he's going to go for? Yeah, because you see that he played the Stomping Ground tapped, which shut off the ability to flash back that Remand with Snapcaster Mage here, but it looks like he's got bigger and better plans for that little wizard.
Yeah, he still has to find a way to finagle himself through the spell skite, but I think he's at the perfect life total for that, because you can use spell skite to redirect the Valakut triggers, but you only have so much life to spend.
That's right.
I think Lucas can go for the kill here and potentially lock up a slot in the top 4.
Yeah, what it effectively does is reduce the damage from 3
to 2. Yeah, but it's still 6 times the damage, so it's 6 times 2 is 12.
Which is enough in this scenario. Shota has fallen down to 11 life. He has an Unoffensive the Foremost here, which is just another potent threat, but it may be too late here as Lucas Blahan has been able to march his mana upwards, which is exactly what he's trying to do on a fundamental strategy. And look at him starting to lay these things out. You see that this one does play out significantly differently from the way that Oliver 2's Scape Shift / Primeval Titan deck plays out, but as you will see, the end result looks similar, and there it is, Scape Shift. Remember, he's also got a Lightning Bolt in the pocket here as well, just in case he needs to do a few extra damage.
Yeah. So he's sacking all his lands, and he's going to fetch Valakut, maybe 2, and the appropriate mountains to go with it.
Scape Shift, one of the kind of weirder cards, when you first read it, you're like, why would I want to do that? And then you see
that's why
Valakut, and it all comes together. It is a tricky balance for Lucas Blahan. He does need the requisite number of mountains in the deck, and you can see he's playing cards like Swamp in there. But that does, in fact, do it. Lucas Blahan has just won this match. Now, how good is this for Lucas as far as top 4 consideration? He's now 9-4.
I think he's 9-4, and since Marcio Carvalho and Brian Brown drew on table 1, Lucas is going to get paired with Brian because he already played Marcio, and I think they might draw again. They might play out, but he should be in really good shape.
Wow, so Lucas Blahan could be in a position to have won the Pro Tour and then come back and win Worlds just a few short weeks later. Okay, let's go back to our main table here. This is Seth Manfield versus Oliver 2. We saw Oliver play a tight game where he had a very slow start but managed to find the win in the late stages of the game there against Seth Manfield, who had what looked like a really good opening hand until Oliver's presumably bad opening hand kind of crippled it.
Yeah, and if you remember that game, Oliver actually won the game by only casting, he did cast 3 spells because he had to play the Summoner's Pact to find the Titan, but ultimately just 2 relevant spells.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah.
It's insane. But he basically took 3 cards out of Seth Manfield's hand, or at least 2 of them. He had 2 Inquisitions of Kozilek and a Thought Season, and only hit 1 spell with them.
Yeah,
one relevant spell.
Now we see the other side of Seth Manfield's hand. In the previous game, he had all the discard and little pressure. Now he has all the pressure but no discard. Yeah, so we'll see if that's going to be more useful.
That's really interesting. This is, of course, the hand that Oliver didn't want him to have in the first game. And I'm curious to see if Oliver gets to just go off here, because now he's going to be unimpeded. If he has a lot more action in his hand, let's take a look at it right here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's got a lot more action in this hand. Wow, look at that.
So Colony Heart Expedition can be very useful if you're getting extra lands into play, but it's also susceptible to the Abrupt Decay that we know that Seth has on the other side. So and we also know, if you look at Seth's hand here, he doesn't have third land, so he'll be only able to play either one threat or one answer per turn. It's quite problematic as this Tarmogoyf is again just a little too small. Just a 3/4 for now.
Oliver had an Explorer lined up, but now he's reconsidering whether he wants to play Secure Tribe Elder, or didn't he have a Colony Heart Expedition in his hand as well?
I think that's what he's debating, how he should sequence his plays here. It's actually, this is the hardest part of the deck. How do you play out your Ram spell, especially with Colony Heart Expedition, which is so great with fetch lands.
It's so great with fetch lands, but it's so vulnerable, right? This is the one spell that can get Abrupt Decay that really derails Oliver 2's plan.
But that's why Oliver might decide to just not play this turn and maybe hope to have a good turn 4 where he plays that, a land gets a counter, maybe fetch something else. That could also work. Yeah, look at that.
He's decided to hedge and kind of go right in the middle, playing a Secure Tribe Elder.
Yeah, that's a good play too, because it's going to prevent the 3 damage from Tarmogoyf attack. Right. I like it. It doesn't expose it to the Abrupt Decay right away, and he sets kind of in a spot where he needs to put on pressure and not leave up mana. So maybe Oliver can find a way to pop that Colony Heart Expedition before Seth actually gets to play that Abrupt Decay.
And good news for our defending world champion, Seth Manfield. He has found land number 3.
There we go. Makes his hand a little better, but still, he can only play a Lingering Souls or a Scavenging Ooze here.
Seth has also taken a bit of a beating from his mana base here. He's at 13.
And that's, the magic number for these Escape Shift deck is 18 life, because Valakut and 6 mountains means that's 18 damage off of Escape Shift. But for this particular version of Escape Shift deck with the Primeval Titans, the lower Seth goes, the faster Oliver will be able to kill just naturally with the Valakuts. It can be quite risky.
Okay, Scavenging Ooze was the play from Seth Manfield. He passes the turn back to Oliver.
Right, so Oliver is going to really explode this turn. He has Colony Heart Expedition and an Explorer. So what I think is going to happen is he's going to play a Colony Heart Expedition, play a fetch land.
Play a Wooded Foothills to get a green mana source? Oh my goodness.
And then play an Explorer. Oh, no, he's actually going for a Search for Tomorrow. Looks like. Yeah, I think, he played a Search for Tomorrow. Interesting. He does have Escape Shift lineup already. All right, so he played Search for Tomorrow, Explore, and then a Valakut. He probably didn't want another green source that is not a mountain, because now he's already at 4 mountains himself. Plus, he's at 6 mana, so if he just untaps, he can untap and just Escape Shift for the win if Seth doesn't have an answer.
Yeah, and even if Seth has something like a Thoughtseize, you can see that 2's also found a Primeval Titan in hand as well.
Yeah, that was a good draw too.
Yeah, very nice. You can see 2 maybe shifted his game plan a little bit from last turn and is now setting himself up for this very next turn, either Escape Shift or a Primeval Titan, depending on what Manfield's life total ends up being.
Yeah, apparently there was a mistake. He doesn't have Escape Shift in his hand. It's another Search for Tomorrow, so that was fixed. So only has the Primeval Titan to rely on now. But look at that. Seth did draw Liliana, but not a Thoughtseize. And he doesn't even have an answer to the Titan itself. So while Oliver is taking, I think, 6 damage here. Oh, yeah, 7 then.
7 with the +1/+1 counter on the Scavenging Ooze. So down to 13 goes Oliver 2. That's a big hit. Seth going to go for Lingering Souls. He is. But this is going to be prime time here. Titan is going to hit the battlefield. There's also a freshly drawn Explorer off the top there for Oliver.
Look at that. Oh, Seth must be, feeling a rock inside his stomach as he sees Oliver lining up so much mana.
Yeah, you can see Seth is like, well, I know what's coming.
Yeah.
He hasn't actually seen it, I don't believe, but he is going to be keenly aware of the opportunity here for Oliver.
And I'm just wondering if Oliver, once he plays the Primeval Titan, if he just doesn't go for face, here.
That is a big question. It's very difficult for Seth to get Oliver from 13 to dead here. I don't think it's a consideration from Oliver's perspective while he's at 13 life. He did take 7 last turn, but
yeah,
how the heck is,
So
even,
I think he's going to go for 2 mountains here. Oh, wait, no. He fetched up another Valakut.
okay, so he's setting up for next turn.
Okay, no, I think he can do it now. 2, 3. No, he's setting up for. Yeah, he has a fetch line now, so that's going to be his 6th mountain.
Yep.
So
he has 6 damage to play around with here, and then also he gets to untap next turn with an Explore
and a search for
tomorrow in his hand.
Yeah.
And
so
try to
he can
finish
try
things
to
off.
go for the kill. The problem for Seth is that he only has 3 mana, so Seth can either answer the Primeval Titan or maybe try to do something with Oliver's hand if he draws anything.
Yeah, that's tough because he has the Liliana of the Veil in his hand, so he can cast it and make Oliver sacrifice the Primeval Titan, which probably is just necessary.
Yeah,
right? I mean,
exactly.
like dead on board style.
He has to do it. Like, even if he drew a land for the Siege Rhino, like leaving that Primeval Titan on board is just not a good idea. But Oliver is going for the mountain right away, so he's going to get that Scavenging Ooze off the table as well as the Spirit. So
Dude, things looking very good here for Oliver too.
It's going to be still interesting because Seth can minus the Liliana now, kill the Primeval Titan, swing for 5, which is not bad. And if he draws the land, he also has a Siege Rhino, so he potentially has a 2-turn clock. But if Oliver draws another Ram spell, Escape Shift, a Titan, Summoner's Pact, anything like it, this game is over. And he has 2 shots at it thanks to that Explorer in his hand. He can just also draw like 2 lands realistically, but he's shooting for 12 in that case.
Yeah, Seth just above that at 14 life.
3, 4, yeah.
Okay, so this is a huge
Let's
turn
see.
for Oliver too. Let's see what he finds. He finds a mountain off the top.
Not bad.
It is kind of the name of the game for him. He'd like a way to get multiple mountains into play, and he does have that.
He has so many outs.
It was an engineered explosives.
I think that's one of the few cards in his deck that actually does not win him the game.
Do anything. Now it's still fine though, right?
Yeah,
like he can take out the Tarmogoyf with it.
Exactly. He can go. He can just shoot for 12 in his face. So if Oliver 2 decides, he sees the Liliana, he knows that he's gonna get low on cards here. So what he can do actually. Maybe play Mountain, put Seth down to 8. Play Search for Tomorrow, put Seth down to 2, and then play out the Engineered Explosives for 2 to threaten to kill Tarmogoyf, which should set him up nicely for the following turn, just to kill him with anything.
Yeah, it leaves Seth Manfield with just a Spirit token as far as attackers go.
Yeah, Oliver could also kill the Spirit if he wanted to.
Another update from our back table, by the way. Steve Rubin at 6-5-1 just defeated Thiago Saporito 2-1, effectively knocking Thiago out of contention here at 7-6 now. And there is that Engineered Explosives. He did exactly how you described it, Matej. And Oliver really only scheduled to take a single damage this turn, and any mountain, any way to find a mountain off the top of his library kills him. There are very few cards left in his deck that don't just kill Manfield.
Yeah. It's another Engineered Explosive, maybe another Valakut Basic Forest is also not a hit.
Yes.
So there's a lot of cards.
Now the good news for Oliver as well, though, is that it looks like, depending on what Seth plays here, Oliver may even get 2 rips at it. If Seth has a big threat, then he won't.
Yeah, but now look, Seth found an untapped land, so he went down to 1. Now he's able to play Siege Rhino, put Oliver down to 3, himself up to 4, which is not that relevant. But at least Seth
he's presenting lethal.
Yeah, he's presenting lethal for the following turn. If
Okay.
Oliver 2 bricks here, Seth 1.
Can Oliver 2 find himself a mountain or a way to find a mountain off the top of his library? He needs to do it right now. If he does, he will win. It's an Explorer. He gets to sweat a little longer. And it is. He's found a land. It's a Windswept Heath, and all he has to do is find a land, and that does it. Oliver 2 defeats Seth Manfield, improves to 8-4 and 1, still with that draw on his record, but he's going to be in the thick of it for the top 4 conversation as we move on to the next round.
Wow.
And it's going to be tough for Seth now, who's now 8-5 to defend his championship.
Yeah, I think there is an outside shot depending how next round is paired, but it's still going to be tough.
Okay, well, it looks like we're going to go check in on JC Tao and Luis Scott Vargas. Now, both of these players are 7-5. JC's had a bit of a tough run here, down to 7-5 after a really great start on day 1. Luis also has picked up a loss today and a win. He beat Mike Sigris last round and lost to Tiago in the opening modern round today. Again, these players are in a situation where if they win this round and the next, they are in the conversation for top 4, but it's not looking good necessarily.
No, exactly. That's it's really hard for us to really predict what's going to happen because it really depends on how players decide to draw. Marcio and Brian Brown they did draw this round, which surprised me at least. I figured they would play and draw the following round. So by them also drawing, it will depend on how players get paired against each other, how nice they want to be to each other, and saying like, okay, let's just draw into the top 4 here. Maybe try to eliminate another player because a friend is playing for top 4. So there's a lot of variables going on there.
Okay, well, let's get underway here. In game number 2, Luis Scott Vargas defeated JC Tao pretty quickly in the first one. JC's on white-black tokens, a deck that has existed in Modern for quite a while now, has never really been one of the top decks, but always seems to be kind of around.
Yeah, people like it because it apparently has a good matchup against the black-green base decks. Especially, it's a little better against Jund, I would say, potentially.
Yeah, looks like Luis may have something to say about that.
Yeah, he's up a game, he just discarded 1 Bitter Blossom and Abruptly Decay another, which is quite a good card in this matchup. So, but JC does have a Lingering Souls, and I think he drew an Intangible Virtue this turn.
Okay.
Go ahead. Cards.
Yeah, that is a nice 2-card combo that gets a lot of work done for sure. He would have been happier if he had the 1 copy of Bitter Blossom, but like you said, both of them in the graveyard there.
Yeah, just nothing from Luis there.
Yeah, nothing going on from Luis, and here's Virtue. This could be a quick one if Luis doesn't have an answer for the Intangible Virtue or to another way to sweep the board or something.
Okay, look at that. JC not even playing the Lingering Souls.
Flashback Lingering Souls.
Why?
Wow.
What is he holding up there? I think he has a Path to Exile in his hand, but I wonder if that's reason enough. Interesting.
But 18.
He's being a little conservative maybe with his mana, and also he might be scared of something like Maelstrom Pulse or Engineered Explosive.
Okay.
He already has enough power on the board with Luis, dealing so much damage to himself with that Thoughtseize and his fetch lands and dual lands. So
yeah, but why win when you can win more?
I wonder why. Well, I know you know all about that, Marshall. So let's see what JC can muster up here. He also has Vault of the Archangel, which he can use for big swings. And he goes for it this turn, though.
I guess he is now convinced that the way is clear as far as cards like you said, Maelstrom Pulse
Maybe. And he also actually gives him the kill for the following turn, so that's a little bit more reason. And if Luis does have those explosives of Maelstrom Pulse, he's not doing anything else for the turn, which JC's probably thinking, okay, that works for me too. And this way he also can leave up the Path to Exile to be able to kill that Shambling Vent, which is quite good with that Noble Hierarch.
All right, and here's Damnation now from Luis Scott Vargas. So
good.
JC Tao is going to lose his whole entire board. Luis is going to lose his Noble Hierarch, but he's got one to replace it. But really the tough part for Luis is just he has not found a threat yet.
Yeah, and JC drew another interesting card. Okay, rest in peace.
Okay, so that's good against Tarmogoyf. It's good against opposing Lingering Souls.
Yeah,
but it's not a threat.
It's not good with his own Lingering Souls.
That's correct.
Make a knight.
Okay,
Ooh, I was just mentioning that Luis was a bit threat light, and boy, has he turned that around. Gideon plus Scavenging Ooze this turn gives him 9 power minimum.
Yeah, I'm actually... if I was JC, I'd be a little sad about my sideboarding strategy right now because while the Rest in Peace, of course, can do a decent job against against Tarmogoyf. It just seems a little too low impact against a deck that can do so many different things, like a Gideon.
Yes.
So you go for the throat.
He's got to go for the throat to take down the ooze. And you can see that Luis has not activated his Gideon. He doesn't want to get Gideon Path to Exiled here. He hasn't presented too many threats for JC to Path. And with 3 cards in hand, Luis is going to be suspicious that those may be cards exactly like Path to Exile.
Yeah, exactly. And I think JC has another Rest in Peace in his hand. So basically a dead card. And look at that, Luis just swinging in with those Shambling Man's Night tokens.
Just patiently building out his board, not risking his Gideon. As JC, he just drew another Rest in Peace.
Yeah, he drew his 3rd one for the game. And that's why the card is not that great. I mean, it stopped the Scavenging Ooze from maybe eating some creatures, and okay, it's going to turn off Tarmogoyf, but...
well, it's just salt in the wound when you draw your 2nd and 3rd copy.
That's true.
But, you know, there is an argument to be said about, you know, because redundant copies of that card generally aren't great. And that does it. Luis Scott Vargas improves to 8 and 5. And he is going to be playing in that last round and maybe taking a look at the tiebreakers as we go into the last one. We'll be bringing you updates on that as we get them. Like you said, the intentional draws plus the unintentional draw earlier in the tournament kind of throw a little bit of a monkey wrench into things here. So we will see.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, but we know that Marcio Carvalho and Brian Brown-Dewin are locked for the top 4, no matter what happens. If they play next round and lose, they're still in,
so they're
no matter what happens.
So they're going to be in the player lounge, which is where the players get to go in between rounds, smiling and joking and telling stories about their last match, while the other 22 players are either nervous or probably pretty relaxed too, because you know they don't have as much pressure on them at this point in the tournament. By the way, speaking of this point in the tournament, we are down the stretch here. We've got one more round of Modern to bring you before we head on to our top 4 announcement and set the stage for what is going to be an exciting day tomorrow. We're going to be playing Standard to decide who wins this tournament. And things are shaping up. By the end of next round, we will know who our top 4 is. Now, you mentioned our 2 competitors that we feel are pretty locked in, Brian Brown-Dewin as well as Marcio Carvalho. But we do have 2 slots to give away here to see who's going to be the world champion.
We'll see. I mean, it's definitely going to be an interesting top 4 because remember, Brian Brown-Dewin and Marcio were the only players coming to the tournament who were not Platinum Pros.
They were the 2 gold pros in the field.
And they're just both locked in already with 2 rounds to go. It's
incredible.
Great.
All right, great stuff. One more round of Modern to go. But first, we've got Rich Hagen on the top deck.
Thanks to the Double M's, Marshall and Matei there in Modern with 1 round of Modern to go. Now, by our reckoning, Oliver 2's win is not good news for Lucas Blajon. Lucas Blajon got to 9 and 4 in that round with his win over Shota Yasuoka. We already know that Marcio Carvalho and BBD, as the guys were just saying, they are locked in. That's 2 slots for sure, 2 still waiting to happen. So Blajon would have loved to see Oliver 2 lose, at which point Blajon could have ID'd in the last round, probably against Brian Braun-Dewin. That's what looks like it will be in that matchup. And potentially an ID there. Looks like Blajon may now have to play. We'll see how the pairings line up. But there's still matches going on down on the floor, and there is Jack Lipke, our cameraman, and with him commentating, Brian David Marshall.
Thanks, Rich. I'm standing over the match between Mike Sigrist, the former Player of the Year, and Niels Norlander, your Magic Online champion. The matchup here is Obzon versus Affinity. You see a Springleaf Drum, 4 lands in play for Niels Norlander, and a Grim Flare and 5 lands in play for Mike Sigrist.
So it's been a pretty topsy-turvy weekend for Niels Norlander, BDM. Niels opened up with a very tough day 1, went 1 and 6, came back in draft yesterday, went 3 and 0, that got him up to 4 and 6, and here he is now with 5 wins on the docket after 2 rounds of Modern, 1 and 1 today. So he's acquitted himself very well from that 1 and 6 start. Topsy-turvy again, though, on the other side for Mike Sigrist. He was our leader at one point at 5 and 0, slipped to 5 and 5. Right now, he is at 6 and 6.
Okay, you see a back half of a Lingering Souls has come down for Mike Sigrist. The score is 15 for Mike Sigrist to 18 for Niels Norlander. And there's a Vault Scourge as the lone creature for Norlander. Anafenza the Foremost just came down for Mike Sigrist, and he rumbles in with a big Grim Flayer. Looks at the top 3 cards of his library. Immediately puts a land in the bin there, but still looking at 2 more cards.
Yeah, Grim Flayer has been a real big player in the sort of new version of Modern, and we're certainly seeing it to good advantage here.
Score is 15 for Mike Sigrist and 14 for Niels Norlander.
You can just see in the background there's one other match still going. That is Yuya Watanabe against Brad Nelson. They're both on 5 wins right now. Best they could do, the winner there has a chance of a 500 record at 7-7, currently at 5-7, the pair of those.
Etched Champion has joined the battlefield for Niels Norlander. But in comes Anafenza and Grim Flayer. Anafenza puts a counter on the Grim Flayer. And Etched Champion just plays, presents a little bump for Niels. Vault Scourge gets Path to Exiled.
Oh, that's miserable news.
Niels taps to add mana to his pool with Springleaf Drum and goes to search for a land.
The thing is, BDM, when someone is attacking, that doesn't necessarily indicate that they're ahead in the game, but when the player who's attacking isn't the affinity player, that is a very strong sign that they're ahead in the game.
And so then Niels uses that 1 mana to animate one of his ink moths there, or blink moths, I can't see from this vantage. And that keeps his...
Yeah, needed to keep the Etched Champion alive with Metalcraft.
Yes. Sorry, watching the Grim Flayer resolve here.
Mm-hmm.
Score is 15-9-4 in favor of Mike Sigrist.
Lingering Souls has been a terrific card already in Modern, as we're only at the back end of our 3rd round here, BDM, but we've seen Lingering Souls being terrific. I'm sure Tom Martell's very pleased with the Lingering Souls showing this weekend.
Yeah, and showing up not just in the Obzon deck, obviously we just saw it in JC Tao's Black-White Tokens deck as well.
Mm-hmm.
Both of these players just, really scrapping for that very precious pro point at this time in the tournament. And you can tell no matches have been ignored. Here comes a Mox. And Niels reluctantly passes the turn back. He is hellbent. Stony Silence comes down for Mike Sigrist. That was one of the cards that was on top of his deck that he was looking at with the Grim Flayer.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of floating it there until he wanted to.
So there's a handshake there. Still 1 match to go down on the floor, which is Yuya Watanabe against Brad Nelson. As we head on round, you see Megan Wolf there and Jared Silver, Andre Strasky in the background. Judging at the table, Ricky Hayashi.
And this is a match between 2 former Player of the Years here. You have Yuya Watanabe and Brad Nelson. Brad Nelson, of course, the winner of that famous Player of the Year playoff at Pro Tour Paris. Ended the year in a dead heat with Guillaume Matignon. And the two players had to play it out in a special, one-of-a-kind tournament that we've never seen the likes of again.
That was the playoff where Guillaume Matignon sideboarded into multiple training drones. It was an interesting time.
Meanwhile, Brad Nelson is playing a Jun deck. His opponent, Yuya Watanabe, is playing Goryo's Vengeance. So you're not going to really see like some big board advancement out of Yuya. He's kind of just going to do nothing and lose, or do nothing until the turn he does everything and wins. He's being pressured by a Raging Ravine at the moment from Brad Nelson. And the life totals are 17 to Brad and 13 for Yuya.
If you're wondering at home what they're playing for in terms of this single pro point that the winner gets, just to give you a sense, at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon in Sydney, there were multiple matches where the winner was able to attain gold or platinum status for this season, and where the loser was not. And basically, the single pro point often equates to a single match win in the final event of the season, because rather than needing, let's say, 12 and 4, it turns out that 11 and 5 is enough to get you to the next level of the pro club. So an individual pro point sounds like a pretty small thing, especially this early in the season, but you could easily see Norlander or Sigrist or Watanabe or Nelson coming into our final Pro Tour best part of 10, 11 months from now, and this match could be critical to their continued status as a Platinum Pro.
Rich, you just think back to actually Reed Duke's performance at the first Players' Championship, where he, finished dead last, but, managed to win one of those last rounds to get a precious point, which then got him back to the World Championship the next year.
Yep, it's a game of very small margins at the highest level. And these guys are going to be pretty fatigued as well, because even though we only had 3 rounds yesterday and only 4 rounds today, just because every single round is like a top 8 of a Pro Tour, or a Pro Tour final indeed, there really is a lot of wear and tear on the mind at the Magic the Gathering World Championship.
Meanwhile, Yuya Watanabe has fallen to 4 life here from this attack from a Grim Flare and a Raging Ravine that now has 2 +1/+1 counters on it.
Don't think round 13 is long for this world, BDM.
Brad looking at the top 3 cards of his library. See him working through his turn sequence. Ultimately decides to bin all 3 cards. Plays a land. You can see those cards where Terminate, another Grim Flare, and a Raging Ravine.
Watanabe looks. Have we entered the handshake phase?
Brad has looked up and just looked right in the eyes of Yuya. And there's the handshake. Brad Nelson gets the better of this Player of the Year showdown here in round 13 at the Magic the Gathering World Championship. Sending it back up to you at the top deck, Rich.
Thanks very much, BDM. Brad Nelson there, defeating Yuya Watanabe to round out round 13. So, 2 players are in. Brian Brown-Dewin, one of the Gold Pros, Marcio Carvalho, the other Gold Pro. They're both in. If either of them win tomorrow, the World Championship, that guarantees them Platinum. They can turn gold into Platinum. That would be pretty neat alchemy there. So those 2 are in, but who joins them? Lucas Blahon is at 9 and 4. We believe he will have to play Brian Brown-Dewin next round. Will that be an ID? Not sure. Then the 8 wins, Shota Yasuoka, who Blahon beat this round. So Yasuoka is 8 and 5. Seth Manfield is 8 and 5. Louis Scott Vargas is 8 and 5. But then just in between those tiers, Blahon at 9 and 4, Those other 3 at 8 and 5, you've got Oliver too, still going, the 18-year-old. This is an amazing performance from him, the young man who is the constructed master, remember. That's how he got his seat at the World Championship. He's 8, 4, and 1. None of those 8 and 5s can get ahead of 2 if 2 wins his last match. So 2 is in great shape potentially for a win and in. So Carvalho, BBD, maybe Blahon, maybe 2, but if either of those lose, then the door is well open for the likes of Yasuoka, Manfield, maybe Luis Scott Vargas. His tiebreaks are not great. So that's where we are with 1 round to go. We'll come back, we'll show you all the scores in just a little bit. But waiting for us patiently is one of the true greats of the modern era. He's been elected to the Magic the Gathering Hall of Fame this year. You know it can't be Yuya Watanabe because he's just down there. So it must be Owen Turtenwald.
Welcome everyone to our deck tech here at the Magic the Gathering World Championship. I'm Ian Duke. With me here is Owen Turtenwald. Now Owen, you're playing today here in Modern. Your Modern deck of choice is Infect. For the audience at home, if people aren't super familiar with the deck, could you just give us an overview of how the deck works and why you chose to bring it today?
Sure, my deck is totally centered around small creatures with the ability Infect, which means that if you deal your opponent 10 poison instead of 20 regular damage, you win the game. And a Glistener Elf is 1 green mana for an Infect creature, and instead of being like a 2 power for 1, it's an Infect for 1, so all the pump spells are kind of doing double duty. If I were to become Immense it, that's 12 damage instead of just 6, so.
Sounds fantastic. So let's take a look at the creatures in your deck first off here. We have, as you said, Glistener Elf. For just 1 green mana, you get a 1/1 Infect. We have Blighted Agent, an unblockable Infect creature. And then usually we don't include the lands here at the very front of the deck tech, but Inkmoth Nexus is so central to the deck's game plan that we've included it here as well. Tell us about this suite of creatures, why you chose exactly these ones, and were there any others that you'd consider for a deck like this?
Yeah, these creatures are all extremely important, because if you don't have one of these in your opening hand, you have to mulligan. You need to have this card in your opening hand, any one of them. And Glistener Elf is extremely fast, but it gets blocked easily. Blighted Agent is not as fast, but can't be blocked. And Inkmoth Nexus is a land, very low cost. And yeah, these are just the centerpiece of the deck. You need to have these going on.
Now, against different types of decks, is there one creature in particular that you're really looking for, or are they just all interchangeable? How does that look?
That's kind of the thing that's great about this deck is Glistener Elf. If your opponent doesn't have very many creatures, it's just the fastest, leanest way to kill your opponent. Like if they're playing like a Valakut deck, or I played against a Through the Breach deck, this guy is really fast. And if you play against something like Affinity or a Tokens deck, or if they have Lingering Souls, like this guy cannot be touched. So he's very important in some of those matchups. And lastly, Inkmoth Nexus is extremely good against like Abrupt Decay, like weird kinds of removal, and just adds a lot of consistency.
So basically we have hyper fast, hard to block, and resilient, kind of as the creatures here, but really you'll take any one that you can get in your opening hand. Okay, excellent. So you said the second aspect of your deck are the pump spells here. Walk us through the pump spells that you've chosen and why you're playing the different numbers of copies of each.
Mutagenic Growth is good because it's just so fast. If you want to ignore everything your opponent's doing, pay no mana to get effectively 4 damage to Infect. And Vines of Vastwood is very resilient because it can protect my creatures by giving them hexproof or be a pump spell. So this is really good against Lightning Bolts, really good at winning fast, really good against Path to Exile. Might of Old Crosha is just extremely efficient, +4 for 1 mana. Kind of like Groundswell, but a little more reliable. It doesn't really care what other cards are in your hand or what else you did that turn. And Become Immense is kind of like the best card in the deck, because it does so much for so little. When you just fill up your graveyard with fetch lands or whatever, you pay 1 mana to give it +6. You almost don't even need another card. If you're giving +6 to an Infect creature and it's connecting, that's very close to just winning the game by itself.
So let's talk about Become Immense for a sec. How quickly can you expect to fill your graveyard with this deck, and how consistently are you casting this for 1 mana, or sometimes you're paying 3 mana? Does that vary from game to game?
At the Pro Tour, I've had turn 2 kills. I've had turn 2, I cast Become Immense, and my opponent is dead. If you just go fetch land, Glistener Elf, fetch land, Mutagenic Growth, Become Immense, game over.
So one of the things you're thinking about just the most in selecting your pump spells here is mana efficiency then?
Yeah. It's a good mix of mutagenic growth and becoming immense being by far the most efficient. Vines of Vastwood is very versatile, and just to have more of that stuff going on, you have these other ones. Like, I only play one Groundswell. It's not as good as the other ones, but sometimes all you need is just a pump spell.
Right, so just kind of going up to the 6th or 17th pump spell as it was, just to round things out. Very cool. So the rest of your deck is kind of filled with sort of protective spells and disruptive spells, that kind of thing. Tell us about the mix that you have here.
So Apostle's Blessing is very good because it aids your cards very well. Like, when you have a Glistener Elf and you can't get through because maybe they have a bunch of Lingering Souls tokens or they have a Tarmogoyf and a Grimflayer, you can use this to give it protection from green so it can't be blocked anymore. Important to play your pump spells first so you don't get, But it also protects your cards from Path to Exile. Both of these cards are Distortion Strike as well. They're both just very versatile because Distortion Strike can be used to just give +1. Looks like it's really low value, only 1 damage, but when it's Infect and it has Rebound, it's like now you're getting you're getting 2 this turn and 2 next turn combined with all you need to become immense there.
That's right.
And the thing is, both of these cards, they can make it so that your creatures can't be blocked, and they can make it so that you deal extra damage to win the game. And there's 1 Spell Pierce here because I have the rest in the sideboard. I knew I wanted 4, and it's a card that's acceptable to draw against a lot of decks in the format, but you don't really want to draw 2 in the first game, and just kind of getting extra value out of your sideboard.
Now, you had a note on Distortion Strike that sometimes you're getting value over multiple turns. How often would you say the deck kind of explodes and wins the game on 1 turn versus like chipping away over the course of several turns?
A common play with this card is you just cast it on an irrelevant creature in play so that when you rebound on the next turn, it actually goes to your graveyard. So you can delve it for the Become Immense. So I've cast this on my opponent's creatures enough times just to get it out of there.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, it takes a little forethought, I think, but yeah, that's an excellent play.
Yeah.
So let's see, rounding out the rest of the deck here. We just sort of have some utility, a little bit of extra mana here from Noble Hierarch. Walk us through each of these. They're kind of each specialized cards, right?
I love Gitaxian Probe. This is one of my favorite cards. It's so powerful. It costs nothing, and it puts a card in your graveyard, so you're getting Become Immense to be more reasonable to cast. It allows you to see your opponent's hand, and often you don't know what kind of card they might have. Like maybe they have a Sudden Shock, or they have a Fog, or this. A lot of the fear of playing with small creatures and pump spells is your opponent could just play a removal and 2-for-1 you, but they don't always have it. So do you wait, or there's a lot of uncertainty with how to play the game. There's no more uncertainty with Gitaxian Probe. Also, there's Noble Hierarch. This card is a little peculiar in that it doesn't look like a card you'd want to play. Like, if it only said, give you blue and green mana as a 0/1, okay, that's Birds of Paradise. This deck doesn't want a Birds of Paradise.
Right.
And if it only was Exalted, you go like, oh, well, +1 is not a very good pump spell. I don't really care that much. But all of this together, like the power of this card is just so great that it's worth it.
So a question about this. A lot of decks that play Noble Hierarch, that's like the card they're looking for in their opening hand. Is that also the case with this deck, or are you more just like, I need an effect creature and Noble Hierarch is just kind of free value if I get it?
It's very matchup and draw dependent, but the value of Noble Hierarch varies greatly. Sometimes you want Noble Hierarch really bad, and sometimes you want Glistener Elf, so it's tough. The fact that it can be as good as Glistener Elf is just a testament to the power of the card, because that's another one of the super important cards of the deck. That sometimes you'd rather have this means it's a really important card.
Very cool. And the last 2 here, Twisted Image and Dismember, a little bit of utility, a little bit of removal. Twisted Image, of course, great at taking out spell skites. Any other applications for this card?
One thing that's amazing about Twisted Image is it's very low opportunity cost. You could just put it in your deck and you could just cycle it for one mana to draw a card. Is really not that bad when you're just trying to throw cards in your graveyard and find Become Immense. It works really well for that. But another thing that's great with Twisted Image is it makes it so my opponent doesn't even want to play a Spellskite. Normally a Spellskite comes down and I'm like, oh no, like all my 17 pump spells are useless. The thing is, this turns Spellskite from a card that somebody wants to have in play against you to a huge liability. If you pay 2 mana for a creature and I kill it and draw a card, you just got blown out. So
very cool. So we're going to round things out with your mana base here. And just real quick, I want to highlight Pendelhaven and Dryad Arbor, 2 utility lands here. Anything notable, especially about these cards?
Pendelhaven's actually kind of cool with Twisted Image. You can pump your guy and then switch it to be 3 power instead of 2. Cool. That comes up. I randomly like Pendelhaven, play a new one, Legend Rule, just to get a card in the graveyard for Become Immense. But the reality is, a land that pumps your creature is already really strong, but when you factor in that your creatures have Infect, this pump is getting like so much more powerful. Like turn 1 Glistener Elf, play Pendelhaven, pump it. Now that's 2 poison. Next turn is 2 more. It's like the turn after that, you just need like 1 card that gives +4/+4.
Definitely.
It's like drawing a card, adding mana. It's protecting your creatures from certain kind of removal spells. Super powerful. That's why we play 2, even though it's legendary.
Absolutely. And then Dryad Arbor, a card that we've seen used to, say, counteract a Liliana of the Veil -2. I was also chatting with you the other day. You said this card has come up a lot against the Death Shadow aggro deck as well.
Yeah, it was kind of a really important part of my playtesting was when I realized that Dryad Arbor was just a really great card in this deck. And the thing is, you can fetch it up with a fetch land. So the first Dryad Arbor you put in your deck is like you have 10 Dryad Arbors now. And the thing it does that's great is against Death Shadow, they pay so much of their own life. This with the Become Immense just kills them. It's not even out of the question that they would put themselves to 7 life on the second turn of the game.
So you actually just switch game plans and just defeat them with damage.
Yeah, you just play a Wooded Foothills, and they put themselves to such a low life total, and they're like, go, what could he have? He doesn't even have a creature. And you're like, fetch, get it, bunch of mutagenic growths, you're dead.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And then finishing things out here, we just have the rest of the mana base. Pretty straightforward here, just some fetch lands.
Yep.
No big deal there. Fills up your graveyard for Become Immense, right?
Yeah. Just 9 green fetch lands. They fuel Become Immense. They get me Breeding Pool. They're a little protection against Blood Moon. And I just played a mix because I was afraid of Pithing Needle.
Very cool. So I love the deck. I love the choice of the deck for the tournament. Has it been working out the way you expected to, given the metagame, or how did things match your expectations?
I think the metagame is pretty good for my deck. My record right now is 1-2, but I feel like I've had pretty good matchups and really close, interesting games. So, yeah, I'm a huge fan of this deck. I almost always play it, and
yeah, obviously
it's
been a mainstay in Modern for quite some time. Great choice if you're going to your local FNM. So that's been Owen Turtenwald with Infect. I'm Ian Duke, signing off from the Deck Tech. So that was Ian Duke and Owen Turtenwald on the other side of the Paramount Theatre. Rich and BDM here with you as we head down towards the last round of Modern. You could see the players already sitting down there, minus Owen, of course. He'll get down there as fast as he can and we'll be underway shortly with round 14. Now, we have some pairings and some standings. There are 4 matches, BDM, that could theoretically involve themselves in the mix for the top 4. So we already know, remember that Marcio Carvalho and Brian Brown-Duin are in. They are locked. So Marcio Carvalho on 28 points is playing Oliver 2 on 25 points. That's 8 wins, 4 losses and a draw. 2 must win that. There's no intentional draw here, gets him anywhere. Now Carvalho's in, he can do what he likes. He could walk away, read the paper, say you win, say ID, play, beat Oliver. All of those things are in the range for Marcio. 2 though, he's very straightforward, he must win.
Absolutely, win, lose or draw for Marcio, win or bust for Oliver 2.
Okay, so that's match 1. Match number 2, and we can take a look at the overall standings just to make things a little clearer for you. So that's 1v4, Carvalho against 2. Now, BBD against Lucas Blahon. In this, we already know that Brian Braun-Duin is in. He is successfully through. He's been paired down, as is inevitable, against Lucas Blahon. Blahon needs a point. So in theory, these 2 could ID. Will they? Well, we'll find out. Will BBD want the pro point? Will he want to play? Will he want to knock Blahon potentially out of the tournament? There is a scenario, Brian David Marshall, where Lucas Blahon, with his 56% opponent match win rate, which is his tiebreak, could lose to Brian Brown-Duin. And by virtue of losing to someone with a great record, his tiebreaks will go up. He could lose and still make it in. So Blahon is actually in reasonable shape, even with a loss, but we'll see what happens there. So potentially Carvalho, Braun-Duin, Blahon, 2. What about the other 2 matches? Well, Shota Yasuoka is playing Seth Manfield. If something goes wrong for Blahon, i.e. he plays and loses, the winner of Yasuoka Manfield could leapfrog Blahon. If 2 plays and loses, certainly Manfield or Yasuoka will leapfrog Oliver 2, who currently sits in 4th place. Now, the only other match that could potentially play a part here, BDM, is 7v8. That's Luis Scott Vargas against Steve Rubin. Rubin cannot make it in at all, of course, 7-5-1.
Yeah, he's hampered by that draw at the end of day 1. But, we talked about Luis Scott Vargas's tiebreakers 2 rounds ago. They, even though he won, his tiebreakers aren't getting any better.
They're getting worse.
Because
he's making
beating
them worse.
Yes, he's beating opponents with similar records to him and sending them downward in the standings. So his tiebreakers, which were barely over 50, are now solidly at like 49%. So that means the average strength of his opponent is a little less than 50-50 in this tournament.
So even with a win, we believe that Luis Scott Vargas cannot make it in to the top 4. So by our reckoning, Carvalho in, BBD in. Blajon in with a draw, if he's offered that by BBD. Chu in with a concession.
Just going to peek around here.
If he's off. Should we turn our backs on the viewers? Let's do that. Let's turn our backs on the viewers.
I can tell you that Brian Brundoon and Lucas Blajon have been moved into the feature match area.
And that means they must be playing.
And they're not doing that for a handshake.
They are not. Wow. So all of a sudden, if you are Seth Manfield or Shota Yasuoka, and by the way, how about that for a match, for a win and in, the reigning world champion up against someone who is a Hall of Famer, my word, that match is now live because it does look as if BBD and Blajon are playing. When Blajon came up here, he was chatting with you, BDM, in that last round. He had done the math.
Yeah, I think he'd been hoping that maybe there was some way to sort of, waltz into the top 4 here. But, there's also a lot of players who are like, hey, I'm at the World Championship. I'm here to play. This is a small event. This is a showcase for the game's greatest. I want to play.
Right, and there is also a little factor that we haven't really discussed yet, which is when you are guaranteed into the elimination rounds, we see this occasionally at the Pro Tour. You and I don't have a lot of time to talk about it with the viewers because there's so much going on. But there are only, especially when there's a top 4, there's your deck and there's 3 others.
You get to do a little curation.
Yes.
I would like to curate my top 4 field, and you are playing a deck that I don't want to have to face in an elimination round. I am in win, lose, or draw here, so you know what? Let's fight, and if I can possibly beat you here and knock you out, that increases my chances on Sunday.
Right, and we are starting to hear in our ears that may be the motivation for Brian Brundoon here, that he is looking at Blajon's deck and thinking, I don't really fancy this tomorrow.
So I can tell you, I was talking to Martin Yuza earlier today, and Martin said, you know what? I think Lucas Blajon could win this entire tournament. He's got the best decks in the field.
You can stop now, and the reason he can stop now is they are about to begin.
Oh,
it's round 14 of the World Championship.
Hello there, and welcome back to the booth here at the World Championships. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe with Matej Zadelkai. It's all come down to this in the Swiss rounds. We've got one more round to go before we solidify our top 4. Let's head down to the feature match area. Hello and welcome to coverage of the Magic the Gathering World Championship. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Matej Zadelkai, and we are in our last round of Swiss. It has come to round 14, and this round is going to dictate who makes it into our top 4 and who doesn't. In our main feature match, we have an interesting scenario here. We've got Marcio Carvalho, who is in our top 4. He has secured that spot. He took a draw last turn, and even with a loss here, he would still make it in to the top 4. His opponent on the other side, not in that luxurious position of already having locked up a top 4 here, Matej. It's Oliver 2 from the United States, and he's sitting on 8-4-1. What's at stake here?
Well, if Oliver wins, he's going to make the top 4 for sure. That's guaranteed, no matter what happens. If Oliver wins, he's in alongside Marcio and BBD. If he loses, then he opens up the slot for someone at 9 wins and 5 losses to make it in. And we thought it would be the winner of the Shota Yasuoka against Seth Manfield match. But now that we found out that Brian Brundoon is actually playing against Lucas Blajon, that creates a lot more scenarios for us.
Indeed, and we do have those 2 gentlemen in our feature match area as well. We'll be keeping you updated as to the other matches as we get underway here on our main match. A Thoughtseize from Carvalho. is going to take away a Search for Tomorrow from Oliver too. Oliver is playing Titan Shift. Marcio is on Obzon, a more traditional build of Obzon. Can you walk us through what each deck is trying to do and how the matchup is likely to play out?
Right, so Marcio's game plan, which he's looking to accomplish quite well for now, is play some early discard spells and then follow up with a good creature like a Tarmogoyf or something similar, just to keep up the pressure and try to kill Oliver before Oliver executes his plan, which is to get to 6 lands and a Primeval Titan, or 7 lands and Escape Shift, which usually are game over because of the interaction with Valakut and Mountains, dealing lots of damage at once.
Yeah, it feels like a combo finish at the end when Oliver 2 gets to do what he's trying to do. And let's see, it's an Explorer that is going to be taken away here by Marcio Carvalho. And, you can see that things are moving forward really according to plan here. Collective Brutality coming in.
Yeah, Marcio had a really good draw. He opened up with the Thoughtseize on the play as well as a Collective Brutality, which meant that Oliver really couldn't develop his mana before Marcio started discarding those Ram spells. Oliver is left with some pretty poor cards in his hand overall. Anger of the Gods is not great in this matchup. And yeah, well, let's see what Oliver drew for this turn though.
2 cards, right?
Yeah, but look at that. Oliver drew a Sakura Tribe Elder, but Marcio now, if he has a Liliana of the Veil, he could be in great shape. But I'm reading, I think it's going to be a Liliana of the Veil here for Marcio Carvalho there.
That is correct. He immediately pluses it. No nonsense there from Marcio. That means that both players will be discarding a card, and it's going to be that Anger of the Gods first off the top for Oliver. He didn't want that in his hand anyway. He finds a Valakut the Molten Pinnacle off the top of his library, but you notice that he did not sacrifice the Sakura Tribe Elder. He wants to use it to keep Liliana of the Veil in check. Yeah. Playing relatively few creatures like Oliver does means that Liliana can often just go tick, 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 boom, and blow up half your permanents. And Oliver needs to make sure that he has some way to keep that in check, at least for a couple of turns.
Yeah, it does present a little risk if Oliver, if he's not sacking the Sakura Tribe Elder and he's going to draw a spell that he would want to cast, maybe like a Primeval Titan, which he's a little short of because Marcio just plus in the Liliana. I love keeping the Sakura Tribe Elder around just for the exact reasons you said. It keeps the Liliana in check. And look at that, Marcio has no pressure just yet. He just has no Tarmogoyf, no Siege Rhinos or anything like that. Or he also could have drawn a Scavenging Goose or something similar.
He finds his Shambling Vent, which could present pressure or at least a blocker at some point, but he actually needs another source of white mana to make that work. Here is an Explorer from Oliver too, though it doesn't actually find a land. He does find another copy of Sakura Tribe Elder, and all of a sudden, Oliver's really pressuring Liliana here.
But now comes the point where sacking those Sakura Tribe Elders could be interesting, because he's up to 4 mana. Sacking 2 Tribe Elders means 2 mountains would enter the battlefield. That would mean that Oliver would be really close to starting to pull the trigger on those Valakuts. And look at that.
Interestingly, Marcio makes him sacrifice both of them by minusing Liliana, and that means that Oliver says, well, I'll just sack both. But I can tell you that Marcio Carvalho, the reason why he's not plusing Liliana here is he drew Tassiger the Golden Fang for the turn. So all of a sudden, pressure acquired here for Marcio.
It's good one at that. But we know that Oliver has a lot of live draws now, with being at 6 lands, one of them being a Valakut. He can deal some damage, especially if he draws something like Primeval Titan, Summoner's Pact.
Oh, there's a lot of good draws for him here.
Can't do much with Escape Shift just yet.
He finds another Explorer to help him find more, and that was the Search for Tomorrow, so he's going to continue to just build out his mana base here. And you can see Marcio's already starting to do math. At 17 life, he's in a precarious position if Oliver does find one of those huge game-ending spells that he does have multiple copies of in his deck, especially thanks to cards like Summoner's Pact that you mentioned a minute ago, Matej.
So Liliana hits the Bane after Oliver shoots it for 3. So let's see what Marcio can do here. He only has a Path to Exile in hand and draws something else. That's one of the stinkers. You really want Colony Heart Expedition on turn 2, but really not much sooner. Look at that. Tassiger activation, and Oliver now has to either put Lingering Souls or Liliana of the Veil into Marcio's hand.
God, I suppose you just give him the Liliana. It depends on if it changes the clock, I suppose. But, with Oliver top decking, he's going to play effectively anything that he draws at any point forward. So it is really just a question of how many turns he's going to have before he's either dead to attacks from Lingering Souls plus Tasigur, or before Liliana can ultimate, and he's going to do the math right now to decide which one of those is sooner.
What?
Interesting byproduct if he does give him Liliana is that if Marcio does want to start plussing Liliana every turn, well, he might lose a card himself.
Yeah, but it doesn't really care. His hand is thoughts, he's path strikes on. Oliver 2 is already hell-bent. He's just simply playing off the top of his library because he doesn't have any cards left after the flurry of discard spell and Liliana activations in the early turns here.
Speaking of flurries, by the way, we've already got 2 different results coming in. Shota Yasuoka has won Game 1 versus Seth Manfield in what could be a critical match here for the top 4. Luis Scott Vargas has also won his Game 1 over Steve Rubin, though the assumption at this point is that Luis is not able to make top 4 even with a win here due to his relatively poor tiebreakers.
Yeah, I think the best Luis can do is win into 5th place, no matter what the other outcomes are. Unless a miracle happens, but he's just so many percentage points behind the other players.
Yeah, you're talking about something weird happening, extreme edge cases. So for the most part, Luis playing for position there. But Shota Yasuoka and Seth Manfield very much relevant. Both players sitting at 8 and 5, and they need Oliver to lose. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm sure they like Oliver. They'll be actively rooting against him this round.
Yeah, so look at that. So Oliver gave him the Liliana of the Veil in the end, and it puts the Lingering Souls in the graveyard, which is then easier to cast.
Can I get some spheres?
And there we go.
Yeah.
Carvalho does, in fact, flash that back.
And this was an important update that we just got fed, Marshall. What do we have here?
So we've got Lucas Blohan up a game over Brian Brown-Duin in what we thought was likely going to be a draw scenario for those players, but ended up being that the 2 players are playing here.
Yep.
And Blohan has picked up Game 1 relatively quickly. He's also playing a Scapeshift-based deck, and that deck can win very quickly.
Indeed, and look at that. Oliver drew a Valakut, put a counter on his Colony Heart Expedition, but Marcio has a 2-turn clock here, but if Oliver draws Primeval Titan, the game is over. If Oliver draws Scapeshift, the game is over. Same goes for Summoner's Pact because he can find the Primeval Titan.
And win the game on the spot.
Because playing the Primeval Titan would mean that he gets 2 lands, 2 mountains, gets to deal 6 damage, gets to, or even more, and then sacrifices the Colony Heart Expedition, gets to do it again. So just a lot of damage at once.
Certainly enough to kill Marcio from 14.
Yeah, potentially a fetch land could be enough because the fetch land would deal 6, and then Colony Heart Expedition it would do 12 more.
Now, interestingly, Marcio's back up to 16 here.
Yeah, I don't think that's relevant,
This is a big draw step for Oliver, too. Let's see what he finds. You can see how important it is. He needs to find some way to get that Colony Heart Expedition cracked and get multiple lands on the battlefield, and I think he found a Lightning Bolt.
Yep, it's just a Lightning Bolt.
Which will not get the job done here for Oliver, too. He really needed that to be a Titan or a Pact, or, like you said, maybe a fetch land could get the job done, but as it stands, that's a lethal attack, and that's going to be Game 1 going to Marcio Carvalho, who, again, is already in our top 4, looking to bolster his position here. Another thing to keep in mind here is that there's a pro point on the line for every single match. We will be back right after these messages.
Booster Draft Leagues are coming soon to Magic Online. Draft and play at your own pace on your own schedule. Download Magic Online at mtgo.com and join a league starting this Wednesday, September 7th. You're invited to play with the new cards from Kaladesh early. Pre-release events are happening near you on September 24th and 25th. Contact your favorite game store and secure your spot today.
And welcome back to the feature match area here in Seattle, Washington. We're at the historic Paramount Theater here in downtown. We are right next to the convention center where PAX is happening as well, and we are going to go see Luis Scott Vargas versus Steve Rubin. Check in on this match here where we've got Luis up a game. Now, Steve Rubin is out of contention for the top 4. He's at 7-5-1. Luis has a better record. He's at 8-5, but he also looks to be out of contention, not based on record, but based on his current tiebreaker situation where, he's sitting at 49% tiebreakers, but the other 2 people in his same category are at 55 and 59, and it's just going to be too tough to make up that much ground.
Yeah, if you've ever tried to work out tiebreaker math, 6% advantage is a huge one. I've seen gaps close on 3 or 4%, but 6, it's just very hard to do mathematically.
Okay, so early stages here, a pair of Noble Hierarchs, one for each player. As it sits, you know, Luis Scott Vargas is playing a traditional Obzon build that he tuned for his predicted metagame here in the World Championship. On the other side of the table, a relative newcomer to Modern, it's the Bant Eldrazi deck. This is the Eldrazi deck of choice after we had the Pro Tour with so many Eldrazi decks floating around. Now we've got Bant Eldrazi has risen as the de facto Eldrazi deck here in
There's
Modern.
quite a few reasons for that. Green gives you access to Noble Hierarch and Ancient Stirrings, which are fantastic in the early turns, really helping you find what you need. And for this deck, it's Eldrazi Temple or some good Eldrazi. Then you have those Displacers, as Steve just played one, while also having those colorless ones in Thought Not Zero and Reality Smasher. But the real Curve Topper, Drowner of Hope, and Noble Hierarch just ties it all together and gives you all the color of mana you need alongside those colorless sources.
Yeah. Speaking of relative newcomers, there's a Grim Flayer on the battlefield here for Luis Scott Vargas. This has really crept into a lot of these green-black based decks, the Jund, the Obzon decks, as a premium 2-drop, oftentimes replacing very powerful stalwart cards like Dark Confidant.
Indeed, yeah. I'm surprised how successful Grim Flayer actually proved to be in Modern.
I am too. I asked a few of the players about it. You know, how much better is it? How good is it? Is this, you know, kind of a, as Luis would say, the Flayer of the month, you know, type situation? And they said, no, it's legit. Like, when you get to mill away 3 cards, give yourself Delirium, fuel your graveyard with things like Lingering Souls, and also dig, and this is one of the key things, is post-board games. It lets you churn through your library looking for those really important sideboard cards that these type of decks rely on, you know, cards like Stony Silence and that kind of thing, depending on the matchup. And you can really churn through your library pretty quickly.
Yeah, and white already being a better color for those powerful sideboard cards compared to red, which is the other color that black-green is usually associated with here. As we see 3/3 Grim Flare attacking into the Matter Shaper, there's creatures trade. Luis still wants to resolve that trigger of the Grim Flare thanks to his trample, but look at that. Eternal Witness reeled off of that Matter Shaper.
Ugh.
It's a one-off. And look at that Eldrazi display. So that's a combo.
That is a savage combo, and even that's before all of this value that Steve Rubin's about to get right now, as he could get back the Matter Reshaper if he won. He went for the Ancient Stirrings instead, but you can't envy being in Luis's seat there and watching your opponent just go off with value there.
Yeah, the problem for Luis that I'm sure he wanted to use this turn to develop his board further, but now he will be forced to answer the Displacer Witness combo before it gets out of hand too quickly, because Steve got a bag of Ancient Stirrings with that, and he can find maybe an Eldrazi Temple and really start
So
blinking away his Eternal Witness.
This is the Grim Flare trigger after all. Like you said, it got +1/+1 thanks to Exalted, and so that means it did hit Steve for 1 point of damage. Only 2 toughness on the Matter Reshaper means that Luis gets to look at the top 3 cards of his library, and he put 2 of them back. And I can tell you, Matej, that one of them was Damnation. And the other one was a Tarmogoyf. So a pretty nice little 1-2 punch there.
Yeah. Look, Luis did get rid of the Displacer there with the Maelstrom Pulse. Not a great use of his turn though, taking up all 3 of his lands there. So there we go. So Ancient Stirrings with Morgan Star. Look, Steve's hand is stacked. He has a Reality Smasher in his hand, and another Displacer.
Alpha's now ready. 11. Copy that.
Yeah, Luis goes down to 11 from that Eternal Witness attack, and here's another Displacer, and Steve is already lining up a Hulk Smash for next turn.
So Luis Scott Vargas has that Damnation and can just fire it off here to wipe the board away, assuming that he has a black mana source, which he does. A little awkward that he's got his own copy of Noble Hierarch here, you know, but you do what you got to do.
I mean, his hand is interesting. With that Damnation really being a good card in this matchup, but the question is if he has anything to follow that up with.
Cards?
Yeah, so
He put a Tarmogoyf on top with the Grimflayer, so I would assume so.
look at that. Steve is going to path his own creature to guarantee that he hits the 5th land there for the Reality Smash that he has in his hand.
Oh, wow. That's pretty rough for Scott Vargas, who's sitting on 8 life now. Luis is up a game here, so even if he were to have his reality smashed, as it were, they would get to play game 3. Damnation looks pretty good against Steve Rubin, though. He's got creature-based mana in the form of Noble Hierarch, and then his whole deck is based on creatures. If you look at his curve, it's just Reality Smashers, Thought-Knot Seers, Drowner of Hopes, and Matter Reshapers alongside those Eldrazi Displacers. There's a lot to kill there.
Yes, now Luis has to answer the Reality Smasher, while Steve could have some very good follow-ups as well.
Yeah, things looking really good for Steve Rubin. We'll hang out here for just a minute to see if he can finish off this game and force a game 3 before we move back to our main match, who is just finished mulliganing, it looks like, and once we get there, we'll be back underway. Luis thinking through his options here, making sure.
He does have a Thoughtseize.
Yes.
Quite risky going down to 1 here.
He
doesn't
sees
see much.
A Rest in Peace, as well as another Noble Hierarch.
Yeah, but with being at 1, even that Noble Hierarch might be a threat.
And it's a Tarmogoyf.
Okay, so taking that the Rest in Peace is actually very important.
He hit an enchantment.
Creature, enchantment, creature, sorcery, instant, land. Just gonna double check.
So that would be a 5/6 Tarmogoyf if that were the case.
But it's actually like we know Steve has the Noble Hierarch, so he can make his Reality Smasher 6/6 here
and force a chump block.
Yeah.
Now, with a Path to Exile, does Luis have 2 cards in his hand?
I think Luis
or
has only
just
1
the
card.
One? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Noble Hierarch. Swing.
Yeah, chump block only
Well,
from Luis.
maybe this is another Damnation, something like that.
Yeah, he's tapping his mana, not scooping just yet.
Sure.
He found another Tarmogoyf, though. That
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you said go. Yeah, I did. Yeah. I don't think so.
A little awkward turn there. A small misunderstanding, but I don't think it's going to matter. And I don't think there's a Drowner of Hope. And
and that will actually just end the game right on the spot, as the Drowner can tap down the Tarmogoyf.
I'll attack. Trigger this attack. I'll tap the Goyf.
And he does have a path, and Luis, of course, needed that extra card to be able to take down the attacking Reality Smasher, and this is not over just yet.
Yeah,
Luis
Luis
about as
hanging on
close
by a
as they
thread.
get. 2 lethal threats for Steve Rubin. Hanging on by the narrowest of margins.
Yeah, I mean, Luis
Be
out
an
of cards.
epic comeback. If he does find a removal spell for the Drowner of Hope, it's really actually brutal for him, because even if he does, then Steve can just tap down the Tarmogoyf and attack with the Noble Hierarch by itself. I don't know how Luis gets out of this without another sweeper or maybe a card like Lingering Souls.
I mean, he can draw a removal spell here.
Okay, here's a Grimflayer.
Okay, that's interesting. Because now,
I mean, this is another scenario where it lengthens the game, but not necessarily puts Luis in a better position to actually get back to even here. This has been really cool down the stretch, though.
Indeed, yeah.
Eldrazi's still not a type.
Luis with the epic comebacks here. This would be one of the most epic comebacks in Magic history if he managed to win this one.
Okay, so Steve is going to force a chump block here. On the Tarmogoyf specifically chump blocking, but Steve does not have anything else in his hand. What does Luis have?
Oh, no.
He's going to attack, and Ruben says, no, don't do that.
So Luis has something in his hand to follow that up.
He must have a Path to Exile.
Yeah, but just any creature for a chump block action, because
Lingering Souls as well is an option. Also, Luis could be digging for Lingering Souls. Remember, you can put it into the graveyard, and he does have a Lingering Souls. Oh, Luis hanging on at 1 life.
still in it, and he's set
He's
up.
still very in it.
Yeah, he's setting up the top of his library every turn now.
Yeah.
And Luis can flash back the Lingering Souls, maybe even 2 if he finds another. Okay, kept both cards on top.
He's going to flash back Lingering Souls, and you're right, he kept 2 cards on top and 1 Marsh Flats into the graveyard, 1 card in hand for Luis, and he's got a lot of chump blockers.
And Steve just bricked twice
He
now.
just hit 2 lands in a row. Is Luis actually going to hang on at 1 life and come back? Abrupt Decay to kill the Noble Hierarch. And there's Liliana that he set up, and Luis is now firmly ahead. He's going to try to win this game in 2 turns. He says, look, if you've got Reality Smasher, then I'll extend the hand. But until then, I'm killing you next turn. You must find something immediately, Steve Rubin.
Yeah, I don't quite see the cards that he's digging there with, but I was pretty sure I saw another Planeswalker.
He put them all on top.
Smash?
Is it a Smasher?
Think so.
No, it's a Thought Not Seer.
Go ahead.
No cards in hand for Scott Vargas, and he's got Gideon. He can make an emblem, and Luis wins.
Look at Steve. He can't believe he lost that game.
Unbelievable. He was so far ahead. Luis Scott Vargas putting on a show for us in his last game of the World Championship here as he defeats Steve Rubin and puts himself in that absolute best possible position for that tiebreaker, but it's going to be really tough for him to actually get top 4s. He needs a miracle, basically. Okay, back to our main match. Marcio Carvalho, who defeated Oliver 2 in game number 1. He's going to be on the draw. Let's see if Oliver can come up with a little bit of a quicker start. We see no Search for Tomorrow on turn 1 from Oliver.
No, but his hand is actually looking very spicy here.
Ooh, there's a Scape Shift off the top after playing an Explorer, and he did have another land. Go ahead.
Yeah, but he drew a second Scape Shift where he already had one. And the rest of his hand, look at that. Tireless Tracker, Obstinate Baloth. I mean, it's fine, but he has a little too much action now. He needs the mana searching, the lands themselves. But if Marcio doesn't actually have a lot of discard, this hand is fine because Oliver could play Tireless Tracker, play a land, get a clue, and set himself up for following turn. And Oliver is well protected against Liliana with that Obstinate Baloth.
19 or 17.
Yeah, look, Marcio doesn't look too happy about his options here.
He does not, does he?
I'm going 17.
Yeah, takes the full 3 there. Fetch land into Shock land. But his land looks like decent. He has the removal spell. He has a Grimflare and a Tarmogoyf. I don't think he was able to find a configuration of lands that would have allowed him to play a turn 1 Inquisition and turn 2 a Grimflare there or Tarmogoyf. I think he's going to go for the Flare here and try to set up for the following turns.
Yeah, it does hit quite hard. You get that first activation. Sometimes you can get yourself Delirium and then get a real clock going, especially against Oliver, who tends to not do a ton in the early stages as far as blocking or interacting with creatures. But you can see that post-sideboard, that isn't necessarily the case, as there's a Tireless Tracker and a Clue from Oliver, too.
It's nice.
Yeah, that looks pretty good. The 1-2 punch here being, right, that Oliver has boarded in creatures where Marcio is much more likely to board out cards like Abrupt Decay and these, cheaper creature kill cards. So Tireless Tracker can look pretty good.
Yeah, now it's the removal suite for Marcio. It's actually proving not to be that great in this spot because actually using a Path to Exile to kill Tireless Track is not that great because Oliver's ultimate plan is just to ramp up to mana. So basically serve as a ramp spell for Oliver if Marcio were to use his Path to Exile. Marcio would have loved to have a Liliana here, for example, just Liliana minus attack with the Grimflare set up your following turns. So, yeah, Marcio not in great shape here, but he has a lot of haymakers of himself. Tarmogoyf, Gideon, Tasigur, a lot of power in his hand. A little bit of a non-bow there with Grimflare and Tasigur. You get rid of your own cards in graveyard, so you don't have Delirium anymore. But if Grimflare just bins all the cards, you have enough food for that Tasigur delve.
Yeah, I mean, I think, getting to the point where you can play Tasigur very early in the game probably offsets that enough to make it worth it. And he really doesn't want to Path to Exile this Tireless Tracker, but he's like, oh, I guess I just have to.
Yeah,
you see that hesitation.
It's not great. He's just basically now hoping that Oliver doesn't have much going on in his hand, because what this allows Marcy to do is attack with the Grim Flare for 2, set up his next turn, while also adding a Tarmogoyf to the board for the following ones. Yeah.
Wow, this is interesting. Oliver had searched out a mountain, but he's actually considering getting a forest instead.
Interesting.
Looking at his hand.
I would go for mountain here. He already has 2 forests. He goes for the forest, though. All right. Oliver down to 18 after that Grim Flare hit. And Mars is going to start loading up the graveyard. He probably wants to draw land eventually, just because he has that Gideon in his hand too. And it's just a lot of pressure.
Now, one of the matches that we've been keeping a close eye on that we thought might very well be an intentional draw coming in and wasn't is Brian Brown-Dewin versus Lucas Blahan. They're tied at a game apiece, Matej.
Ooh.
Yeah, they're going to game 3. So we will continue to keep an eye on that. You got a little quick view of BBD back in the feature match area there. And yeah, we'll keep an eye on and bring you updates on that one. That one has possible top 4 implications as we keep an eye on that for you. We can tell you that Marcio Carvalho here on the left-hand side is going to be playing in the top 4. Same thing with Brian Brown-Dewin.
Yep, they're both locked.
But their opponents are not. Lucas Blahan and Oliver Tu, who we see here, are very much live and playing for a spot.
Oh, yeah, black, yeah.
If Oliver can peel off 2 games in a row against Marcio here, he will find himself in the top 4. Rookie of the Year, a constructed master.
Marcio really ramping it up here with the Tasker, exiling his whole graveyard there just to put up a 4-power creature. He still has a Tarmogoyf and a Gideon in his hand, and it looks like Oliver bricked on an untapped land here. So
What? 2 cards? Yeah.
Let's see what he drew. It looks like he's going to sack the clue here. And hope to draw into land on a search pair. Okay, land's good enough. I think Oliver is going to play the Obstinate Bailout from his hand.
Okay.
And it might have been another reason to search up a forest. If he expected to draw maybe a Sakura Tribe-Elder or Explorer, he wanted to be sure that he can cast both Obstinate Bailout and something else.
Got another exciting update. You know, of the players that came into this round with 24 match points, that was Seth Manfield, Luis Scott Vargas, and Shota Yasuoka. We saw Luis win his match with a little bit of flair there a minute ago. Seth versus Shota, they got paired against each other. And Shota Yasuoka, the Hall of Famer, just defeated Seth Manfield 2-0 to put himself at 9-5. Now he's in contention here.
He has the best tiebreakers out of everyone in the tournament. So at 59%, Shota has the best shot to make it. If Oliver 2 loses this, no matter what.
Okay. And currently Oliver's down. But he does have a 4/4 Obstinate Bailoth on his side, and he's at 22 life. And he does have the requisite 6 lands that you often see from this deck. Now, there's a Calling Heart Expedition, but you can see by the way that Oliver's, moving here that he's got more than just that going. He's in fact doing math. It looks like a scape shift lining up.
Yeah, I think he's going to go for... it's interesting. So he has Calling Heart Expedition, and he does not have 7 lands to go for the kill with Scape Shield, which is Valakut and 6 mountains.
Okay.
Each mountain wing worth 3 damage. He's trying to set it up with that Calling Heart Expedition.
Okay.
So he's gonna search up for some lands here, get a lot of counters on the Expedition, and then sack the Expedition, get 2 mountains, and deal a lot of damage all around. So I think he's going to go for, double Valakut here. Yeah, so he has 2 Valakuts, 4 mountains now.
Yes.
Doesn't get to deal any damage because Valakut needs to see 6 mountains. But now he's going to sack the Expedition, find 2 mountains, and deal 12 damage.
12 in chunks of 3, however he wants.
Yeah.
And he's just going to mow down the board here for Marcio Carvalho.
And
wow.
blow up the Gideon.
What a turn.
Boom. And plus, he's setting up for the kill next turn because he has one more escape shift in his hand.
Absolutely, and Carvalho has seen enough. He's going to scoop up his permanence here. He's not even going to wait for the other escape shift to hit, and that means that we are going to get a game 3. Oliver 2 versus Marcio Carvalho. Oliver playing for top 4, looking to scrap his way in here as our Rookie of the Year and our Constructed Master. But he's got one more game to win against Marcio if he's going to do that.
So for those who just tuning in, you have to remember that Brian Brown-Duin and Marcio Carvalho are locked into the top 4 no matter what happens. But because of how this is playing out, it basically means that I think if Lucas Blahan or Oliver 2, if either of them fails to win, then Shota Yasuoka is in the top 4. But it requires one of Oliver 2 and Lucas Blahan to lose. If Lucas Blahan wins his match against Brian Brown-Duin, he's in for sure. So is Oliver 2. If he wins, he's in. But if both Lucas Blahan and Oliver 2 win, Shota Yasuoka is 5th.
Looks like we're going to get a chance to see Brian Brown-Duin and Lucas Blahan.
Yeah. Lucas still has a shot to make it into the top 4 even with the loss. If Marcio Carvalho wins, then he is in. He should be in 4th place because Shota Yasuoka is going to be 3rd.
Okay, well, we are
with the way
a close
shaped
eye
out.
on it.
I think Luis is at best 5th, even with that win. But we know 2 players, Marcio Carvalho, Brian Brown-Duin, they're going to be in the top 4 for sure. And these 2 matches will determine who else it's going to be. It might just be that we're going to see these 4 players tomorrow as well, if Oliver 2 and Lucas Blahan both win.
Yes. They control their own destinies here.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, the final game for the top 4 for either of them.
It's really all you can ask for.
Yeah. But still, if
let's
Lucas
go check
Blahan
out.
loses out, then it should be he should still have a shot if Oliver 2 loses.
Okay, let's jump over and see Lucas Blahan versus Brian Brown-Duin. I believe that BBD's on a mulligan to 6 here.
Eldrazi.
And it looks like Lucas Blahan also mulliganed to 5, though.
And he doesn't have a second land here.
Oh,
Whoa.
no. This could be bad for Lucas Blahan.
On the
Brian
brink of that top
Brown-Duin
4.
is in that enviable position of not needing to win here, but hey, he'll take one.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see if he can get on the board.
Horror.
Sorry?
Horror.
Horror?
He's going to name Horror with that Cavern of Souls and play an Eldrazi Sky Spawner, which is going to get remanded. Now, that won't actually remand it, but it will, it won't counter it or put it back in his hand because it can't be countered, but he will draw a card.
Yeah, he just wanted to draw a card. He was only on those 2 lands there. He top decked the Flood Grove, which is actually perfect. And now he also drew a Swamp, and he'll be able to play that Search for tomorrow, getting up to 4 mana.
Oh, this is getting interesting.
Yeah, but
missed land drop number 2, but now he's just cruising.
Yeah, Brian does have a Reality Smash in his hand. I think I saw a Thought Knots here as well. So for a 6-card hand, Brian's is pretty good, especially if he manages to play 1 more land. But even if he doesn't, he should be in okay shape.
Now, one of the reasons that's kind of interesting here, you might ask, well, why is Brian Brown-Duin playing against Lucas in this round? They could have taken a draw and just said, hey, let's go get lunch. But, it does have standard implications for tomorrow about who do you want to play against, what type of matchups do you want, and it could just be the case that Brian does not want to face down Lucas in the standard portion.
That's actually my understanding, that Brian's banned humans deck in standard just doesn't match up very well against Lucas Blahan's John Delirium deck. It's full of Kozilek's returns and languishes and things like that. And just Brian doesn't want to play against those sweepers. That's why they didn't draw, because depending on how the other matches would turn out, it was actually quite likely that Brian would get to play Lucas in the semifinals.
Ah. Well, Lucas is fighting for the right to earn that matchup. And, of course, that seat in our top 4 here at the World Championship. Of course, they're also playing for a pro point, which, when you get down to the end of the season, become incredibly valuable. When you're starting to get close to getting to gold or close to getting to platinum, every single pro point matters. And it's a lot on the line. If you take a draw, nobody gets that pro point.
Yeah, look how perfect that was from Brian. He drew Now, not only did he have land, it was an Eldrazi temple, which meant that he didn't even have to sacrifice the spawn for that additional mana. And now Lucas is forced to already tap all creatures and draw a card. And I think
with Cryptic Command there.
Yeah, Brian might just add more stuff to the board. It's actually quite risky looking at Lucas's hand.
What is Lucas holding?
Damnation.
Ah.
Which can clear the board really well. But I think Brian's just going to run out the Thought Knot Seer. And just
take that away. Jeez, look at this. Oh, but there are... this gets kind of interesting because you start to wonder how many copies of these sideboard cards Lucas has available in his deck with 2 Bring the Lights in hand. You know, he is able to dig these kind of things up. Maybe I can have you take a look at that, Matej, and see if there's maybe another Damnation, or is it just the one?
There just isn't. No, just the one main deck Damnation.
Okay.
No other big sweepers for this matchup.
Okay, well, this is interesting. Brian is going to take away Cryptic Command and kind of dare Lucas to find a land off the top of his library, which he just did.
Yeah.
Does it make black? I would assume not.
No, it does not.
It's a stomping ground?
It's a stomping ground, yeah.
Can he cast Damnation?
He can. He has 1 Water Grave and 1 Swamp in his deck.
So he needs to find a fetch land that can find one of those or the card itself, which he did not do this turn.
No.
BBD kind of banking on that and probably a relatively safe line there.
He might have something else.
He could easily have something else. Let's see what Lucas Blahan has lined up for us. He's down to 9. He is facing lethal damage next turn, and he needs something to either gain life, sweep the board.
No, Cryptic Command.
Cryptic Command. Will that do it? He can take the Thought Knot Seer.
Can bounce
5,
that.
6, 7, 8. That actually would leave him at 1 if he bounced the Thought Knot Seer. It feels like it's not a line that's going to make it it's going to make it very difficult for him to actually win. Because the Thought Knot gets to once again pick apart his hand, but
yeah, that's what he does.
So you'll draw 2 cards.
Okay.
So draw a card. That's from the Cryptic Command, and then of course he also gets one from the Thought Knot Seer. But this is Lucas scraping and hanging on and barely doing so with that. Now with the loss for Lucas, you said he still has a shot.
Yeah, but he needs Marcio Carvalho to win.
He needs Marcio Carvalho to win. And that is completely out of his hands. So
you go to 1, right?
He's going to go to 1.
Went to 10. Yeah, you go to 2. Sorry.
It looks like he had gained a life at some point in there. So he's actually at 10 and not 1. Excuse me, at 2 and not 1, which isn't super relevant here, I don't think. Now this is interesting because BBD has to say, well, now you've got escape shift. I can't lose from here, can I? And he can't, right? Even with 6 mana.
Because he's 2 life, Lucas. There is a way where something like Secure Tri-Builder and Escape Shift on 6 mana is actually 18 damage, but Brian is also 19.
Yeah.
So while Lucas could try to do something, but it's just very unlikely.
Yeah, also the Stomping Ground, coming into play untapped means that Lucas is dead.
Yeah. Okay, so he left him with the Escape Shifts. Brian's a little scared of the Bring to Light. But let's see if Lucas can
This is it for Lucas. He only gets 1 more turn, and he found a land off the top, and that's going to do it. Brian Brown-Duin defeats Lucas Blahan. Now, again, for fans of Lucas Blahan, that does not necessarily mean the end for him, but there's even more somehow riding on our main table match here, Marcio Carvalho versus Oliver 2. It's all down to this one for not just Oliver, but other players now as well.
Yeah, basically what the result of that match now guarantees that Shota Yasuoka is in top 4.
Okay.
Because he has the best tiebreakers out of the people at 27 points. And now we'll get to see if it's going to be Oliver 2 getting in with 9, 4, and 1, or if it's Lucas Blahan squeaking into 4th place. So Lucas really wants Marcio to win. And for Shota, he can go home knowing that he's going to be coming back tomorrow.
Shota Yasuoka famously had one of the most incredible runs in the history of this type of tournament in the very first iteration of it. Now, he did end up losing to Yu Watanabe in the finals of that, but he was so far ahead of the rest of the field, and that was in a field similar to this one, just stacked with some of the best players in the game.
Yeah, he was crushing it.
I'll tell you what, the other players, the BBDs and the Marcios in the world will not be happy to hear that Shota Yasuoka is going to be in there. He is so good at
Indeed.
It's very intimidating.
Look at that. Wow.
So this is a huge turn here for Marcio Carvalho, comboing out, really, using the Grimflayer, attacking Oliver 2, stocking up his graveyard, and powering out a Tassiger the Golden Fang as well as a Tarmogoyf. And this could be a quick one if Oliver doesn't have the ability to really make stuff happen. You can see that the next turn for Oliver looks to be pretty explosive.
Yeah, I mean, he has double Primeval Titan in his hand, but he's just lacking a little in lands. He didn't have a 4th land to play, but now has Search for Tomorrow and Sakura Tribe.
So he needs to draw a land?
Yeah, for that Primeval Titan.
Yeah,
but
like
because
a
he has
non-Valakut?
he does have a basic forest, so I don't think the turn he plays Primeval Titan might not be enough. Especially because Marcio, look at how much pressure Marcio already has.
Yeah, the Secure Tribe Elder gets to take one for the team blocking either the Tarmogoyf or the Tassiger, whichever's bigger. And it looks like that would be the Tassiger at this point because Tarmogoyf looks to only be a 2/3.
But it all depends on what Marcio will do here.
Marcio has the Liliana. Is he going to minus Liliana?
Yes.
He is. He's clearing the way. He wants to make sure that he kills Oliver next turn and really tries to shut the door on this game as quickly as possible.
And he actually might be successful because we know that he has double Path to Exile in his hand.
So
Oliver
even
needs
a
to draw a
Titan-
land to even play a Primeval Titan. But Marcio playing this way, he gets hit for 9 here, putting Oliver down to 6.
Yes.
And plus set up his next turn if you really wanted to look at that. He also, there's Surgical Extraction, another Liliana of the Veil in his hand too. He's going to keep the Surgical.
Put that back.
He's thinking. I mean, he has double
Does
path.
it matter?
I don't think at this point it's going to matter.
Feels like that won't matter anymore. Yeah, but Marcio wants to make sure that he doesn't make a critical misstep down the line. Now, if Oliver 2 loses here, what does that mean for Lucas Blahan?
If Oliver 2 loses this game, Lucas Blahan gets into the top 4 in 4th place.
Okay, so this is
unless something
huge
crazy
turn.
happens.
Unless something crazy happens, we always have to leave that caveat there, as sometimes crazy things do happen, and we don't want to lock things in stone. We'll let Rich Hagen up on the top deck. He will have, the rock solid info about what's happening, and of course we'll have our top 4 announcement just a little bit later today after we get the final results in.
There's one
this is
thing-
Oliver 2. He did find a land off the top of his library, a Windswept Heath, that will allow him to cast a Primeval Titan, but is it too late?
I think so.
I mean, can he stabilize? That's the interesting question, because if he can generate some amount of damage, kill a threat or 2, and still have the 6/6, and reduce Marcio down to not being able to attack for 6, he could potentially chain Titans together here.
Yeah, there's one out for Oliver here. Instead of going for the Primeval Titan, he could go for Engineered Explosive that he has in his hand, and he has to. He can play.
So that would kill 2 of the 3 threats.
Yes.
And that's exactly what he's going to do. That has him dropping down to 2 life and losing one of the cards in his hand, though he's got an Obstinate Baloth, and we may see Marcio Carvalho just not even activate Liliana for fear of that.
Yeah, he shouldn't.
He shouldn't. But it's an unintuitive play when you have such a powerful Planeswalker on the battlefield.
Now the choice with the Grimflayer from the previous turn might come back to haunt Marcio. Now he's realizing that he's going to draw, I think, a Surgical Extraction. That it's just,
That's exactly what he did.
And it's actually just useless.
This is really getting interesting now. Oliver barely hanging on to life, potentially falling to 2 here.
And also another thing that Marcio has to think about, he should not activate the Liliana, because if he does, Oliver gets to put an Obstinate Bailout for free. Oliver's down to 2.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about, Matej, and it's tempting. It's kind of the normal line of play is to plus Liliana here, but if he does, he's going to get punished very hard for it.
Yeah, also Oliver having that fetch line being at 2, meaning he's effectively at 1, because he will need to crack that Windswept Heap for, I think, what's going to be a Stomping Ground.
Yeah, he has to. I suppose he could draw an untapped land on his turn or something, but he will eventually have to. So let's see what happens.
Yeah,
it looks like Marcio's going to plus Liliana. Oh, he's hesitating now.
This is the key moment. He's going for it.
He did. He plussed it, and Oliver 2 is going to slam Obstinate Baloth on the table, and that's one of the 2 Path to Exiles hitting the graveyard here for Carvalho. He keeps Surgical Extraction in his hand.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yeah,
What
but
a
now if Oliver
turnaround.
draws, oh, he didn't crack that. And he has an untapped land. He
did.
can just go for the kill here and secure his berth in the top 4. Is he going?
Look at
He's
this.
going
It's
for
escape
it.
shift for Oliver 2, and he actually
Wow.
wins there. Oliver 2 takes down Marcio Carvalho and puts himself into the top 4. You can see he's as shocked as we were about how the end of that match finished up. Oliver into the top 4. Now, to be fair here, Marcio Carvalho also in the top 4 as well. So both of them are going to be in, and our top 4 looks pretty well set here at Brian Bronduin, Shota Yasuoka, Marcio Carvalho, and Oliver 2.
Let me just say something, right? Our top 4 is going to be the Draft Master,
yes,
the Constructed Master,
Yeah.
the GP Master, and the Master himself, Shota Yasuoka.
The Master.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, man, that really delivered on the excitement down the stretch there. Crazy stuff from our feature match. And, of course, that's how the things were going to go down the line here. So we've got Richard Hagan up on the top deck with all of the information from the tournament. Let's send it to him right now.
Not so fast, my friends. Not so fast. We're doing some math up here. If I'm Lucas Blahon, I'm not certain, Ian, that I'm absolutely dead in the water. Here's the thing. The difference between them, yes, we know that the top 3 are in. Carvalho is in at 9-4-1. BBD is in as the number 1 seed at 10-3-1. Oliver 2 is in 9-4-1. So then it's which of the 9-5s make it in. Luis Scott Vargas 9-5, terrible tie breaks. No way he makes that up. But coming into that last round, Yasuoka was at 59, Blahon was at 56. Yasuoka won, pushes his opponent's match win down. Blahon loses, pushes his opponent match win up. Who finishes 4th? Not sure it's in the bank yet. Yes, Yasuoka is favourite. It's going to be amazing. Down on the floor, though, we have an interview. Here's Brian David Marshall with a very, very happy man.
Thanks, Rich Hagon. I'm here with Constructed Master Oliver 2. He went 6-1-1 in his 2 constructed legs of this tournament. Oliver, walk us through that crazy 3rd game there against Marcio Carvalho.
Well, he had me under a lot of pressure, and the Engineered Explosives was the perfect answer to his board because it kills the 2 of the giant creatures he had. Of course, he still had Tassiger, and I was really worried about Collective Brutality at the end there, which would have just killed me, but there's nothing he could do about that. He also played very well when he, instead of +1ing the Liliana when he first played it, he -2 to put a lot of pressure on me. But thankfully, he didn't have the Collective Brutality, and everything worked out.
So there's a very big sweat of a turn there where he's looking at his Liliana and he's like, you guys are doing a little dance. How hard are you trying to not betray any kind of emotion that you have the Obstinate Baloth in hand?
I can't give anything away. I was trying not to look at my hand too much or make any facial emotions. I mean, I'm good at having a poker face, but yeah, it was tough, and I was really hoping he'd +1. But even if he didn't, I had many outs to win the game there. I needed any 2-mana ramp spell or any lands would do it.
All right, so remind us about your standard deck. What are we going to see from you on Sunday?
I'm playing what's called Turbo Emrakul. It's kind of like Temur Emerge, except more focused on ramping and just getting to a quick Emrakul.
And you came into the tournament center upstairs and did a deck tech with us on that?
Yes.
All right, so you can check that out. You want a little preview of what Oliver Chu is going to be playing on Sunday. Check it out. In the meantime, I'm going to let the Constructed Master go celebrate with his friends. But you got to come back here at 5 o'clock. We got to do interviews. I'm just telling you that right now, okay?
5 o'clock today?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, sending it back up to Rich at the news desk.
Housekeeping live here at the home of Magic, the Paramount Theatre. Congratulations to Oliver too. That, Ian, was, well, I mean, it was devastating Magic, whether you're on Marcio Carvalho's side of the board, Oliver 2's side of the board, or if you're Lucas Blahon watching on.
It was such an exciting game. You know, Rich, you and I are up here in the balcony here. We're looking down on the stage, and we were just watching this unfold in person. You know, I'd say on the edge of our seats, but we're standing up, right? And just both kind of jumping up and down and excited as those last turns unfolded.
Yeah, we sell you the whole seat, but you only need the edge. That's what we say, and that was extraordinary stuff. Now, a reminder, we are waiting to find out, get official confirmation on who is your fourth member of the top 4. It is Marcio Carvalho, it is Brian Brown-Duin, and it is Oliver Tu. It's then theoretically one of 3, Luis Scott Vargas, Shota Yasuoka, Lucas Blahan. In reality, it's one of 2. It's Blahan or Yasuoka.
That's right.
Now, if it is Shota Yasuoka, and he is in the box seat coming in, had 3% higher than Lucas Blahan on tie breaks, what an achievement, and how great to see the Japanese master back in the top 4 of a World Championship after his incredible performance at the Players' Championship a few years ago.
Yeah, I totally agree. Shota, known as one of the greatest deck builders of all time, you know, one of the star Japanese players that I've watched for years and years on the Pro Tour. Would be great to see him there. That said, you know, Lucas Blahan has also had a fantastic season. He's on a heater. I'd love to see him in the top 4 as well. So
I loved hearing what BDM was saying in his interview with Shota about Modern, because that's really where Shota cemented his reputation as a deck builder. It's part of the reason he's in the Hall of Fame as well, because he has this incredible reputation, as you say, for deck building. That's where it was cemented. And Shota was almost a little embarrassed. In the interview, he said, "Look, I'm really sorry, Modern's a bit different now. I can't really do crazy, but I am going to do good." And we talked about that coming in, and here he is, potentially in the top 4 as a result of a Modern deck that wasn't crazy, but was good. From your point of view, inside R&D, just changing gears a little bit, Modern is a format I know you cannot possibly expect to test as much as Standard and, of course, each new limited format. What's your sense of where Modern is? Because the 3 Grand Prix we had last weekend, the 24 decks that came out of there, hugely different metagame than the 24 decks we've seen here. What's your read on where we are with Modern at the moment?
Honestly, I think Modern is in a great spot. I mean, looking at the Grand Prix over the last few weekends, there's just been a tremendous diversity of decks. The decks look very different from each other. They play very different. I enjoy watching them on coverage a lot because it's so easy to tell the narrative of the game when the decks just look so different and have a very coherent game plan. And I think if you're a player who enjoys Modern, there's a lot out there to choose from, and you can kind of choose the deck that best suits your play style. I like that a lot.
People were talking, analysing this metagame here and saying that players at this level moved away from the super aggressive, your Death Shadow aggro, your Naya Burn, for example, and that part of the reason for that is that if you know it's coming, it's relatively easy to pinpoint the weaknesses and do something about it. But maybe therefore at your next Modern tournament, maybe you're ideally situated to come out with, let's get those Death Shadows sleeved up again.
Yeah, Modern's, it's interesting in that the format has had the reputation that you want to play like a very aggressive deck, a deck that wins very quickly, or it's not interacting with your opponent. We saw the most popular deck here this weekend was actually Abzan, which is a very interactive deck that's trying to kind of grind out the games and trade 1-for-1 with the opponents a lot. So, you know, there is definitely a broad range of things you can choose from in Modern, and it's up to you, you know, what your weapon of choice might be.
And when you say most popular, we mean a third of the field.
That's right.
8 of the 24 chose to play that interactive up middle of the range deck. Now, again, at this level, we can see why a lot of people would want to do that, give yourself as many options as possible. But certainly, if you're sleeving up for an RPTQ sometime, PPTQ, or just your Friday Night Magics, and a lot of you play Modern for that, there's a lot to be said for just getting those creatures into the battlefield early and playing lots of unfair Death Shadow. Love that deck. All right, so that's the state of Modern. If you're just joining us, where have you been, you naughty people? We are just closing in on our top 4 announcement here at the World Championship, and so much to bring you over the next few hours. So don't go away, even though this is the end of our World Championship coverage, a ton of Kaladesh action over the next still 4 and a bit hours here on Saturday at PAX. I'm assuming that you, like me, have not had the chance to get outside the Paramount and check out the street fair yet.
That's right. I actually looked over it from the balconies outside here at the theater, and it was looking pretty cool, but I haven't had a chance to experience it for myself.
You also allowed yourself 15 seconds on the way from the booth to the desk. Right. If you are here in Seattle, we must recommend to you get yourself down here, come to the street fair, come and join us right here in the Paramount, because there's lots of interactive panels as well. We've got PAX Invents the Card a little later on. Ian will be here with me chatting about making Magic cards as well. Tons of great stuff coming away, an improv show 7 o'clock tonight as well. But let's look a little bit further down the field, Ian, because the results are now all in and we're looking and seeing how people have done. I want to highlight a couple of people who started off pretty horribly, but in some ways are even more worthy of admiration for the way they fought back. I look at Joel Larson. He was 1-5, won his draft yesterday, and has ended up at 7-7. You think, okay, that's like 2-2 at my FNM, that's not much. But if you're 1-5, and then you go beat a Hall of Famer, beat a Pro Tour champion, beat one of the great players from a region of the world, that 7-7 from 1-5 is a great performance.
It absolutely is, yeah. And you got to hand to these players for sticking it out and just doing their best in this tournament. Of course, as we mentioned, every single win you get is worth a pro point, so it's absolutely worth it to keep on fighting.
Now, let's just imagine we're not on air for a moment. I just want to know something about your brother. Is he someone who really enjoys turning the knife on a friend?
How do you mean?
Well, just an example. Let's suppose that you're friends with Owen Turtenwald and you've tested together and you love each other dearly as brothers and friends and teammates, and you play each other on day 1 and you beat him. And then you play each other on day 2 and you beat him, and then you play each other on day 3 and you beat him. Is that something that Owen might hear about a little bit over the coming, I don't know, decade?
You know, I don't think so. I don't think he enjoys, Reed enjoys turning the knife, as you said.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'd be in for some trouble. But
Okay.
I think that Reed and Owen both understand that even though they are teammates outside of this tournament, when you come to play in a Magic tournament like this, you're playing to win,
right?
And it's all professional. And sometimes you get paired against your friend and your teammate, and you just play a fair, natural game of Magic, and whoever wins, wins.
Yep. I think Reed will be quite pleased with joining you and me. But yeah, that was just one of the rivalries that we've seen. Another one, of course, was Steve Rubin and Oliver too. And look, here we were when we saw that, and you were in the commentary box, right, for the Oliver 2 Steve Rubin standard match on Thursday night. At that point, we began trailing the idea that maybe that draw was going to be relevant in the top 4 mix. Not necessarily, as it turned out, that Oliver 2 got there by that single bonus point, rather than losing in the last turn or two, clung on in there with all that interaction of, sort of, is this going to tap everything down, or can I make this?
Yeah, it was actually, one of the most fantastic matches I've seen, certainly all this weekend, and maybe ever, actually. So
I think actually, it's easy to say that the standard of Magic has been high. Well, of course it has. We've got great Magic players, but the actual games have been truly excellent. The number of 3-game sets we've had where the swings have been huge. Even looking at Luis in that last round, where he's sitting there for 4 turns on 1 life against Steve Rubin. There've been some really tremendous matches. So if you haven't been with us all weekend long, even if you know what's coming in terms of the top 4, there are so many great matches to go back and watch.
Yeah, I totally agree. Regardless of what your favorite format is, whether it's standard, limited, or modern here this weekend, there were just awesome matches all across the board in all 3 formats. Really enjoyed it.
So we are still crunching the numbers backstage to find out who is in the final floor. We've got Lucas Blahon out just beyond us in the auditorium with his partner in crime, and they are waiting anxiously to find out, will it be 4th, will it be 5th? That's what's happening there. Down on the stage, they're gearing up for the top 4 announcement. Tension aplenty there. I wonder if they know that Lucas is out there right now, because he might be needed downstairs for a top 4 announcement. We'll see what happens with that. But the rest of the results, let's fill you in. BBD 10-3-1. Marcio Carvalho 9-4-1. Oliver 2 9-4-1. Then we have our 3-9-5. So that's Blahon, Yasuoka, and LSV. Who else has a positive record? Well, Ian, we've barely mentioned him today, but Seth Manfield, the reigning world champion, he put up a stern defense of his title, only losing in that last round to Shota to actually definitively end his defense of the crown.
That's right, yeah. I think he had a little bit of a rocky start actually on day 1, but then just surged back in there. He was well in contention all throughout the weekend. And yeah, we came very close to seeing him get the opportunity to repeat the World Championship. Unfortunately for him, things didn't work out in that last round.
So other players on 8 and 6 with a winning record, which is a great achievement here at the World Championship. You've got JC Tao, the Oath of the Gatewatch champion, and in his great strength here, he actually was someone who reflected his own perception of himself. He said, look, really, I feel like a limited specialist. He's 6-0 limited.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic job by him. He played really well. We actually saw him defeat Marcio Carvalho, knocking him out of the potential, 3-time undefeated record that he almost had there. Yeah, fantastic play by JC so far this weekend.
So well done to JC Tao, 8 and 6. Also 8 and 6, Tiago Saporito. And he is your leading player from Latin America by 1 round. Paula Vita Dama de Rosa is one of the 7 and 7s. So who else was on 7 and 7? Well, you had Mike Sigrist. I think he'll be disappointed with that. 7 and 7 sounds fine, but he opened up 5-0.
That's right, yeah. He started off 5-0, off to a great start. The wheels kind of fell off for a little bit there. You know, got a couple more wins throughout the tournament, but I imagine he's probably not happy with the way things rounded out.
Yeah, I guess the thing is also, I mean, Pro Tours now are multiple format, and they have been for a bunch of years, but this triple format, it naturally lends itself to bringing the field together, because if you do have a great draft deck, well, that afternoon you have to have a standard deck with good pairings, and if that goes well, you've still got to have a modern deck that goes well with good pairings, and that's very hard to sort of get all 3 disciplines lined up.
Yeah, absolutely true, and you have to make so many calls, you know, whether you're sitting down at the draft and choosing what colors to go into and trying to play around your table, whether you're trying to predict the standard metagame or predict the modern metagame, there's just plenty of chances for things to work out not the way that you expected.
All right, well, thanks to Ian Duke. The results are in, the results are known. It's time for the top 4 announcement of the World Championship 2016.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the feature match area here at the Paramount Theater. It is time for the World Championship top 4 announcement. In first place, with 31 match points from the United States, Brian Brown Doohan.
There he is.
Congratulations, Brian, and you're going to stand right over there. And in second place, with 28 match points, from Portugal, Marcio Carvalho. Marcio, congratulations. Marcio, you're going to be right over here on that far. Excellent. One more. And in third place, with 28 match points from the United States, Oliver 2. In fourth place, with 27 match points, from Japan, Shota Yasuoka. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 4 for the World Championships 2016.
Hello everyone, welcome to the top deck here at the Paramount Theatre. Rich Hagan, Brian David Marshall with you for the Day 3 wrap of the World Championship. BDM still with a ton of great content coming from the world of Kaladesh, but we're going to focus for the next few minutes here on the stream on the climax of the World Championship Swiss rounds.
Wow, can we take a couple moments to catch our breath after that match between Marcio Carvalho and Oliver Chu? Unbelievable magic. Came down to the last round, Draft Master playing against Constructed Master. That's how they both qualified for this tournament. Draft Master's locked in, but the Constructed Master had to win, and he was on his back heels that entire game 3. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, it's not that often that we use the word spine tingling to actually mean our spines were tingling. Literally, it was just watching the end of that, basically nearly fell off the balcony.
Yeah, I don't know that it was completely crucial to the outcome, but there was a really tense moment in that game where Marcio Carvalho's got Liliana of the Veil on 1 loyalty, and Oliver Chu's holding Obstinate Bailoff, and
Marcio's holding the dice.
He's holding the dice. He's trying to figure out what's he going to do. Is he going to tick it up? Is he not going to do anything? Is he just going to pass the turn without using his Planeswalker? And Oliver Chu, all of 18 years old, has to like muster his best, like, I'm not giving you anything. And he does, and Marcio ticks it up, and boom, down comes the Obstinate Bailoff. There's a little bit of elbow room in the life total.
16-6 instead of 16-2.
Yeah. Just a tremendous game of Magic on both sides of the table there.
Okay, so why don't we take a look at where we stood after 10 rounds. This is coming into today. We had played 3 rounds of draft, 4 rounds of standard, 3 more rounds of draft. This is how things began. So let's take a look. Marcio Carvalho at 8-2, then 5 players on 7-3. Tau, BBD, Manfield, Blahon, and Yasuoka. So let's walk it through round by round. So here we go. We play 1 round of Modern. What does it look like after 11 rounds with 3 to go? Let's look at that. So there we are. Marcio now in a 4-way tie for the lead with Blahon, BBD, and Yasuoka. And then piling up the field, Luis Scott Vargas in 10th, Oliver 2 down there in 8th with 3 rounds to go. Remember, only 4 make it in.
And it's worth noting at that point for Luis Scott Vargas, what is that, a 5-2 run that he's on?
He began at 1-3.
From 1-3, so.
Yep. So on we go to round number 12. Marcio Carvalho and BBD now lead the pack, and they're going to face each other in round 13. Blahon and Yasuoka, plus Seth Manfield, reigning world champion, still defending the title. 2 is up to 6th. Scott Vargas at 7-5. In 9th, in between the 2, JC Tau and Thiago Saporito.
So yeah, JC Tau brought black-white tokens to this tournament. You can see didn't do too well for him. He fell back over the course of the first 2 matches of Modern on the day.
So at that point, 2 rounds to go. We know that Carvalho and BBD are in. Let's see what happens in round 13. Well, they decide to draw. At that point, Lucas Blahon gets to 9-4. He's in 3rd place at that point. 2, who keeps on winning, gets to 8-4-1. And then the 3 remaining 8-5s, Yasuoka, Manfield, and Scott Vargas, are all playing a game of win. And let's see if I'm in.
Right, and you have to just go back to the end of day 1 for that match, Oliver Chu versus Steve Rubin, that ended in a draw, and it could have ended differently. We didn't know how it would work out, but we knew that draw was going to be a real speed bump in terms of how the standings played out.
Yeah, it absolutely could be. So here is the standings after round 14. This is your final. This is how it all ends up. Let's take a look at the overall standings. There it is. Brian Brown-Dewin is your leader at 10-3-1. Marcio Carvalho and Oliver 2, 9-4-1. And then in the end, did Yasuoka, did Blahon, did Scott Vargas get the job done at 9-5? Terrific records. We knew that was where the cut was going to be somewhere. And when the dance stopped, it's Shota Yasuoka who emerges into the top 4.
And I loved the line that I believe it was Mate used in the booth. He said, in the end, we had our Grand Prix Master, our Draft Master, our Constructed Master, and our Master all into the top 4 here at the World Championship.
Now, if you are Shota Yasuoka and you go back to Standard and you look at all the Hall of Famers and Pro Tour champions that could be with you in the top 4, you have to smell blood in the water. You have to think, if you're Shota, I can do this and I can go better than I did in the Players' Championship of 2012, the first of these new style.
And this is the first time he's been back to this event since then as well.
Right, 4 years on, and here he is. So why don't we take a look at our top 4. We begin with the number 1 seed. It's Brian Brown-Dewin. the Grand Prix Master, one of only 2 gold pros in the event. You'll see the other one in just a moment. If either of the gold pros win, they will turn gold into platinum, BDM. That's part of the prize. In theory, we didn't think it would necessarily be relevant, but for 22 of the 24 already platinum, BBD and Marcio can do it here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you look at that lifetime earnings for Brian Brown doing, and it is not nearly the number we see on some of the more seasoned veterans of the Pro Tour here. But he has an opportunity to get that right, like a few dollars short of $100,000 if he wins 2 more matches of Magic this weekend. He could go from $30,000 in lifetime earnings to nearly $100,000.
And he has improved his position massively by knocking Lucas Blahan out, because that was why he played. He didn't want Blahan's deck in the top 4.
I believe Lucas was the one Jund Delirium deck that was anywhere remotely in the running to make the top 4 here.
And it seemed very likely that they would play in the semi-final, so that all factored in to BBD's decision to play in that last round. Let's take a look at our number 2 seed coming into the World Championship top 4. It's the Draft Master, Marcio Carvalho of Portugal, the other gold pro in the field. Lots of pro points, 268 there, over 100,000 lifetime earnings, and a Grand Prix winner as long ago as Lisbon 2005 on home soil. BDM, the Portuguese Magic community, it's quite a small community. There hasn't been a ton of Portuguese success historically. They're not one of Magic's powerhouses. It is fair to say that this means a huge amount to a very passionate Portuguese Magic community.
Absolutely, and not just Portugal, but when I talked to Marcia about it, he said he had supporters in Spain, he had supporters in Brazil, all around the world. We had a little balcony area off to the side here, and it was Thiago Saporito and Willie Adel doing their best Statler and Waldorf impersonation, just booing everyone
From
else
the
who came
cheap
out
seats.
and just cheering for. No, they were cheering for everybody, obviously, but they were cheering extra loudly for their teammate Marcio Carvalho.
So let's take a look at our number 3 seed here at the Magic the Gathering World Championship, and it is Oliver Tew. We're just getting a few sound fun and games here in the venue. Sorry about that. Constructed Master is Oliver Tew. There we are.
He has had a resounding season.
He has. Only 18 years old, BDM, and he's just... Look, I expected him to be almost incoherent talking with you after that match. And he was, I'm going to lay out the turns for you. I'm going to explain that I was under pressure here, and then I did this, and then that relieved the pressure a little bit, and then, and Christian Calcano is known as the calculator, but the way Tew approaches the game, it's so cerebral, it's fantastic.
And again, this is a player with exactly 4 Pro Tours of experience under his belt. All 4 came in the past season. He won the Rookie of the Year title. He won the Constructed Master title by having the best constructed record of any player on the Pro Tour, and went 6-1-1, and by his own admission, should have been 7-1 in Constructed.
So that's Oliver Tew. We have one more player to show you. Let's take a look. Here's Shota Yasuoka, top pro points in Asia Pacific. Let's remember this, not only has Shota just got his way into the top 4 BDM, Shota just made it into this tournament. It was in the last rounds of the top 8 at Pro Tour Eldritch Moon that finally the threat to his berth here and in the top pro points for Asia Pacific was secured. So he has been right up against the wire every step of the way.
Absolutely, and Marcio Carvalho, we talked earlier about how he was in the top 8 of the Worlds in Yokohama in 2005. Shota Yasuoka, 15th place at that same tournament, and that was really where he launched his professional Magic career.
And what a career it's been. It's great to see him in the Hall of Fame. And I always love it when a player who is in the discussion for Hall of Fame, who then makes it in, then demonstrates why it's great that they're in the Hall of Fame and goes on with their career. And Shota's certainly doing that and could be a world champion this time tomorrow.
Right, tries to get into the Super Singlet John Finkel 2nd Hall of Fame.
Well, that is coming your way tomorrow. But for now, it's time to draw breath, because that is the story of day 3 here at the Magic the Gathering World Championship.
test again. Let's adjust the volume.
Testing. Ladies and okay. Okay. Hello. Hello. We are trying to have a panel for Magic Q&A, but it is tricky so far as testing. Test. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2016 Magic Q&A panel. Yes, welcome. Welcome. We are here. This is a good cross-section of Magic's creative team. We are here to talk to you about what we do, about what we've done, how we make decisions, how we do our jobs. We're here to answer questions and for you to put faces and names together. So if you have a question, please line up. We're going to introduce ourselves. Line up behind the microphone. Go ahead. This is a Q&A. So hopefully people have questions. Who are you? So, yes, for introductions, my name is Jeremy Jarvis. I am principal designer, Magic Worlds and IP.
We're getting them the turn.
My name is Tyler Jacobson. I'm a concept artist on the creative team, and I'm also a magic artist.
Oh, I have my own. Here we go. My name's Cynthia Shepard. I am an art director, also magic illustrator, and was on the concept art team for Kaladesh in Origins, and came back to do more Kaladesh stuff later.
I'm Doug Beyer. I'm a senior game designer on the creative team. I was the world building lead for Kaladesh, the lead conceptor, and I was on the design and development teams.
And I'm James Wyatt, writer of things. I have Pat add 2,000 words to target manuscript. And I've been a writer for the art books, the Zendikar, Innistrad, and forthcoming Kaladesh ones. And that's that.
It's all yours. Ask the first question.
Hi. My question is about the Magic story we saw a couple weeks back where we saw the Gatewatch hanging out in Ravnica. There was this moment where Gideon and Jace were asked who was in charge, and they kind of looked at each other, and there was this tension like, well, I have one job, Jace is like, I have a different job. Is that tension more like they both kind of want to be in charge, or more that neither one of them wants to be in charge, or they can't hear me?
Sorry, we're having trouble hearing your question.
Okay. As I was saying, in the previous Magic story, back on Ravnica, there you go, now you can hear me. There was this moment where the Gatewatch was asked who was in charge, and Jace and Gideon kind of stared at each other and were like, well, Jace has one role, Gideon has another role. Is that tension kind of both of them wanting to have an wanting to be in charge, or kind of neither one of them wanting to be in charge? What's the tension there?
I do think that both of them consider themselves to be in charge of the Gatewatch. I feel like Jace feels like he knows the long-term plan and knows how the team should be run. And Gideon is a natural leader and has sort of the moral center of the team. I think we'll see them disagree on that point going forward. There's not a declared leader, but they both sort of claim that position for themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to get a question from from our community.
So this comes from the Magic EU account. How does it feel for you to work on an optimistic world as opposed to a pessimistic one?
Optimistic.
He took my answer. That's nice, yeah. It's sort of a change of mood around the office sometimes.
Yeah, no, we knew that after Innistrad, people were going to be ready for a change of pace. The tone of the whole Eldrazi arc was just nailing an awesome tone that we really wanted to see, but we knew that after that time,
people would want something fresh, bright, sunny skies. So that determined not just our choice of worlds for what came after Innistrad, but also the direction we took with this Etherpunk world.
A lot of what we do as well is trying to tell the story visually. And so in really executing on something like Eldritch Moon, like when we're doing a good job, visually, it's pretty heavy-handed, right? It's when you know it's working. And so it's like, oh my God, that's so gross. Good, no, it's perfect, it's perfect. So Kaladesh and its optimism, we try to visualize that as well. And so it feels great to be able to know it's working when it's like, oh, it's beautiful, good, we can stop.
And some of our artists were happy to have some of their colors back in their palette. Yeah. Like we restricted them. It's like, no. No orange, no yellow. Those don't happen now.
I talked a little bit yesterday about the difference in tone in the story as well, that this is a chance for us, for the Gatewatch to take a breather and for us to tell a different flavor of story for a little while, where they have a chance to get to know each other better and exploring some of that interaction, like who's in charge here.
Hi, team.
Hi.
So, Kaladesh looks great so far. It looks also to be one of the more technologically themed sets in recent memory. In the past, Magic has made a very concerted effort to maintain its identity by having restrictions as far as, you don't want it to look too Final Fantasy-esque, too technologically advanced. So what kind of challenges did you face trying to get across that technological steampunk feel while still maintaining the core identity of Magic the Gathering as it has been for 20 years?
So yeah, this was, we knew we were going to do a set heavy in artifacts, heavy in technology, a place where we wanted to do inventions and devices. So the question is, how do you still make this a Magic world? It's still a fantasy world. So part of that is that the inventions, as you'll see, the devices, their design still weaves in a look of being driven by magic. A lot of them look functional, and yet there's some part of them that couldn't actually work. Like, how do the skyship stay up? Or how does this one, arm, this bracelet or whatever, like do its thing? Ultimately, it involved ether, which is a magical substance. So that's sort of our ultimate, this is still a Magic world. This is still fundamentally driven by magic. And you'll see that the world has many elements that are still focused on mana and the natural world. But that's pretty much it, that the devices ultimately still had to be rooted in a fantasy look.
Hello. So, question request. First off, yesterday the members of R&D talked about the iteration process and what they went through to arrive at the mechanics for Kaladesh. Can you speak about some of the scrapped ideas and how you got from A to B as far as the art and look of the plane? And then two, can you guys try and include some of that early art and material online more often? Because I really enjoy seeing that stuff.
Cool. Sure. So there is a Kaladesh art book, by the way, so that will be real. So how we got from A to B was starting with the need for, we wanted an artifact plane, right? We wanted to do that, coming after 6 months on Innistrad. So we wanted it to feel very different and fresh. Now that we are going to 2 worlds a year, that was part of the criteria. Like, we love Innistrad, we love Gothic horror. We knew it was going to be dark. We knew it was going to be kind of John Carpenter's The Thingy at the end. And so we wanted to swing the pendulum to something bright, fresh, colorful. So what does that mean with an artifact plane? It certainly doesn't mean New Phyrexia, right? So we needed to do something new. A thing we haven't done before is Magic's take on steampunk. So that was our starting point. But again, we wanted something tonally optimistic. We didn't want the soot in the air. We didn't want all the relentless brown color. So we started talking. Doug actually had the idea because we wanted Kaladesh to be Chandra's homeworld. And there are 2 adjacent A's in her last name. And to start moving towards this a take of a fantastical India. that is informing steampunk visually. And then the more we talked about it, the more it was like, yeah, let's not do the top hats, let's not do the goggles, let's not do the British stuff, and just keep the inventiveness, keep the airships, and just build this whole new place that no one's ever seen before. And so we just really decided to kind of build a fantasy India and use that to be this optimistic replacement for a steampunk setting that we call etherpunk. Does that answer your question? Great.
One thing I wanted to add is that the Zendikar and Innistrad art books got some criticism for not having any concept art in them. So the appendix of the Kaladesh book will show off some of that work in progress stuff.
Another question from our online community.
This question comes from Joe Lim. What about the Etherborn makes them black?
So the Etherborn were a solution to a problem. We definitely wanted a world where undead and necromancy wouldn't really make sense. And we wanted a role that would fit Kaladesh and yet fit the values of black at the same time. So this is kind of black's greed and ambition twisted in a kind of a Kaladesh way. The Etherborn love luxury. They love partying for themselves. They love living their lives to the fullest, and in that way, they're seeking their own goals, right? They're kind of they're the consummate urbanites, and that they're willing to take every moment of the life that they have for themselves. It's an interesting twist. It's definitely more of a challenging version of a black-aligned race. But we thought that it was really hitting what Kaladesh needed and a cool twist on black for this world.
Let me add just a little bit to that. They also, insofar as Kaladesh does have a seedy underbelly, the Etherborn represent it to a large extent. We saw Crime Lord Gonti yesterday as a shining, dark example of that.
Hello. I'm very excited about the storyline cards because they add a really great depth to gameplay as well as fill out the world. And for example, casting Deicide on Xenagos is an amazing experience. However, that comes with its own set of challenges because in the past few sets, we've kind of seen the climax and the resolution in card form in the same set. So when we were introduced to Ulamog, we also had a Lydhedron network in the same set. And then Emrakul was imprisoned in the moon. So they kind of spoiled the story a little bit. What are you guys' thoughts on that moving forward?
I have thoughts on this. So it drives me crazy that we spoil our own stories. We're learning how this is being received every set, though. We're learning more about how to schedule the stories so that more of them run sooner before the whole card set is known, and taking more care with the selection of what cards show. We want people to know what major story events happen, and that's why we're embedding them in the card set. We want people to know, like if someone dies or something important, crucial thing happens, we want to depict that because a lot of players are not reading every single story. But going forward, I think we're going to take a look at what we need to do to make sure the story creates a great experience, so that you're not finding out the tension is not evaporated by the card set itself. That's not the intention. So work needs to be done there. It's something we're definitely looking at, but we're definitely excited that we're seeing more moments from the story in the card set.
We've definitely learned to be very decisive about what is in set 1 and what is in set 2. Like Foreshadows over Innistrad, there was a very brief conversation that should the last card in the set, which is kind of meaningless, show Imrakul rising, right? And we decide nope, because as soon as the visual spoiler's released, all things simultaneously, so that just gets moved an entire 3 months later. So that's the biggest thing. Then beyond that, we're making incremental gains in promo selection of not using story spotlights for promo cards that will be shown early. That happened to us with with Shadows over Innistrad, with one of the first cards being seen being Anguished Unmaking, and we're like, oh man, really could have used a couple weeks before we showed that. So some of it's communication, some of it's just really definitive decision making, and then to Doug's point, trying to run some stories earlier and figuring out how to better use the tools that we have.
Hey, so Nissa, when we saw her in Zendikar Block, she was very different from how she appeared in Origins and going forward. How do you feel about this? Are we going to see something that kind of bridges the two Nissas, or have we always been at war with East Asia?
Is this me? So we've been, like, Nissa's been the hardest nut to crack of all the Gatewatch characters. And we've really found our stride, I think, with Kaladesh of showcasing Nissa as an awesome character. She's been moving around in part because some of that is natural just because you get different authors writing different characters. And, you know, like different authors of a comic or whatever get a slightly different take on the superhero character or whatever. But we've really focused Nissa going forward. I think you'll see, and she's been able to take the events of BFC and into SOI as a kind of a formative stage, and she's going to emerge with kind of a new role through the Gatewatch into Kaladesh.
Another question from our online community.
This question comes from Adrian Kelly. What is your process of selecting artists and artwork for cards? During the design stage, what point is the artwork called for and chosen?
All right, an art question. Yes. So the latter part of that question first. The rules are written. The art and story teams work together to create the just the outlines, the descriptions that artists get when we commission card art. The first part of that question, how do we select the artists? I'll preface this by saying that Jeremy Jarvis used to be the sole art director commissioning art for cards, and now there's 3 of us. So there's myself, Mark Winters, and Dawn Murin. And so there's this tense 2 to 4 days out of every art wave where we sort of fight with each other over who gets to use which artists, and we're all working on things at the same time. It's a lot of fun. Sometimes it's knock down, drag out, but we try to place people with artwork that fits their strengths a lot of the time. Sometimes we push people out of their comfort zone a little, but we tend to know who does well in what space and try to pick the best person for the job.
My question is actually pretty similar. It's how much direction do you give the artists for each piece? How do you make sure it maintains the story you want to tell and still allow the artist to, like Therese Nielsen, do these brilliant abstract pieces, but you can still create a card like Deicide, which tells a very specific moment in a very specific way?
So that consistency comes from a really tight world guide, which is what all the concept art that we do is developed for. It's also, again, about picking people who are really good at certain types of narrative or certain types of character with expression that will work really well for those stories. Did you want to talk any about the world guide?
Sure. A lot of it to us, in order to give the artist as much freedom as we can, because we want that. Like every card, the art director needs an artist partner to complete and visualize that card. So we want that partner to have as much freedom as possible while we're still covering our needs, right? At the end of the day, we don't want a hodgepodge that it's like, I don't know, it's kind of a thing. So we front load a lot of work among ourselves. We start world building very early, making some decisions. We have a concept push. We invite 5 artists in for 3 weeks and have this big creative explosion. That content is most of what ends up being the world guide. So we have this reference, and not like an animation style sheet where it's like, it's exactly this and exactly this color. It's more design parameters of like, here are examples of the world, here is the space you have to work in, solve it as best you can. And then if we assign the correct artist, the correct art description,
we're able to give them a good amount of freedom because we pick the right person for the right job, and they can personalize it. And sometimes that is very specific, and we're going to Jason Chan and saying, this is the moment that Heliod, that Elspeth strikes down Xenagos. It happens in Nyx. We knew stuff from the book. It was a very, a very dense art description. And there's other times where we're like, we need an abstract representation of time stopping. So solve that somehow. Work in the parameters of the world guide, but you can figure it out. So.
I have a convenient community follow-up to that question. From an illustrator's perspective, how do you take that art direction and put it into your own work?
That's you.
I guess I'll answer this. Oh, shoot. So typically, I just try and create exciting moments for the cards. So having that style guide in front of me lets me see, like, oh, this is what the world is. This is where everyone lives. So I can then, I guess, as you flip through, you see all the different shapes and I guess we call it shape language that is associated with the universe. And that gets me in the space to just build a new world and try and fit it in that little tiny 2-inch frame. But it's a challenge, and it's a really fun one. So you're a magic artist too, Cynthia. You could answer this.
What he said. No, I mean, I always appreciate really tight art direction. I try to learn from Jeremy and try to incorporate some of his hands-offness, but at the same time directness when he does have something that he needs us to do into my own art direction. We'll see if I'm there, but yeah, that's.
Oh yeah. Well, just to add to that, there's a great quality to these art directors in that they allow the artist's style to, I guess, sing on the card. They don't really, they don't tear it down. They use that as a feature, which is really nice.
Hi, folks. Totally brand new guy who's never asked a question about Kaladesh before. So, regarding the art of this set, so far everything we've seen has been gorgeous. It's all filigreed, it's beautiful, pastels. Now, India is a huge and vibrant culture. What inspirations did you pull to create this world? Which cultures, which kind of areas, regions perhaps, did you pull from to build this city that we're in now?
Sure. So what we were looking for were shapes, like just thinking about architecture, right? What shapes would be evocative of what a broad base of people know about India, right? And then trying to find ways to replicate those shapes, replicate that silhouette with new materials. Like obviously India is not made out of filigree metal, but you can still replicate those big shapes and silhouettes and be evocative in a way that puts those pictures in people's heads and gives them that connection. The same thing with the cut of clothing, the way asymmetry is a part of that. The combination of colors, trying to find ways to map the color of festivals and holidays and weddings, because Magic doesn't get to indulge in those things. Like it's at the end of the day a game about fighting, but we love that color, and so that's why Saheeli is dressed the way she is, because it's like we don't get the festival. Take that color and map it on a character, right? So that we get to have those visuals. One of the things we really love to do, or I love to do anyway, it's one of my go-tos, when there is a cultural or historical basis, is to take the patterning from the clothing and put it on the buildings, or take the mosaics from the floor and put it on the shields, so that it's not something you've seen before, but it's just right. It's just like, yes, this resonates. So a lot of it was taking those things and finding ways to remap it and recreate silhouettes. That was a lot of the inspiration.
Hi, I have a question that isn't about the art at all. It's about Liliana. Does she care about the other members of the Gatewatch at all? is there still any of the healer she was when she was younger in the current Liliana?
That one?
Liliana is a wonderfully complex character. One of the little bits that I put into her origin story for Magic Origins was a moment of hesitation before she gave up her soul, in effect, which let her tell herself that she was still okay. She has a very complicated relationship with Jace based on their history together. And I think it's pretty clear that she wants to not care at all about him, and she kind of does. We're just really starting to explore her relationships with the other members of the Gatewatch. I think that's going to get really interesting. And yeah, there's a lot still to explore with her.
I mean, I love that question being asked just because that's exactly the question we're hoping that people are asking. Like, what's ultimately in Liliana's brain? Does she care about these people? Or is she using these people? She has 2 more demons to take care of. She could use a force of powerful planeswalkers around her, but does she actually care about them as friends? That's part of the kinds of questions we love coming up and getting the Gatewatch together.
So I have a question about the Gatewatch in general. So the Gatewatch is just a bunch of planeswalkers who travel planes to planes and kind of finding solutions to the problem on the planes. Would there be more planeswalkers to join the Gatewatch in their fight against the evils on different planes?
That remains to be seen. I mean, there's no, other than taking an oath, there's no official, recruiting process, right? So if along the way some other characters feel like they have an ideology and motivation that fits with the rest of the Gatewatch, there's a chance.
I think we saw on Innistrad sort of what happens when the members of the Gatewatch, the 4 members of the Gatewatch at that point, interacted with 2 different planeswalkers. And Liliana said, sure, I'll join up. And Tamio said, no thanks. So as their journeys continue, we'll see how they interact with other planeswalkers.
Right. Another question from the internet. Ashiok and the Aetherborn share a lot of similarities. Is Ashiok one of them?
Ashiok is not an Aetherborn. There's a lot of similarities, though. The non-binary of their gender, the kind of smoky look to some of the disintegration. But although we kind of knew that players would ask this question, no, there's no intended connection between the Aetherborn of Kaladesh and Ashiok.
I have a pretty simple question. I know that sometimes when you guys are creating a world, you sort of build the world first and then create the mechanics after, and sometimes it's the opposite, where you're looking more at the mechanics and then building the world from there. And I was curious which process you used for Kaladesh.
All right. I feel like I was in every single one of the parts of that process. It's usually not that simple either way. And Kaladesh in particular had a lot of back and forth. We weren't sure whether the energy mechanic was going to end up in the Kaladesh set. We really hoped it did because we were really excited about the ether sphere and the role of ether in this world.
Right. That's why you can't see it in Origins, right? Like you don't see any ether in Origins. We already knew we were going to Kaladesh for real, but we didn't know how firm that mechanic was. So we were like, well, it's not wrong. You just zoom the camera a little higher. It was just out of shot, if we do it.
Ultimately, though, it came down to this was a world that was, the idea was let's go to a world that focuses on artifacts first. So it was like a card type that rooted everything, and we went from there. But it was so much back and forth after that seed was created. I mean, we would not have ended up where we did in the really nice, tight flavor mechanical connection we did for Kaladesh without tons of communication and are you doing this? Well, then we'll do this. Are we going to commit to vehicles? Because then we're going to draw a bunch of pictures of vehicles. We have a bunch of pictures of vehicles. Please don't take vehicles out of the set, that kind of thing. Like that would mess up a few things. And I distinctly remember being in a meeting with Ian Duke, and we were looking at some of the difficult challenges in balancing the ether system or the energy system And I was in that meeting going like, please don't decide that we need to rip it out. Please. We have some really cool pictures of filigree pipes with awesome ether flowing through it. I would really like to claim that that is the energy mechanic. Please don't strand us with a lot of sweet art. But it worked out, and I'm really excited that it did.
I have a quick preface. The first one is that this question is not loaded, and the second is I've talked about it a lot with my friends, and I have the opportunity to ask. So in Magic the Gathering, angels are women and demons are men. And we see a lot of cards like Angelic Destiny and Call to Serve that allow mortals to transcend. Do men who become angels become women, and simultaneously do women who fall into demons become men? I don't expect you exactly have an answer. I just thought I'd ask.
I don't think so. Like the reason that angels default to female in Magic is just to move it away from real world, religious representation, right? And the default for demons being male is so you can cut them apart and blow them up and not feel bad about it, right? They're just monsters that you chew through without guilt. Now, beyond that, on cards that represent mortals ascending into angels, that is, we stick to it to make it less jarring. We have represented winged males before. It's something that could be the feature of a plane, right? Like, female for angel is a default. It's not the only thing we ever do, right? And a lot of times, just out of necessity, those cards are like, this creature gains flying and a pile of other things. And it's like, well, we could show their head exploding into birds, but that's weird for white. So maybe they turn into an angel, and if they do, it's just less jarring, given the default that it's female.
All right, another question from social media. In a world of inventors, scholars, and machines, what will green be like on Kaladesh?
So we talked a little bit about this in the world building panel yesterday. We did want to take a different route with green this time. In Mirrodin, green was about smushing artifacts, and we wanted a world that did not have a whole color devoted to hating on the idea of making awesome inventions. So everybody's included here. So you're going to see a merging of nature and artifacts in green in Kaladesh. The elves here take inspiration directly from nature and build that right into their inventions.
Yeah, you see it very literally in the artwork too. I mean, we started with some of their weaponry and just had these pieces of metal just with woven sticks in the middle of them and stuff like that. And we're like, yeah, that's pretty satisfying. That's awesome. So let's run with it.
I mean, it was a huge challenge too, like trying to find that fine line between technology and sort of organic. I wouldn't even call it organic, I guess, but it was as if the metal was grown. So that became a real big challenge to map that across the culture and not make it look like chrome silly putty, which can be.
We'll save that idea for later.
Yeah. Oh yeah, don't take that idea.
Esper gets chrome silly putty.
Oh,
That's Esper.
Hi, I started playing Magic in 2002, and around that time there was a huge focus on inanimate objects and powerful spells that had precedence over the creatures. For example, Mirari from Odyssey, or even just the Moxen in Black Lotus. Will we ever see a time again where those types of things are more important than specific characters in the story?
Are you asking like whether an important artifact could play a role in this, like an important role in the story? Is that the question?
Like the focus being more on very iconic inanimate objects.
Certainly there's a chance for that kind of thing to happen along the way. I don't think we're going to give up focus on characters as for the main plot. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but I think the way that Mirari founded a whole story, right, was very unique, and I think that kind of thing could happen again. But we would have to reflect on how the characters interact with it, if that makes sense. I'm not sure if I answer your question.
And remember, the Mirari ended up a creature, right?
So, that's true.
Hi. On Kaladesh, how does the economy work? Especially like when we talk about like the Etherborn, which are the ones that are like consuming most of the stuff, but they only live like a year. So like, how do they like gain? Like, how do they spend money? Like, if they only live like a year?
I'm not going to go into depth on the economy, but I did, as I was writing the art book, have to go back to the world building team and say, okay, so these guys are rich, how do they get their money? So when a new Etherborn comes into existence, an existing Etherborn will take that one into their care. They don't have family lines, literally, but they do, in effect, have family lines to pass on that wealth to the next generation, as it were.
It's a rolling trust fund.
Doesn't that go against like the Etherborn's will of live life to the fullest? It's like when they die, shouldn't they have like no money to give away?
I do think that there's a gigantic party thrown right before the end. That's certainly true. Don't pass away with most of your funds intact.
But most of the people that they spend the money, when they're planning the party, the people that they give the money to are other Etherborn. So it just goes to a different family.
Etherborn caterers.
As I walked in here and I was looking around, I realized that the Paramount is like a very golden theater, and it kind of fits the theme of Kaladesh. Was that intentional, or did it just kind of fall into place perfectly?
We didn't know PAX was going to be in here. Picking it as a venue may well have factored into that thinking may have factored into it. But a lot of the similarity is just because, like, at the base, what is remarkable about this theater is the amount of hand craftsmanship, right? It looks like someone loved every little piece of detailing in here. And Kaladesh, even though a lot of the shapes are different, that was very much the same thing. Like, someone has cared about every level of this place and done a great job making it beautiful. And so, unsurprisingly, they work together pretty well.
When we walked in here, I looked around and I was actually impressed that I think there is more filigree in this theater than there is in the art, in the set. And I was like, we could have done more. We could have tortured the artists harder.
we talked about that. We should have come to this theater at the beginning of the concept push.
Right, just take pictures.
And just take pictures like this. Let's do top down the Paramount Theater as a world. But that was absolutely part of the process of selecting this venue, just because it worked really well.
Question from social media. Now that we're seeing a bigger focus on intrapersonal relationships in the story, do you think that romance is a possibility in Magic Story?
So one of the reasons we wanted to focus on the Gatewatch at all, one of the reasons why we wanted to do this story was to get these characters together. Planeswalkers and Magic had a tendency to kind of spread out and be, moody loners by themselves. And the Gatewatch is not just a cool storyline, but it's also a way to force interpersonal relationships. And so we expect fights to break out, we expect friendships to form, and dependencies that could possibly one day lead to feelings beyond friendship. That's to be seen.
We also, one of the things that has fascinated me is the nature of relationships between planeswalkers and people who are not planeswalkers. What happens when Tamio goes off and leaves her family behind on Kamigawa? So I'm glad that we've had a chance to touch on that. There's a tragedy there, but that's also part of the reason that she didn't join the Gatewatch.
Does Jace regret becoming the Guild Pact? He seems to have way more obligation to a plane than any other planeswalker.
That's true. It's sort of inconvenient for Jace to have this massive, important commitment to the plane of Ravnica and not simultaneously be part of a team of planeswalkers that's going from plane to plane. Does he regret being the living Guild Pact? I don't think he regrets solving the puzzle that was going on during the Dragon's Maze, but I think that the responsibilities that were implied by the station were not clear to him at the beginning. Like, this is what I won. This is great. No, super. Okay, there's a lot of paperwork, and I have to talk to a lot of ambassadors from the guilds. Man, I gotta make an illusion and leave. Like, I do think that that's part of his tension right now.
We have time for one more question.
That's a lot of pressure. I'm wondering what the process of flavor text creation looks like from your side, and if you have any particular pieces that are favorites from the long, long history of Magic.
From our side, so we employ a bunch of freelance writers and write many pieces ourselves. So the process looks like there's a database where submissions are sent. And we comb through that database, and there's a process of voting where people internal to Wizards are rating various pieces that they find are strong or that fit the card really well. And then there's a selection process. After the selection process, there's usually tweaking. After the tweaking, there's an editing step. After the editing step, there's more tweaking. After the tweaking, development changes the card, and we have to toss the piece, and we try to pay the person anyway. But there's a lot of back and forth. So that's the process of how flavor text comes to be born. Does that answer your question?
That concludes our panel. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your questions.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we get up and leave now, right?
I think so.
I think that's how this works.
Thank you so much to our creative panel down there on the floor, Jeremy Jarvis and the team. Just great stuff to hear so much about the love and passion and expertise that goes into making not just Kaladesh, but every Magic set coming down the line. Over 20 years plus, Magic just keeps getting better and better. So, welcome along to the Paramount Theatre. I'm your host, Rich Hagan. For the next few hours, we've got tons of great stuff coming your way. Coming up in just a little bit, PAX Invents the Card. That's what's coming at the top of the hour, and they'll have a chance to just put together from scratch, let's create a new Magic card, just for fun, get some of the ideas of the design choices you get to make, design and development, all in the space of 45 action-packed minutes. So that's PAX Invents the Card. We'll then be showing you Mark Rosewater's Drive to Work panel. This happened yesterday across the road within the main convention center, and we'll be showing you that around about 6 o'clock, and then at 7 o'clock, start your Saturday evening with us here at the Paramount Theatre with Jet City Improv and a whole host of famous faces from inside Wizards of the Coast joining them. It's a sort of whose line is it anyway, whose MTG is it anyway, I suppose you might call it. So that's at 7 o'clock. That's what's still to come here at the Paramount Theatre on day 3 of our 5-day Magic extravaganza. But right now, we're going to send you away because yesterday, there was one of the panels on the stage was about world building, specifically about the brand new world of Kaladesh. And if you missed that, well, we put together this sweet little highlights package just for you.
I want to see the Kaladesh world building panel, for sure. That's the one I'm looking forward to the most.
I love the card spoilers. I'm really excited to see more about Chandra because she's always been very fascinating to me, like the story, the character, and I really want to learn more about her. So the fact we're going back to her homeland, I'm just so excited to hear more about it.
We knew, because we plan years out, and you probably know that after Innistrad, we wanted to do another artifact block. We wanted it to be different, we wanted it to feel fresh, we wanted it to be bright and colorful.
Really colorful, vibrant world, which is pretty nice compared to like the Gothic horror stuff. It's a nice shift.
I love Inventors, I love inventions. I think the set looks really neat.
Once the Kaladesh team, the design teams and development teams were focusing on this ether mechanic, we knew that ether was going to be a crucial resource in the world of Kaladesh. So that's kind of where we started. India was an inspiration to bring a fresh take to steampunk, and that's what got us to etherpunk.
You can see in the costuming the real world India influences here, but it's not what we might associate with steampunk, the kind of colonial India.
We wanted Chandra to be from here, the double A's in her last name, plus the kind of Britishness of original, of what traditional steampunk is when you do have the brown and the gear and the monocle. Maybe we keep the India part visually and just scrape out the colonial stuff, and we don't have the monocle and none of that influence, and we build from there and just really try to celebrate the shapes and colors and people of this kind of imaginary, fantastical India.
So today I saw the evolution of representation in Magic the Gathering, and it's wonderful to see. To see a set like Kaladesh and see more brown people in the game and handled with sensitivity and cultural competency, knowing the company spent money to actually get consultants to advise them on how to avoid pitfalls, that means a lot.
I was very interested in seeing how they took my culture and put it into the game in a way that wasn't tokenizing or disrespectful or possibly, I wanted to make sure that what they were doing was going to work. Like, they already had a setup with the Inventors Fair, the tinkers and engineers and things, and it looks like they just took this kind of fantasy idea of India and put it on top of it to give it a cohesive narrative. And that looks pretty cool.
The idea here is that this is the most amazing place you could ever live, because no matter who you are, no matter where you are in the city or far from the city, you're going to have access to this ether, and it's flowing through these pipes, and they're transparent, so you can see this magical lifeblood just piping out to people, and you're inspired by it, and you want to use it, and you want to invent. And that is exactly what the people here do.
This place we knew was going to be full of artifacts and artifact mechanics. And we didn't want Mirrodin, where green was the I hate artifacts color and that sort of thing. Like, we wanted a new take on how each color approached artifacts and ether. And each color also represents not only a step in this ether cycle, but a race that focuses on that color.
The first part of the process is green, and it is about elves. Elves are ether seers. They could see ether in a way that other races can't. Then we go on to the next step in the ether cycle, which is innovate. We settled on Vidalcan fairly quickly because, they are typically about science. The Vidalcan here are more about just insatiable curiosity. They actually love the detail work. We really felt that a lot of the trope space that dwarves occupy, the work ethic, the ability to just work, endlessly, and the paying attention to quality, it felt more white than anything else. All the machines on Kaladesh are powered by ether, and there are some, there's a particular creature here, the gremlins, that love to feast on ether. So they are the bane of every inventor on Kaladesh, but they are wonderful as well.
But they're so cute.
They are adorable.
They are truly adorable.
Black, just like green had its own challenges about, how do you have green in an artifact world? Well, what do you do with black in a very optimistic world? And what we realized is, let's create a race that is of the city, that are the kind of ultimate consumers of everything the city has to offer. And the Etherborn are literally the byproduct of ether refinement.
It was really cool, just understanding how the world works, what is the purpose with all the races, and the Aetherborn looks super sweet. I'm pretty excited for them. New race for Black. It's pretty cool. I like elves and dwarves coming back. I saw a friend of mine, Tom Ross, on Twitter. He's super excited about building a dwarf beatdown deck. That's his thing. So it's really cool. I like knowing what else is going on besides with the cards, the world and what the story is and everything like that.
I am so excited for Sky Sovereign console flagship. I can't say it 10 times fast, but I'm so stoked for that card. I've been building theme decks for a dog's age now, and I already have a dual deck set built for the Federation versus the Shapeshifters and DS9, and this is going to be great. And then also to finally have pilots. So this upcoming card, the Apollo Pilot Exemplar, Boros has been looking for some kind of cool commander for a while, and I think this is it. So really happy and really excited for those two especially.
The world building panel was pretty incredible. That's basically what I was most excited to see of all of this, because I'm a Vorthos. I care about the story of Magic. More so than even the cards, I care about the settings and the worlds. And seeing them talk about it for an hour is what I wanted from PAX.
great stuff. I love that world building panel, and I can tell you that there's another panel just a few minutes away behind us. They are gearing up for PAX Invents the Card.
Can we go downstairs for this one?
I think I might need you to talk to some top 4 competitors, Brian David Marshall.
So brutal.
But we're going to just do our own little bit of card invention because we've got a couple of minutes until that show starts. Seems to me like an incredibly tough job. Like talking and do that forever, but designing cards, I've discovered I'm really bad at that. Matei, have you ever turned your hand to scribbling down some ones and blues and things?
Well, I've been playing this game for a really long time, so I think everyone as a kid or teenager, once they discover Magic, they really want to create. I have one card that I've always wanted to be, my invitational card, just green-white for a 2/2 elf that destroys an artifact enchantment when it comes to play. That's just my dream.
So let's break that down. So it's 2 mana, 1 green mana, 1 white mana, 2/2 for 2. So that's obviously competitive. And then what was the ability again?
Just Reclamation Stage. So when it comes to battle, you may destroy a target enchantment or artifact. I like versatility,
Does this have anything to do with Berlin at all?
A little, I wanted a nice extra elf to bounce when I vary with Symbiote or with my Court of Calling, things like that.
So by Berlin, we're talking about the Pro Tour in 2008, where Matei was in the final against Louis Scott Vargas. Louis Scott Vargas is the Pro Tour champion from that event, I can confirm. Would it have made a difference? No.
I got crushed.
But you'd have still felt good to have your own card in your deck. Now, of course, BDM, the thing is, there was a time in Magic history where players had, I say players, not millions, but more like one person per year, had the chance to have their card made. This was the winner of the Invitational every year.
When you look back at Meddling Mage, Shadow Mage, Infiltrator, Sylvan Safekeeper, Avalanche Riders, Void Mage Prodigy, some of the greatest plays in the Dark Confidant, greatness at any cost.
Snapcaster Mage.
All are invitational cards where the winner of the Invitational designed a card, worked with Wizards R&D, and part of being called to the Invitational was that you had to submit a card design.
Okay, now here's the thing. People who watch Magic all the time, they know you as a commentator and as someone who knows a great deal about the history of the game. I'm not sure that everyone out there knows that you have another life away from Magic as a game designer, right?
Amateur cook, game designer, comic book writer, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, so that means, I'm sure, that you well and truly have sat down with a notebook full of ideas and gone, if I was making a Magic card, I'd do this.
I've thought about Magic cards. I did actually get the opportunity. Dave Price, who won Pro Tour LA a million years ago, was going to the Invitational, and he was asking people for ideas for his submission for an Invitational card, and I came up with something that he took to the Invitational.
Now, Dave Price, if memory serves, he was famous really for being one of the original players who were synonymous with a particular archetype. He was all about small, fast, efficient, red creatures, by which I mean Ironclaw Orcs.
Yeah, he was the beatdown.
Okay, so what did you come up with? Presumably it's a red card.
It was actually a blue-white card.
What?
Presumably for a cycle of cards, if I, in some fantasy where I got to do that. Mm-hmm. And it was blue-white.
Okay.
For a 2/1 creature that was a merfolk soldier goblin. And the idea for this was that all the different color pairs were infiltrated by operatives from a tribe that was opposed to them. So in this case, this is a goblin operative that had infiltrated the merfolk. And it was a 2/1, and it had protection from red. But you had an alternate casting cost where you could discard a mountain to play it as an instant. Seems totally fair, right?
Wow.
I'm not sure about that.
That seems fantastic stuff. And now, would it have been fair? Is that the kind of... Because look, anyone can go, I'd like a 1 mana, 4/4, no drawback, and let's make it fly.
I'll be design. Matei can be development.
Maybe, yeah, it could use a little tuning.
Okay, so if we were developing, we'll take that card. So it's blue-white, it's 2/1. Doesn't have haste, does it?
No.
No, so it's just 2/1.
But you could play it as an instant if you paid its alternate casting cost.
Right, so maybe it would want to be really unobtrusive, Matei, and so maybe we would bump the powder, maybe we'd make it a 1/1.
I think 2-1 is fine, but I would just not have it allowed to be played as an instance. As a turn 1-2-1, it would be fine.
Well,
I guess.
It's not our turn to invent the card, it's your turn. It's time for PAX Invents the Card.
Hello and welcome to PAX Invents the Card. This is the panel where we will take you guys inside Magic R&D and give you the opportunity to make a card of your very own. Today I'm joined by some excellent panelists right here. I'm going to run through them really fast and introduce you to the wondrous people we have on stage. Up first, none other than Ken Nagel, senior game designer on Magic the Gathering. Let's get a warm round of applause for Ken. He's led design some of your favorite sets, and he loves Magic so much he even named his dog Booster after the booster pack. That's some real dedication. Next up, we've got Brian Hawley, a game designer. Let's get a hand for Brian, everybody.
Hello.
So while Ken sits more on the design end of the spectrum, Brian is more of a developer. So he really works on crunching the numbers and making sure that cards are costed just correct, and we'll get into that a little bit later. He's worked on a lot of stuff you guys have enjoyed so far this summer, Eldritch Moon, Eternal Masters, Conspiracy, and he likes cats. So you can see that tension of dogs versus cats, designer versus developer, already bubbling up beneath the surface here. Next up, we've got Matt Stevens. Matt Stevens is a senior graphic designer at Wizards of the Coast. Hand for Matt, please. Matt has been with us for 16 whopping years, and he works on a lot of the stuff behind the scenes. If you see like a Hedron standee that shows up in your store, or a pre-release pack when you go into a pre-release, Matt's the guy that worked on that. So he does a lot of really cool work to make sure Magic looks as awesome as possible, and would honestly fit right in on Kaladesh. And then finally, there's me. I like monkeys. I've worked on a bunch of recent sets, including all of Kaladesh Block, Kaladesh, and Aether Revolt. I helped form some of the experiences we're doing here at PAX West this very weekend. And for an idea of my personality, I love Turbo Fog, so there's a little something for you. Yeah, one guy in the audience. Excellent. But there's also one very important panelist, and that is you! That's right. You guys are going to walk through and make a card with us today. Now, over the course of this panel, we're going to have you raise some hands. We're going to take a couple answers from the audience. We're going to have you clap a little bit. But no need to shout anything out. So during the course of this, if I want your opinion, I'll let you guys know. And this is being live streamed to everybody at home. So let's make sure their experience is as awesome as possible. All right. So here's the deal. We're going to make a card. Let's step back in the Wayback Machine and make a card in Kaladesh. Let's go into R&D Secret Lair for a second. Now here's the deal. Our hands are a little tied this time around, though. We want to make a card, but something that happens often in design development is we'll have to change a card later on. And we just have pieces of artwork to work from. A card might get removed because it's too strong or there's some kind of issue with it. So we take the art that we had and we make a brand new card out of it. And that's what you guys are going to be doing today. Now, this card will not actually show up in Kaladesh. Those boosters are long sealed. But it's a fun little exercise we'll get to walk through to show you kind of what it's like to make a card. Here's how we're going to do it. We're going to start by picking the art. You guys will have a selection of art pieces to go from. Then we'll create some abilities, add in some keywords. Brian will get to roll his hand at a little development of your card, giving it the right numbers. We'll figure out if it's legendary or not. We'll template it, give it a name, flavor, text, and rarity. And at the end, we will have a wonderful little card PAX can call its own. Are you guys all ready? All right. So I'm going to show you guys 4 pieces of art. Make sure to ooh and awe for all of them. And then we'll go back through them one more time, and you guys will get a chance to vote by applause, OK? So right now, just oohs and ahs. Just look at them and be wonderment. Be Be excited. All right, here we go. Artwork number 1. Brian, why don't you tell us a little bit about what this art could potentially be?
So as Gavin mentioned, a lot of the time when we're designing to a piece of art, we are constrained about a lot of the visual elements of that card. So this is definitely a creature, as it's showing a bird. It also has wings and is shown pretty high up in the city, so it likely flies. It is probably pretty small, and that's kind of the things that I would pick up out of that.
All right. How about art number 2? Ken, you want to tell us about this beauty and what it could potentially be?
So art number 2 reminds me of perhaps a very large power source, or it could even be a weapon. So you could go either positive or negative on this, but there's a lot of possibilities for this non-creature artifact.
Definitely not a creature. But how about art number 3? Brian, tell us about this one.
This one, like a lot of the art in Kaladesh, has a ton of possibilities. We definitely have this kind of element of time showing up. I would expect this to be something that sits in play, sticks around, and does something kind of tricky and cool.
All right, and last but not least, art number 4.
Oh, that's right. Art number 4 is my favorite. It's a gigantic artifact creature. You can see the scale bird's up in the sky. He's up against the building, so it's a very impressively tall, formidable artifact creature.
All right, so now you've seen the 4 pieces. Hopefully you do some retrospection to figure out what you like the most. I'm going to run through them all and clap for your favorite, okay? Be loud, be proud, and pick your favorite piece of art. Are you guys ready? All right, here we go. Who likes artwork number 1 the most? A healthy response. Who likes artwork number 2 the most? All right, that's an even better response than number 1. How about art number 3? Who wants this one? Hourglasses have never been so exciting. And art number 4. All right, that sounds pretty close, so I think we're going to take it to a vote. Art number 3 or 4? Let's do art number 3 again. Or art number 4. All right. Ken, what do you think?
It's art number 4.
Art number 4 it is.
Pretty convincing.
Matt, lock it in. Here we go. All right. Now, start thinking about what kind of abilities you want to put on this. This is very clearly a creature, as we talked about. So this is going to be a creature, a construct, in fact. A gigantic construct, though. And now it's time to work on some abilities. So start thinking about what this could potentially do. Now, there are a lot of abilities in Magic. And in the bottom right-hand corner here, you're going to see Matt's screen, actually, as he starts putting this card together. So you'll see little glimpses of it. Lots and lots of abilities in Magic. Now, for this, because there's only so much space on a Magic card, we recommend that you submit probably 2 shorter abilities or 1 long, cool ability. Your choice, whatever you want to do. And one very important thing is don't use numbers. And Brian, do you want to talk about this for a second?
Sure. So oftentimes when people are kind of pitching cards and trying to get people on board with a cool idea, the kind of general shape of the design is a lot more important than the specific numbers. And a lot of the time, if the initial numbers are a little bit wonky, it'll kind of influence people's opinions of the card. So a lot of the time, rather than saying, 4 mana, tap, deal 5 damage, we'll just say some mana and tap the artifact to deal a medium amount of damage or a large amount of damage or something to that effect. And that kind of helps us just kind of get an idea of what the actual core part of the design that we want to preserve is.
Right, and so in Magic R&D, we often use n to mean some number. Additionally, of course, we're in Kaladesh, so let's go back in time to working on Kaladesh. Here's, if you want to have an evergreen mechanic in here, here are your options. So, classic stuff, Death Touch, Defender, Double Strike, Fighting, and so on. Additionally, you get these set mechanics of Fabricate and Energy to play along with here, okay? So these are some of your options. And now we're going to take some ability suggestions. Are you guys ready to figure out the abilities for this card? All right, so if you think you have a good ability, raise your hand. Right here down in front. Tell us your ability.
My name's Adam. When it enters the battlefield, each player sacrifices a land or artifact.
Great. You got that, Ken?
Yep.
So when it enters the battlefield, each player sacrifices a land or an artifact. Awesome. All right, hands up again for those who have another ability suggestion. Yeah, right here next to him.
Fabricate 3.
Fabricate 3. Okay, so this guy fabricates 3. Does it do anything else?
And it has trample?
Great, sounds awesome. All right, Ken's gonna be writing these down. Now keep in mind, you can suggest a combination of abilities, you can suggest a wide range of abilities. Let's go to Chandra right back here. Chandra, tell us a little bit about this.
Whenever any source would deal any amount of damage to this creature, it deals N damage instead.
So if you block it with a bunch of creatures, it'll just deal a flat amount of damage per creature.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you can't fireball it to kill it.
Nice.
That sounds pretty fun. Okay, so we're gonna do one more. Hands up high, everybody, hands up high. Oh, we have a suggestion right here.
So it has trample and spend N energy, deal N damage to target creature and or planeswalker.
Okay, so trample and spend N energy, deal N damage divided between target creature and or planeswalker? To both, of course, why not do both of them? That sounds great.
Is this a pure energy spender, or did you have, okay, great.
Awesome, so we've got 4 mechanic submissions here. We're still getting those typed on in. So to recap them, the first one, actually Ken, do you want to recap them for us real fast?
Pardon?
Brian, can you recap us on the
So
4 real fast?
just to make sure we got the fourth one, the ability is trample and spend N energy, deal some amount of damage to target creature and or planeswalker. Great.
Awesome. So we've got a wide range of abilities here. We've got everything from the simple fabricate, sacrificing a land, all the way to some crazier mechanics. Now, in a moment, what we're going to do is we're going to put these up on the screen, and we're going to have you vote between the 4 of them. We're going to do this the same way that we did the first voting with the art, where you guys are going to clap as loud as you want for your favorite mechanic of the bunch, and then we'll start moving on to the next phase. So, are you guys ready to see the mechanics again and start voting for what these cards are going to do? Are you ready, guys?
We don't have all 3. Not yet.
All right. I think Matt is typing stuff in here. Can we get Matt's screen up for a second so we can see his program here in its full glory? So we're currently putting in what all the cards are. So Fabricate, if you're not familiar with this new mechanic that showed up in Kaladesh, is pretty awesome. It's Fabricate N, and when a creature comes into play, you can choose to either put 3 +1/+1 counters on that creature, or make 3 1/1 servo tokens. So you always get a little bit of a choice as to if you want a big burly creature or to kind of split it up and have a bunch of 1/1s running around its side. And maybe if you have cards that care about having a lot of artifacts in play, you might want to fabricate. And if you have a card that wants one big creature to be in play for some reason, you might want to put the counters on it. And it's pretty fun. You get to feel like an inventor in that every time you play it, you're going to make a different decision. It's a brand new mechanic we're showing off in Kaladesh here this weekend.
One of the things that we found definitely to be true with Fabricate when we were designing it and testing it in both our limited and constructed playtests is that a lot of times it is very interesting to have an ability that makes it more interesting to put the counters on the creature, because often you want to kind of spread things around. So the suggestion of adding trample to the Fabricate 3 creature definitely kind of gives you some incentives to go either tall or wide, depending on the kind of board state and the game interactions.
Yeah, with Fabricate, you can play in one draft, and you can play it in a variety of ways over your course of your draft. Maybe one game you want tokens, and one game you want counters, and it can totally depend on how you draft. So I think you guys were just so fast for Matt, but I think Matt is got it all in here, and we good to go on these? All right, so let's flip back to the first card. Flip back to the first card. All right. Got to get that gist right. That's for the templating step. All right, here we go. It's card number 1. Who wants this to be the champion? Go through. So let's look through them all one more time just to recap. So this is card number 1. Let's go through card number 2. Let's take a quick look at it. Fabricate 3 and trample, a nice big creature. Let's look at card number 3. Whenever a source would deal damage to card name, it deals N damage instead, so prevent some damage. And let's look at card number 4. One more time. Trample and spend some amount of energy to deal M damage to target creature and or planeswalker. Okay, you guys have seen the 4 options. Now, let's try this again. Let's get into voting for real. Let's go back to card number 1. Matt, card number 1 on the screen. Who wants card number 1 to win? All right, a hearty applause, a hearty applause. Let's look at card number 2. Who wants this to be the champion? Interesting. The upper part of the Paramount is very excited about this card. Card number 3. And card number 4. Wow. Once again, it seems like the numbers 3 and the numbers 4 are the most popular here. Let's try it one more time. Let's go back to card number 3, Matt. Who wants card number 3? And who wants card number 4? Brian, who do you think is the champion this time around?
That seems pretty clearly number 4 to me.
4 is the number to be in PAX Invents the Card. 4 is the number to be. Okay, so now let's take Matt's screen down and go back here. So, very important part. Next, we have to do development. As you know, this has no cost, no power toughness, and that's where Brian Hawley comes in. So Brian, why don't you give us a few options to vote on for this card?
All right, so definitely this card has a lot of numbers involved, and the way that it plays out and the way that people would interact with it changes a lot depending on whether we want it to be a huge energy sink or something you kind of spend incremental amounts of energy. I would imagine that the creature base itself would be pretty large, given that you included trample, but the ability doesn't speak towards needing to get through damage or anything to that effect. So I guess in my mind, we would probably be looking at a 6 or 7 mana creature as a base, and then we'd just be looking at the kind of output on how much energy you would get to spend damage. So I guess I would probably start with a 6 mana 6/6, and then we could either give you kind of small incremental payments, such as spend 2 energy to deal 1 damage, or it could be something where you charge up a bunch of energy and get a better rate on how much damage you get per energy. So something along the lines of either spend 2 energy to get 1 damage, or you could spend 6 energy to get 4 damage.
All right, so it's going to be a 6 mana 6/6. 6 mana 6/6. It's a pretty good rate for an artifact creature. 6 mana 6/6 in any deck. And you're going to have 2 options here. The first option is you can spend 2 energy to deal 1 damage to a creature or player. Or you said 6 energy for 6 damage?
For 4 damage.
6 energy for 4 damage. That's why I'm a designer and he's a developer. 6 energy for 4 damage. Okay, so we're going to get these into Matt's screen. Can we pull Matt's screen up here for a second? As we can vote between the 2. So spend 2 energy to deal 1 damage to a creature and or planeswalker. Or spend 6 energy to deal 4 damage to a creature, target creature and or planeswalker.
So kind of the trade-offs between those two are that you get, if you were to spend 6 energy on the first ability, you would only get 3 damage out of it, but the ability to spend smaller amounts of energy, if that's all you have, is pretty powerful, just having those options. So getting the extra point of damage when you have enough energy to spend is just worth the trade-off in how many options you have at various points in the game.
All right, so let's flip between the 2 of them. You've seen both of them. Let's go to the first option, Matt. All right, who wants this version? All right. Who wants the second version? Bigger numbers are better. I'm with you guys. All right, option number 2. Matt, let's lock it in. And let's move on to the next stage of this. So, real fast, before we move on to the next stage, actually, start thinking of names for this creature. We're going to name it in a moment, so come up with your best creative names. And keep in mind, it should be Kaladesh focused. We're on the world of Kaladesh, so it needs to fit in with the world here. Let's bring Matt's screen down. But while you guys are thinking of names, we're going to do something very important. We're going to figure out if it's legendary. So why don't you guys real fast talk through some of the perils and bonuses of it being legendary. Ken, do you want to take this one?
So being legendary means the name is different, so you're going to actually have a proper name, like Kenneth.
Very proper name indeed.
In the gameplay implication is you can only have one of them on the battlefield at any time if you're legendary. but you can also have it as your commander if you play commander.
So commander or not commander, proper name or not proper name. What do you guys think? Who wants it to be not legendary? All right. Who wants it to be legendary? That one's close to call. Not legendary. Legendary.
Sounds
All
like
right,
people
Ken.
want a lot of 6-mana 6/6s in play.
Ken, what do you think?
Non is the winner.
Non-legendary is the champion here. So if you think of your names, your non-legendary names. And while you guys are thinking of those, we're going to do the next step, which is templating. So I'm going to do what everybody in Magic R&D does when we need to template a card. And I'm going to call Matt Tay back. So if you'll just give me a second here.
Hello.
Hey Matt, how's it going? I'm here at PAX Invents the Card, and we could use you to, look at a card that we made, fix the rules text for us.
I'm sorry, who's this?
This is Gavin. I work with you. You probably don't know me.
Gavin. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm just walking around backstage with a live microphone. You're inventing a card?
Yeah, we're inventing a card live. It's pretty fun, actually.
Okay. I don't. I was just backstage getting ready for the improv show later tonight at 7 o'clock, brought to you by Jet City Improv and Magic the Gathering. What you need?
Well, do you think you could come out on stage and help us out a little bit, or?
Hi.
Oh, hi,
How's it
Matt.
going?
Wow, it's going great.
Hey, everybody. How's it going?
Hand for Matt Tayback, everyone.
Welcome, welcome.
All right, so
you guys are making a card. And you chose, oh, you chose the giant robot. This is a smart audience. I knew they'd choose the giant robot.
We did have an office contest on who was going to pick the giant robot. All right, can we bring Matt's up full?
Let's bring it up.
Can we bring a Matt screen up full, please?
There we go. It's very small text. I'd make the text bigger. That's good.
All right, Matt.
All right. 6-drop, 6/6, artifact creature, construct, trample, spend. What is that symbol?
That is the energy symbol that you can acquire in the Kaladesh set, Matt.
Oh, that's sweet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 energy. It deals 4 damage to target creature and/or planeswalker. 4 damage to target creature and/or planeswalker. So you can deal 4 to a creature and 4 to a planeswalker?
Mm-hmm. Or you could choose a creature, a planeswalker, or if they have both, you can hit both of them at the same time.
You can get both?
Yep.
This is awesome. Okay, so I love the general idea. We've got some templating tweaks to work out, but this just works. Thanks, crowd. It just works.
That's not usually the case.
Usually Matt gets really excited when we put vanilla creatures in sets because it just means less work for him. So you guys are doing better than us.
I'm sorry, you guys did a solid job. I'm going to sit with Matt and do some templating tweaks, make sure it's capitalized correctly, that kind of thing. Maybe you guys will give me some interesting names or flavor text that I can edit. That'd be awesome. But I've got nothing to say on this card. These guys are brilliant. I'm ready to hire each and every one of you. Can I do that?
You have the power.
You're all hired. For a 12-minute internship. Unpaid. See you in a bit.
All right, so while Matt goes over to fix a few words on this, we've got the mock-up of our card right here going well. You guys excited so far? All right, now we're going to go on to the next step. I hope you guys have all been thinking about the best names and flavor text to put on this creature. We're going to do names first. So let's move forward here and look at name suggestions. Matt, grab the mic. Audience, if you've got a great name, raise your hand. Oh, I like right down here in front. Yeah, right here.
Clockwork Colossus.
Clockwork Colossus. Very nice. As we all know, alliteration is one of the most powerful forces in the universe, so very well done there. Clockwork Colossus could certainly show up on Kaladesh. All right, if you've got a great name, raise your hand high. Raise your hand high. Wow, someone's being pointed to back there. Let's go all the way in the back row. Yep, right there in the red shirt.
Bronzed Behemoth?
Bronze Behemoth. I like the alliteration theme, everybody. Very, very nice. So we've got Clockwork Colossus and Bronze Behemoth. I wonder if this one will start with an A. All right, hands up. Let's go right here. Red shirt right there in the second row.
Steam Fury Goliath.
Steam Fury Goliath. So we're breaking the alliteration trend a little bit, but still very, very nice. You're all doing a great job at naming what could be on Kaladesh. So we have one more. Who wants it the most? All right, hands up. If you've got a good suggestion, hands up. Yeah, go for it, Matt. Go for it. Right back there, purple hair.
Girapur Mastercraft.
Girapur Mastercraft. So if you don't know, Girapur is a location on Kaladesh. So it's even working in some of that wonderful Kaladesh flavor. So well done. Okay, so we've got the 4 names here, and Matt is inputting them in. So let's bring up Matt's screen for a second so you can see his work as he does all of this. And then we're going to do exactly what we've done in the past. So we're going to go through all 4 of these options and vote on each and every one of them, and we will see which one emerges the champion. So he's putting in Steam Fury Goliath here. It's number 3. And then number 4 is going to be typed up here in a second. Are you guys having fun so far? It's pretty fun to make a Magic card, I gotta say. Working at Wizard of the Coast has its perks, and I'm glad we could bring all of you in for one day to be a 12-minute intern and give yourself a attempt at this. So Girapur Mastercraft, we've got the 4 up. We're gonna run through them one more time. So we've got Clockwork Colossus. No clapping yet, no clapping. We're just gonna go through what they are. So Clockwork Colossus. Let's look at card number 2. Bronze Behemoth. Look at card number 3. Steam Fury Goliath. And card number 4, Girapur Mastercraft. So now, that moment of introspection that you've all been waiting for, figure out which one of these is your favorite, and let's get to voting. Let's look at card number 1. Clockwork Colossus. Who wants this one? Card number 2, Bronze Behemoth. All right, let's look at card number 3, Steam Fury Goliath. And let's look at card number 4, the Girapur Mastercraft. All right, Brian, what do you make of those claps?
Sounded like 1 and 4 were pretty close.
1 and 4 were pretty close. So 1 is finally having a chance, actually. True. It's been mostly dominated by the 3s and the 4s this time around. But let's go, okay, let's try it again. Get your hands ready. Let's go back to 1. Clockwork Colossus, hands together. All right, and let's go to card number 4, Girapur Mastercraft. All right, 10.
Sounds like number 4 is the undisputed champion today.
Number 4, Brian?
The number 4, yeah.
Number 4, Girapur Mastercraft. Lock it in, Matt. We're good to go. Okay, so as you see, as we've kind of gone along, the choices that we've made have slowly kind of solidified the concrete around us, because the art locked in kind of what creature it is, whether if it's a creature or a non-creature, the abilities locked in the mana cost, and now we've got to flavor text. So we're going to be picking the flavor text for this guy next. Let's bring up the full screen here. And because we put on a bunch of abilities, now we have to make sure we put in the appropriate amount of flavor text. There's only so much room for flavor text on a card. So I would say this card probably has about 2 lines worth of flavor text, maybe 1 line and an attribution, so someone might have said it, or 2 lines with no attribution, just a true factor about the world. So get your best flavor hat judges on. Get ready to give some good suggestions. Let's bring the card up full so everyone can see it in all of its glory on Matt's screen as we go through this.
Hey, Gavin. How's it going?
It's going great, Matt. How about you?
So while they're working on flavor text, I just wanted to point out, if we could take a look at the card. So we did some templating. Now, unfortunately, I had to use the up to 1 technology.
Okay.
This gives us maximum flexibility, so you can target a creature if there's no planeswalker around. You can target a planeswalker if there's no creature around. You can target both. But also, I noticed this card doesn't have any way for you to get energy. Is that a problem? This is a question that editing would kind of point out, like making sure that this card makes sense.
A great point, Matt. So a thing about energy in Kaladesh is a lot of the cards that produce energy, or that, sorry, rather spend energy, also produce energy. And Brian, do you want to talk about that for a second?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things that we definitely wanted to preserve with energy is kind of this sense of mixing and matching and kind of building your own thing and making a bunch of interesting choices and always having a lot of different ways to spend your energy that changed as the game progressed. And so we definitely have a lot of cards that both produce and spend energy, but we do have cards that do one or the other as well. So the intention for this card, as it was proposed to us, was that this is a pure energy spender, and you need to go to other cards for your energy. So for a card that only consumes energy and doesn't give you energy back, the rate would be a little bit better on what you would get per energy.
And Brian, I would say that based on the fact this is a 6-mana 6/6, it'll probably end up being a rare higher card. And in that case, it's okay to have a little bit of stuff that only spends energy and doesn't get it itself. Right?
Yep, absolutely. And also just the kind of raw amount of energy being consumed would point towards this being a higher rarity card.
So we'll do rarity at the very end. But now, hopefully you've all put on your flavor text hats, and it's time to take some flavor text submissions. Are you guys ready to figure out the flavor text?
Yeah, I can do it.
Okay, this is where things can get a little crazy. Once again, we're on Kaladesh, so I've got to say in world. If you have good flavor text for this card, raise your hand now. Wow, there's a hand that shot up super fast back there, right there in the back. Yeah, Matt's going to wander on over there, right back there. Yep.
When one rises, everything will fall.
Ooh, I like it. When one rises, everything will fall. Quick, catchy, perfect flavor text. All right, let's take another submission right there, the Is It shirt. Yep, right there. We're going to make Matt Danner walk as far as possible.
On Girapur, the greatest minds often cast the largest shadows.
Oh, nice. On Girapur, the greatest minds often cast the largest shadows. All right. Hands up if you've got one. Hands up if you've got one. Oh, right here in the hat. Third row back.
Run! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point.
How many exclamation points was that? Three. So run and 3 exclamation points. You know, brevity is the soul of wit. Can't blame you at all for that wonderful flavor text. And one more person will get to write their flavor text on a card. How about right back here, standing up, one of our wonderful photographers who's been working so hard this weekend, deserves to get some flavor text on a card.
As the power flows, the gears ground almost as easily as the buildings below.
As the power flows, the gears ground almost as easily as the buildings below. Ominous. All right, so we've got 4 options to choose from here. Matt is putting them all in. But really quickly, what's really interesting is there's no attributions among these. So often when we're writing flavor text, we'll put in an attribution of some kind. And Brian, you can talk about that a little bit.
Yep. So some of our flavor text is kind of these quotes that are just true of the card themselves. And sometimes we have a character or a planeswalker, or sometimes just a myth or a legend ascribed as actually, this is the person saying this text. And it may or may not be the character depicted on the card. Usually, if it is the character on the card itself, we would not attribute it. But if it's someone else saying something or someone talking about the creature or artifact in question, then that person would be attributed to having said it.
Awesome. So I think we've got things about ready to vote between these and put one of the final touches on our cards. So if we could have Matt's screen come up, please. All right, we've got all 4 in there now, so we're going to review them one at a time once more. Let's go back to the first one. Going to go back to the first card here. Ooh, fancy things are happening on the computer right now. Oh, it's very important, of course, flavor text is in italics. and done properly. Whenever you write flavor text, you want to make sure that it's not read as rules text as part of the card, because then you end up with rules text that says, as the power flows, the gears grind, and you're like, what does that mean? Very important. All right, so I think we're about ready to go here. Matt, can we go back to card number 1, please? Number 1. All right, so we're going to just review them. When 1 rises, everything will fall. When 1 rises, everything will fall. Let's look at number 2 again. Number 2. On Girapur, the greatest minds often cast the largest shadows. And let's go to card number 3.
Everybody read this one.
Yeah, everyone in unison.
That was almost at the same time. Good job.
It was like an echo, right? Maybe there's an echo.
That was like 1 exclamation point at best, though. Let's be honest.
We should have to do it again. Come on, everybody. Let's try. Give it some feeling, okay? Flavor text on 3, 2, 1.
Hey, well, that was like 7 exclamation points. Just relax out there, all right? It's only day 2.
We'll average the 2 and get to about the right number. All right, now card number 4. As the power flows, the gears grind almost as easily as the buildings below. Okay, now here we go. It's one of the last major votes for the PAX Invents the Card. So Matt, let's go back to card number 1. Put your hands together if you would like this to be your flavor text. All right, let's take a look at flavor text option number 2. Very nice, an enthusiastic crowd. Let's check out number 3. I hear a lot of runs and very few claps. I'm not sure what to make of that. Let's try number 4. All right, Ken, what do you think here?
Clearly number 2.
Flavor text number 2. On Girapur, the greatest minds often cast the largest shadows. Oh, in Girapur, excuse me. We are having a correction from the crowd. In Girapur. Thank you. You might also have a role at being an editor at some point. All right, so now let's move on to one of the final steps of the card making process. Move on to one of our last slides here altogether, which is, of course, figuring out the rarity. Brian, do you want to talk for a moment about what rarity means and how we kind of use it, and what rarity you think this card would be?
Well, it's not a common, I will tell you that. A lot of things go into the rarity of a card, and oftentimes we are more designing to a slot and designing to a rarity, more so than we are kind of assigning a rarity to a design that we already have. The commons and uncommons are the cards that kind of make up the limited experience the most. And so something that's kind of this large and spends energy to kind of kill multiple things, we probably wouldn't put at common or uncommon. Also, the fact that it explicitly calls out Planeswalker kind of automatically pushes it up to rare or mythic. That said, this design is just kind of a pretty clean, simple design and doesn't do anything kind of crazy and wacky like people usually expect from mythics. So I would expect this to be a rare.
All right, so Brian says rare. Ken, what do you think?
I agree with Brian.
All right, I also agree. So that sounds like we should put the stamp of rare on this card. So Matt, lock in the rarity. And ta-da! We have a final card. Can we bring up Matt's screen all the way? Congratulations, PAX. You just invented a Magic card. How about that? Thank you for stepping into the wide world of R&D for a day, giving yourself the opportunity to make Girapur Mastercraft, which will not be showing up in Kaladesh booster packs, but will always be showing up in your heart. And my mic.
So, Gavin, these guys did such a great job building this card and did it so quickly that we actually have time for questions.
What are the odds? It's almost like I built in a slide that says questions.
So wait, hang on. Gavin, This is a look inside a great R&D process here. I've changed my mind. It doesn't work. Can we start over?
Matt, do you need your improv show panel later? We could just do it again over
I
here.
need to go.
All right, so we'll take some questions up to the mic. If you have a question, run on up, or actually raise your hand, and Matt Danner will come to you. Raise your hand out in the audience. Go ahead.
Can this thing gain energy while attacking? Like, I feel like it should.
It certainly could. Brian, do you want to talk about that for a second?
Sure. So, I mean, as I mentioned before, a lot of the cards that we would expect to be spending, especially this large amount of energy, we often would kind of give some means to produce energy on their own. However, just since the card was kind of proposed and it was kind of core to the design that we wanted this to be a kind of large energy spender, that's kind of probably the capstone of your energy deck, I think we would probably want to leave the functionality as it was suggested.
And Ken, do you have any comments on that at all?
So, in general, we would probably put both on the same card, but as you'll see in Kaladesh, there's actually both kinds. So we do let you gain energy with cards that can't spend and spend without being able to gain.
So it could, but it's not what was invented. So we're going to stick with the original design, but we could talk about that in play testing, for example. All right, hands up. How about right back here in the standing up green stripes shirt? Yes, right there.
I have a question for Mr. Tebak. So when I first saw the ability, I immediately jumped to a modal ability. Choose one or both, deal 4 damage to a planeswalker or a creature. But you templated it as 2 up to 1 targets. So why would you choose one over the other?
So the answer to your question, the answer to your first question is my last name is pronounced Tabak. The answer to your second question is this is actually kind of a design development choice. One of the things I mentioned when I came up here was this ability offers maximum flexibility. So they wanted to, I clarified, they wanted to, if there's a creature around, blow it up. If there's a planeswalker around, blow him, her, it, they up. And if both are around, get both. So basically I'm just taking my lead from what the design and development desire is. If it was something that didn't work or I felt was unnecessarily complex, this is a rare, so we have a little bit more leeway there, then I might push back and introduce alternatives. How about this? How about this instead? And sometimes design and development are willing to sacrifice a little bit of playability for more readability. Sometimes they're not. There's no hard and fast answer. So.
All right, how about a question from right here in the orange shirt? Yes, you.
So I noticed that the ability is direct damage, right? Traditionally found in red. And I know there's colored artifacts on Kaladesh. At what point do you determine whether an artifact, especially, is colored or not? And what definitions do you have for stuff like that?
It's a great question. Ken, do you want to take this one?
So for the default is that artifacts are artifacts and colored cards are colored cards. I know that there are gear hulks on Kaladesh that actually skirt this rule, but we want them to be special. So while it is a tool in the toolbox, we could make this cost red mana somewhere on the card or require mountains or something like that. But in general, we try to keep them separated unless we're trying to make it special.
And Brian, do you have anything you want to add to that from the development standpoint?
Sure. So a lot of it also depends on how we want this card to fit into things. And if we were to introduce a colored casting cost to this card, it definitely constrains the number of decks that we would want it to go into. Since this kind of card would likely be a kind of capstone for an artifact deck, we might want to open up the possibilities of what as many decks you could play it in as possible, rather than constrain it to, say, just a red deck, or if it were a different ability, just a green deck.
Great question. Thank you very much. Let's go right back here in the red shirt.
I have a statement and a question. I started playing Magic for the first time 22 years ago. And my question is, why can't this become like a limited release card? Maybe next year at PAX.
Ken, how about you take this one? Just gonna send this one over here. No. Seriously, Ken, go for it.
So Kaladesh is already done. A year ago or so we finished, but in general, we're going to be the ones making the cards. This is just a look-in on the process. And it's a very collaborative process in general, just like we did with you.
I'll add a little bit to that. So another thing that we get a lot of value out of is kind of the way that Magic is very clean in the way that it is presented. Like we have expansions, and the expansions have a set of cards in them, and once you know what the cards in that expansion are, you kind of know what to expect and what the environment is if you play with your friends or go to a tournament. So having kind of one-off cards in various kind of hard-to-find places starts kind of diluting that and makes it harder to kind of get to know the game.
And Kaladesh and Aether Revolt have both been done for a while now, so it'd be pretty hard to get these into any booster packs. All right, how about right here? Yeah, another red shirt. Red shirt's another theme of the day.
So this is for development. With this card, you know, it's remove, or you spend your energy, deal 4 damage to a creature, but it's also a 6/6 trampler. Is this something you would look at as potentially problematic? Maybe require it to tap or something, you know, so you're not a complete blowout in instant speed.
What do you say, Brian?
So anytime a card is suggested to us in design and we're kind of testing the card and looking to refine it and kind of see how it fits into the larger Magic metagame, we will often come to different conclusions than what we came in with. The kind of rates and numbers that I kind of proposed for this card are kind of my initial first impression, but you are right that if this were something that were happening every turn forever, that would be a pretty frustrating gameplay. The fact that it only spends energy and doesn't generate it makes it very hard for it to be something that you can do turn over turn over turn over turn, unless you have some other thing producing just kind of endless fountains of energy. So we're willing to be a little bit more lenient on the effects that we might give given that context.
And I think we have time for one more question. So let's take it from right back here in the corner, arm raised. Tell us what your question is, sir.
All right, so this is for Mr. Tabak. In one sentence, why should we come to the improv show?
There was time enough for one more question in PAX Invents the Card, and you chose to use that one question to ask about the improv show that I will be in with Jet City Improv at 7 o'clock, entertaining you, the people, in Magic-themed improvisational theater. That was your one question. Brilliant. Good work. It's going to be a blast. We're going to have fun. I don't know, because it's improv, and I have no idea what we're going to do. We probably have time for one more quick one for somebody, right? Do we? They're looking at me. They don't.
Go right down here.
We got time.
With the ever-broadening scope of Magic cards, what do you do to combat sort of the you always have to be buying different cards to keep up with the meta? What do you do to balance or combat that?
That's definitely in Brian's wheelhouse, so I'll pass this off to him.
So one of the cool things about Magic is that there are a lot of different ways to interact with the game and a lot of different ways to play. And it's fairly important to us to make sure that there are kind of experiences that people can get into kind of regardless of how much time and how much energy they want to put into the game. So kind of the kind of rapidly changing formats that are very nuanced are kind of there to appeal for one kind of player, but we also make sure that the experience for people that just kind of want to play with friends or kind of at the kitchen table or just, or even if they want to show up to tournaments occasionally but not every week and kind of tweak and tune their deck all the time. So we definitely try and make sure that Magic kind of stays the same consistent game from year to year and make sure that if something was powerful when you left, if you kind of leave for a while and then come back, still the same kind of cards, the same general bands of power, so we don't power creep over the years, and the things that you once thought were cool are no longer good at all. We definitely try and make it as easy as possible to kind of flow in and out of the game because we do understand that people have lives and don't necessarily always have the time to kind of keep up with what's new and hot in Magic.
Great question. And that wraps up PAX Invents the Card. Did everyone out there have a great time? Fantastic. Well, once again, this is Gavin on behalf of Brian, Ken, Matt, and Matt in the audience. 3 Matts on this panel, so thank you all very much. And Matt, can we get one more time up on the screen our awesome PAX Invents the Card card. Bring it up one more time for everyone to take a photo of, or whatever you choose to do. Girapur Mastercraft. Thank you all so much for coming, and stick around for the improv show later. Have a good night.
Welcome back to the Top Deck here at the Paramount Theatre. Rich Hagan joined by Ian Duke, Magic the Gathering commentator, but for the purposes of the next 3 or 4 minutes, Ian, one of the lead developers on Kaladesh, a developer, a card designer here. So first things first, Girapur Mastercraft, how did everyone do?
I think the audience did great creating that card. I mean, they came up with a really appealing design. I love the aesthetic of a 6-mana 6/6. Right. It's an artifact creature. It feels like it fits on Kaladesh. It uses energy, which is a brand new mechanic, really impressive that they were able to design a card using a mechanic that they've only seen for the first couple days here. And overall, yeah, it looks like a really coherent and appealing package, so I love it.
When you're a writer, you get to lead your audience sequentially through things. When you deal with a Magic card, you don't get to show them the casting cost first, or the art first, or the toughness first. We just get this explosion of information all in one go. And it was interesting as we went through all the different things, how radically different the card might have been if we'd started in a different point. So just as an example, how often are you confronted with, here's a piece of art, we need the card to go with it?
Very seldom, actually. Usually art is one of the last things that gets applied to a card. If all goes well, you know, early in design, we'll come up with kind of generally what we want the card to do. We'll work on that a little bit, make sure it's playing fun. Development will get their hands on the card and play test it and construct it and limit it, make sure the costs look right, balance out the power and toughness. And then the last thing is we'll commission art for the card. And then the art can be based on what the card is actually doing. There are a couple cases where things change down the road and maybe we have to redesign a card and make sure the new design works with the art that we already have. So there are elements like that, but yeah.
Now, when we're dealing with abilities, with a big card, splashy card like this, it's kind of fine if we come up with something essentially unique because it doesn't need to appear on 3 rares, 8 uncommons, and 25 commons spread across 3 colors, for example. But a lot of, particularly the evergreen keywords, you've obviously got this huge reservoir of understanding of what those keywords do for the game.
Yeah, that's a great point. And you mentioned actually at higher rarity, we can really lean on splashiness and do unique things. It's actually a great counterpoint to think about lower rarity cards. That's kind of more of like piecing together different elements and working with the tools that you have. And those evergreen keywords like flying and trample are great ways to kind of assemble a common from basic units.
If we were going to change, let's just for the sake of argument, we decide in development it's a little bit too powerful, and we want a simple way to do that would be to turn a 6/6 into a 5/5, for example. But how much does the tweaking of those numbers on card 64 out of 264 impact the wider sort of ecosystem of the whole set? Because one of the things, I always get to do the inside R&D videos with you guys and girls, and one of the things that always amazes me is this sort of encyclopedic knowledge of the web of interactions that go between these cards, that this white common over here, if we take a toughness off here, it will no longer work with this rare here, and that means that draft archetype isn't going to work as well.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question, and the interconnectedness is definitely a huge aspect of working on a Magic set. We're not thinking just about one card, but about the entire set in general. You use the example of like a white common, say, changing its casting cost or changing its power and toughness. Well, we always like to kind of curve out our commons in each set, make sure that there are, say, creatures at all the different casting costs, make sure they have varied power and toughness, that they don't look too similar to one another. So if we're in a case where we want to change, say, a white common creature from a 2/2 to a 2/3, or add a mana to it instead, that might involve changing 3, 4, or 5 other cards around it to make space for that card in the set.
I want to ask you about templating, because however competitive or casual we may be as players, the one thing we all want to do is get the absolute best we can out of any given card. And what that means is that what we might talk about casually is we all know what that's trying to do. is very different to what a player will actually do in gameplay if the templating is not right. Can you give us a sense of how important those precise words are on a card?
It's very, very important, and often early on in the design process, we allow ourselves to be a little bit fast and loose, as you said, with exactly what the words are on a card and exactly how it works. We have a general idea of what we want the card to do, but we might not have the words exactly perfect. As we kind of nail things down and we become happy with the way the card is playing, we really think a lot about what the words are on the card, how it is to read, if it's going to be clear to players how the rules work. Because one of the fundamental things about Magic, especially this day and age, is Magic is not a digital game. There's no computer to enforce the rules for you. It's up to the players to understand what the cards do and maintain the game state and make sure the cards are doing what they're supposed to do. So we want to make it as clear as possible and as consistent as possible how the rules work.
Well, the templating certainly came up with Girapur Mastercraft that PAX has just invented. Let's take a look at what PAX came up with. Girapur Mastercraft, a 6/6 trampler for 6 mana. A beautiful piece of art. Of course, it's an artifact creature construct. And here we see that templating because we needed it to say up to 1 target creature and 4 damage to up to 1 target planeswalker, which in sort of generic terms on the whiteboard in R&D, you've just gone, yeah, 4 to something, 4 to something.
Yeah, and that actually matters a lot. If those words up to weren't there, if it said this card deals 4 damage to target creature and target planeswalker, then you actually wouldn't be able to use that ability unless both a creature and a planeswalker were there to target.
We are almost out of time, Ian, but just before we go, I've got to ask, how excited are you to have energy in Kaladesh, and how great that PAX decided to invent a card with energy in it?
I'm super excited. I mean, I think players are responding really well to the preview cards we've seen so far, and really positive feedback about the mechanics. I think it's going to be even more positive when everyone gets to play with the set and gets to understand how energy works, and I'm really looking forward to the feedback on the set.
So pretty much positive energy, I think we could say.
Absolutely.
So there we are. That's PAX Invents the Card. For the next hour, we're going to put you in the company of Mark Rosewater and the Drive to Work podcast. We'll see you in an hour right here on the Paramount stage.
I'm pulling out of the driveway. We all know what that means. It's time for another Drive to Work live! Okay, so today's a little bit different. A bunch of R&D people have been having car trouble, so I said I would pick them up. So I'm going to go get Sam Stoddard, I'm going to go get Ben Hayes and Gavin Verhey, all who work in R&D. I borrowed this wide van for them, and we're going to go pick them up. So, and I thought of a great topic for today. Oops, sorry, let me start my timer. I thought of a great topic for today, which is a top 10 list. The top 10 myths about R&D. So today I'm going to talk about all the things that people believe to be true that are not true. So we'll start with number 10. Okay. Everybody likes to believe that I'm in charge of R&D. I'm not. I'm actually in charge of design, meaning I'm not even in charge of the designers, there's people that are in charge of that. I'm in charge of actually what the design is. And design goes over a long stretch. Design goes a long stretch, so like I'm the beginning of, I'm the beginning part. I do what we call initial design, and then final design is Eric Lauer, which you guys know is probably development. But I'm in charge of the thing. Like, I'm the guy who got mechanic-y and then 14 years later got it into a set. That's my job. I've been asked many times, do I want to get other, like, Aaron is the head of my boss. And people always ask, and they say, well, do you want Aaron's job? And I'm like, no. I don't want to be the boss of the job I want. I want to be so I've stuck at this job for a long time because this is what I like to do. But I don't in fact, I oversee nobody. I have no reports. I used to at one point. And they finally realized that I'm better at designing than being a manager. So they got someone to actually manage. So anyway, I'm pulling up. I think this is Sam's house. Beep, beep, beep. Hey, Sam.
Hey, Mark. Thanks for the ride.
Oh, you're welcome.
It's a nice van.
Yes.
Is it a hybrid?
It is. It runs on red or blue mana. So, Sam, tell the audience a little bit about yourself. I don't know if anyone knows exactly who you are.
My name's Sam Stoddard. I'm a senior game designer. I'm on the development side of Magic, and I write the latest developments column. I've been on a lot of sets, and the two most recent sets I've led are Magic Origins and Eldritch Moon.
Very cool. Okay, so we're talking about the top 10 myths of R&D.
Great subject.
So I just told number 10 that everyone thinks I'm in charge. Number 9, all of R&D are designers and developers.
That's certainly what I thought coming into this, but it is a lot different. So we have probably 15 people-ish in the design and development part of the company, but within R&D there's about 45 people because 40.
Yeah.
Because we have obviously we have the editors who make sure that people understand what our cards are going to say, because most of us are unable to spell or form cohesive sentences, but they fix all that. Then we have the rules team, who of course is in charge of maintaining the rules. We have the digital team who interacts with our digital products to make sure things get implemented correctly. And of course we have an entire huge number of people devoted to the creative side, both in art and story.
Yes. And so I think it's 15 out of 40, so it's a tiny percentage.
Right.
Most people in R&D aren't in design and development.
Most are not. They all get the opportunity to work on card sets. They are not necessarily designing or developing any of the individual cards, though they are giving feedback and we're play testing and doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, one of the days I thought I should post, I always post the design team. I think that's why people know the designers, the developers, but we need to post here's who edited the set. Here's, there's a lot of work that goes into making Magic, and so I think people don't necessarily realize how many different people do. Okay, let's go to myth number 8. So most of the cards we make go into sets.
That would be terrifying. Most of the cards we make are really, really bad. The majority of the time as we're working on sets, we're in a meeting and we're spitballing, and we're like, what if we tried this thing? And often it's like kind of when you're a kid and you're at home and you're like, what would happen if I put tuna fish and sugar and paprika together and put it on top of cereal? And the answer is not good. But you've learned something, and that's important.
Yeah, I think what a lot of people don't realize, I keep trying to figure out the right percentage. Let me ask you this question. What percentage of cards made end up in a set? What's your percentage?
Well, I'm a developer, so a higher percentage of my cards, because I just get to put them in the file and protect them jealously, but it's probably below 1%.
Yes, I think it's well below. So what happens is, let's say you're a designer, you make a bunch of card ideas. You come up with a whole bunch, I'll sit down, I'll type a whole bunch up, and then I'll go through and I'll edit it. So I don't even turn in all the cards I make. I only turn in the ones I really like of the cards I make, which is a tiny percentage. Then it goes to the lead designer of the set who's doing the set, and they will do some pruning. They'll talk with the team, it gets pruned down. So let's say it gets to the next step, then it goes to play testing. And then we're iterating and iterating and iterating, so the play testing whittles down, whittles down, whittles down. And then all along, we keep making other cards, we keep trying to improve the cards. So if you talk about something that comes at the beginning of design that sees print, it's a tiny, tiny percentage.
And some of that, though, also comes down to how you count what card is a card. So I know one of the cards that we previewed earlier was a 3-dub 2/1 flyer with Fabricate 1. And the question is, who designed that card? And you might say, well, early on in design, we had a 3-mana 1/1 flyer, so I designed that card. And someone else might say, well, we were in a meeting and I suggested moving that to being a 3/2, so I designed that card. And someone else would say, no, I was in a meeting where we suggested this happened. And so a lot of times, there's a lot of convergent ideas, but there's also a lot of, if I'm on a design team and I make a card and it's a 3-mana 2/2, and we take the exact same card and make it a 2-mana 1/1, who made that card? It's more complicated sometimes than exactly that, but the majority of if you look at the file as we are in early design and you looked at it at the end, very few of the cards are going to be exactly the same.
Also, another thing that happens, for example, if you asked us who made the dash mechanic from Dragons of Tarkir, so we got an assignment, Sam and I were both on the design team, and we both independently turned in dash. Without consulting each other, without talking to each other, and who made dash? I don't know, we both turned it in.
And,
and there's a lot of that. Yeah.
Dave Humphreys also suggested that as the gruel mechanic in Gatecrash. So did he do it? Who knows? Often, we will have an idea for something, and Mark will say, "Oh, we had that in a design file 8 years ago." Nobody else knows that, of course, because everything's in his head. But
well, there's a very funny story where Kelly Diggs, who's now on the creative team, who was an editor for a while, and originally was my editor on the website. So he was on a design team, and there was a card that made a 1-1, a 2-2, and a 3-3. What's that card?
Bestial Menace.
Bestial Menace. And so I was writing about it, and I said, "Oh, I made this card 10 years ago. I guess I've been trying to get it set forever. I guess Ken Nagel, the lead designer, finally put it in." And then I sent it in, and Kelly called me up. He goes, "Yeah, I made it." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." Like Kelly independently had made it, unaware that 10 years earlier I had posted in an article saying I made this card, but we kicked it out. Right. And so Kelly made it, So, but that's how it works. So anyway, I think we're at Ben's house. Beep beep beep.
When did you get a van?
I borrowed it.
Thanks for the ride.
So Ben, why don't you fill us with the audience who you are and what you do in R&D?
So I'm Ben Hayes. Like Sam, I'm also a senior game designer in Magic R&D. Like Sam, I also mostly work on the development team. I was for Kaladesh on the initial design team and the development team. I led Commander 2015 and 2016 and the Conspiracy set that just came out, and I led the small set that's going to come after. Been busy lately.
Okay, so let's go. Today we're talking the top 10 myths of R&D.
Okay.
Okay, so number 7, we finish our sets close to their release.
Okay, we don't at all. I stopped working on Conspiracy 2, for example, something like 18 months ago. So now it getting released a few weeks ago, I have to sort of remember what I was like over a year ago. One of the stories that I have about this, it's one of my favorite stories, is in my first few months in R&D, we were working on Born of the Gods, and we were looking at standard decks that were coming out and tournament results, and these red, green, white, really fast attack blitz decks were all over the place with Burning Tree Emissary and Boros Reckoner, and we were like, okay, we really need something in Born of the Gods to beat these decks, because they just have all these 2/2s and 3/3s out on like turn 3, and it's just impossible, and this deck's going to dominate everything. We're like, okay, we'll come up with Bile-Blight. Bile-Blight will be the answer to that deck. So we put Bile-Blight in Born of the Gods, and then fast forward a really long time, and we have Theros, and we're coming into the Born of the Gods, and we were worried about this white, red, green deck, and the metagame in Theros was very much a mono blue deck and a mono black deck, so we were kind of like, I wonder what's going to happen when Bile-Blight comes out. That's not what we thought was going to happen.
So the story I always tell about this is we'll put a set out, and then people will see something, and they want to give me notes for the next set, like, a new mechanic will come out, like, energy comes out, and like, ooh, here's a cool idea for what you could do in Aether Revolt. And it's like, by the time you see it, it's long gone. Like that set is, I'm 4 sets, way ahead. But people always, because you guys see it for the first time, you get so excited, and you want to suggest suggestions, but we have to wait till we go back, I guess, for those.
Right, and similarly, like you are doing your head, what was it called, the head-to-heads.
Yeah.
And a lot of people noted that Nicol Bolas won the most popular villain, and they're like, aha, they used it to figure out who was going to, and it was like, that set's been this has been in flight for quite a while. It was a great affirmation. I'm glad he didn't lose in the first round. That would be awkward, but
he's actually won twice.
He's won twice,
he
right?
He won both for best Planeswalker and for best villain.
Right. So that's great. It's a great confirmation, but things are planned years in advance. So often things they work out well. There's great timing and synergy and all these things, but we do not get to look at how Eldritch Moon is doing in Standard and go, okay, we need to fix it. We need a card to fix
What's
it.
the gap for Standard? How long can you react?
It's about a year. So it's somewhere in the year range for cards in Standard. So it is not a fast-moving ship. It is very much like, all right, we need to fix this in next year, which mostly works.
Right,
not always.
To give you guys an idea, so I'm just about to hand off Spaghetti Block, which is the 2019 fall set, and I'm about to begin work on Milk Block, which is the 2018 spring set. Sorry, I'm not the math guy. Okay, let's go on to number 6. The number 6 myth: We play games all day long. Whenever I tell people I work for a game company, they go, oh, it must be fun just playing games all day. So what, is it playing games all day?
So I know that we've argued about whether or not Candyland is a game, but is Excel a game? Because I play a lot of Excel.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of playtesting that goes on, but even a playtest might be anything from we're all getting together in the same room to try to draft, pretending like we're on the Pro Tour and drafting like a lot is at stake and trying to figure out the exact balance, or maybe we're all there to draft with a mechanic none of us have played with before, and afterwards we're just going to talk about what happened with the mechanic. So it's fun, and we are technically playing a game, but I mean, it's always goal-oriented, working on the set, iterating something. And then even that, those playtests are kind of a small percentage of our time. A lot of it's meetings, and like Sam said, a lot of it's Excel spreadsheets.
And even when they're games, a lot of them are not what we can, like, I have played many games that were not fun games, and both in Magic and otherwise, but many of the games we play at Magic are not fun games, especially early in design. We're like, let's try something out. And again, you try it out, and it's like, yep, that really was not fun. And you can usually tell it's a bad sign if, about half an hour to 45 minutes into a playtest, if everyone's kind of looking to see if they have any taxes they could do, or, looking, maybe I can go visit HR and see if, they have anything to yell at me about, because that would be better than this. That's usually a good sign that we should probably take a look at the mechanics and maybe make something a little more fun.
Yeah, one of my lines is that we play a lot of bad magic, so you don't have to. And also, a lot of times in playtests, by the way, it is not just like a playtest is do whatever you want. What a very common thing in design playtests is I will tell my team, do this. I want you to try this particular thing. Sometimes, for example, we'll do a playtest and I'll say, you're doing white-blue, you're doing blue-black, you're doing red-green. I'll assign people colors because the goal of the playtest is for us to see everything. It's like when you guys play it, you want to have fun. That's what you're supposed to do with it. But for us, look, it is a job and we're trying to figure things out. And a really good playtest, this is another interesting thing. What makes a good playtest? A good playtest is learning something. So sometimes we'll sit down, we'll have a playtest, and we'll go, how was the playtest? And people are like, that was the most unfun experience I've ever had. Here's 20 things that were horrible. Good playtest. So we always are looking out, and like Ben said, I mean, actual playtest, what percentage of time is actual playtesting for you guys?
Maybe between 10 and 20%, depending on where sets are in the process. But it's a lot of meetings. It's a lot of talking about the set, what we're trying to accomplish. It's a lot of meetings talking about the playtests we just had and what we're going to do based on that feedback.
And there's homework when you do playtests, by the way.
Yeah.
That when you do playtests, and you have to, I'm bad at doing this, but you have to actually give notes about the playtest so people can see. And we invite people that aren't necessarily on the design team to give playtests. We get a fresh set of eyes, and then you have to give notes so we can look at the notes. There's a lot. It's a lot more to it. I think when you think of it just playing games, I mean, it is games. We're having fun, but there's a lot of work there. It's not just sort of goofing off. Okay, I think we're at Gavin's house. Beep, beep, beep.
Nice van, Mark. What made you pick the color blue?
One of my favorite colors. It's also half red, if you didn't notice.
Yes, of course.
Or I'm sorry, it's both blue and red. Okay. So number 5, so we're doing our top 10 myths of R&D. So number 5, we play test every format.
Yeah, so in Magic R&D, we love every format. We love everything equally. But, of course, we only have so much time because, as we mentioned earlier, there's about 15 of us or so actively playing Magic and playtesting Magic. And the majority of players play Standard or Booster Draft. So we like to make sure that those formats are fun and engaging to play, especially because they take a lot of work to get right. And you have to spend a lot of time working on Standard to make sure that the new metagame turns over well. Modern, you can release a new set in 2, and a lot of times things will kind of turn out okay. You have to be careful. We make cards for Modern, of course. Sometimes things don't turn out okay. Treasure Cruise. But we, Standard is okay. When a rotation's going to happen, something new is going to come out, we have to make sure it's really balanced and enjoyable to play.
Yeah, I mean, to use Modern as an example, like because the power level is different between Standard and Modern, it's just a lot easier for us to eyeball a set and figure out the few cards that might impact Modern and then just discuss them as a group. Maybe play a couple games or maybe just sort of brainstorm and try to figure out what the implications are. And then for something like Commander, I mean, Commander games take a while, but also we have, as the format's grown and gotten more popular, started playtesting a little bit. We have people in the office who play Commander every Friday, and if we have a card or two we think is gonna be really important for that format, we'll ask those people like, hey, could you throw this into your deck and then talk to us on Monday?
And some sets more so that than others, right? With Conspiracy, it's not going to hit Standard or Modern, so we actively try and find places for Cube cards or Commander cards to go in that set, and we can release them, and then we test a lot of those cards individually too. I know when you're working on Conspiracy 2, which I also worked on, had a great time with, we looked to find a lot of cool Commander cards to put into that set.
Yeah, it's definitely true, and for Cube, a lot of us in R&D just have our own cubes, so we can do that pass of looking at the set and asking, you know, would I put this card in my cube? Would I think about putting this card in my cube? And we do that quite a bit.
Limited is also a really good kind of stand-in for a lot of casual formats. One of the things that is very difficult is you know, when we playtest Standard, we have all the cards. We just kind of put everything together. A lot of the people who play our game, especially who are just getting into it, are just not going to have that many cards. Like, we want there to be a good experience if you have all of the cards, and so, you know, we want to make sure that Vintage and Commander and Standard and Modern, all those things are really fun and balanced. But we also want to make sure that if you were to buy like a Deck Builder's Toolkit and 6 or 7 booster packs, that you can still create decks that are fun and play against other people. If the game was something where it's like, yeah, you really have to buy at least 2 boxes before you can really create a deck, then things wouldn't be very fun. It'd be a very hard game to onboard people into.
And one of the things that happens all the time is I'll get mail where people will bring out formats I've never heard of like, Elf Pauper is really popular in my neck of the woods. What do you guys do to help out Elf Pauper? You know, and we can react as much as we can. There's a priority we have as far as the formats we spend the most time on. Obviously, Limited and Draft is very important. Standard is very important. We spend a little bit of time on Commander, as we talked about, a little bit of time on Modern. But there's a lot of formats to play Magic. There's a lot of formats to play. And so we keep an eye on it, and we try, like, Ben, talk about tiny leaders.
Oh, sure. So when I was working on Conspiracy 2, as I mentioned a long time ago, that was sort of right when the internet was starting to talk about tiny leaders. People were starting to play that format and check it out.
Tell them what Tiny Leaders is. Some people might not know what Tiny Leaders is.
Oh, sure. Tiny Leaders is a Commander-like format where instead of a 100-card deck, you have a 50-card deck. It's sort of like half Commander, I guess. It's still a singleton format, but also every card in your deck, including your Commander, has to be 3 or less converted mana cost. Can anyone in the audience confirm that all this is true? Okay, great.
What audience, Ben? Who are you talking to?
Hey, people on the street.
So working on Conspiracy 2, there is a blue, black, green, Sultai 3-color legend in there. That's not an accident. You know, we read everything that gets posted. There wasn't one before, and a set like that can take a few more liberties because it's not going to impact Standard. We can do a few more things like just make a card specifically for that format and that audience.
So by the way, we're about to pass a school. Whenever I drive by the school, they have a Magic Club. I like to throw some product to them. So I think we have some Magic product. So hey kids, play Magic.
Yeah. Who out there likes Innistrad?
Do this. We can't see well, so I apologize.
Throw it into the light.
Oh man, that kid has an Is It shirt on. Nice shirt, kid.
So if you ever see kids chasing my car, now you know why.
It's kind of like the ice cream truck, but even better because there's magic involved. Speaking of vehicles, am I right?
Okay, so let's go on to the next myth. Number 4, R&D knows all the rules.
Nope.
So in Magic R&D, I'd say some of us know the rules more than others. Some of us were judges at previous points in time. But regardless, at least 10 to 20 times every set, that's probably a very small number, we'll go over to Matt Tabak and Eli Schifrin, who also works on the rules, and be like, so let me tell you about this mechanic that probably won't work. And a lot of the time, they'll say, yeah, that definitely doesn't work. Sometimes they'll be like, we can make that work, but it'll require rewriting half the rules. And other times they'll tell us it works, but we necessarily don't all have a great grasp of exactly how the rules work. We know how to play Magic, we know the intricacies, but when you have to come up with something new, sometimes you have to pull on the strings of Magic that you wouldn't normally be pulling on.
Yeah, I mean, the number of times I've been playing a game where I have a creature and then its base power and toughness gets set to 1, but it has 2+1/+1 counters on it, and has an aura on it that gives it flying, and an aura on it that gives it -2/-0 and loses flying. And I'm like, hey, Matt, help.
My favorite set to try and avoid is the Layers Matter set.
Yeah, people occasionally ask, like, could we have a set where base power matters? I'm like, you don't know what you're asking.
One of my favorite stories is I was, in one of my columns, I talked about how we had changed a card in Dragons of Tarkir. It used to give the creature -6/-0, and then we realized that that was very bad with Ferocious. And so I mentioned that we changed it to make it a 0/2 instead, and someone angrily said, it's just, how is anyone confused by this? And I was like, well, they got confused because instead of needing, whatever it was, 7 power? 8 power, you needed like 12, all of a sudden, right. All of a sudden you needed, an additional 6 power because you were at -6. And they said, oh, I didn't realize that's how that worked. And it's like, I know.
One of Magic's biggest barriers to entry, and Mark talks about this a lot, is the complexity, right? There's a lot going on in Magic. It can be a very complicated game. And if we're having trouble figuring out what's happening in a game, and we play Magic all day, more or less.
That's the myth. We don't play Magic.
Well,
he wasn't here. He didn't know.
Right. What myth are you talking about?
Catching you up, sorry.
I thought we just had 5 myths. But if we don't know, then how are all of our players expected to know, right?
We also have the big advantage that we get to change the rules, which is both a curse and a great bonus. So when, for instance, when we're working on Bestow, we changed some of the way that enchantments work to make it so that when you cast a Bestow creature, if you killed the creature in response, you still got the creature on the Bestow creature on the battlefield. And I remember we kind of had at that point some external people who were judges who would look at cards and they would say, well, this mechanic doesn't really work, but, and it's like, well, do you have to think that we are going to make the mechanics actually work? Like, we're not going to print something that doesn't actually work. Though I will mention that, was it Meld from EMN? It took quite a toll on us. I think we lost 1 rules manager, 1 editor, and at least, like, I don't know, 1 person from digital over that one. Sorry. But it was worth it because you get to play with cards like this.
Plus, we got to do all that team building afterwards.
Right. We got time with the safe space and the blankets. And
So here's my story, which will explain why something in Magic changed forever. So the very first Invitational was held, back when it was called the Duelist Invitational, was held in Hong Kong. And originally we were going to hold the event, I did a whole podcast on this, we were going to hold the event, I think in San Diego, and then this event fell through. The first early Grand Prix was going to be in Hong Kong, but the Grand Prix weren't ready yet. So they came to me and said, are you willing to have your event in Hong Kong instead of San Diego? I was like, of course I am, let's go to Hong Kong. So we decided, I was trying to do weird formats, and so we wanted to show off something that was coming up, and Visions was about to come out. So I convinced them to let me do standard, but with Visions before Visions was legal. Sounds like an awesome idea. And then Thomas Anderson from Sweden, I believe, discovered that Sands of Time, if you turn it off by tapping it, does all sorts of crazy things. And he made the earliest version of the Sands of Poise deck. Caused all sorts of chaos in the tournament. And I went back furious talking to Bill Rose saying, why do artifacts shut off? We keep making this mistake. Could we just get rid of that stupid rule? And that's why the rule got rid of in 6th edition. So Thomas Anderson's responsible for artifacts not turning off anymore. So okay, let's go on to the next myth. Myth number 3. Developers only tweak numbers of cards. So some developers, why don't you talk about this?
that's just true. I've read your Tumblr. It's pretty obvious.
Yep.
No, developers do a lot more than that. We, one of the things, the way I like to describe it is design kind of hands over the novel and development kind of makes the movie. So, there are a lot of things that are going to work better in the novel and there are a lot of things that are going to work better in the movie, but you can clearly, tell it's the same set, but a lot of things are going to change. And so the developers will, the most common changes, of course, cards for limited. The designers play kind of a different, they play limited, but the power level tends to be a lot more flat. They don't spend a ton of time trying to figure out, okay, each color needs to be perfectly balanced, or here's the cards we want to be the strongest, here's the cards we want to be the weakest. They think, okay, let's just see if we can get the set mechanics to work, and they try to do things more flat. And developers come in, they're like, okay, we need, for instance, blue needs the strongest flyer, and okay, why is the strongest removal spell in green? It's not really the removal color. The strongest removal spell should be in black or red. So we make a card stronger, we make a card weaker. And so, we do change a ton of cards for that. Then we come to standard, and it's like, okay, well, we need Hallowed Moonlight. Like, that's just not a card that design is going to hand over ever. So we have to make up that card, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely do a lot of balancing, and we do change a lot of numbers, but the way that I think of it is that, it's always with the goal of making the set the most fun it can be for as many people as possible. We're not just sitting around all day trying to figure out how to make standard the most balanced it can be, or limited the most perfectly balanced it can be. Those are important, but the end goal is fun, and trying to make sure that whatever the vision is that comes through in the design is something that's accessible for all different types of players, all different levels of players, in a bunch of different types of formats. So it's just taking that and trying to bring it to life as much and in as many different ways as we can. And a lot of that comes through changing the numbers or designing things to be put together in a certain way, but it's not all that.
Right. A good example is how often design sets are very much within a biome. We are making a set that is only played with a set. That's just how design sets work. And so when Theros was handed over, the removal was in the position where it was all, okay, so here's the problem. Auras are really weak, so we need to figure out how to make auras stronger. Let's make the removal bad, which works, but it's not very satisfying if all of a sudden, like, Mark of the Vampire is the strongest card because there's no way to kill a creature with it on it. But it's also like, well, you can't go to your local pre-PTQ and say, okay, just so we're clear, we're playing no counter spells, no land destruction, no creature removal, right? We have to make sets that are going to work with the rest of people's collection, the rest of cards in Magic. And so, design had handed over this set, and there was a lot of ideas of, we want auras to be important, we want enchantments to matter, we want heroic to be this build-up mechanic. And so it was on development to take that idea and figure out how to adjust the set in such a way to make it work with the wider thing. And that's where some of the tweaks happen to bestow, to make, to up the amount of bestow, really get it in the set and up the amount, and make sure that, if you killed the creature in response, you still got the thing, to add a secondary cost to bestow, so there were more knobs there. Plus, we just have to make up a ton of cards because, the removal in the set was all very weak, so we have to come up with stronger removal. We need to make it so that there are more things to do in limited. So a ton of the cards that are handed over from design do end up getting killed or getting, changed to a point that you wouldn't really recognize them. But we're trying to keep the vision and keep all the ideas and make this set the fun version of what they were playing with, like not just the version they're playing with, which is fun, but the version that they're playing with, which is fun and interacts with the rest of Magic.
Here's an important thing that people don't tend to realize is two things. One is, imagine sort of, a ramp, for example, that designs the first part and development's the second part, but it's not like it's a major change. It's just like it's the first part of the system, and at some point we hand over. The difference between the end of design and the beginning of development is really, really similar. Now, given design tends to specialize in the take the blank page and have nothing and make something, and development tends to have the ability to fine-tune within environments, but all the skills that you need, a lot of the thing is, developers have a lot of the design skills, just a little lower down than some of the designers do, and the designers have some of the development skills, but much lower down than developers do, and it is not like, our jobs are not that different. They really are a lot more similar than people think. It's all of our jobs to make it a fun game. It's all of our jobs to make sure the audience enjoys what we're doing. And there's different focuses and there's different things we look at. And I know, like, on my end of the spectrum, you know, I'm looking a lot more at big picture stuff. Like, the way I like to think of it is you start from like a 10,000 aerial view and you're trying to figure out what it looks like. And as you get closer to the ground, you start caring about details that just don't matter when you're way high up. And a lot of times when I start with mechanics, we're just trying to figure out things that we think are interesting and fun, but then it's a matter of making them actually work. And a lot of the great stories, you know, is, okay, here's a neat idea, it's fun, but, and for example, let's take something like vehicles. When we came up with vehicles, we had an idea in mind. We knew that we wanted something that was a top-down vehicle. And we really early on said, okay, well, you have to drive it. Or, like, what makes it a vehicle? Well, there's a driver. Like, somehow a vehicle just doesn't attack by itself. And that was our vision. Like, okay, somehow the driver drives the vehicle. And it went through, I mean, iteration after iteration after iteration. And even once we got kind of the area we wanted, just the number of different kinds of things within that we had to try, you know, and that is kind of the sort of, as we make design things, is watching the slow evolution, and that we care about the big thing, we solve that, then we care about the next biggest thing, and we keep going down till we get to the minutia, the fine work stuff.
Right, that happened a lot with energy as well, where you know, Eric Lauer, who was the developer lead for the beginning of that set, you know, when we started playing with the developers, we were kind of unsatisfied with energy because we're like, well, it's pretty obvious this card just is stronger, so I play this card that gives me energy, but I never use it on it. But so he went and watched the designers play, and the designers were more like, oh, I don't know, maybe I'll try this, and maybe I'll try that. And they were having a lot of fun with it because they weren't being like hypercritical or trying to play at a really high level and just very cutthroat and win. They were just kind of like, oh, let's try some new stuff out. And so the way that they had set up energy worked really well for that. But when you put it to people that were trying to win competitively, all of a sudden it broke down because it was like, well, you just find the most powerful energy outlet and you just put all your energy through that. And so what he did was figure out, okay, we need to kind of develop an energy economy and make it so that everything's flat. So, you know, we both need to make cards where you have interesting decisions, but also that there'll be no one card where it's the most efficient card for spending energy because that's the one you spend it all on. We have to actually make, I think we tweaked some of the actual rates that you got energy at so that we could be more granular and say, okay, this card gives you 3, but it costs 2 to use. This card gives you 3, costs 1 to use. This one gives you 1 and costs 4 to use, and all these things like that. So we could actually come up with useful things where you know, it wasn't clear for the developers which one, you know, which way you're supposed to use the energy. And so if it's not clear for us, and then the designers are still having fun with it, we've kind of hit the right spot.
Yeah, two things. One, Eric's big thing on energy was he actually doubled the amount of energy so he could get more granular with it. That was one of the problems was we had turned it over, so it was too big a cost for one. Right. And he just said, oh, let's just double it, then I can give you 1 energy, which is half the effect.
Right.
The other thing that happens all the time, by the way, which is funny, Sam talking about this, is design will make something and it's really fun and we have a lot of fun with it, and then we give it to developers and they're like, well, if it just plays optimally, it's not fun. And I'm like, oh.
Why must people try and win games of Magic?
Yeah. In a lot of, to use Mark's example of vehicles, a lot of vehicles was trying to figure out, there's so many different choices we have for how to implement this mechanic, what's important about the mechanic. And I think the most important thing about vehicles is that creatures interact with them, creatures drive them, or let you use them. And then whether we're using mana to turn it into a creature and let it attack, in addition to that, or tapping the creatures, or whether the vehicles have haste or not, or whether they're creatures all the time or not creatures all the time, you know, you sort of start creating this stack rank of how important each aspect of it is. And in the end, we were never going to make a vehicle mechanic that didn't use creatures, but we did end up making one where you don't need to pay mana to turn the vehicle into a creature. It is just all the creature. And so going through that process and then weighing, like, what's the most fun versus how much we gain or lose from making any of those decisions.
Right, the earliest version of vehicles, or I shouldn't say the earliest, an early version, the earliest I'm sure was just utterly ludicrous.
It was.
Back in the Stone Age.
Right, yeah. But the kind of the version that was handed over was tap so many number of creatures, which, you know, had the problem being less granular because it's like, well, 2 1/1s is just way better than 1 2 2 in this world. And the size of the vehicles was very different because the designers are more likely to buy in and try the cool new things. So they're like, I'm playing my 4-mana 3/3 vehicle. And they're like, developers, how big does a 4-mana vehicle need to be? And you're like, we have to tap 3 creatures. And you're like, I don't know, like 8/8. And and it's like, would you play it at 8/8? They're like, I'll think about it. And so that's that spot of like, well, we need to actually be able to make this mechanic in a way where the people who want to buy into it and that are super excited by it, they're going to have fun and put it in their decks. But at the same time, it's not just a huge trap. And so, we could make that mechanic, and the people who really want to put a, juggernaut driving a boat, driving a plane, driving a taxi cab, like, they can totally do that, but we want that to be something that can actually be strong and powerful for constructed and stuff. So we had to tweak the mechanic quite a bit and tweak the cards quite a bit to find the right numbers to where, okay, it's fun and constructed, it's fun and limited, and the people who want to do the super goofy stuff, not only can they still do it, but it might actually be good now.
So there's a quality of a mechanic that we talk a lot about internally called knobbiness. And what that means is how many different knobs are there that you can play with, because the knobbier it is, the easier it is for development to be able to tune it. Like, for example, if there's just one number, and that one number, that's all you have, wow, it's hard to sort of get any granularity to it. It's very hard to do. But if there's like 3 different numbers, like vehicles had a lot of knobbiness to it. There was a lot of different things you could play around with. There was the power and the toughness and what it cost to get it and, the cost. And there are a lot of things you can play around with where, like Fabricate, I know when we first introduced Fabricate, the concern was Fabricate N has to be these 2 things. They must be the same. Okay, develop that. And there was a lot of worry early on.
Yeah,
Right.
Fabricate was a tough one. I mean, because of the sort of creature curve of what power and toughness we give you at different mana costs. The number of different Fabricate designs there are isn't huge unless you start adding keywords and you start adding extra abilities where you can use the servo for something else. Or maybe you have an ability where you care about the creature's power, so you're more interested in putting the +1/+1 counters on. So in the beginning, when we were first talking about Fabricate on the design team, I was pretty nervous because I was like, okay, I've made 5 Fabricate cards. I don't know if I can make a 6th one. We might be in trouble. But then, as we explored more and tried more things out and got more people involved, we were able to make a wider variety of them.
Right, that happens a lot in design, and it happens in development too, where you're like, you have a great idea, it could be a cycle, it could be a mechanic, and one of my favorite examples was Negative Bestow in Journey into Nyx, where the original idea was the cards didn't grant power and toughness to your opponent's creature, they just like gave them the negative ability, and then once that other creature died, you would get your thing. So, for instance, there was it ended up being the Hound that forced your opponent's creature to attack, and this was the thing that sold it on it, was, okay, so it's this enchantment that you put on your opponent's creature, it has to attack, it doesn't get any bigger, you block it, you have a 2/2. It's like, okay, great, what's the next one? It's like, there's a green one and it has to block. Okay, what's the next one? There's a white pacifism, and it's like, it's never gonna die, and they're like, okay, let's try another one, black, and it's like, I guess it can't block, and it's like, oh, now it's also never going to die. and so that will happen where you have a great idea, you kind of don't kick the tires enough, and then you get along and you're like, oh yeah, that actually, there's like 6 total cards we can make. Do we need to make 7 cards? Because we can make 6. Yeah, sometimes 6 is enough.
I've said quite a few times that a lot of my favorite cards were mechanics ones. Just like you find that there's a couple of really good designs, and you pick the one that you really like, and it ends up as a card, and
right.
Not a mechanic that goes on lots of cards.
Like when we were working on Fabricate, when it made Thopters, that was the example, another example where the developers were saying, well, you just choose Thopters every time, and sometimes the designers would say, well, but sometimes I choose this one, and we have to go, no, you're wrong, which doesn't always go over well, and makes people unhappy, and that's not great.
Thanks, Sam.
Yeah, but it's like, well, I could make a 3/3, or I could have a 1/1 and 2 flyers, and it's like, well, you get the 1/1 2 flyers. Well, what if I want the 3/3? Well, you'd be wrong. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to help you on this.
Back to trust falls.
Yeah, then it's trust falls and.
Yeah, one of the things that's always, when you're designing things, there's different things that can kill things along the way. Like at some point, you got to go talk to the rules manager and like, okay, do rules actually work for this? You have to talk to templating, like, can this actually be templated? You talk to development, like, can this be developed? And so there's a lot of pitfalls along the way. So a lot of times we make a lot of mechanics you never see because it hits one of the things along the way and it just never makes it.
And part of good design, too, is trying to set yourself up for success where you can. When you're working on design, like me and Mark often are, before we hand off to development, like Sam and Ben, making mechanics that will have a higher chance of being successful, as in higher chance of going through templating successfully, higher chance of having enough numbers to be developed successfully, just means that your mechanic has a greater chance of succeeding and probably a greater chance of being understood by the wider Magic playing populace.
Okay, let's go on to myth number 2. Number 2, only people in R&D make Magic.
That's not true. So inside Wizards of the Coast, Magic R&D, obviously, we're the ones who work on Magic design and development the most, but actually a lot of people inside Wizards have a chance to work. Every single person inside the company has a chance to make a card. So if you ever want to come work for Wizards of the Coast, you too can have a chance. Check our jobs website for more information. But you get the opportunity to do things like rare polls, where we send out rares to people in the company, and they get to vote them on a scale of 1 to 10, how much they like them, leave comments about them. We use all that information to help make our sets. There's hole filling that goes out throughout the company, where we will remove rares from sets, and then say, okay, we've got 10 open holes. We need another red rare enchantment. What's it going to do this time? And then we send it out to everybody, and people have a chance to make that. Additionally, there's play tests that are open. We have a monthly play test where anybody can come and play. All kinds of opportunities to play and create Magic inside Wizards of the Coast, even without having to work inside Magic R&D.
And even earlier than that, one of the things that we do is, what is the
First Friday?
No, when we were first kind of brainstorming ideas, so, like for instance, when we knew we were going to do Kaladesh and go to Artifact World, we had kind of a make your own set thing where a lot of people in the company, boo drafts, right, build your own draft basically. And so people have the opportunity to be like, okay, imagine that you are making a set that was an artifact set and, kind of give the parameters.
Like a steampunk set.
Steampunk set, yeah. Make up cards, and people will make up huge number of cards, and they work with each other to kind of balance things, and a lot of the designers will end up interacting with them and playing in these drafts, and oftentimes they're just totally ludicrous things that we would not end up doing, but we learn a lot, and one of the things that we will often learn from them, like that is part of where vehicles. So many people are doing different designs for vehicles. It gave us a lot of help in terms of finding out a couple things. One is, okay, we've determined people really like the idea of vehicles. There are these certain things that they're hitting a lot, so these are probably the kind of expectations we should be meeting. And here here might be some really good designs or some really good ideas for the mechanic. Let's figure out how to take these really good ideas that people in the company have come up with and actually start importing them into the exploratory design process.
So let me talk about boo drafts real quick, because there's something you guys can actually do at home. It's kind of fun. So what we do is we give them a theme. For our purposes, we'll give them themes of stuff that are up and coming. So we'll say, hey, we're making a steampunk set. What would you make for a steampunk set? Then everybody designs, how many cards do they design?
45. 42 cards now, actually.
42 cards. Then they get submitted, and a bunch of R&D folk will give a pass to make sure they're not broken.
Yeah, we have a council of development that looks at all of the boo draft cards and helps balance them to make sure that the draft goes at least reasonably. And another thing we do, because I don't know if you know this, Mark, necessarily, is we add in some core set cards as well to help make sure that, there's a Winddrake in here or a Shatter in here, stuff like that.
And then they get together in groups of 8? How does the draft work?
We divide it evenly. If there's 24 participants, we'll divide it into 3 pods of 8 and so on.
Yeah, and then they actually play. So they'll actually play with the cards, and then we get notes on sort of what's fun. So they play with the cards, they give notes on what they liked and didn't like, and then we will look at all the cards that get made, and we'll look at all the notes they have. And for example, the reason the boo draft is really valuable for us is, number one is, what do people expect? It's very telling. Like when we said we're doing Steampunk World, like 5 people made vehicles, and we're like, okay, people seem to think that Steampunk World will have vehicles. That was really telling to us. And it's also like just, sometimes people come up with interesting ideas. Like that's one of the things about this myth is, if you have a good idea, we will take good ideas. We don't care where the idea comes from. If someone gives us a good mechanic through a boo draft or a hole filling or whatever, we'll use it and we'll put it in. And that everybody who works at Wizards is there to help us contribute to Magic.
And also something worth noting is, in addition to mining trope space, like Mark said, there's a lot of vehicles, people want vehicles, it also just gives us a ton of cards to look at, and occasionally cards will come out of there. If you guys know the card Humble Defector from Fate Reforged. Dan Helland, who's actually the coordinator, the guy that stickers all of our playtest cards, just put that into a Boo Draft file one day. Ken Nagel saw it, loved it, put it in a set, and it made it all the way to print. So there's a lot of ways to get your cards into actual Magic sets.
Right. Similarly, the card Eldritch Evolution from EMN was submitted through whole filling by Ryan Prince, who works in our Magic Online department. He did the whole filling, had a cool idea for a card, we tweaked it a bit, and all of a sudden, 2 years later, it's in print.
The other great thing is we keep all this stuff around forever, so maybe you submit a card for whole filling and it doesn't make it into the set. I just leave it on my desk. 6 months later, I'm like, I need a green red creature again for a rare. What are the odds? Well, let me look through all these old whole filling results, and maybe there's a cool card in there somewhere I can use for this.
Yeah, or sometimes multiple sets will be in the works at the same time, and one set will send a bunch of people out, get a bunch of cards, and then they'll be, I have a lot of cool cards here, I can't use them all. Hey, I know you're working on a set too. Here's a bunch of cards. Do any of them work in your set?
Also, by the way, people who work at Wizards that don't have much Magic knowledge are also very valuable to us. And here's why. We want to know what people think of things, and the problem is we've seen it, and plus R&D is not your average Magic player. So what we do is we do a lot of testing. So let's say, for example, I know we did this with vehicles and with energy. Okay, we want to make an energy symbol. We want to make sure people read it and understand it. Let's actually make different versions of it, and then we'll go around the company to people that aren't, super well versed in Magic to say, hey, okay, what do you think of this?
Right, one weird quirk about working at Wizards of the Coast is it's really hard to get people who've never played Magic before to tell you what they think about the stuff that you make. Where, if I was in the real world, I could just walk around on the street and be like, hey, what do you think about how cool this looks? Inside Wizards, that's a very limited resource. So we'll often mock up new mechanics and things like that and show them around the office to people who have just been hired or people who don't have as much Magic experience to try and get their opinions on how this frame looks or how this mechanic looks at them. Does that read exciting? Is this world concept really cool? Those are all things that once you've been in the building for too long, once you've worked on Magic cards for too long, you gain other abilities. You become a more tuned Magic player, but you don't quite have that same initial first look that a lot of people do. In fact, when we bring somebody into the office right away, when we bring in a new hire into Magic R&D, one of the first things Mark has them do is look through all the stuff that we've made and be like, okay, what's your initial opinion on all this stuff? What do you think about it?
This happened with BFZ when we had to do the Devoid frames, and Liz Leo, who is awesome, made the frames, and because we had this amazing challenge of, okay, so we need these cards, and they're supposed to look like they're colored cards in your hand, but on the battlefield they look colorless. Go. This was not an easy task, very hard, and so she came up with a bunch of awesome designs. Okay, well, what if we did this? What if we did this? We tried it where they just had the mana cost, and everything else was a complete colorless frame. We had all these ones that there's varying levels of this, and so we'd go to people, and within R&D we would argue about things, and I like this one, I like this one, I like this one, but it's very, once we've kind of, picked our horses in the race and really tried to, really decided I like this one, it's really hard for us to figure out whether or not something is better or worse because we have our own opinions, so we have to go to people and say, okay, here's a card, tell me about it. And if they look at, a blue Devoid card and they're like, I don't understand this, or they're just like, what color is it? And they're like, I don't think it is a color, we have a problem. I think if we, so what we had to do was really take these things, within R&D, figure out what the best ideas were, but then take them around the company and get opinions from people who, have not seen these yet. And so, get an idea of what people are going to think. We don't want to get super, inbred in our thinking, and then we release it to the public and no one has any idea what it is because we've confused or we've lied to ourselves and been like, well, we've been looking at it for 8 months. Obviously, we know what it is. First impressions are really important, and getting that from people earnestly within the company is also really, really important.
I know Mark has received a lot of constructive feedback on the Devoid mechanic. And but we tested it as just a color indicator originally without the words Devoid on the card at all through playing with people in the building, and they just didn't understand what it was, which is why we ultimately went to having a keyword mechanic be there, because it was so important for people to understand how it worked. And that's the kind of thing that we can argue about all we want inside where Magic R&D sits, but until people actually do it who don't know Magic as well and experience it, we're not really going to know how people in the real world are going to react to it.
Okay, and finally, we get to the final myth about R&D. Number 1, R&D can change the cards at any time.
Well, after this, I'll go and just Sharpie in the top right-hand corner of some cards and fix their mana cost, Mark and Kaladesh. Is that cool?
Yeah, one of the things I think people think about is R&D has a decent amount of control, but as the progress goes along, there's a lot that goes to make a Magic card. And what happens is, the farther along you get, the more things are cemented in. So for example, once the art has been commissioned, that's the art on the card. So like you can change the card somewhat, but it has to still match the art. And so like a lot of designs are, okay, look at this piece of art. Okay, here's what we want. Can you design something in that parameters that matches the art?
Right, there's a certain amount of bargaining that goes in whenever you have a card and you're like, okay, this card's not working. And you look at the art and you're like, well, we need a flying creature. You look at it, you go to the art directors, you're like, this can fly, right? And they're like, what, are you kidding me? Of course this is. He's like wearing an 80-pound, plate mail with a sword, and he's like, carrying 2 horses, and you're like, wow. But that means he's really strong, so he didn't have the, So you're like, okay, well, there's some amount of bargaining for that with the art, but ultimately, once the art's in, we have a certain amount of budget for cards where we can say, you know what, we messed up, we need a card in standard that does this. There's nothing in the set that has that art. We just have to commission new art. There's some amount of budget for that, but we can only get so many arts done at a time. If we had to, go back to a set and say, okay, let's recommission 40 cards in this set. Well, the next set in the line, they don't get to have 40 less cards. They don't get to just take all those arts and be like, let's repurpose them all. Like, core set's got to do that. We don't get to do that anymore. You're not going to see a whole bunch of like Eldrazi on Kaladesh because we just, we're like, well, we have too many Eldrazi in this set, move them to the next one. We don't get to do that. At some point, there is a pencils down point, and we get to make small tweaks here or there. We get to make a few emergency things, but trust me, if Collect a Company could be a sorcery right now, Collect a Company would be a sorcery right now. We just don't get to make that, after the set has gone to print, there's just nothing you can do.
So we kind of have 2 art waves, we call them, inside Magic R&D. And the first art wave is about half the set or so, about half the set, and the second art wave is the rest of the set. So there's a few tricks you pick up as you go along. For example, if you commission a flying creature in the first art wave, and then you need it to be a non-flying creature for the second art wave, maybe one of your other creatures trades art with it or something like that, right? So that you can commission a non-flying piece of artwork for the second time around. But once you've commissioned all of the art, it can get really, really hard to switch things around, and that can often pin us into corners, so we have to figure out how to solve problems in a limited space. But of course, as Mark always says, restriction breeds creativity, so we try and do the best job we can.
Yeah, one of the things about the art waves is trying to figure out what things you most likely don't need to change the art. So obviously, basic lands always go in the first art wave. A lot of times legends will go in early art wave because even though the creature might change, look, it's a picture of the person. It's going to be the picture of the person. And so, there's certain tricks you learn about what to put early and what to put late. And things that you're less sure of, like one of the ways to tell what development's least sure of is what mechanic isn't in the first wave.
Right, Chandra throwing fire at something, first wave, we're good. Like the dragon that's flying and breathing fire, like, yeah, that's probably gets to do a lot of things. A big problem often is, Magic has certain rules for how big creatures can be. So, they're not always super hard and fast, but for instance, we don't want to have a 1/1 dragon. We don't want to have a, 1/1 Minotaur was a rule that we basically couldn't have. And so it was like, okay, well, we need to, commission those a little larger. At the same time, we can't have a regular human being a 5/5. If you have a 5/5, you need to be a human. It's either a large group of humans or it could be a legend, because legends get to just be super awesome and have the biggest sword and, do all that stuff. So yeah, sure, legend can be a 5/5.
Well, there's limits. So in Theros, I wanted to make a Hercules card based on Hercules. So originally, I think it was a 12/12, and the creative team said a human can't be a 12. I go, it's Hercules. And they're like, I'm like, 11/11 or 10/10. Like we're trying to draw the line between like supernatural human. How can it be? And that's another big thing, by the way, we didn't talk too much about, is working with the creative team. We talked a lot about rules and editing. Like a lot of times, like vehicles, for example. Here's a good example. We were trying to figure out whether or not vehicles were always creatures and you couldn't attack or block with them, or whether they turned into creatures. And the creative team came back to us and said, they're not creatures all the time. Like they really said, we don't mind you turning them into creatures to drive them, but could you make them not always creatures? That doesn't make any sense. And so the reason we chose that path was the creative. And that often, we always go and talk to the creative team about what makes the right choice. Like what is the thing that's going to drive it? To make sure, drive it. But we always want to make sure that it makes flavor sense. And so that's another, like, there's so many different factors we have to care about. That when we talk about, you can change a card at any time. No, you can't, because as you evolve, there's lots of things you care about. Have I told the story about Spirit Links? Have I told the Spirit Link story? I think I have. The short version is there was a card, Spectral Links in what card was Spectral Links in? Apocalypse. What's called Spirit Links in late development, and I was in charge of the naming at the time. And I go, but it doesn't have life link basically. And at the time, that people referred to it as the Spirit Link ability. Well, like Spirit Links can't not have Spirit Link, but it was so late in the process that the code what's it called? The code numbers, the collector numbers were locked. So I had from like SPA to SPI to get a word, and that's how it ended up becoming Spectral Links.
One of the things to me that makes Magic one of the greatest games in the world is that all these teams work so closely together. Creative and design and development and brand and all these teams in Wizards of the Coast working together to make the best possible game. And on our development and design teams, we embed people from other teams in there. It's not just all designers or all developers. Design teams have a development member. They always have a creative member. Sometimes they'll even have a rules team member or a brand member on them, just to help make sure that all the different aspects of Magic are firing on all cylinders as often as possible.
We often get into big fights over things because everyone believes their thing is the most important and everything's got to bow to their thing. And I'm guilty of it. We're all guilty of it, being like, no, this is the most important thing. And some of that's bad, but some of it's really good because, nobody's like backing down to everyone else and saying, yeah, whatever, we'll just say that guy flies, who cares? Like, the fact that everyone cares super about everything they're doing, their passion, means that we end up, even though it's sometimes harder to make things, at the end we have a much better product.
Okay, so can you take the wheel, Sam?
Sure.
I was carrying something to work I thought we'd talk about before we got to work, which is we have a vehicle, a car nonetheless, because it seemed apropos. So I'd like to introduce the world to Fleet Wheel Cruiser. So Ben, do you remember anything about the making of this card?
Is it the Trample Haste? Yeah. About the making of this card, I knew we wanted, pretty early on, we were interested in the idea of a vehicle that got that first sort of crew for free. It also let us have a higher crew number. As the crew number goes up, it's harder and harder to turn the vehicle into a creature. And so we were sort of happy with that pairing of a slightly higher number there with you getting the first shot for free.
Yeah, remember we argued a little bit with creative because they're like, so who's driving the car?
Yeah, speaking of working together, the self-driving car was a little bit of a hard sell.
You the planeswalker driving the car, you cast it, it's on for the turn.
You learn what treats people like, what to bring them to get them in the best mood, those kind of things.
Yeah. So anyway, I see work up ahead, so we got to pull in here. So I want to, before we end, thank all my carpool guests for joining me. I don't often get to drive a van, so that was fun. So anyway, I'm pulling in the parking space, so we all know what that means. It means at the end of my drive to work. So instead of talking magic, it's time for all of us to be making magic. Thank you guys very much.
Once upon a time, Brian David Marshall.
Yes, sir.
There was a meeting, and someone said, you know what would be really cool? If we had a real steering wheel at the Drive to Work podcast. And everyone looked at each other and went, yes. And coming up is an improv show that you're going to really enjoy down on the Paramount stage. But before we get to that, let's mark your card for everything that's still to come. Just down there. What's still to come here on our broadcast schedule over the next 2 days. Let's take a look. We begin at 10 a.m. Pacific Sunday, and it's going to be 1 p.m. on Monday. Those are Pacific times, so 1 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Eastern respectively. Sunday, it's 5 p.m. As you head towards Europe, and later into the evening on Monday. So that's our Magic at PAX broadcast schedule. Let's see what's still to come over the next 2 terrific days. BDM, we kick off Sunday with Kaladesh with the pros. We know that Marshall's going to be moderating that, chatting with some of our World Championship players about cards from Kaladesh.
Yeah, absolutely. We've shown a lot of cards on the stream from this new upcoming set in Kaladesh. And you might be wondering how these cards might play in limited, how these cards might factor into constructed. And so we're going to get the Spike perspective on a number of these cards and see what they think about all these new vehicles and fabrications. And
might even see some preview cards. I think there might be some pretty spicy pro-centric things coming your way in that one. But of course, if you are into the world of high-level MTG, you're not going to want to miss the entire duration of tomorrow, because then we're underway, BDM, with our top 4 at the World Championship.
Yeah, every single round of this tournament, especially the last rounds at the end of each day, have been fraught with tension. We've watched these players just fighting, scraping, desperately drawing the cards off the top of their deck, trying to get to this position to be in the top 4 for the opportunity to be the world champion. And we're going to watch them play standard, best 3 out of 5. We're going to see every game out of both semifinals and the finals.
Right, so that's Brian Brown-Doin against Shota Yasuoka, and then Oliver Chu will face off against Marcio Carvalho, the Draft Master. Tons of great stuff coming your way on Monday as well, with all the deck building panels, Blogger Live, the Inventor Spell Slinging Showdown, and the closing program with some things that you will not want to miss. But right now, anything could happen in the next hour, down on the Paramount stage, live for your entertainment, wherever you are around the world. Buckle up, never mind drive to work. You're going to need your safety belt for this. It's time for Jet City Improv, live from the Paramount Theatre.
Yes, and?
It's like an improvisation.
Doing? Awesome. Thank you guys so much for coming out. How are you guys having a good time here at PAX so far? Excellent. Well, glad to hear it. My name is Yi Chow. I am a community manager with Wizards of the Coast and an improviser with Jet City Improv. And we're about to do an improvised comedy show for you guys. Real quick, by round of applause, who here has seen an improvised comedy show before? All right. That's a pretty good number of you. For those of you guys who are not familiar, what this means is we're going to be making this up for you guys on the spot today. That's right. Everything you're about to see and hear is neither scripted nor rehearsed, and it's all going to be made up, and it's going to take your suggestions to happen, as well as these magic cards in this deck. So what we're going to have happen is we're going to come to you guys for suggestions, and occasionally we'll draw cards from this deck provided by other fellow wizards to create instant comedy on the spot. So to get you guys warmed up a little bit, I'd love to hear what kind of suggestions you might have out there for us. For example, if I were to say, what is your favorite color, people of this side of the room, you might shout out. I heard blue. So we will take blue as a suggestion. If we came to this side of the room and we said, what is your favorite animal, you might shout out. I heard duck first, so that would be correct. And if I were to say, who is your favorite planeswalker, you would all agree and say. Someone said Zeus, which is not a planeswalker, but close, that's the idea. You guys, it's not just going to be me here on stage. My name is Yi Chow, but I also have an amazing cast of improvisers for you. So I'm going to be introducing them here. First off, we have the amazing game designer and the guy who created Zedru. So if you hate him in Commander, it's this guy's fault, Ryan Miller.
You're welcome.
Also joining us is community manager of Wizards of the Coast, Allison Lurs.
I can see all of you.
She's never heard of Magic until 5 minutes before just now. Her name is Katie Nutman.
Yeah, Katie!
And finally, we have the previous rules manager, current senior editor of Wizards of the Coast, Matthew Tabak.
Tabak!
Now, you guys, we as a team are going to be providing comedy for you, but we need your suggestions to do that. And as a thank you for your suggestions, we'll be giving out all kinds of prizes in our lovely prize bag. So I will be throwing things at you guys. So if you're sitting in the back and you want to win a prize, come sit closer. I'm a theater person, not a sports person. So warning, you've been warned now. So to get us started, we're going to play a little game called Story, Story, Die. We all know magic really treasures and values our stories, so we're going to make up a magical story for you right now. However, I need an inspiration for you guys. What is a made-up plane that we haven't visited that you would want to visit, like a different magical land? What was this? Oh, Atlantis. This is a story inspired by an underwater world of Atlantis. The way this game is going to work is I'm going to point at the improviser, and they have to instantly start telling a story. However, the moment I pull my hand away, they have to instantly stop. And when I point at a new improviser, they have to instantly assume telling the same story. If I pull away, they have to stop mid-word, mid-syllable, mid-diphthong. Oh, yeah. That's right, I never thought you'd have to hear that word again outside of school.
That's grammar.
All right, so to get us started with Atlantis, and as a thank you for our first suggestion, you get a magic t-shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. Here we go with Atlantis.
Gary was the saddest merman in all of Atlantis. No one would talk to him. No one would play Trident games with him. No one would even eat dinner with him.
He knew that he could always go on shore and try and find some sailors to befriend. But sailors were dangerous people.
Sailors hunted mermen. He knew if he got too close, he could be killed. But
one day, Gary was walking along the beach, careful to look out for soldiers. Oh.
His prosthetic legs carried him far.
He had made them out of abalone. Then he came across a lonely sailor. Someone like him who had
never had a friend before. He struck up a conversation and soon found that this sailor
was really friendly. She was
like an okay person to be around.
So he took her home to meet his parents, and she drowned.
And that's the story of Atlantis. All right, we visited a cool new place. What's a made-up planeswalker, a cool ability for a planeswalker that you would like to see maybe in the future that we don't have right now? Yes. A goblin that can die multiple times actually exists in Magic. A goblin that can die multiple times, but we'll take it. We'll take it. And as a prize, you get a gremlin.
Yay!
Thank you, sir, for your suggestion. So this is a story about a goblin not named Squee who can die multiple times. Let's see what happens with this goblin story.
He rose from his dirt mound knowing that today was the day he would succeed.
In crossing the street, he had
tried several times only to be struck down by several types of chariots.
Those vehicles were so fast. How was he to weave in
and out of the traffic?
Gareth knew it was his day.
He stepped out in the street and was promptly
honked at by like everybody because
he wouldn't walk very fast. He was very cautious.
And stood for a few moments standing on the white line.
He was only a 1/1 after all, and couldn't take much damage. Suddenly he saw his chance.
He took it. He ran as fast as he could
and was promptly struck by a vehicle when he
got squished again and again and again.
All right.
There you go, guys.
Nice.
One final story for us, one final story. For this one, can I just get a suggestion of anything at all? Any word? Yes?
Crab pyromancer.
Hell yeah.
Pyromancer.
Hell yeah, crab pyromancer.
That is excellent.
That has to do with fire, right?
A gremlin for you as well. That almost made it.
Teamwork.
Nice. Good
Yay. All right, let's hear our final story about a crab pyromancer. Ready? Here we go.
Susan had heard the jokes all her life. Boiled crab was delicious.
Roast crab was the best.
Some other vague fire-based cooking technique. Susan didn't care. She was
on her way to the top.
Susan slowly lit a ball of flame between her
pinchers. She squeezed tightly, hoping that the Fire
would become even larger than.
Life itself.
She knew she could prove
Everyone wrong. If only
they would just listen to her for.
just 1 second, but they always caught fire. It was very disappointing.
she really had to rethink her
job
prospects.
Her entire resume was full of fire-based destruction. She was.
Not a good lifeguard.
There you go, guys. Those are our stories. Excellent work. All right, for our very next game, we are going to throw a party because the Inventor's Fair really has been a spectacular party. Have you guys had fun? Awesome. Well, we want to keep that party rolling, and Mr. Matthew Tabak, who else, is throwing a magical party. But to do so, he must first leave the stage. Let's give him a big round of applause.
See ya.
Goodbye.
As he heads off into our soundproof wing of the stage. And by that I mean he's going to cover his ears and hum very loudly. So what we're going to do is he's invited people who are guests at his party, but he doesn't know who he's invited. So for Mr. Ryan Miller, we're going to get, can I get any character or creature or thing from Magic? Go ahead and shout him out, shout him out. What was that over here? What was that? What was that?
Fibblethip.
Fibblethip. Yeah. Fibblethip. You get a gremlin, sir. Oh, shirt.
Sure. Fibblethip?
Fibblethip. You know who Fibblethip is?
I have no idea what that is.
Excellent. This will be fun. Fibblethip is the little homunculus who is in a magic card from Ravnica recently. Good luck.
okay.
You got one eye. All right. For Allison, what is a concept in magic, like mana screw or what was that?
Living wall.
Living wall.
The job I was
Living
meant to
wall.
do. It's perfect.
All right. She is a living wall. Okay. And finally, for Katie, we're gonna actually go to our magic deck here. We're gonna get a card for her. So Katie has not played Magic before, so she has no idea what she's about to see, and she has to somehow get Mr. Tabak to guess. This is a fun one, hard one. A scornful egotist? Scornful egotist.
I'm
Why
a
didn't
high
I
school
get
teacher,
that one?
so
Dang it.
I'm already a scornful egotist.
That's right. She knows what those words mean, maybe, but we'll see if she can get Matthew Tabak to say that despite not knowing anything about what this card is. So once again, can we remind our audience who Matt has invited to the party?
I am Fibblethip, the one-eyed homunculus of Ravnica.
I am a living wall.
I am a scornful egotist, and once I was human, now I am far more.
Oh, yeah, nice.
That is right, that is
That's
right.
awesome.
Can I keep this?
You may
to
keep
refer-
that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Good luck. All right, guys. Well, these our guests will go off just off stage over here, and I need you guys to really clap loud to overcome Matthew Tabak's humming and bring him back on stage. So on 3, we're gonna cheer him back on. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Are you guys all here for my party? Oh, I'm almost ready. Just hang tight. Hello, my first guest is here. This is very exciting. Oh, hi. You're clingy.
I don't know how far away you are.
That's it.
I have no depth perception.
But I can see you right here. Are you sort of? Well, of course you have no depth perception. You only have one eye. You can't see me.
You know, I'm a bit sensitive about it, so maybe if you.
Well,
it's
I
supposed
would
to be a party
if I were
anyway.
a Cyclops, right? I mean,
It's bad enough that no one knows how to spell my name.
Wait a minute. You're not a Cyclops at all, are you?
No,
you're much
grade
shorter.
school was
Aren't
grade
you?
school was terrible.
Wait, hang on. Sit. Let me get you a chair. Let me put you up here. This will be the highest you've ever been.
It's
because
a party.
you're Fibblethip, aren't you? My favorite. Thank you so much for coming to my party. This is awesome. Sit tight. I'm going to welcome some of the other guests, like my friend.
Tabak, what's up?
How's it going?
Hey, man.
It's
how
good
are
to
you?
see you. Thank you so much for
Why
coming.
did you invite that?
Thanks.
I don't, what's wrong?
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to go?
Oh, hey.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Do we have a problem?
Is this scarecrow bothering you?
No.
Is this scarecrow bothering you?
It's scary, that's right.
You know it. You
She's
know
very
I'm
scary. Look, I'm going to keep my
just
distance.
drawn that way. I can't help it,
Ooh.
okay?
You're so gross that your
I'm
artist
going to keep
quit
my distance
magic.
because you're a giant. You're a very ugly...
You know what? I'm alive, and I'm
You're
here to party. So we're just gonna have a good time because you're not getting rid of me anyway.
It's okay, Phil with You relax.
You call
that
this a party?
Hello, welcome. Thank you.
This
Come on in.
is a party.
This is my party. Thank you.
That's
so
for
much.
a chair. I can't sit.
She's very mean. She's very like a vampire, right? Like with that attitude, kind of a vampire.
I'm very
Go away!
Are you? So you're not. Thank you for coming to my party. I understand that you are sometimes a bit of a wallflower.
It's true. It's true.
You are a big wall.
Right.
Don't give it alcohol, it's pregnant.
You know.
Oh, you're pregnant. Is that what that is? I had no idea. I'm so sorry.
I'm very alive.
I didn't see because you're such a
I still
living
need
attention.
wall.
I am
You're a living
You
wall.
know me so well, dude. You
I'm
know
so
me
sorry.
so well.
I was looking at your brain.
Can you get me
and-
like a beer with a straw?
Yes,
Because I can't.
please
I don't have
come,
hands. Okay,
come
great.
this way.
Great, thank you.
We'll get you. Hello, I'm so sorry I wasn't paying attention to you. How
I need attention.
Yeah,
I am important and you are not.
Well, that's why I invited you to this party, because I need important people.
You
here.
keep saying this word party.
I don't. You kind of have an attitude right now.
You've got
This
a
is
plant and a wall.
something I would expect from a vampire.
A
No,
vampire.
A vampire.
You think you can just get away with calling me a vampire?
Well, I mean, obviously you're not a vampire. I
Of
wouldn't invite
course not.
vampires
Oh my
to my
gosh.
party.
You know what? Hey, Tayback. She's changed a lot since we first met her.
Yeah. Really?
Well,
You would
first
even
you think
say-
she's one thing, and then all of a sudden she's just like someone else. It's messed up. She
That's
just flips
weird.
on you. It's
That is
awful.
strange. It's like you meet somebody,
Exactly.
you think you know them,
And then all of a sudden
they
she
morph
just...
into something else.
Exactly. Yeah.
That is weird.
It's weird. It's weird.
You've changed.
I have.
She's changed from a 0 to at least an 8 since high school.
At least an 8. Can you trust that?
You used to be so much prettier.
Oh my God.
You cost so much.
Someday I'm going to be a 10.
You cost so much.
Do I?
And then I flipped you over.
Yeah.
And you're little.
How
Your
dare
soul
you?
is little.
How dare you?
I was expecting something much bigger, but no. I paid 8 mana, and here you are, a 1/1.
Do you remember her name?
Of course I do.
Uh-huh.
Don't look
I
at
think
me
I'm
like
42.
that. Look.
She's all
I'm actually
adjectives.
42.
Your phones and your gatherer. Don't look at me like that.
I am a
Do
1-1.
not.
I'm sorry.
Are you 1/1? That's.
There was something about a 2-2 on here, but
You
apparently I'm
seem
a 1-1.
very scornful to me.
I am.
And if you think I'm going to let an egotist take control of my party,
Ladies and gentlemen,
you've got
Magic.
something else coming.
Keep it rolling. Nailed it.
Excellent job.
Amazing. Nice.
That is not an
This is
easy
the last
game.
party I'm ever throwing.
Those are some strange guests. For our next game, we're going to play a game called Change That. And the reason it's called that is because we're going to start with 2 improvisers, but others can come and go as the scene needs. However, during their scene, at any point, I can shout out, change that. And they have to change the last line of dialogue, the last action they did, whatever it is, to something brand new. So we've been doing a lot of magic. What is something specific to the Inventors Fair here today that you've loved so far? Something... Oh, I heard glass blowing? All right, let's get a gremlin for our gentlemen who like the glass blowing. This is a scene inspired by glass blowing, and we're going to see where it goes with Change That.
Yes, it's hot, isn't it?
Well, you know what they say. You can't play with fire if you're not afraid of getting burned.
Pain is your second greatest teacher. I am your first.
You're the greatest glass sensei I'll ever have.
Change that.
You're the finest stranger I've ever met on the street.
Change that.
As far as uncles go, you could be worse. Show me
Dear
how
niece.
it's done. You know that my father, your brother, he wants a vase for his birthday. Oh.
You must be precise.
Change that.
Angular. You must be willy-nilly.
Change that.
You must think only of interplanetary solutions.
Yes. I know exactly what that means, Uncle.
First, Mars, red.
Oh, oh.
Then Jupiter, many colors.
Ah.
Finally, Saturn.
Ah. I won't touch it.
Don't,
Glass.
it's quite hot.
No, it's real hot.
And now we plunge it into the ocean.
Change that.
And now we plunge it into a basket full of plush toys.
Change that.
And now, to the nachos.
Yes.
Hey guys, I brought the vase that you were looking at the other day, and I thought, oh.
Change all of that entrance.
Hey guys, I was wondering if possibly you could maybe help me out. I might have burned down my glass blowing studio, and I was hoping that maybe I could just borrow some of your stuff.
Amateur.
Change all of that entrance.
Hi guys!
Oh God.
It's Jesse, my glass golem. Please. I made her from 7-Up bottles.
Change that.
She can fly, but only with her feet on the ground.
Change that.
She has the capability of assassinating those you love most. Terrible person to have around, really. Just.
I understand.
I have eaten the nachos, and your project is complete.
Thank you.
It's time you knew the dark secret of my mastery.
Are you an assassin?
Yes.
Change that.
Are you a person who makes money by selling illegal things?
Change that.
Are you a balloon enthusiast?
Yes.
And scene. All right. Next up is a game called 185. Why it's called that will become apparent in a minute. But for this game, I need all of our improvisers up. For this game, we will be coming to you guys for some suggestions. We'll also be drawing from our deck of magic cards. And the way this game works is they'll be telling you an old-fashioned vaudevillian joke. So the joke goes like this. 185
Blanks.
walk into a bar, and the bartender says, "I'm so sorry, I can't serve
Blanks
here," to which the 185
Blanks.
Blanks.
will answer,
Ba-dum-bum-bum.
Punchline.
right, so, but we need you guys to help fill in the blank of what's walking into the bar. So what is another, like, maybe a mechanic from Magic that obviously can't walk into a bar? What was this? What was that? Sub-game.
Sub-game.
Sub-games. Wow, okay. 185 sub-games, so a game within a game, walk into a bar.
Man.
185 sub-games walk in the bar. Bartender says, well, that's Scheherazade.
Okay.
Boom! 185 sub-games walk into a bar. 185 sub-games walk into a bar. 185 sub-games walk into a bar.
All right, I'm going to stop him because he's going to go forever. Go.
185 sub-games walk in the bar. Bar says, get out. You were annoying back then, and you're annoying now.
Excellent. Let's change it up. What is another mechanic from Magic? Maybe a little easier. What was that? Oh, sorry? Bands with other humans. We'll take bands or banding as a suggestion.
Bands or band.
Jokes on bands or banding.
Okay.
Okay.
185 bands walk in the bar. Bart says, what are you going to do here? And the band said, just watch.
Yeah.
Homonyms, homonyms.
Bands. Think about it.
Try the veal. I'm here all week. Tip your waitress.
185 bands with other creatures walk into a bar, and the bartender's like, I'm sorry, I can't serve all you guys here. There's 185 of you. And they're like, no, we count as just one. Sometimes, kinda. It's a little vague.
185 bands with others walk into a bar, and they're really pretty. And the bartender's a little flustered, and he's like, hi, and he tries to, and he's like, you know what, I really want your phone number. The bands with others are like, maybe, yes, here we go, here's part of my email address. They're just, and the bartender's like, you are super confusing.
All right, we're going to change it up. We're going to come to the deck of magic cards, and I'm going to come out in the audience here and ask someone to pick out a card. Sir, can you pick a card? Excellent. You have picked ticking gnomes. Ticking gnomes.
Ticking gnomes.
Ticking gnomes. So 185 ticking gnomes.
Ticking gnomes.
185 ticking gnomes walk into a bar, and the bartender says, "I'm sorry, I cannot serve 185 ticking gnomes. Your time is up."
185 ticking gnomes walk into a bar, and the bartender says, I can't serve 185 ticking gnomes. And the ticking gnomes say, well, what makes us so different? And the bartender says, no, there's nothing wrong with you guys. And the ticking gnomes say, we're just your garden variety gnomes. I don't understand why you won't let us in.
185 ticking gnomes come in after a long day at work. They want a cold beer and nothing else. Bartender says, sorry, we're out of everything. The bottle gnomes were just here.
185 ticking gnomes walk into the bar, and the bartender says, I'm so sorry, I cannot serve you guys. And the ticking gnomes go, that's fine, we're just here to talk.
And that's 185, guys. Thank you, guys. All right, for this next game, we've had some comedy, some yuck-em-ups here. We're gonna change gears, though. We have, in addition to all of our comedians, they're also very serious actors. You can see Ryan Miller in all kinds of commercials, you know, like when you learn how to work at McDonald's and there's someone who talks to you, that's Ryan Miller. Katie Nutman has been in an assortment of movies you've probably never heard of because they're too indie and cool for you. Allison Lurs performs serious plays that are very serious. So yeah, very serious.
No clapping. No.
And we have Matthew Tabak. So there you go. They're really great. So they're going to do some serious improv for you here. However, we want to challenge them. So we're going to give them something kind of goofy to improvise about. And if they make you laugh, they have to be swapped out for another more serious performer. Okay, so we'll have, I guess, Allison and Ryan start us off. And for our first suggestion, what is something that is not at all serious? What was this over here? A really fast turtle. We'll take a really fast turtle as the starting point of our suggestion.
Sweetheart, I want you to explain what I found. Now, I know you don't like it when I snoop around in the garage, but well, I heard some scritching noises, and here he is.
Delia, it's time you knew. I'm not just a project manager.
Out of there.
We should get a little closer.
I've seen your tortoise, and I know what you are not. I'm opening the door, and I'm letting him out. No, 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 no. Get out! No, no, get out! He's working on it. He's going. He's trying.
Allison, you're out of there.
Look what you've done. You're crying and mewling. Look how unhappy he seems.
I didn't open the door.
Didn't you?
Didn't you open the door with your thoughts, with your emotions, with your wishes? You wanted him gone. Just admit it. Just admit it.
I can't. Because if I admit it, it means it's true.
This has always been the problem with you.
Katie, you're out of there. Ryan, you're out of there. Allison, you're out of there.
Hello. You've returned.
Matt,
waited
you're
a
out
while.
of there. She's the same person.
This is your fault. I refuse to accept responsibility for your actions anymore.
Allison, you're out of there as the turtle.
If he wants to go, he can go. If he wants to stay, he can stay.
He's a box turtle. You can't keep him in a box forever.
But
Ryan, out of there.
But I can pull a fresh head of lettuce out of the fridge.
After what happened to my brother, when I lost him to the turtle races.
Allison, you're out of there.
Oh.
I know that turtle races have a long and storied past with your family, but they do with mine as well.
Not like us. I mean, look. Look, he clearly loves me more than you.
All right, and scene.
Only because you rejected.
I never knew there was so much drama with turtles. Who knew? These improvisers, we're going to kick them off the stage briefly for a game called Blind Line. Let's give them a big round of applause. Excellent. Excellent. For this next game, I'm going to be drawing cards from this deck, and this is a game called Blind Lines. The way the game works is these guys will be having a regular scene. However, throughout the scene, they have to take one of the cards that they're not going to look at and read the flavor text as if it was their very own line of dialogue in the scene. All right, so for example, the first one I picked is Jeering Homunculus. Our flavor text is, Micklethid had always hated crowds, and they had always hated him. Okay. Our next one is no flavor text. Let's see. Selesnya denied us tribute. Let's show them the error of their ways. Then we've got, we're just going to go with the card title, Garbage Fire. Garbage Fire. Oh, this is a long one. Some vampires resorted to corpse trading after Cathars burned their estates and drove them from their ancestral feeding grounds. That's a very serious one. Goblin Balloon Brigade. The enemy is getting too close. Quick, inflate the toad. One more. Please vote with a clear head and vigilant heart, knowing each voice is meaningful regardless of the outcome. The player can also say illusion of choice, the player's choice there. And how many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to do 2 more. Let's get away from Gift of Tusks. It's an experience you'll never forget. And finally, the last card for them is going to be Inspiration. Day 31, I finally succeeded in my time reversal experiment. Day 30, I might have a problem here. All right, so these guys are going to get these cards assigned to them. They have to use these lines of dialogue as their very own. Again, they're off stage humming very loudly with their hands in their ears, so we got to cheer super loud to bring them back on. 1, 2, 3. All right, so here's the rule. You guys have to read the flavor text of your card as your very own line. So here you go. And here you go. Don't look at them. Don't look at them. Put them in your pockets. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go.
Not looking at them.
Here you go. Don't look until you guys get there. And we need a scene unrelated to magic, something very mundane. What's something you do every day, like brush your teeth or... I heard take the bus. Take the bus is the suggestion. This is a scene on a bus.
The enemy is getting too close. Quick, inflate the toad. Inflate it. The toad.
I'm so sorry. I must have left my toad at home this morning.
That's real bad.
Micklethid has always hated crowds. And they'd always hated him.
Shut up!
Listen, I'm just here as a commuter. I really try not to talk to people.
Me too, but without inflated toads, we could die. Don't you know about the chemtrails?
You know, I had somebody else last week try and talk to me about chemtrails on the bus. It's funny, you think that holding a book and wearing earphones would tell people that you're not interested in talking to them on the bus, but... Excuse me.
The internet told me the other thing. Listen.
I'm sure the internet has told you lots of things.
Listen, Amy Williams.
Okay, that's too far. Day 31, I finally succeeded in my time reversal experiment. Day 30, I might have a problem here.
You're one of them, I knew it!
Hey, ma'am, some vampires resorted to corpse trading after Cathars burned their estates and drove them from their ancestral feeding grounds. This guy, if he's giving you trouble, like, I can send him back under, just saying.
I'd appreciate that. I feel like...
Can't touch me, inflated toad. Can't touch me, inflated toad.
You know, garbage fire, right?
Ain't that the truth, man? Ain't that the
This
truth?
route's become a garbage fire.
It has, ever since they tried to start, moving forward and changing the routes, and suddenly everybody thinks they can talk to everybody, no matter...
That's not normal at all.
What is that?
That's actually genuinely messed
Inflated
up.
toad.
Oh
Why
my God.
is that? Man, I have a toad. What is...
Listen, I know you're not just a commuter. You're a time queen.
Time queen, commuter, little column A, little column B. I commute between time. I also commute using the bus. Trying to read a book.
Hey, Selesnya denied us tribute. Let's show them the error of their ways.
What are you talking about?
Who's the one who really doesn't belong on this bus, huh?
Time queen.
Time queen.
Time queen.
Time
It's
queen.
probably time queen. I didn't...
That man just deflated his toad. And I would like to say that I was not the one that started the problems here.
Yeah,
I would like to say, please vote with a clear head and vigilant heart.
Yeah.
Knowing each voice is meaningful regardless of
I vote for death.
I vote for not death.
I vote for Trump.
That's the same thing as voting for death.
All right. Wow. Who knew an inflated toad was that powerful? All right, guys, so, throughout our journeys to the many planes of Magic the Gathering, we've seen a lot of different worlds, and we visited a lot of cool planeswalkers, but we have yet to see a three-headed planeswalker. Actually, you know what? We're going to make it a four-headed conglomerate monster planeswalker of doom. This is our four-headed planeswalker. This planeswalker has seen everything there is out there in the multiverse. They know everything. They can answer any question you might have about the Magic universe, about our universe, about flavors of pie that are delicious. Whatever is on your mind right now, they know the answer to. However, in order to contain all of that knowledge is split evenly between all four heads, so they must answer one word at a time all of your burning questions. So from you guys, what burning questions do you guys have for the multiverse? Yes, this gentleman back here.
How is Trump still in this?
Oh, we're going to get political. How is Trump still in this? A very pertinent question to the multiverse. T-shirt for you, vaguely, in that direction. Good dive. All right, so guys, tell us a little bit about Trump.
Statistically.
Trump is
A.
Large.
and
Interplanar.
Lich.
There you go. That answers that question. Nice. Sir, in the back with a hat. Yeah, ask a question. What was that? I'm going to come closer to you because I am deaf.
This better be good.
Four heads, not many ears.
How do you roll Candy of Martina while cave exploring?
How do you roll a Candy of Martina while cave exploring?
Yes.
A very specific question, but our Planeswalker knows
Why
the
didn't you
answer.
say that?
Yeah. Planeswalkers, tell us how.
Well,
first,
you
Have
to
eat
the
rice.
pudding
then
you
Dig
in
to
the
ground.
sharply.
third,
you
Throw
Frisbees.
finally,
we
must.
Stand.
together.
There you go. A very political answer for a very political time. Yes, sir, in the awesome hat.
What flavor ice cream is appropriate to feed an artifact creature?
Oh, a very important question. Can we pass this playmat back to our gentleman here? And sure, I'll get you before the thing's over. What flavor of ice cream do you feed an artifact creature?
Chocolate.
Chip,
topsoil.
There you go. Pretty easy
Everyone knows
answer. Yes, right up in front.
Does Nicol Bolas floss?
Does Nicol Bolas floss?
So
often,
So
Very
many
times.
day.
There you go. A lot. He cares about his dental hygiene. And one final question from our gentleman back there.
I'm so glad someone finally
Who put
asked. The bop and the bop shebop.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Bang.
Bang.
Diddy.
Kong.
And there you have it, our four-headed planeswalker giving you guys all of your answers. We're going to keep all four improvisers up for our next game, and if we could pass this playmat back to our gentleman in the red there. This is a game that we call I Like My, and you'll see why it's called that in a minute. So as we walk the plains, everyone is always looking for love, right? I mean, who isn't looking for just that little spark for both planeswalking and relationships? And our improvisers, believe it or not, they're experts in love and in flirting. So they're going to give you some examples of great flirtatious ways to approach people. And we're going to give them an inspiration with our magic cards, which I have placed somewhere.
I traded them.
Curses me. Aha! So, our first suggestion is going to be Mage Ring Bully. Mage Ring Bully. You'll see how this game works as we get started here. Mage Ring Bully.
I like my men like I like my mage ring bullies. A constant presence from my childhood.
I like my steaks like I like my mage ring bullies. Rare. Uncommon. Uncommon?
Common.
Common? Gah!
I like my women like I like my mage rings. Round and powerful.
Our next card is Agoraphobia. Agoraphobia.
I like my women like I like agoraphobia, all alone in the dark by themselves.
I like my men like I like agoraphobia, always where I left them last. Because they don't leave. That's the joke.
Our next one is Confront the Unknown.
Who are you? That's my pickup line.
There you go. Yeah. Our next one is Insidious Bookworms. Insidious Bookworms.
These are really weird.
I like my women like I like my insidious bookworms. Hungry and powerful.
I like my men like I like my insidious bookworms. Well read.
Compulsive research. Compulsive research.
I think I like my women like I like my compulsive research. I've checked 17 websites, compiled many lists. I'll let you know next week.
You know, girl, if you were the Dewey Decimal System, your number would be 1 and 1.
And last but not least, contingency plan. Contingency plan.
I like my women like I like my contingency plan. Well memorized and close to my heart.
Aww.
That's nice. Oh, was that not supposed to be nice?
I like my women like I like my contingency plans. No? I like my women like I like my contingency plans. No?
All right.
I like you.
That's it for that game. Nice work.
Oh, jeez.
All right, next up, we have a fun game called Debate. And that is because Allison and Matthew Tabak are having a debate. And this is going to be a guys versus girl debate because Ryan Miller is going to be helping Matthew and Katie is going to be helping Allison. All right, and the way this game works is we also have to send Matt and Allison off stage in just a minute because we're going to get from you guys mechanics from Magic. We're going to get 3 each for each of our debaters, and they have to our helpers are going to have to get these guys, in the course of their political discourse, to say these 3 mechanics out loud. And they're going to do that by pantomiming to try to get them to say things like flying or things like that. Does that make sense? So our improvisers who are debating, head off stage and hum loudly in our wings. Give them a round of applause as they exit. All right. And remember, Katie knows nothing about magic, so this will be extra spicy and fun. So she's learned a lot over the course of this show. It's true.
That'll do.
So to get us started, what is a pretty easy mechanic, like flying or first? What was that? A devotion. Okay, so you have to get the first word you have to get Matt to say is devotion. Okay, and for Katie, another simple kind of piece. What was that? Trample? Trample, great. And let me get some prizes out here since we're doing this thing.
Yeah, it could be. We're running out of prizes.
Oh, running out, that's okay. Who said we had one here for devotion, and trample was from this gentleman out here. Sorry if this hits you in the face, yay! All right, next, what's a harder to guess one? What was that up there? Poison, poisonous. All right, and then from the other side of the stage, what was that, ma'am? What was that? Metalcraft. Metalcraft, and I have some points for you guys.
Thank you.
I'm gonna hand that back to him there and pass this over. Thanks, guys. All right, and our final word that they have to get them. Let's get really hard, like cascade. What was that? Fabricate. Woo! Good luck. And one more over here. What was that, sir? Cascade. Cascade. And let me get some points for you guys.
Devotion, fabricate, and what was my other one?
Poisonous.
What? Oh, poison. Yeah.
Raise your hand if you just gave that suggestion. Pass it down. And over here, thank you so much. All right, let's remind the audience what words we're giving to our improvisers. We have
devotion, poison, and now I forgot the third one.
Devotion, poison, fabricate.
Fabricate.
I'll try to
Totally
help you
remember those, y'all.
if you need me. And then you have to get her to say?
Trample, metalcraft, cascade.
All right. Let's bring our debaters back on stage with cheering, hooting, and hollering. All right. Debaters, why don't we have you guys come on either side here. Yep, so you guys have plenty of space on either side. And then, and pantomimers, why don't we have you guys come center stage? So pantomimers, you're going to be center stage, and then you two will be on the outside of our pantomimers.
There we go.
And you guys are going to be each trying to guess a total of 3 words. And the first debater to, over the course of the debate, say all 3 words is the winner, right? What are these two debating about? What are they having an argument about? Yes, sir. Oh, sorry, ma'am. They're debating about blind necromancy, or necromancy in general. We'll take necromancy as a suggestion. If we could pass that back. Thank you. This is a debate about necromancy. Debaters, good luck. We will start with Allison, just because I like her better.
Funeral homes are full of many different ways for us to trample over any sort of other army that may be coming at us as a military.
And switch.
The issue is clear. We are unscrewing nature when we drink this poisonous thought.
Switch.
We can talk in circles and we can hammer out the details, but this metal craft is honestly just smoke and mirrors.
Switch.
What my opponent will not tell you is that it's a religious base. She's praying, she's kneeling and praying. Her devotion to the cause is unassailable.
This debate is cascading into nowhere.
Nice.
Katie.
Nice.
All right. Ladies win. There you go.
Fabricate. Boom. Fabricate.
All right. Second place. Not bad. All right, we're going to go to our last and final game. Have you guys had a good time so far? But we do have time for one last game for you guys. Before I do that, I want to let you guys know Jet City Improv is where all of these fine folks are from. Plus, Matthew has joined us very kindly from Wizards of the Coast. Let's give him a big round of applause as a guest, our special guest. But you can find the rest of us performing at Jet City Improv, located in the University District here in Seattle. We do improv comedy Friday and Saturday, and right now is September, which is Guest Fest, which means if you come to the theater, you'll see all kinds of awesome troops from all around the area coming in to perform with us, and it's an awesome time. So if you loved what you saw, come check us out on the University Ave in the University District. Our last and final game, of course, is going to be called Dude, You Gotta See This. And for this game, I need Allison to hang out with me, and the three of you guys to get out of here.
Get out of here.
All right.
Get out of here, you nerds.
What I need for this game is we're going to get someone in just a minute to tell us a little story. I'm sure a lot of exciting things have happened to you here at PAX, or maybe you have a great story about something that happened in Magic or at your local store. In just a minute, we're going to come to you for that story. And once we hear that story, Allison's going to take that story, listen to it, and act it out for our very next improviser, who then has to tell what he saw to the next improviser, who has to then act it out without words to our last improviser, who's going to be Mr. Matthew Tabak, who's going to tell that same story as precisely as he can, as accurately as he can, back to you guys. Okay? So who has a really cool story they want to share? Yes, from this gentleman over here.
Nice.
That's pretty good. You look great. Yeah. So he said, I was walking around in the cosplay, and somebody said that chick in the red hair was very hot. Can you tell us a little bit more about what led up to that moment, like how you built your costume and all of that? Like, how did it start? Nice. So he said first he built the chainmail out of Warbler, and then he kind of found the wig, and then he came, and because it's a female character, somebody thought he was a girl, and that's a compliment to how awesome his cosplay looks. Do you want to stand up and show us this awesome Chandra?
Yay, Chandra!
Heck yeah. Looks rad. Let's go ahead and pass these two back to him. Thank you so much for sharing that story. Allison, you'll have to act that out for our next improviser.
All right.
One more time, I need your cheering to bring on our next improviser, who's going to be Mr. Ryan Miller.
Hey! Me? Yeah. Hey. Oh, what's that? Pull up. Yeah, it's me. Oh, hey. Oh, yeah. What? No. Me? Huh? Yeah. Yeah. That's me. Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
That's it. That's the story.
Couldn't be any clearer. Ryan, we're going to bring in our next improviser. You're going to tell him exactly what you saw.
Yeah.
Let's get loud for our next improviser. Katie.
Katie, you got to hear about this.
All right.
So, the year is 1930. Thomas Edison is shopping for clothing, but he's a bit self-conscious about his figure. So he goes to the 4th floor of Macy's department store, very slowly up in the elevator. He doesn't know what to do. He sees too many options. He's covering himself up with his hood. He's just so in his, he's very self-conscious. But then Nikola Tesla shows up. Hair ablaze, hands shooting out electricity. And he says, Thomas, you've got an hourglass figure. You have nothing to worry about. Thomas is incredulous. He doesn't believe it. He says, no, this can't be. Nikola said, yes, you are on fire. You're a firework, he says. And Thomas Edison disagrees. And that is my story.
pretty close. You know.
It was the same thing.
All right, Katie, you have to reinterpret that for our next improviser.
Dude, you gotta see this. Do 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 do. Oh, oh,
All right, it's your job now, sir, to tell us the story as you saw it, as exactly as you can. Remember, this started from a magical suggestion. Good luck.
Yeah, so guys, you got to hear this story. This is kind of awesome. So I was in a mall the other day, and this woman was plugging wires into some sort of device. I didn't know what it was, but all of a sudden it lit up. And the woman was super happy about this, like a tentacle shot out of her head. And she was just super jazzed about that. So she came back, took a few steps back, and she looked in the mirror, but she wasn't really happy with what she was wearing, right? She was kind of looking at it, and it was kind of drab. So she got in this giant space elevator. And she went up to the heavens. And it went to the first moon, and she kept going, and went to the second moon, she kept going. Third moon, no. Fourth moon, she steps out, and at the fourth moon, this is where they keep the clothing. So she was looking for a new dress, something pretty to wear, and she's looking, and while she's doing this, her magical clone appeared in the next chamber, which was weird. You wouldn't have expected this, but she was cloned, and there was the clone. So she's shopping for clothes, and she tried something on, and it was okay. It wasn't great, but the clone was psyched. The clone, tentacles shooting, dress laid out, sheer and chic. She was okay, it was all right, I don't know. But it's like, it's my clone, right? If she can look that good, I can look that good, I'll try something else. She tried something else, it wasn't great. Clone! Shooting fireworks, energy, so happy. And then she looked, it was at her clone, and they fused into one being. They just form in the arm, and she went, and then she's like, I'm complete now.
There you go. That was basically it, right? Yeah, more or less.
And that's exactly how it went down.
That's exactly the story. Yeah.
You guys can tell we're just coming out of Eldritch Moon with all of those tentacle monsters happening in Meld. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all the time we have. Let's give it up one more time for your improvisers. Katie Nutman, Allison Lors, Ryan Miller, Matthew Tabak. My name is E. Chow. Thank you guys for watching. Enjoy the rest of PAX, and we'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Woo!
Thanks, everybody.
That's it. Stage left.